C. The story of Jesus' virgin birth does not derive from pagan myths. Skeptics commonly claim that the virgin birth is derived from ancient pagan myths about noble human figures being the offspring of the gods with mortal women. Critics who draw parallels between such stories in the infancy narratives of Matthew and Luke often couch their descriptions of these pagan myths in language that deliberately imitates Christian language. The following statement by Marina Warner, a British novelist and literature scholar, is an excellent example. The historical fact remains that the virgin birth of heroes and sages was a widespread formula in the Hellenistic world. Pythagoras, Plato, Alexander were all believed to be born of women by the power of a Holy Spirit. Notwithstanding such rhetorically clever statements, the pagan myths actually do not have anything to do with virgin births. Bart Ehrman, a famous agnostic atheist New Testament scholar, makes the point as emphatically as anyone. In none of the stories of the divine humans born from the union of a god and a mortal is the mortal a virgin. This is one of the ways that the Christian stories of Jesus differ from those of other divine humans in the ancient world. It is true that the Jewish God is the one who makes Jesus' mother Mary pregnant through the Holy Spirit, see Luke chapter 1 verse 35, but the monotheistic Christians had far too an exalted view of God to think that he could have temporarily become human to play out his sexual fantasies. The gods of the Greeks and Romans may have done such things, but the God of Israel was above it all. Though more specific, the skeptics' own descriptions of the supposed virgin birth myths of ancient pagan cultures, the more clearly one can see that no useful comparison exists between those myths and the biblical accounts of the virginal conception and birth of Jesus. Consider, for example, the litany of supposed virgin birth myths offered by Hitchens. The Greek demigod Perseus was born when the god Jupiter visited the virgin Danae as a shower of gold and got her with child. The god Buddha was born through an opening in his mother's flank. Catlicus the serpent-skirted caught a little ball of feathers from the sky and hid it in her bosom, and the Aztec god Huitzilopochtli was thus conceived. The Virgin Nana took a pomegranate from the tree watered by the blood of the slain Agdrestis and laid it in her bosom and gave birth to the god Attis. The virgin daughter of a Mongol king awoke one night and found herself bathed in a great light, which caused her to give birth to Genghis Khan. Krishna was born of the virgin Devaka. Horus was born of the virgin Isis. Mercury was born of the virgin Maya. Romulus was born of the virgin Rhea Silvia. Several of these examples are obviously so far afield as to be completely irrelevant to the question of the origin of the gospel infancy narratives. There is no realistic chance of any substantial contact by Christians in the Mediterranean world with myths about Krishna or the Buddha within the first 50 years or so of Christianity. The Aztecs, of course, lived on the other side of the world in Central America and did not emerge as a culture for several hundred years after Jesus was born. Coatlicue, whom Hitchens called Catlicus, was not a mortal woman but an earth goddess figure in late pre-Columbian Aztec mythology. Like other authors whose knowledge of Christian theology is less than competent, Koch refers to Coatlicue's pregnancy as an immaculate conception, no doubt trying to help readers connect the myth with something familiar to them. The Spanish writers who published the Aztec and Mayan myths after their conquest of Central America did the same thing, often making those myths sound somewhat more akin to Christianity than they were. However, the term Immaculate Conception refers to the Catholic belief that Mary was conceived in her mother's womb without sin, a different idea than the virginal conception of Jesus in Mary's womb. Moreover, the idea of the Immaculate Conception is not found in the Bible. Adducing Genghis Khan is just absurd since he lived 12 centuries after Jesus. Christian scholar Ronald Huggins has documented that Hitchens' review of these supposed virgin birth stories was plagiarized from a book by an early 20th century British secularist named Chapman Cohen, down to several misspellings of the pagan deities. Catlicus should be Coatlicue, Agdrestis should be Agdistis, and Devaka should be Devaki. The spelling errors are inconsequential in and of themselves, but betray the lack of any informed understanding of the facts. As Huggins explains in another article, for example, Krishna was hardly born of a virgin. Krishna was the 8th son of Vasudeva and Devaki. The name of their first son was Kirtiman. The Bhagavata Purana credits the pregnancy to mental transmission through the mind of Vasudeva into the womb of Devaki. That detail is from a late source, circa 950 A.D., does not really represent a virgin birth since Devaki was not a virgin, and is not present in the earlier accounts of Krishna's birth in the Harivamsha, circa 450 A.D., and Vishnu Purana, circa 400 to 500 A.D. It is instructive to place these dates in some perspective. The traditional period to which Hindus date Krishna is roughly 3100 BC, which means the earliest written accounts appeared about 3,500 years later, and the one that is misrepresented as claiming a virgin birth for him was produced about 4,000 years later. By contrast, the four Gospels of the New Testament were written no more than 65 years after Jesus' death, a blink of an eye when it comes to the development of actual mythology. What about stories of men whose fathers were gods and whose mothers were mortals in the Greco-Roman culture in which the Gospels were written? As Ehrman, quoted earlier, notes, these stories are not about virgin births at all. The gods of Greco-Roman mythology were thought of as anthropomorphic beings capable by nature of coming into physical contact with humans and engaging in sexual activity with them. Where such stories avoided describing the gods as coming in explicit human form to impregnate women, the conception is still presented as the consequence of some physical phenomena. The point may be illustrated with the stories of the conceptions of Alexander and Caesar Augustus. First, the story of Alexander's conception as told by the Roman writer Plutarch. As for the lineage of Alexander, on his father's side he was a descendant of Heracles through Caranus, and on his mother's side a descendant of Aeacus through Neoptolemus. This is accepted without any question, and we are told that Philip, after being initiated into the mysteries of Samothrace at the same time with Olympias, he himself being still a youth and she an orphan child, fell in love with her and betrothed himself to her at once with the consent of her brother Arimbus. Well then, the night before that on which the marriage was consummated, the bride dreamed that there was a peal of thunder, and then a thunderbolt fell upon her womb, and that thereby much fire was kindled, which broke into flames that travelled all about, and then was extinguished. At a later time, too, after the marriage, Philip dreamed that he was putting a seal upon his wife's womb, and the device of the seal, as he thought, was the figure of a lion. The other seers now were led by the vision to suspect that Philip needed to put a closer watch upon his marriage relations, but Aristander of Telmessus said that the woman was pregnant, since no seal was put upon what was empty, and pregnant of a son whose nature would be bold and lion-like. Moreover, a serpent was once seen lying stretched out by the side of Olympias as she slept, and we are told that this, more than anything else, dulled the ardor of Philip's attentions to his wife, so that he no longer came often to sleep by her side, either because he feared that some spells and enchantments might be practiced upon him by her, or because he shrank for her embraces in the conviction that she was the partner of a superior being. A thunderbolt that fell on the mother's womb and a snake that slithered next to her body, these visually fantastical details are hardly comparable in any serious way to the gospel reports of Jesus being conceived in the womb of Mary by the Holy Spirit. Further, Plutarch's work, dated somewhere between AD 75 and 115, was written well over 4 centuries after Alexander was born in 356 BC. Here is the story of the conception of Augustus as told by the Roman biographer Suetonius. I have read the following story in the books of Asclepius of Mendes, entitled Theogumena. When Attia had come in the middle of the night to the solemn service of Apollo, she had her litter set down in the temple and fell asleep, while the rest of the matrons also slept. On a sudden a serpent glided up to her and shortly went away. When she awoke, she purified herself as if after the embraces of her husband, and at once there appeared on her body a mark in colors like a serpent, and she could never get rid of it, so that presently she ceased ever to go to the public baths. In the 10th month after that Augustus was born, and was therefore regarded as the son of Apollo. Attia too, before she gave him birth, dreamed that her vitals were borne up to the stars and spread over the whole extent of land and sea, while Octavius dreamed that the sun rose from Attia's womb. Here again, as in the case of Alexander, the god's impregnation of a woman is represented by the image of a snake coming beside her while she slept. Suetonius wrote this story about 180 years after Augustus was born, at least twice as long a period as between Jesus' birth and the accounts in Matthew and Luke. As UCLA professor of classics Robert Gervel points out, we know virtually nothing about Suetonius' source Asclepius. The story may have originated during Augustus's lifetime, during his rise to power in Rome, but if so, as Roman poetic propaganda designed to exalt Augustus as a figure comparable to Alexander the Great, about whom, as we saw previously, a similar story had been told. Granted, it is possible to see in Luke's account an implicit contrast between Caesar Augustus, mentioned in Luke chapter 2 verse 1, shortly before the birth of Jesus in Luke chapter 2 verses 6 and 7, and Jesus Christ, who was born during the reign of Augustus. One might plausibly understand Luke to be suggesting that it is Jesus, born in humble conditions in Bethlehem, who is the real ruler of the world and not Augustus, enthroned in regal splendor and military power in Rome. But this interpretation at most would inform our understanding of Luke's presentation of the significance of the virgin birth. It would not in any way explain the origin of the story that Jesus was born of a virgin. As we saw earlier, Matthew's account is in no way dependent on Luke's. The two accounts arose independently and drew on different sources. We conclude then that the gospel accounts of Jesus' virgin birth did not derive from pagan myths, nor are they comparable to them as myths. D. The story of Jesus' virgin birth was not invented to make Jesus fulfill prophecy. If the origin of the biblical accounts of Jesus' virgin birth cannot be traced to pagan myths, those who doubt or reject these accounts must explain their origin in a different way. The usual alternative explanation is that the story was invented to present Jesus as the fulfillment of the Hebrew Scriptures. A typical statement of this theory comes from Sam Harris, another of the influential New Atheists. It is often said that it is reasonable to believe that the Bible is the Word of God because many of the events recounted in the New Testament confirm Old Testament prophecy. But ask yourself, how difficult would it have been for the Gospel writers to tell the story of Jesus' life so as to make it conform to Old Testament prophecy? Wouldn't it have been within the power of any mortal to write a book that confirms the predictions of a previous book? In fact, we know on the basis of textual evidence that this is what the Gospel writers did. The writers of Luke and Matthew, for instance, declare that Mary conceived as a virgin, relying upon the Greek rendering of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14. The Hebrew text of Isaiah uses the word Alma, however, which simply means young woman, without any implications of virginity. It seems all but certain that the dogma of the virgin birth and much of the Christian world's resulting anxiety about sex was a product of a mistranslation from the Hebrew. Harris's claim here is that the Gospel writers knew only the Greek translation of the Old Testament, commonly called the Septuagint, and therefore did not know that the Greek text of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 had mistranslated the Hebrew. On the basis of this mistranslation, then, they came up with the idea that Jesus' mother, in order to fulfill the prediction of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14, needed to be a virgin, and so simply made it up. The two Swiss scientists quoted earlier in this chapter draw exactly the same conclusion. As it turns out, even the most famous speculation about parthenogenesis, Jesus Christ's birth, owes its existence not to a miracle but to a human error during the translation of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 from Hebrew to Greek. The Hebrew word Alma can refer to a young woman of marriageable age, whether married or not. The young woman became a virgin in the Gospel according to Matthew, where Alma was translated as the Greek Parthenos. Matthew's citation of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14, Matthew chapter 1 verses 22 and 23, has attracted more controversy and debate than almost any other element in the Gospel infancy accounts. The one exception is Luke's reference to the census, Luke chapter 2 verses 1 through 5, which many critics regard as an error. Two issues need to be kept distinct: whether Christian reading of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 in any way prompted the idea of the virgin birth of Christ, and whether Matthew's use of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 involved a mistranslation or misinterpretation of that verse. We address each issue in turn. We can easily and summarily dismiss that the Greek translation of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 somehow precipitated or was a catalyst for the idea that Jesus was born of a virgin. This theory simply does not explain Luke's telling of Jesus' virgin birth independent of Matthew's, or Matthew's source, as we saw previously. In order to make this idea that the concept of the virgin birth of Jesus originated in Matthew on the basis of a supposed mistranslation of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14, the Jewish biblical scholar Giza Vermes is forced to deny that Luke also reported a virgin birth. However, this claim depends on a very strained interpretation of Luke and misses the fact that Luke alludes to Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 without actually quoting it. Behold, the virgin shall have in her womb, and she shall give birth to a son, and you shall name him Emmanuel. Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14, Septuagint. To a virgin, and behold, you shall conceive in your womb, and you shall give birth to a son, and you shall name him Jesus. Luke chapter 1 verses 27 and 31. The two verses have been translated here very literally from the Greek in order to reflect their similar wordings. The allusion to Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 in Luke alongside the quotation of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 in Matthew reveals that Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 was connected by Christians to Jesus' birth well before the Gospels of Matthew and Luke were written. Again, the two Gospels drew on different sources, which we have shown probably go back to Mary and Joseph, so the origin of this connection of the story to Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 must have come very early. In fact, it arose while the Christian movement was still predominantly Jewish and was being led by Jesus' original Galilean disciples, including Jesus' half-brother, James. This means that belief in the virgin birth of Christ could not have arisen by Greek-speaking Christians reading Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 in the Greek Septuagint translation and being ignorant of what the Hebrew text said. The claim that the Septuagint mistranslated Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 has been confidently, even dogmatically stated so many times that it may seem obvious, but the assertion reflects a rather elementary mistake in how one views translation. It assumes that the translator is supposed to assign a single verbal equivalent in his language to each word of the original text, and use that equivalent expression everywhere the word occurs regardless of context. Eugene Nida, a leading expert on translation theory and biblical scholarship in the 20th century, years ago explained why such an approach to translation is actually amateurish. Some Bible students have attempted to translate in what they feel is a consistent manner by always rendering the same Hebrew or Greek word by the same English word, and similarly for many types of grammatical constructions. This type of translation, which has been called concordant, makes an immediate appeal to those uninformed about the problems and principles of linguistic usage. But no two languages correspond throughout in their words or grammatical usages, and such a literal type of translation actually distorts the facts of a language rather than reveals them. Most English versions of the Bible, even those commonly regarded as more literal, do not rigidly follow a word-for-word approach to translation. Why then would we expect the ancient Septuagint to do so? The usual dictionary or lexical definition in English for the Hebrew word alma is young woman, but this definition is quite ambiguous and even potentially misleading. We might think of a woman in her late 20s and married with 2 children as a young woman, but it is very unlikely that an ancient Hebrew would have used the word alma to refer to such a woman. The word occurs in only 6 other places in the Old Testament and does not seem anywhere to be used of a married woman. Genesis chapter 24 verse 43, Exodus chapter 2 verse 8, Psalm 68 verse 25, Proverbs chapter 30 verse 19, and Song of Solomon chapter 1 verse 3 and chapter 6 verse 8. The limited number of occurrences and their varying contexts complicates the task of settling on a precise definition. In Genesis, Rebekah is described as the Alma whom God brought to Abraham's servant to become Isaac's bride. Genesis chapter 24 verse 43. She is a virgin, as the text elsewhere makes clear. Chapter 24 verse 16. This is the one other place that the Septuagint translates Alma with the Greek word Parthenos, virgin. The infant Moses' older sister, Miriam, is called an Alma. She is implicitly still an unmarried girl, probably a young teen, but her virginal condition and unmarried status are not of any apparent relevance. Exodus chapter 2 verse 8. Psalm 68 verse 25 uses the plural form alamat in reference to girls playing tambourines in a procession along with the male musicians and singers. The text does not seem to provide any clear indication of the marital status of these young women. Richard Neeson, The Virginity of the Alma in Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14, infers that since these girls were expected to be chaste, a reasonable supposition, they were necessarily virgins, which does not follow since young married girls could still be considered chaste. Proverbs chapter 30 verse 19 speaks of the wondrous and mysterious nature of the way of a man with a maid, Alma. This poetic statement is perhaps the most ambiguous of all the occurrences of Alma, and its meaning continues to be debated. However, it does not sound like it refers to a husband's relationship with his wife. In the Song of Solomon, chapter 1 verse 3 and chapter 6 verse 8, the almat are girls that attend the king but are distinguished from his queens, that is, considered to be his wives, and his concubines, that is, slave women with whom he might have sex. Although they were probably part of the king's harem, evidently they had not yet become his sexual partners. Agreeing with Neeson virginity and against John Walton alumim in New International Dictionary of Old Testament Theology and Exegesis, Walton thinks that what distinguished these girls from the concubines was that they had not yet borne children. In any case, they are not married women. From these occurrences of the word, we may draw the following conclusions. 1. In most of these occurrences, the girls are clearly unmarried virgins. 2. In no case are the girls clearly married or not virgins, although in one or two places they might be. Thus, even though the word alma does not have virgin as its fixed definition, as if it were a technical term always denoting a virginal female, the word usually referred to girls who were in fact virgins, and in some contexts virgin might be an appropriate translation. If virgin is a potentially legitimate translation of alma in Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14, this does not necessarily mean that Matthew's interpretation of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 is correct. We still need to consider the meaning of the verse in its context. Many critics also find fault with Matthew in this regard. Sam Harris, whom we quoted earlier, assumed that Matthew intended to claim that Isaiah was directly predicting that the Messiah would be conceived and born of a virgin. If this were so, it would open Matthew up to criticism, since the historical context of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 was concerned with the immediate situation in the 8th century BC with Ahaz, the king of Jerusalem. Ahaz's kingdom was threatened by an alliance of Syria's king Rezin with the northern kingdom of Israel, which was separated from the southern kingdom of Judah where Ahaz reigned. Isaiah chapter 7 verses 1 through 3. In response to Ahaz's fear, Isaiah gave him the word of the Lord that their alliance against his kingdom would fail. It shall not stand, and it shall not come to pass, for the head of Syria is Damascus, and the head of Damascus is Rezin. And within 65 years Ephraim will be shattered from being a people. Isaiah chapter 7 verses 7 and 8, English Standard Version. Isaiah invited Ahaz to ask God for a sign that this promise would be kept. When Ahaz refused to ask for a sign, feigning humility, Isaiah announced the sign that God would give. Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey when he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the boy knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land whose 2 kings you dread will be deserted. Isaiah chapter 7 verses 14 through 16, English Standard Version. In context, the son whom the virgin will bear is the boy who will not have reached the maturity to be accountable for right and wrong by the time the land of those 2 kings would be deserted. In short, this son is in the immediate context a boy that was born in the late 8th century, sometime after Isaiah gave the prophecy, 735 BC, but before the Assyrians had conquered both Syria, 732 BC, and Israel, 722 BC. Presumably, the boy's mother was, at the time of Isaiah's prophecy, a young teenage girl, perhaps not yet married or newly married, who would soon become pregnant with her first child. If Isaiah's prophecy was literally fulfilled in the 8th century BC, how can Matthew say that Jesus' birth fulfilled that same prophecy? The reason is that the immediate fulfillment in Isaiah's day did not resolve in a final way the larger issue addressed in the book of Isaiah, which was the realization of God's promise of an eternal kingdom to the house of David, Isaiah chapter 7 verses 2 and 13. That promise, Isaiah went on to prophesy, would be ultimately realized in a future son of David. For unto us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and of peace there will be no end, on the throne of David and over his kingdom, to establish it and to uphold it with justice and with righteousness from his time forth and forevermore. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will do this. Isaiah chapter 9 verses 6 and 7, English Standard Version. In this prophecy, the child is to rule on the throne of David forever, something that of course did not happen with anyone living in the 8th century BC. Isaiah expands on this announcement in Isaiah chapter 11 verses 1 through 10, where he prophesies that a shoot from the stump of Jesse, chapter 11 verse 1, that is, a descendant of David's father Jesse, will come forth in the future after the Davidic kingdom has seemingly come to an end. The imagery of a shoot emerging from the stump of a royal tree, when used in reference to a human being, is a metaphor for the birth of a new king. This latter-day Davidic king's rule will bring righteousness, chapter 11 verses 3 through 5, and peace, chapter 11 verses 6 through 9, just as Isaiah chapter 9 verse 7 had also announced. Because of the thematic connections between Isaiah chapter 7 and Isaiah chapters 9 and 11, the birth of a son and the preservation of the Davidic kingdom, we can reasonably understand the prophecy in Isaiah chapter 7 as anticipating a great fulfillment about which Isaiah expands in Isaiah chapters 9 and 11. Matthew then applies the language of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 to the birth of Jesus to Mary, who in that greater fulfillment was a virgin not only before she became pregnant, but throughout her pregnancy. Several contemporary biblical scholars agree with this line of interpretation. Craig Blomberg, for example, in the excellent academic reference work Commentary on the New Testament Use of the Old Testament, explains, Matthew recognized that Isaiah's son fulfilled the dimensions of the prophecy that required a child to be born in the immediate future. But the larger eschatological context, especially of chapter 9 verses 1 through 7, depicted a son never clearly distinguished from Isaiah's, who would be a divine messianic king. Kostenberger and Stewart have drawn the same conclusion. The prophecy makes complete sense in its original historical context, but other factors within the context, the name Emmanuel, and the description of the child in Isaiah chapter 9 verses 6 and 7, also point forward in time to the birth of another child. R.T. France, in one of the best commentaries on the Gospel of Matthew, explains the point very helpfully. These last two prophecies, Isaiah chapter 9 verses 6 and 7 and chapter 11 verses 1 through 5, would have been recognized then, as they still are today, as messianic prophecies, and it seems likely that Isaiah's thought has moved progressively from the virgin's child, God with us, to whom the land of Judah belongs, to these fuller expressions of the Davidic hope. If then Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 is taken as the opening of what would be the developing theme of a wonder child throughout Isaiah chapters 7 through 11, it can with good reason be suggested that it points beyond the immediate political crisis of the 8th century BC, not only in Matthew's typological scheme, but also in Isaiah's intention. It turns out then that Matthew did not misinterpret Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14. When Matthew referred to events in Jesus' life as having fulfilled Old Testament prophecy, he generally did not mean that the Old Testament author had given direct and explicit predictions that certain things would happen in the life of Jesus. Generally speaking, what Matthew meant was that Jesus was the fulfillment or complete realization of God's promises to the people of God in the Old Testament, the one in whom all of the hopes and expectations that Israel had from God were coming true. Matthew made this point not by taking isolated statements out of their context, but by placing them in their broader context. It is really those who claim Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 has no significance beyond the 8th century BC who are ignoring its context in the progressively developing revelations of the coming Messiah in Isaiah chapters 7 through 11. Conclusion. That Jesus was born of a virgin is well supported by the evidence. We have not attempted to prove that Jesus was born of a virgin. However, the evidence we have surveyed shows that a good case can be made that the virgin birth is the best explanation of the available evidence, provided one accepts the existence of God or is at least open to the possibility of His existence. We have made 3 important points to support this conclusion. First, the idea that Jesus was born of a virgin originated extremely early in Christianity. It is attested in 2 independent documents written some 25 to 55 years after Jesus' death that drew on completely different sources of information, yet agree on a large number of very specific facts concerning the circumstances of Jesus' birth. Moreover, we found that those different sources probably stemmed from the testimonies of Joseph, reflected in Matthew, and Mary, reflected in Luke. In short, the story of the virgin birth probably dates from a time no later than the first generation of the Christian movement and appears to have derived ultimately from eyewitness testimonies, as Luke himself explicitly claimed, Luke chapter 1 verses 1 through 4. This finding rules out viewing the virgin birth as a later Hellenistic myth or pious legend that would have developed over time as the church became increasingly Gentile. Second, we found that the gospel accounts of Jesus' birth owe nothing to ancient pagan myths of gods impregnating mortal women. In those stories, the gods are anthropomorphic beings, the women are not virgins, and the accounts are, with rare exceptions, about legendary figures who lived hundreds or even thousands of years earlier, if they were real persons at all. The Gospels reflect an entirely different cultural and religious perspective. Third, we showed that the idea of Jesus having been born of a virgin was not a pious fiction created to present Jesus as fulfilling an Old Testament prediction about the Messiah. Rather, the belief that Jesus was born of a virgin led believers within the first generation or so of the Christian movement to see His unprecedented entrance into the world as part of the larger story of His fulfilling the messianic expectations of Israel. Matthew's quotation of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 was not a mistranslation and was not used in a way that misinterpreted the meaning of Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14 in its original context. If the idea that Jesus was born of a virgin did not originate with paganism and was not invented to manufacture fulfillment of the Jewish scriptures, then what was the origin of this remarkable idea? The best explanation is that the idea originated from the testimony of Jesus' own family, several members of which were leaders in the early church. As Darrell Bock has argued, no adequate explanation for the origin of the concept outside the event itself has been posited. Even if the evidence stops short of being definitive proof, we are on solid ground in concluding that Jesus truly was born of a virgin. Admittedly, for those who are skeptical about God's existence or the supernatural, the conclusion that the virgin birth actually happened seems intolerable. But such a skeptical stance, to be consistent, must also reject the other evidence for the supernatural in the life of Jesus Christ. As atheist New Testament scholar Geert Ludemann, who is indeed doggedly consistent in this regard, points out, the miraculous birth of Jesus and His miraculous resurrection from the tomb are simply 2 sides of one and the same coin. If Jesus rose from the dead, and as we have seen, there is impressive, strong evidence that He did, then the idea that He entered into human life in a miraculous way becomes eminently plausible. That Jesus Christ was born of a virgin is a dramatic sign that He is indeed Emmanuel, God with us. Matthew chapter 1 verses 22 and 23. Christian theologians have debated the question of whether it was strictly necessary that Jesus be born of a virgin in order for God the Son to become incarnate as a human being. We need not settle that question here. What is clear is that the virgin birth marks Jesus as unique among the human race. It is one of several truths about Jesus that is best explained as a revelation of His deity. 3. The matchlessness of His perfect, sinless life. If the holy, morally perfect God were to become incarnate as a human being, one would reasonably expect that He would live a good and righteous life. There are solid reasons to think that Jesus Christ did fit this description. That Jesus Christ lived such a perfect life is the consistent testimony of the New Testament. Given that all of the New Testament books were composed less than 70 years after Jesus' death, It is actually somewhat surprising to discover how often they describe Jesus' sinless, perfect life. Such descriptions can be found in all four Gospels, in reports of speeches by early Christian leaders in the book of Acts, in epistles written by 4 different authors, and in the book of Revelation. Matthew chapter 4 verses 1 through 11 and chapter 27 verses 4, 19, 23, and 24. Mark chapter 1 verses 12, 13, and 24. Luke chapter 4 verses 1 through 13 and 34, and chapter 23 verses 14, 15, 41, and 47. John chapter 5 verse 19, chapter 7 verse 18, and chapter 8 verse 46. Acts chapter 3 verse 14, chapter 7 verse 52, and chapter 22 verse 14. 2 Corinthians chapter 5 verse 21, Hebrews chapter 1 verse 9, chapter 4 verse 15, and chapter 7 verse 26, 1 Peter chapter 1 verse 19, chapter 2 verses 21 and 22, and chapter 3 verse 18, 1 John chapter 2 verses 1, 2, and 20, and chapter 3 verse 5, and Revelation chapter 3 verse 7. As New Testament scholar George H. Guthrie has noted, it was a widely disseminated tradition in earliest Christianity that Jesus was sinless, a claim made all the more pointed by the fact that many of the church's leaders were drawn from Jesus' family members or closest associates. A. The apostolic writings give multiple independent witnesses to Jesus' sinlessness. 4 of the New Testament authors, Paul, Peter, John, and the author of Hebrews, explicitly affirm that Jesus Christ was sinless. The earliest of these statements comes from Paul in an epistle written about AD 56, little more than 20 years after Jesus' death and resurrection. For our sake he made him to be sin who knew no sin, so that in him we might become the righteousness of God. 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 21, English Standard Version. Paul's statement here means that Jesus never was personally a sinner, but for our sake God punished Jesus for our sin as though Jesus had been the guilty party. New Testament scholar Murray J. Harris comments, although Christ was aware of the reality of sin and observed sin in others, compare Hebrews chapter 12 verse 3, he himself, Paul affirms, never had any personal involvement in sin. Neither outwardly in act nor inwardly in attitude did Christ sin, and at no time was his conscience stained with sin. 3 other New Testament authors make the same point in somewhat different ways, and do not appear to be simply parroting Paul's phrasing. For to this you have been called, because Christ also suffered for you, leaving you an example, so that you might follow in his steps. He committed no sin, neither was deceit found in his mouth. 1 Peter chapter 2 verses 21 and 22, English Standard Version. For we do not have a high priest who cannot sympathize with our weaknesses, but one who in every respect has been tempted as we are, yet without sin. Hebrews chapter 4 verse 15, English Standard Version. And you know that he was manifested to take away our sins, and in him there is no sin. 1 John chapter 3 verse 5. In short, the consistent testimony of first-century Christians to the character of Jesus was that he was without sin, perfect in holiness and righteousness. There are no dissenting statements from Christians in the 1st century, or in the 2nd century for that matter. As G.C. Berkouwer, a 20th-century theologian at the Free University of Amsterdam, notes, ancient heretics, however divergent they were in Christology, did not attack the sinlessness of Christ. It seems to have been generally understood from the beginning of the Christian movement that its founder, Jesus Christ, was a morally and spiritually perfect human being. Granted, zealous followers sometimes have an excessively high opinion of their master, but that does not seem to have been the case here. B. Jesus implicitly claimed to be sinless while remaining humble. Jesus' followers viewed him as sinless, but did Jesus view himself in that way? Just as Jesus did not proclaim himself to be God in a direct and imperial fashion, he did not speak directly about his own sinlessness or perfection. This is perfectly understandable if Jesus was, as the New Testament represents him to have been, the divine Son come in humility, Philippians chapter 2 verses 6 and 7, in order to redeem us from our sin. In a kind of sideways fashion, much of what Jesus said assumed or presupposed his own lack of sin. This is perhaps most noticeable with regard to the issue of forgiveness. Jesus forgave other people's sins, Matthew chapter 9 verses 2 through 6, Mark chapter 2 verses 5 through 10, and Luke chapter 5 verses 20 through 24 and chapter 7 verses 47 through 49, and taught his followers to forgive others and to pray for God's forgiveness for their own sins. Matthew chapter 6 verses 12 through 15 and chapter 18 verses 21 through 35, Mark chapter 11 verse 25, and Luke chapter 6 verse 37, chapter 11 verse 4, and chapter 17 verses 3 and 4. Yet Jesus never said anything about needing forgiveness himself, a surprising omission since good spiritual teachers typically use themselves as object lessons, or at least model for their disciples what they are teaching them. As the famous historian Kenneth Scott LaTourette remarked, "It is highly significant that in one as sensitive morally as was Jesus, and who taught his followers to ask for the forgiveness of their sins, there is no hint of any need of forgiveness for himself, no asking of pardon either from those about him or of God." Drew University theologian Thomas Oden has written one of the best expositions and defenses of the sinlessness of Christ in his textbook on systematic theology. He explains why Jesus' lack of any apparent guilt over his own sin is quite revealing. Those who have walked the furthest on the way to holiness are those likely to be most keenly aware of their own guilt. St. Teresa of Avila, for example, understood most acutely how distant she was from the full possibility of life in Christ. But it was not because she was living distantly from that life, but so near to it. This was not morbid preoccupation with guilt, but simply the expression of a daily life lived so near to God that she was more painfully aware of each small increment of distance from God than others might have known in a lifetime. Yet Jesus, whose closeness to God could hardly be questioned, showed no evidences of such guilt or remorse or distance, but rather sustained the closest filial relation. The Gospel of John reports moments when Jesus indirectly attests to his knowing himself to be without sin. So Jesus said to them, "Truly, truly, I say to you, the Son can do nothing of his own accord, but only what he sees the Father doing. For whatever the Father does, that the Son does likewise." John chapter 5, verse 19, English Standard Version. "And he who sent me, the Father, is with me. He has not left me alone, for I always do the things that are pleasing to him. Which one of you convicts me of sin? If I tell the truth, why do you not believe me?" John chapter 8, verses 29 and 46, English Standard Version. Jesus' question, "Which one of you convicts me of sin?" invites us to consider what others, including both his friends and his critics, actually said about Jesus. C. Jesus' contemporaries attested in different ways to his sinlessness. 1. Jesus was known as the Holy One of God. In the New Testament, a surprising variety of sources refer to Jesus as the Holy One of God. An example is the affirmation of Peter, "Lord, to whom shall we go? You have the words of eternal life. Also, we have come to believe and know that you are the Christ, the Son of the living God." John chapter 6, verses 68 and 69. It may seem easy for skeptics to dismiss this statement attributed to Peter during Jesus' public ministry as a later fiction originating in the early church or invented by the gospel writer, but that is unlikely. The early church used a variety of titles for Jesus, Messiah or Christ, Son of God, Lord, and so on, but rarely used the title the Holy One. For example, this title never appears in the epistles of Paul, Peter, James, or the book of Hebrews. Although it might not seem too surprising that Peter would refer to Jesus as the Holy One, Mark and Luke both record an incident in which an unclean spirit, that is, a demon, identified Jesus with the same title. "Now there was a man in their synagogue with an unclean spirit, and he cried out, saying, 'Let us alone. What have we to do with you, Jesus of Nazareth? Did you come to destroy us? I know who you are, the Holy One of God.'" Mark chapter 1, verses 23 and 24. Compare Luke chapter 4, verses 33 and 34. Whereas the demon was an unclean spirit, it recognized Jesus as the very opposite, the Holy One of God, and the demon didn't like Jesus. Evidently, Jesus radiated a holiness, a purity to which the demons were sensitive and against which they reacted with anger or fear. After Jesus' resurrection, the early church leaders used this title a few times for Jesus. Acts chapter 2 verse 27 and chapter 13 verse 35, 1 John chapter 2 verse 20 and Revelation chapter 3 verse 7. They also referred to him as the Righteous One, Acts chapter 7 verse 52 and chapter 22 verse 14, and the Holy and Righteous One, Acts chapter 3 verse 14. All of these statements in Acts were made in a context of mostly Jewish hearers or readers, perhaps because it would have been more immediately meaningful to them. 2. Jesus' critics and enemies were unable to find any fault with his character. In some passages in the Gospels, speakers refer to Jesus' goodness in a specific context, especially his having been innocent of any wrongdoing justifying his execution. We should not rush past these statements, however, because they were not made by believers. Judas Iscariot, Herod Antipas, Pontius Pilate, Pilate's wife, and the centurion in charge at Jesus' crucifixion all declared that Jesus was innocent of any wrongdoing. Matthew chapter 27 verses 3, 4, 19, 23, and 24. Luke chapter 23 verses 14, 15, 40, 41, and 47. As Oden comments, this is a remarkable confluence of testimony among precisely those who had conspired in bringing his life to a bloody end. This is not to suggest that everyone in Jesus' day acknowledged Jesus' goodness. The Gospels report that certain Jewish critics, especially among the Pharisees and other leaders, actively sought to find fault with him. As Oden points out, they were constantly trying to trap him in his own words. Mark chapter 12 verse 13. They watched him, surveilled him constantly, looking for some slight misstep. Mark chapter 3 verse 2. So then, what faults did they claim to have exposed after all that effort? The list is highly illuminating. He broke the Sabbath by doing work on it. Matthew chapter 12 verses 1 through 14, Mark chapter 2 verse 24 and chapter 3 verses 1 through 6, Luke chapter 6 verses 1 through 9, chapter 13 verses 14 through 16 and chapter 14 verses 1 through 5, and John chapter 5 verses 16 through 18 and chapter 9 verses 14 and 16. He was a friend of tax collectors, sinners, especially by eating and drinking with them. Matthew chapter 9 verses 10 and 11 and chapter 11 verse 19, Mark chapter 2 verse 16, Luke chapter 7 verses 34 and 39, chapter 15 verses 1 and 2, and chapter 19 verse 7. He deceived and misled the people. Matthew chapter 27 verse 63 and Luke chapter 23 verse 2. He claimed to be the king of the Jews in rebellion against Caesar. Matthew chapter 27 verses 11 and 37, Mark chapter 15 verses 2 and 26, Luke chapter 23 verses 2 and 38, and John chapter 19 verses 12 and 19 through 21. He taught the people that they should refuse to pay taxes to Caesar. Luke chapter 23 verse 2. He threatened to destroy the Jerusalem temple. Matthew chapter 26 verse 61, and Mark chapter 14 verse 58 and chapter 15 verse 29. He was in league with Beelzebul, that is, the devil, enabling him to cast out demons. Matthew chapter 9 verse 34 and chapter 12 verse 24, Mark chapter 3 verse 22, and Luke chapter 11 verse 15. He committed blasphemy by forgiving sins. Matthew chapter 9 verse 3, Mark chapter 2 verse 7, Luke chapter 5 verse 21, see also Luke chapter 7 verse 49. He committed blasphemy by claiming to be the Son of God or equal with God. Matthew chapter 26 verses 63 through 66, Mark chapter 14 verses 61 through 64, and John chapter 5 verse 18, chapter 10 verses 31 through 33, and chapter 19 verse 7. Some of these criticisms, ironically, now can be seen from our later point of view to reflect very well on Jesus, that he did not let legalistic judgments about what was work keep him from doing good on the Sabbath, is for most people today a point in Jesus' favor. Similarly, the fact that Jesus befriended those whom the self-righteous avoided with disdain is, for almost all modern readers, quite admirable behavior, whereas in his day some, perhaps many Jews, were scandalized by it. They were especially offended by his eating and drinking with the wrong sorts of people. Matthew chapter 11 verse 19. Tom Holmen, a New Testament scholar in Finland, has pointed out, there is in scholarship a virtual consensus about the fact that Jesus accepted the company of sinners and the like. These sinners were people whom Jews in that culture generally regarded as immoral or as ungodly in their lifestyle. Jesus was not endorsing their sinful conduct, but was befriending them to free them from it. Because they were humbly admitting their need for forgiveness and mercy from God, Jesus warned the Jewish leaders that tax collectors and the prostitutes go into the kingdom of God before you. Matthew chapter 21, verses 31 and 32, English Standard Version. The tax collectors were not Roman governmental officials, but Jewish middlemen who collected the taxes on behalf of the Romans. They were men who made their money by charging more than what they had to pass on to their imperial overlords. For both political and economic reasons, then, most Jews despised tax collectors as greedy collaborators with their conquerors. Jesus' practice of seeking out such tax collectors and sinners, and even eating with them, was contrary to the prevailing Jewish understanding that the path to holiness before God was to avoid being contaminated by sinful people. Jesus instead sought to contaminate the sinners with his holiness in order to welcome them into the kingdom of God. Craig Keener comments, "Scripture was already clear that one should not have fellowship with sinners. Psalm 1 verse 1 and Psalm 119 verse 63 and Proverbs chapter 13 verse 20, chapter 14 verse 7 and chapter 28 verse 7. Though the point in each instance was to warn against being influenced by sinners. Jewish tradition developed this warning against improper association with the wicked. Jesus' behavior thus thoroughly violated his contemporaries' understanding of holiness. Yet, had the Pharisees valued his objective more than his method, they should not have been annoyed. In Jesus' case, the influence was going one way, from Jesus to the sinners. Mark chapter 2, verses 15 and 17, Luke chapter 15, verse 1, compare Psalm 25, verse 8. Several of the criticisms leveled at Jesus were claims by the Jewish authorities in Jerusalem that Jesus was a threat to the peace and stability of Roman occupation. This is obviously the case with regard to the accusations that Jesus claimed to be the King of the Jews and that he had supposedly forbidden people to pay taxes to Caesar. Both claims that the authorities asserted were attempts to mislead the Jewish people. According to the Gospels, the first of these accusations was a half-truth and the second was false. Jesus made no claim to be an earthly king of Israel as a political rival to Caesar. For example, John chapter 6, verse 15, and if anything, told those who questioned him that they should give Caesar's coin back to him in the tax. Matthew chapter 22, verses 17 through 21, Mark chapter 12, verses 14 through 17, and Luke chapter 20, verses 22 through 25. The harshest criticism against Jesus was that he was guilty of blasphemy. All four Gospels report that this accusation was made on different occasions both in Galilee and in Jerusalem. The basis for the accusation was that Jesus claimed prerogatives that belonged to God alone. Matthew chapter 9, verses 2 and 3, Mark chapter 2, verses 5 through 7, Luke chapter 5, verses 20 and 21, and John chapter 5, verses 17 and 18. This objection should not be brushed aside lightly. If Jesus went around claiming to forgive people's sins, to be the Lord of the Sabbath, to be the one who would judge the world at the end of history, and the like, his opponent's censure of these claims made some sense. A verdict must be reached at this point. Either this man really was the divine Son and rightfully exercised prerogatives of deity, or he indeed made blasphemous claims about himself. It is interesting to see how Jesus answered the charge. As proof that he had the divine authority to act as God would, he pointed to the fact that he did certain things that only God could do. These divine works, which we call miracles, demonstrated that his claims to the prerogatives of God were neither idle nor blasphemous. For example, when challenged about his forgiving a man's sins, Jesus asked, "Which is easier to say, 'Your sins are forgiven you,' or to say, 'Rise up and walk'? But that you may know that the Son of Man has power on earth to forgive sins," he said to the man who was paralyzed, "I say to you, arise, take up your bed, and go to your house." Immediately he rose up before them, took up what he had been lying on, and departed to his own house, glorifying God. Luke chapter 5, verses 23 through 25. But did Jesus really perform such miracles? We consider this question next. 4. The wonder of his miracles. The miracles of Jesus Christ are an essential part of his story and an essential part of the Christian faith. Removing the miracles from Christianity is not an option. As C.S. Lewis put it, all the essentials of Hinduism would, I think, remain unimpaired if you subtracted the miraculous, and the same is almost true of Mohammedanism. But you cannot do that with Christianity. It is precisely the story of a great miracle. A naturalistic Christianity leaves out all that is specifically Christian. It turns out that the evidence that Jesus performed miracles is quite strong. So strong, in fact, that skeptical scholars generally admit he did so without conceding that they were literally supernatural. A. Jesus' miracles are generally conceded by modern skeptical scholars. In the 19th and 20th centuries, many historians, philosophers, and even theologians were skeptical of miracles in general and of Jesus' miracles in particular. Such skepticism has not entirely disappeared. Atheists remain adamant that belief in miracles is irrational, but scholarly skepticism has become surprisingly muted in recent years. With regard to Jesus, scholars often assent to his healing people in ways that seemed miraculous. Indeed, even scholars who vocally reject miracles have had to admit that Jesus did things that people in his day understood as miracles. Consider the example of Rudolf Bultmann, a famous German New Testament scholar of the first half of the 20th century, who dismissed the spirit and wonder world of the New Testament. After asserting that most of the miracle accounts in the Gospels are legendary, Bultmann immediately admitted that Jesus performed what everyone took to be miracles. But there can be no doubt that Jesus did the kind of deeds which were miracles to his mind and to the minds of his contemporaries, that is, deeds which were attributed to a supernatural divine cause. Undoubtedly, he healed the sick and cast out demons. The same conclusion was reached by an influential German New Testament scholar in the second half of the 20th century, Joachim Jeremias. After paring away every miraculous element that skeptical assumptions could dismiss or call into question, Jeremias found that a substantial core of historical miracles of healing could not be eliminated. He therefore drew the following conclusion. Thus, even when strict critical standards have been applied to the miracle stories, a demonstrably historical nucleus remains. Jesus performed healings which astonished his contemporaries. At the end of the 20th century, New Testament scholar Barry Blackburn could describe this view as the near-unanimous position of biblical scholars. That Jesus acted as an exorcist and healer can easily be described as the consensus of the modern period. Scholars almost unanimously agree that this Galilean performed both cures and exorcisms, the success of which led both to a devoted following and opponents who charged him with sorcery. The situation reversing the 19th century dominance of skepticism toward accounts of Jesus' miracles has remained basically unchanged in the 21st century. As Craig Keener points out in his magisterial 2-volume study of miracles, there is a general consensus among scholars of early Christianity that Jesus was a miracle worker. Most scholars today working on the subject thus accept the claim that Jesus was a healer and exorcist. The reason contemporary scholarship has swung in the direction of acknowledging that Jesus performed miracles is simple. The evidence is overwhelming. As scholars have applied their critical methodologies to the Gospels, even in a rather skeptical fashion of accepting as factual only what those methods can show most likely must have happened, they have found that there is no escaping that Jesus performed marvelous feats of healing. The statement by Jeremias quoted above illustrates the point. By strict critical standards, he meant the application of what we could call a when in doubt, throw it out method. Yet at the end of the weeding process, the fact remains that Jesus healed people in ways that his contemporaries could only explain supernaturally. B. Jesus' miracles were conceded by the Jews in the 1st century and beyond. One of the reasons scholars acknowledge that Jesus performed works that appeared to be miracles is the Jews who did not accept Jesus as the Messiah conceded the point in his own day and for centuries afterward. 1. Jesus' Jewish critics admitted miracles but attributed them to the devil. The ancient opponents of Jesus and of early Christianity never denied that Jesus had performed miracles. Instead, when they offered any opinion about them, they characterized them as sorcery or as the work of the devil. We can see this in the Gospels themselves, where they report the scribes as offering this explanation, And the scribes who came down from Jerusalem were saying, "He is possessed by Beelzebul, and by the prince of demons he casts out the demons." Mark chapter 3 verse 22, English Standard Version. See also Matthew chapter 9 verse 34, chapter 10 verse 25, and chapter 12 verse 24, and Luke chapter 11 verse 15. It is highly unlikely that the gospel writers or their Christian sources would volunteer to non-believers this way of explaining away Jesus' miracles. We may therefore consider it certain that first-century Jewish critics of Christianity were claiming that Jesus performed miracles by the power of the devil. The way the criticism is articulated is important here. The scribes referred to the devil as Beelzebul and the prince of demons, expressions used by first-century Jews, and that would not likely be familiar to most Gentile Christians. Beelzebul was an alternate form of the name Beelzebub, which appears in the Bible only in 2 Kings chapter 1 verses 2 through 16 as the name of a Philistine deity. The King James Version's rendition, following the Latin Vulgate, uses the form Beelzebub, a compromise between the form found in the Old Testament and the form found in the Greek text of the Gospels. Almost certainly this criticism was being made in Jesus' day, as the Gospels report. One reason this is most likely is that Mark and Luke were written mainly for Gentile readers, yet they both include the reference to the devil as Beelzebul. This tells us that this specific criticism came to the Gospels in that form and predated both Gospels. 2. Josephus described Jesus as a worker of amazing deeds. Toward the end of the 1st century, the Jewish historian Josephus described Jesus as a worker of amazing deeds in the midst of a passage controversial for its clear reflection of a Christian perspective, and no one thinks Josephus was a Christian. For example, the passage states about Jesus, "He was the Messiah," and affirms the resurrection of Jesus as a fact. Some skeptics still argue that the entire passage was added by a later Christian writer. However, as theologian Robert Van Voorst observes, the majority of scholars today prefer a middle position between accepting the entire passage as authentic or rejecting the entire passage as inauthentic. These scholars generally maintain that one can eliminate the obvious Christian elements as later additions, called interpolations, and what remains is a religiously neutral description of Jesus as an historical person. One of the statements about Jesus in the passage that scholars are generally in agreement was written by Josephus is the description of Jesus as a worker of amazing deeds, paradoxon ergon. If this had been a Christian interpolation, one would have expected the language to be stock Christian terminology for miracles. The three terms most commonly used in the New Testament for miracles are dunamis, deed of power, mighty work, teros, wonder, and semeion, sign. All three of these words occur together in Acts chapter 2 verse 22, where the Apostle Peter says that God performed mighty works and wonders and signs through Jesus. The word paradoxos, from which our word paradox originates, is used in reference to a miracle only once in the New Testament, when the people in Galilee commented about Jesus' miraculous healings. We have seen amazing things, paradoxa, today. Luke chapter 5, verse 26, New Living Translation. On the other hand, as Josephus scholar Steve Mason has pointed out, Josephus used the precise expression amazing deeds, paradoxon ergon, in two other places in the same book. All in all, then, the evidence shows that Josephus did make reference to Jesus as someone who was known as a miracle worker while using carefully neutral language that stopped short of endorsing Jesus' miracles as divine in origin. Josephus, although Jewish, wrote primarily for Roman readers after the fall of Jerusalem in AD 70. Considering his Roman audience, for whom Jesus' religious activities were not as contentious an issue as they were for Jews, he did not need to criticize Jesus' miracles or take a stand as to whether they were demonic or holy. 3. Jews after the 1st century conceded Jesus' miracles but attributed them to sorcery. Various Jewish sources over the next several centuries referred to Jesus' miracles. The best known of these sources is the Babylonian Talmud, which stated that Jesus was guilty of sorcery. The Babylonian Talmud was compiled from about the 3rd to the 5th centuries, probably achieving final form somewhat later, and includes rabbinical traditions going back to the time of Jesus and earlier. Not everything the Talmud says about Jesus is historically reliable. For example, the same passage says something no historian thinks actually took place, that a herald or crier announced for 40 days that Jesus was to be executed before the sentence was carried out. This means that we need to be cautious about basing strong claims on the Talmud's brief references to Jesus. Nevertheless, where it agrees with earlier sources, it may be regarded as adding confirmation or support to what those earlier sources say. Obviously, the Talmud's statement that Jesus was guilty of sorcery did not come from Christians. Instead, these writers were reporting how the Jewish rabbis who rejected Jesus as the Messiah viewed his miraculous works. This makes their statement an independent testimony to the fact that Jesus was well known in Jewish history as a miracle worker. Graham Twelftree comments, "Although this material does not give us contemporary evidence of Jesus being a miracle worker, it does give us, importantly, independent and indirect evidence in that it shows that Jesus was, or at least had come to be, remembered as a sorcerer-healer. Though the rabbinic material is late, it is valuable in that it does not appear to be dependent on Christian traditions." The evidence from the Gospels, Josephus, and the Talmud all support the conclusion that Jesus performed healings that appeared to be miraculous. The Jews who did not believe in him did not dispute this. What they disputed was the source of Jesus' miraculous power. C. Jesus' miracles are attested in the Gospels and all of their sources. Because of their careful study of the Gospels themselves, biblical scholars, even rather skeptical ones, have conceded that Jesus performed works appearing to be miracles. As they have attempted to drill down beneath the surface of the Gospels to find the earliest sources of information about Jesus, they have been unable to find any evidence of a Jesus who did not perform miracles. Although scholars disagree about the origins of the Gospels, almost all agree that the Gospel writers drew on various sources, oral, written, or both. Luke refers to earlier writings about Jesus and to the existence of eyewitnesses whose testimonies preserved memories of what Jesus had said and done. Luke chapter 1, verses 1 through 4. By comparing the Gospels with one another, scholars can make reasonable inferences about the sources underlying the Gospels, taking careful note of what materials they have in common and what materials are unique to each book. The more independent sources of information support the same claims about what Jesus said and did, the more difficult it becomes to undermine the trustworthiness of the testimony of the Gospel writers. Scholars call this principle multiple attestation. It doesn't mean that events and details found only in one source are necessarily suspect. Rather, it means that if those events and details are discovered in multiple independent sources, they become difficult to discount even on skeptical grounds. Applying this line of reasoning, scholars have found impressive multiple attestation for the reports that Jesus performed both healings and exorcisms. Each gospel contains miracle reports that are unique to that gospel, such as the casting out of a demon from a mute man, Matthew chapter 9, verses 32 through 34, the healing of a blind man by touching him a second time, Mark chapter 7, verses 31 through 37, the raising of the widow's son in Nain, Luke chapter 7, verses 11 through 17, and Jesus healing a man who had been born blind, John chapter 9, verses 1 through 39. The healing of the centurion's boy is found only in Matthew chapter 8, verses 5 through 13, and Luke chapter 7, verses 1 through 10. The healing of the Gentile woman's daughter is found only in Matthew chapter 15, verses 21 through 28, and Mark chapter 7, verses 24 through 30. And the casting out of the unclean spirit in the synagogue is found only in Mark chapter 1, verses 21 through 28, and Luke chapter 4, verses 31 through 37. Matthew, Mark, and Luke share some 9 different miracles of Jesus, such as the raising of the synagogue official's daughter and the healing of the woman with a blood flow, Matthew chapter 9, verses 18 through 26, Mark chapter 5, verses 21 through 43, and Luke chapter 8, verses 40 through 56. One miracle of Jesus, the feeding of the 5,000, is found in all 4 Gospels, Matthew chapter 14, verses 13 through 21, Mark chapter 6, verses 33 through 44, Luke chapter 9, verses 12 through 17, and John chapter 6, verses 1 through 15. So pervasive are miracle accounts in all of the different parts of the Gospels that it is clear that all of the sources on which the Gospels drew included such accounts. Scholars of varying theological points of view agree on this point. Keener comments, So central are miracle reports to the Gospels that one could remove them only if one regarded the Gospels as preserving barely any genuine information about Jesus. Very few critics would deny the existence of any miracles in the earliest material about Jesus. Not only are miracle accounts found in every layer of the Gospel narratives, references to miracles are found in an impressive variety of contexts. The variety of contexts alters the picture, for if the only context were simply reports of his performance, that limitation of form would lead some to surmise that the Gospel writers merely set down legendary narratives to elevate the reputation of their teacher. Instead, the variety of literary forms in the Gospels transcends any limitation to miracle tales. As it turns out, references to Jesus' miracles are found in virtually every literary form or context of the Gospels. Twelftree lists some of these forms. The witness of various literary forms in the Gospels also gives support to the view that Jesus performed miracles. There are biographical sayings, parables, a dispute story, sayings of instructions and commissionings, as well as the stories of exorcism, healing, raising the dead, and so-called nature miracles. This collection of multiple independent sources and multiple literary forms or contexts, all referring to Jesus performing miracles, constitutes a strong 1-2 punch against the notion that the idea of Jesus as a miracle worker originated as legend or myth in the early church. All this proves that Jesus was known as a miracle worker during his time on earth. As John P. Meyer, a Catholic scholar whose approach is deliberately somewhat skeptical, concludes, in short, multiple sources intertwine with multiple forms to give abundant testimony that the historical Jesus performed deeds deemed by himself and others to be miracles, for hardly any other type of gospel material enjoys greater multiple attestation than do Jesus' miracles. D. The early church had no motive to invent the idea that Jesus was a miracle worker. The fact that the Gospels and their sources all spoke of Jesus as performing miracles might be dismissed as evidence if we had reason to suspect that the early church would have felt it necessary to invent the miracle stories in order to sell Jesus to the Jews as a prophet or Messiah, or to Gentiles as a Redeemer. As it turns out, we have good evidence that they had no such motive. 1. Stories of miracle workers were rare during the time of Jesus. Most people in the ancient Mediterranean world seem to have believed in the possibility of miraculous events, but stories of such occurrences were surprisingly uncommon. The modern assumption that ancient people were superstitious folk who easily believed in miracles is something of a half-truth at best. While it is true that ancient people did explain natural phenomena, especially in the heavenly bodies and in the forces of nature, as in some way to be the activity of the gods, that doesn't mean they uncritically accepted claims about supposed miracle workers. Gospel scholar Graham Stanton explains why belief in Jesus as a miracle worker cannot be chalked up to the credulousness of people in the first century. In antiquity, miracles were not accepted without question. Greco-Roman writers were often reluctant to ascribe miraculous events to the gods and offered alternative explanations. Some writers were openly skeptical about miracles, for example, Epicurus, Lucretius, Lucian, so it is a mistake to write off the miracles of Jesus as the result of the naivety and gullibility of people in the ancient world. Indeed, during the era in which Jesus lived, few persons claimed to be miracle workers, as historian A.E. Harvey explains. If we take the period of 400 years stretching from 200 years before to 200 years after the birth of Christ, the number of miracles recorded which are remotely comparable with those of Jesus is astonishingly small. On the pagan side, there is little to report apart from the records of cures at healing shrines, which were certainly quite frequent, but are a rather different phenomenon from cures performed by an individual healer. Indeed, it is significant that later Christian fathers, when seeking miracle workers with whom to compare or contrast Jesus, had to have recourse to remote and by now almost legendary figures of the past such as Pythagoras or Empedocles. 2. The stories of Apollonius of Tyana date from almost 2 centuries after Jesus and cannot be taken seriously as history. The usual example of a first-century miracle worker cited today by those who are skeptical of Jesus' miracles is Apollonius of Tyana. Apollonius was a 1st century AD Greek philosopher from Asia Minor, modern-day Turkey, who advanced a form of Pythagoreanism. The frequency with which this particular individual is cited as disproving the uniqueness of Jesus as a miracle worker is itself a testament to the fact that Jesus was, at the very least, quite unusual in this regard. Apollonius's reputation as a miracle worker is logically irrelevant to the question of whether Jesus was a miracle worker. The evidence for each must be assessed on its own merit. There are at least 3 reasons why historians are justified in rejecting the accounts of Apollonius's miracles while accepting the accounts of Jesus' miracles. First, the documentary evidence supporting Apollonius's miracles is pitifully weak. We have essentially just one source for the stories of Apollonius's miracles, the Greek author Philostratus. But we have multiple sources for the life of Jesus and his miracles, including the 4 Gospels and additional sources outside the New Testament that confirm that Jesus was a miracle worker. As we have explained, the Gospels provide multiple independent sources of information about Jesus' miracles. The Gospels were written between AD 55 and 95, roughly 25 to 65 years after Jesus' death. Philostratus' book was written around AD 220, some 125 to 140 years or more after Apollonius's death, and nearly 200 years after Jesus' ministry. Since it was written 125 years or more after the last of the 4 Gospels was written, any similarities between the 2 figures are possibly the result of Philostratus basing his characterization of Apollonius on Jesus. Burt explains, "In the case of the similarities between the Gospel accounts of Jesus and Philostratus' biography of Apollonius of Tyana, written at least 100 years after the Gospels, it seems clear to me that Philostratus' biography has been written as a polemical parody of the Gospels, a type of refutation by imitation. Apollonius could be held up as a pagan antitype to Jesus. If so, there were occasions when pagans modeled stories from Christian sources rather than vice versa." Second, Philostratus' book is not a biography of Apollonius, but more like an ancient novel loosely based on the historical figure of Apollonius. Keener draws important contrasts between Philostratus and the Gospels. The Gospels are ancient biography with the strongest parallels in those sources. Philostratus, by contrast, employs at least many novelistic elements, especially in exotic locations. Likewise, Babylonian and Indian kings implausibly discuss Greek philosophy with Apollonius. Such novelistic features are not surprising in this work, however. Philostratus, like the writers of the apocryphal Gospels, wrote in the heyday of Greek novels. Keener's reference to the apocryphal Gospels specifically applies to some of the literature of the Gnostic sects and others in the 2nd and 3rd centuries that told fanciful stories about Jesus performing miracles for show, which is never the case in the New Testament Gospels. Philostratus' stories about Apollonius fit the same general pattern. Philostratus's portrait suits a late 2nd or 3rd century setting, that is, Apollonius's. His accounts of Apollonius even resemble reports from Christian Gospels, though especially of the apocryphal variety. This is very possibly deliberate. By the 4th century, pagan writers explicitly used Apollonius as an alternative to Jesus, claiming that the pagan world offered its own healers. This assessment of Philostratus' book as fiction is not the opinion of one or even a few critics. One of the leading scholars on Apollonius of Tyana, the Finnish scholar Erkki Koskiniemi, explains that for the past century most historians who have studied Philostratus have concluded that his book about Apollonius is largely fiction. It has been generally agreed that the religious climate to which it belongs is that of the 3rd century rather than the 1st. Consequently, few scholars today venture any statement on the historical Apollonius, while the Philostratian image of Apollonius is currently a concrete object of study. This change of venue from the 1st to the 3rd century ushers in the judgment that the traditions on Apollonius reflect not the religious environment of the period in which the New Testament was written, but that of the apocryphal Gospels and Acts. Third, the reported miracles of Apollonius lack credibility not because they are supernatural, but because they are silly, as New Testament scholar Craig Evans explains. The miracle stories attributed to Apollonius offer a few general parallels to the miracle stories of the Gospel, but they are not impressive. We encounter elements of gimmickry and trickery on the part of Apollonius, such as removing and replacing his foot in leg irons while in prison. We find other bizarre elements, such as scaring off an evil spirit by writing a threatening letter, or by making tripods walk and performing other telekinetic acts. There are some interesting parallels to be sure, but Apollonius comes across more as a wizard, of which he is frequently accused. The closest parallels to the miracles of Jesus are not found in Greco-Roman stories, but are found in biblical literature, especially Elijah and Elisha, and in rabbinic traditions. We should understand that not all miracle stories are equally plausible. Chasing away an evil spirit by writing it a letter is clearly less plausible than casting out a demon by command in the power of God. Making a lame man walk is miraculous in a way that is meaningful and profound. Making a tripod walk just isn't. Christians who believe in the miracles of Jesus are not being inconsistent if they reject comparatively absurd miracle stories, just as they are not being inconsistent by accepting the idea of God, the creator of all life, miraculously causing Mary to conceive in her womb, while rejecting the story of Apollo coming in the form of a snake to sire Augustus. 3. No reliable accounts exist of other Jewish miracle workers in the time of Jesus. Miraculous or supernatural acts have been reported throughout history, but with rare exceptions, these miracles appear to have been isolated incidents. In this sense, supernatural events likely did occur in the first century apart from the direct involvement of Jesus Christ. What made Jesus so unusual was his well-deserved reputation as a remarkably successful miracle worker. For example, there are references to Jews during the same general period as Jesus who performed exorcisms. Jesus himself even mentioned them, Matthew chapter 12 verse 27 and Luke chapter 11 verse 19. None of these Jewish exorcists, however, seem to have gained widespread recognition or notoriety, depending on one's point of view, for their work as Jesus did. So impressive was Jesus' work in casting out demons that some Jewish exorcists even tried to cast out evil spirits using the name of Jesus, an attempt that did not end well. Acts chapter 19, verses 13 through 16. 12:3 adds, Jewish healers took up Jesus' name into their incantational repertoire. This is plainly evident in that the rabbis prohibited healing by Jesus' name. Evans Riley observes, evidently some rabbis believed it was better to die than to be healed in the name of Jesus. Although some Jews in the general time period of the New Testament did seek miracles of exorcism and healing, few other than Jesus attained enough success to be remembered by name. Two men are commonly named as exceptions, Honi the circle drawer of Judea and Haninan ben Dosa of Galilee. Honi, called Onias in Greek, a 1st century BC rabbi, is known for one miracle, a rainstorm that came in answer to his prayer. The evidence for this miracle is credible in that it appears in two sources, history and theological commentary. It is reported in Josephus's Jewish Antiquities, chapter 14, verses 19 through 28, and is discussed somewhat more elaborately in the Mishnah, Ta'anit, chapter 3, verse 8. A compilation of Jewish traditions written down in the 3rd century but originating earlier. Of course, one miracle does not a miracle worker make. Essentially, this is likely a true story of a miraculous answer to prayer. It should not be denigrated in the least, but at the same time, Honi is not in the same category as Jesus. The case of Hanina is a bit more difficult. Jewish traditions do refer to him as someone in whose life a lot of miracles took place. Unfortunately, the information available about Hanina is of debatable reliability. The accounts of his miracles generally come from the Talmud, written down several centuries after he lived, whenever that was. Scholars differ among themselves as to when Hanina lived, with some dating him to the 1st century BC, and thus a contemporary of Honi, and others to the 1st century AD, living perhaps at or somewhat after the time of Jesus. Eric Eve, in his academic monograph Putting Jesus' Miracles in Their Jewish Context, points out that the miracles associated with Hanina are largely characterized as answers to prayer. Hanina is portrayed as a poor, pious rabbi living at home with his wife and daughter, occasionally called upon to help in cases of accident, fever, and venomous reptiles, and occasionally assisted by bizarre divine interventions. One of Hanina's miracles, in which a rabbi's son is healed at a distance, sounds a lot like Jesus' healing of the centurion's boy, Matthew chapter 8 verses 5 through 13 and Luke chapter 7 verses 2 through 10. Even in this story as it appears in the Talmud, however, the miracle is in no sense credited to Hanina, but is viewed simply as an answer to prayer. When he prays for the rabbi's son and announces that he will be healed, he explicitly denies that he is even a prophet. "I am no prophet, neither am I a prophet's son, but this is how I am blessed. If my prayer is fluent in my mouth, I know that the sick man is favored. If not, I know that the disease is fatal." Eve points out the key difference between Hanina and Jesus in this regard. Whereas Jesus heals at a distance, Hanina merely prays at a distance. Hanina, on the other hand, apparently has no idea whether his prayer will prove efficacious until he prays it. This story does not therefore portray Hanina as a miraculously gifted healer, but rather as someone who is especially proficient in prayer. 4. The Jews did not assume that a prophet or the Messiah would perform miracles. A skeptic might suppose that even if miracle workers were rare in the New Testament era, the early Christians might have invented stories of Jesus performing miracles to buttress their claim that he was a prophet or the Messiah. In response, scholars have noted the Jews in that period did not assume that such figures would perform miracles. For example, as Keener has observed, in contrast to the consensus in the ancient world that Jesus was a miracle worker, there was unanimous silence in Christian, Jewish, and even Mandean tradition concerning any miracles of respected prophetic figures like John the Baptist. The Mandeans held John in especially high regard. The Bible specifically comments on the fact that John did not perform miracles, John chapter 11 verse 41. Miracles also do not seem to have been a customary element in Jewish expectations about the Messiah. We lack substantial contemporary evidence that Jewish people expected a miracle-working Messiah. Rather than Christology causing miracle claims to be invented, claims already circulating about Jesus' miracles, once combined with other claims about Jesus, undoubtedly contributed to apologetic for a higher Christology. E. Jesus' miracles reveal him to be more than a teacher or prophet. Clearly, essentially everyone in the ancient world at all familiar with Jesus regarded him as a miracle worker. We have seen that Jesus' critics among his own Jewish people during his lifetime and afterward conceded his miracles but denied that God was their source. All of Jesus' followers agreed that Jesus performed miracles by the power of God. Thus, the only question his contemporaries had was how to explain his amazing deeds. Stanton puts it this way: in Jesus' own lifetime, follower and foe alike accepted that Jesus had unusual healing powers. The question was not, did Jesus perform miracles, for that was taken for granted. What was in dispute was on whose authority and with whose power Jesus performed unusual deeds. The fact that Jesus performed a variety of miracles, especially exorcisms and healings, means that many popular modern theories about Jesus are out of touch with the historical reality attested by the evidence described above. Notions of Jesus as a teacher of morals or a critic of the establishment are exposed as obvious attempts to modernize Jesus. Meyer criticizes the perennial desire to make Jesus seem reasonable or rational to post-Enlightenment modern man, who looks suspiciously like a professor in a religious studies department at some American university. In sum, the statement that Jesus acted as and was viewed as an exorcist and healer during his public ministry has as much historical corroboration as almost any other statement we can make about the Jesus of history. Any historian who seeks to portray the historical Jesus without giving due weight to his fame as a miracle worker is not delineating this strange and complex Jew, but rather a domesticated Jesus reminiscent of the bland moralist created by Thomas Jefferson. If we are to understand who Jesus is, then, we need to understand the significance of his miracles. One thing they were not, as mentioned before, Jesus never performed miracles to show off. He was not seeking to gain anything for himself. Ancient historian and New Testament scholar Paul Barnett puts us on the right track. The miracles of Jesus were always within the bounds of nature and not contrary to nature's patterns, that is, freakish or bizarre like the signs and portents that the Jews sought. His miracles were restrained, done for the good of those in need, and not as spectacles in the manner of magicians. They served to point to Jesus as at one with the Creator in achieving His beneficent end-time purposes on earth. In the miracles of Jesus, the kingdom of God was present among them as the Son of Man went about doing good. Barnett's reference to the kingdom of God brings up what is widely understood now in gospel scholarship as the central point of the miracles performed by Jesus. Jesus' miracles were intimately bound up with His message that the kingdom of God was at hand and that in a sense it had arrived in His own person. When He began His ministry, His message was summed up by the announcement of the kingdom. The time is fulfilled and the kingdom of God is at hand. Repent and believe in the gospel. Mark chapter 1 verse 15. This gospel or good news was the message that God was exercising His kingly rule in the fallen, sinful world in a new way. Miracles were an essential part of this message. And He went throughout all Galilee, teaching in their synagogues and proclaiming the gospel of the kingdom and healing every disease and every affliction among the people. Matthew chapter 4 verse 23, English Standard Version. See also chapter 9 verse 35. Among the miracles that were integral signs of the kingdom of God were exorcisms. Jesus Himself connected the two explicitly. But if I cast out demons by the Spirit of God, surely the kingdom of God has come upon you. Matthew chapter 12 verse 28. See Luke chapter 11 verse 20. Twelvetree, in his important monograph on the exorcisms of Jesus, explains that Jesus' connection of exorcism with the kingdom of God was a completely new claim. In the casting out of demons, the mission of Jesus itself was taking place, being actualized or fulfilled. In short, in themselves the exorcisms of Jesus are the kingdom of God in operation. It is this conclusion and this dimension to Jesus' exorcisms, more than anything else, which sets Him out over against His background and environment. Even if every other aspect of Jesus' technique may have had at least a faint echo in other material, it is this indivisibility of miracle and message which reveals the exorcisms of Jesus to be especially unique. Jesus' exorcisms were not simply healings, but were the coming of the kingdom of God. The significance of exorcisms in relation to the kingdom of God is that in exorcism the demons who control the demoniacs in an especially overt way are thrown out. Their influence is brought to a decisive end. Jesus understood His work of casting out demons as the first campaign in His offensive against Satan. In the Jewish, especially Pharisaic, theology of the time, there was a general understanding that God would defeat Satan in two stages. As Twelvetree explains, in the first stage, Satan would be bound so that, in the end, he could be finally destroyed. It seems that Jesus saw this and the exorcisms of His disciples as the first stage of the defeat of Satan. In this context of the invasion or landing of the kingdom of God in the world oppressed by the rule of the devil, Jesus' miracles, His exorcisms, healings, and other works of supernatural power were unique. His performance of these miracles contrasts even with the miracles that took place through the apostles, as Robert Bowman and Ed Komasuski point out in their book on the deity of Christ. The Gospels rarely record Jesus uttering any sort of prayer before performing a miracle, and the exceptions are prayers of thanks or blessing, not prayers asking God to effect a miracle. Matthew chapter 14 verse 19 and chapter 15 verse 36, Mark chapter 6 verse 41 and chapter 8 verse 6, Luke chapter 9 verse 16, and John chapter 6 verse 11 and chapter 11 verses 42 and 43. By way of contrast, the book of Acts reports both Peter and Paul praying prior to performing miracles of healing. Acts chapter 9 verse 40 and chapter 28 verse 8. Jesus also never invokes anyone else's name when performing a miracle. One might have expected Him to pronounce healings in the name of my Father or with some similar locution, but He never does. The apostles, on the other hand, healed in Jesus' name. The best explanation for the unique manner in which Jesus performed miracles is that He understood them to be expressions of the power of God in Him. Luke chapter 5 verse 17. Jesus' miracles revealed the kingdom of God because Jesus was the King Himself. 5. The ultimate victory of His conquest of death. Although Jesus performed many miracles during his ministry in Galilee and Judea, his miracle for which we have the best historical evidence is his own resurrection from the dead. That crowning miracle is so important that we have devoted a full chapter to the evidence supporting it. Even so, here we consider how Jesus' resurrection relates to the other facts about Jesus we have discussed in this chapter. A. The miracle-working Jesus could have escaped from being crucified. Suppose we assume for the moment that had Jesus lived long enough, he would eventually have died of old age. Even if one makes that assumption, it should be clear now that Jesus could have avoided the horrible death of crucifixion. Remember, this was a man who had astounded people throughout the region with his miracles. However one explains those miracles, it should be obvious that an accomplished miracle worker could have easily persuaded the authorities to let him live. Even Jesus' enemies admitted this point in a backhanded way. While Jesus hung on the cross, some of the chief priests and scribes mocked Jesus by saying to one another, "He saved others, himself he cannot save." Mark chapter 15, verse 31. Their taunt implicitly acknowledged that Jesus was known to have miraculously saved others from death. Even if one supposes that it would have been too difficult for Jesus to get down from the cross, a supposition the Gospels do not support, surely Jesus could have saved himself from being crucified in the first place. All he would have needed to do would be to perform some miracle for the benefit of the Jewish or Roman authorities. Jesus did not use miraculous power to escape from the cross because the cross was the reason he had come in the first place. This was a point to which he had alluded many times, sometimes adding that he could escape death if he so chose. For even the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life a ransom for many. Mark chapter 10, verse 45. Or do you think that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he would provide me with more than 12 legions of angels? How then could the Scriptures be fulfilled that it must happen thus? Matthew chapter 26, verses 53 and 54. For this reason the Father loves me, because I lay down my life that I may take it up again. No one takes it from me, but I lay it down of my own accord. I have authority to lay it down, and I have authority to take it up again. This charge I have received from my Father. John chapter 10, verses 17 and 18, English Standard Version. Despite his ability to perform wondrous miracles, that Jesus allowed himself to be captured, tried, and executed speaks volumes about how he viewed himself and his mission. He clearly viewed the death to which he submitted to be of central importance to the coming of the kingdom of God. The Christian doctrine that Jesus died on the cross to redeem us from our sins is not a later myth intended to rationalize the tragic reality that a beloved rabbi had gotten himself caught up in the cogs of the Roman machine. It is the explanation found in the teachings of Jesus himself for why he allowed himself to be crucified. The resurrection of Jesus confirms that Jesus had indeed chosen to accept crucifixion for God's purpose. It also supports the gospel accounts that Jesus performed miracles, a point made by resurrection scholar Michael Licona. Historical confirmation of Jesus' resurrection renders greater plausibility to the reports of Jesus' miracles. For if Jesus was raised, one would be hard-pressed to regard healing a man born blind as too fantastic for belief. B. Jesus' resurrection vindicated his innocence and his divine mission. Jesus' death by crucifixion must have appeared to his disciples in the dark hours that followed to call into question everything they had believed about him. Crucifixion was not an honorable death, far from it. Crucifixion was designed to be the most shameful way to die. The victim was typically stripped naked and exposed near a public thoroughfare. He would suffer in agony for hours, finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. There was also the statement in the law of Moses that he who is hanged is accursed of God, Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 23. Or as the Greek Septuagint put it, everyone that is hanged on a tree is cursed of God, Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 23, Septuagint. No wonder the two disciples on the road to Emmaus spoke of their faith in Jesus in the past tense. But we were hoping that it was he who was going to redeem Israel, Luke chapter 24, verse 21, emphasis added. Jesus' claims must all have seemed discredited by his ignominious death. The Sanhedrin, the Jewish council led by the chief priest, had apparently been right in viewing Jesus as a blasphemer. The resurrection of Jesus changed all that. As pastor and New Testament scholar William Kynes puts it, God has overturned the verdict of the court. Australian theologian Graham Cole comments, Jesus' vindication was his resurrection. The world's verdict about him was proved wrong. He was no blasphemer, no fraudulent claimant to royal dignity. Catholic scholar Frank Matera explains well how Jesus' resurrection vindicated Jesus. Does Jesus have the God-given authority to teach, preach, and heal in the service of the kingdom of God, or has he usurped what properly belongs to God? Jesus' death upon the cross seems to belie his ministry, but by raising Jesus from the dead, God vindicates and confirms Jesus' God-given authority. In the first Christian sermon, the Apostle Peter affirmed that Jesus was a man attested to you by God with mighty works and wonders and signs that God did through him in your midst, as you yourselves know. Acts chapter 2, verse 22, English Standard Version. Despite the clear testimony of the miracles, the Jewish authorities had handed him over to the Romans to be crucified, but God raised him up. Chapter 2, verse 24. Jesus' resurrection vindicated him as God's Holy One, chapter 2, verse 27, and revealed him to be both Lord and Christ, chapter 2, verse 36. The same idea is expressed by the Apostle Paul in his epistle to the Romans. The gospel is the message of God concerning his Son, who was descended from David according to the flesh, and was declared to be the Son of God in power according to the Spirit of holiness by his resurrection from the dead, Jesus Christ our Lord. Romans chapter 1, verses 3 and 4, English Standard Version. Acclaimed biblical scholar and theologian N.T. Wright comments on this passage, Jesus' resurrection was the divine vindication of him as Messiah, Son of God in that sense, the representative of Israel and thence of the world. The resurrection demonstrates that the cross was not just another messy liquidation of a would-be but misguided Messiah. It was the saving act of God. C. Jesus' resurrection renders credible his virgin birth. Earlier we showed that the virgin birth of Jesus Christ, while not something that can be proved historically, since there was only one human witness, Mary herself, was not a later legend or myth, but was part of the earliest Christian traditions about Jesus, probably originating from Jesus' family members. This evidence is perhaps not enough by itself to convince a skeptic, even an open-minded one, that the virgin birth is historical fact. However, the virgin birth does not stand on its own without some context. It is part of the early church's testimony to someone that we know performed amazing miracles during his mortal lifetime and rose from the dead to immortality. In the context of Jesus' miraculous ministry, and especially his miraculous resurrection, his virgin birth looks far more credible than it would otherwise. We are not arguing that the virgin birth is as central to the Christian message as the resurrection, or that if you believe in the resurrection, then you must automatically also believe in the virgin birth. Rather, the point is that the resurrection shows that the entire story of Jesus in the Gospels, including his birth to a virgin, is consistent with what the resurrection reveals about Jesus. The two make eminent sense together. Thomas Torrance, a renowned theologian at the University of Edinburgh, explains, "We must not start out with a minimized conception of God such that a miracle like the virgin birth of Jesus is automatically excluded from sane consideration. We are to think of it as we must think of all the other miracles, and particularly as we do the miracle of the resurrection of our Lord at the end of his earthly life. The virgin birth of Jesus and the resurrection of Jesus complement one another." In the virgin birth, the Son of God comes down from heaven, humbling himself to take our frail form, and eventually suffers the ultimate humiliation in the crucifixion. In the resurrection, the Son of God comes up from the grave, ascends to heaven, and is glorified and exalted, raising our frail form to glorious immortality with him. As C.S. Lewis famously put it, in the Christian story, God descends to reascend. 6. Conclusion. The hypothesis confirmed. For the sake of simplicity, consider two rival hypotheses. Jesus was a good teacher, perhaps something of a prophet, who ran afoul of the political authorities and to heaven and is glorified and exalted, raising our frail form to glorious immortality with him. As C.S. Lewis famously put it, in the Christian story, God descends to reascend. 6. Conclusion. The hypothesis confirmed. For the sake of simplicity, consider two rival hypotheses. Jesus was a good teacher, perhaps something of a prophet, who ran afoul of the political authorities and was executed. As the years passed following his death, legends developed about Jesus performing miracles and rising from the dead, even being born of a virgin. These legendary elements eventually led to the belief that Jesus was God incarnate. In short, the early church invented claims of deity for Jesus and the stories that supported those claims. Jesus was a teacher, but an extraordinary one, performing miracles that astounded the people. He also made divine claims for himself in connection with these miracles that the Jewish authorities considered blasphemous. They had him arrested and handed over to the Roman authorities, who crucified him as a potential threat to order. He then rose from the dead, appeared to his followers, and ascended to heaven. The community of believers that he left behind, which included members of his family, preserved their recollections of the things that Jesus had said and done. His family passed on to others their own stories, including that Jesus' mother Mary was a virgin when he was born. As the early church reflected on what they knew about Jesus, they understood that he was the divine Son of God who had come down from heaven. In short, the early church accepted Jesus' claims to deity in light of the evidence that supported those claims, especially his resurrection. Which of these two hypotheses about Jesus is best supported by the evidence? Let's review the evidence surveyed in this chapter, but in reverse order, beginning with the resurrection. 1. As we have just explained in the preceding section, the resurrection of Jesus is historical fact for which strong evidence has been marshaled. It vindicates Jesus' claims to be the divine Messiah and establishes the credibility of the gospel accounts of Jesus as a supernatural figure. 2. Examining the Gospels even in a fairly critical fashion, biblical scholars now widely agree that Jesus performed exorcisms and healings that were understood by everyone in his society as miraculous or supernatural. 3. We also found that Jesus was an honorable, innocent man who was ahead of his time in his moral vision. The criticisms that people made against him at the time were either false accusations or faulted him for challenging their limited cultural attitudes in ways that we can see today were admirable. 4. Finally, the accounts in Matthew and Luke of Jesus' conception and birth of the Virgin Mary provide independent testimonies to that fact, probably stemming from Joseph and Mary themselves. They are not plausibly explained as imitating pagan stories of gods impregnating mortal women, or as fictions composed to present Jesus as the fulfillment of Old Testament prophecy. The best explanation for these accounts is that they go back to the experience of Mary herself. In the light of Jesus' miracles and resurrection, the virgin birth is certainly consistent with everything else we know about Jesus. On the basis of these findings, the hypothesis that Jesus really was the divine Son of God come in the flesh does a far better job of explaining the evidence than the hypothesis that he was a good teacher whom the early church divinized after his tragic death. Christian philosopher Kenneth Samples nicely sums up the matter. Jesus' credentials as the divine Messiah are indeed formidable: matchless personal character, incalculable influence upon history, fulfillment of prophecy, power to perform miracles, extraordinary wisdom, bodily resurrection, and so forth. Alternatives that deny his true deity offer no adequate explanation for these credentials. Chapter 13. The Martyrdom of the Apostles. 1. The Argument. The willingness of the apostles to suffer and die for their faith is one of the most commonly cited arguments for the resurrection. However, scholars debate both the historicity of the apostles' martyrdoms and the apologetic significance of their martyrdoms. What is the evidence they actually died as martyrs? And to what extent does their martyrdom count as evidence for the resurrection? In this chapter, we will explore answers to these questions. Much of this chapter relies upon Sean's academic book, The Fate of the Apostles, examining the martyrdom accounts of the closest followers of Jesus. A. Carefully stating the argument. Here is how the argument can be carefully stated. The apostles spent between 1.5 and 3 years with Jesus during his public ministry, expecting him to proclaim his kingdom on earth. Although disillusioned at his untimely death, they became the first witnesses of the risen Jesus, and they endured persecution. Many subsequently experienced martyrdom, signing their testimony, so to speak, in their own blood. The strength of their conviction, marked by their willingness to die, indicates that they did not fabricate these claims. Rather, without exception, they actually believed Jesus to have risen from the dead. While in and of themselves these facts prove neither the truth of the resurrection in particular nor Christianity as a whole, they do demonstrate the apostles' sincerity of belief, lending credibility to their claims about the veracity of the resurrection, which is fundamental to the case for Christianity. In other words, their willingness to face persecution and martyrdom indicates more than any other conceivable course their sincere conviction that, after rising from the dead, Jesus indeed appeared to them. B. Scholars cite the argument. Scholars often point to the willingness of the apostles to suffer and die as evidence for their sincere belief that Jesus had risen from the grave. New Testament scholar E.P. Sanders argues that many of the people in these lists of eyewitnesses were to spend the rest of their lives proclaiming that they had seen the risen Lord, and several of them would die for their cause. Apologist and historian Michael Licona notes, "After Jesus' death, the disciples endured persecution, and a number of them experienced martyrdom. The strength of their conviction indicates that they were not just claiming Jesus had appeared to them after rising from the dead, they really believed it. They willingly endangered themselves by publicly proclaiming the risen Christ." New Testament scholar Keener argues, "The disciples' testimony was not fabricated. Ancients also recognized that the willingness of people to die for their convictions verified at least the sincerity of their motives, arguing against fabrication. People, of course, die regularly for values that are false. They do not, however, ordinarily die voluntarily for what they believe is false. Intentional deception by the disciples is thus implausible." C. Clarifying the argument. In her book, The Myth of Persecution, University of Notre Dame professor Candida Moss claims Christians like to think of their martyrs as unique. The fact that early Christians were willing to die for their beliefs has been seen as a sign of the inherent truth of the Christian message. Christianity is true, it is said, because only Christians have martyrs. There are two problems with her formulation of the argument. First, as I demonstrate, there are many martyrs outside Christianity. I don't claim that only Christians have martyrs, but that the apostles died uniquely for the belief that they had actually seen the risen Christ, which demonstrates the sincerity of their convictions. The deaths of others for their religious causes in no way undermine the evidential significance of the fate of the apostles. Second, the apostles' willingness to die for their beliefs does not demonstrate the inherent truth of the Christian message, but that the apostles really believed that Jesus had risen from the grave. The apostles could have been mistaken, but their willingness to die as martyrs establishes their unmistakable sincerity. The apostles were not liars. Rather, they believed they had seen the risen Jesus. They were willing to die by this claim, and many actually did die for it. 2. Evidence for the historicity of the apostles' suffering and martyrdom. Were the first Christians actually persecuted for their faith? Persecution against the first Christians provides a helpful setting for evaluating the likelihood of the martyrdoms of individual apostles. Even though persecution was sporadic and local, there is evidence that the public proclamation of the faith could be costly. John the Baptist was imprisoned and beheaded, Matthew chapter 14, verses 1 through 11. Jesus was crucified. Stephen was stoned to death after his witness before the Sanhedrin, Acts chapters 6 through 8, and Herod Agrippa killed James the brother of John, Acts chapter 12, verse 12, which led to the departure of the rest of the 12 from Jerusalem. The first statewide persecution of Christians was under Nero, AD 64, as reported by Tacitus and Suetonius. The apostles publicly proclaimed the resurrection of a crucified criminal with full awareness of what their actions might cost them. The apostles should not have been surprised that they faced persecution. Jesus taught that his followers would suffer for the sake of righteousness and be killed, as Israel had killed the prophets, for their proclamation of the name of Jesus before men. Matthew chapter 5, verses 10, 11, 43, and 44, chapter 21, verses 31 through 40, chapter 22, verse 6, chapter 23, verses 30, 31, 34, and 37, and chapter 24, verse 9, Mark chapter 12, verses 1 through 11, Luke chapter 6, verses 22 and 23, chapter 11, verses 47 through 50, chapter 13, verse 34, chapter 20, verses 9 through 18, and chapter 21, verses 12, 13, and 17. Suffering was a central theme in the life and teachings of Paul, and, as I discuss at length in The Fate of the Apostles, the expectation of suffering and persecution is a central theme through the New Testament, Old Testament, and pre-Christian Jewish literature such as 2 Maccabees. There was an anticipation during the 1st century A.D. that prophets would suffer and die at the hands of their own people, as well as secular authorities. Suffering is also a central theme throughout the first epistle of Peter, especially in chapters 2 through 4, where he gives specific advice for facing testing and trials. The letter opens with his emphasis upon the believer's living hope through the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, which frames his vibrant encouragement to them. 1 Peter chapter 1, verses 1 through 3. His emphasis upon the joy that the scattered believers may surely experience, even if they face grief and many types of testing, gives additional evidence for how he understood the consequences of belief in the resurrection. There is good reason to believe the first Christians, including the apostles, suffered for their faith. But what is the evidence the apostles actually died as martyrs? A. General claims for the martyrdom of the apostles. 1. Polycarp, Letter to the Philippians. Therefore I urge all of you to obey the word of righteousness and to practice all endurance, which you also observed with your own eyes, not only in the most fortunate Ignatius, Zosimus, and Rufus, but also in others who lived among you, and in Paul himself and the other apostles. You should be convinced that none of them acted in vain, but in faith and righteousness, and that they are in the place they deserved, with the Lord, with whom they also suffered. For they did not love the present age, they loved the one who died for us and who was raised by God for our sakes. 2. 4th century Syrian father Aphrahat, Demonstration 21, of persecution. Great and excellent is the martyrdom of Jesus. He surpassed in affliction and in confession all who were before or after. And after him was the faithful martyr Stephen, whom the Jews stoned. Simon Peter also and Paul were perfect martyrs, and James and John walked in the footsteps of their Master Christ. Also others of the apostles hereafter in diverse places confessed and proved true martyrs. 3. Value of these passages. Noted skeptic and New Testament scholar Bart Ehrman notes, Polycarp shows that he knows that, like Paul and the other apostles, Ignatius had already been martyred for his faith. These two passages certainly don't prove the apostles died as martyrs. In fact, most of the apostles are not even named, and it is not clear exactly what Polycarp means by apostle, since he includes Paul, who was not one of the 12. And Aphrahat seems to indicate that John was martyred along with his brother James, which does raise questions about the reliability and source of the tradition. But these two references do provide somewhat early evidence for a tradition that the apostles were in fact martyred. B. Evidence for individual apostles. In this section we will analyze the likelihood of the martyrdom of each of the apostles using the following probability scale: strong historical probability, moderate historical probability, and inconclusive historical record. 1. Claims that have strong historical probability. A. Peter. The traditional view is that Peter was crucified in Rome during the reign of Nero between AD 64 and 67. The earliest evidence for the martyrdom of Peter comes from John chapter 21, verses 18 and 19, which was written no later than 30 years after Peter's death, and possibly before AD 70. Most commentators agree that this passage predicts the martyrdom of Peter. Ehrman concludes, "It is clear that Peter is being told that he will be executed, he won't die of natural causes, and that this will be the death of a martyr. Other early evidence for Peter's martyrdom can be found in writings such as Clement of Rome, 1 Clement, chapter 5, verses 1 through 4, Ignatius, Letter to the Smyrnians, chapter 3, verses 1 and 2, the Apocalypse of Peter, the Ascension of Isaiah, the Acts of Peter, the Apocryphon of James, Dionysius of Corinth, Muratorian Canon, and Tertullian. The early, consistent, and unanimous testimony is that Peter died as a martyr. B. Paul. The traditional view is that Paul was beheaded in Rome during the reign of Nero between AD 64 and 67. Scripture does not directly state his martyrdom, but there are hints in both Acts and 2 Timothy chapter 4 verses 6 through 8 that Paul knew his death was pending. The first extra-biblical evidence is found in 1 Clement chapter 5 verses 5 through 7, circa AD 95 to 96, in which Paul is described as suffering greatly for his faith and then being set free from this world and transported up to the holy place, having become the greatest example of endurance. While details regarding the manner of his fate are lacking, the immediate context strongly implies that Clement was referring to the martyrdom of Paul. Other early evidences for the martyrdom of Paul can be found in Ignatius, Polycarp, Dionysius of Corinth, Irenaeus, the Acts of Paul, and Tertullian. The early, consistent, and unanimous testimony is that Paul died as a martyr. C. James the son of Zebedee. There are only a few apocryphal accounts surrounding James the son of Zebedee. The Acts of St. James in India reports a tradition that he went to India along with Peter. The apostolic history of Abdius, 6th and 7th centuries, tells a story of James and his interaction with two pagan magicians who eventually confess Christ. The most likely reason apocryphal accounts about James are rare is because his martyrdom in Judea, AD 44, was so firmly entrenched in the early church and limited the trajectory of such stories. His martyrdom is first recorded in Acts chapter 12, verses 1 and 2. The brevity of the account may be unexpected, but it does serve to strengthen its reliability. No legendary details creep into the narrative. In fact, quite the opposite is true. The account reads like an official execution. There is no good reason to doubt Luke's version of the fate of James, the son of Zebedee. D. James, the brother of Jesus. The earliest evidence for the death of James comes from Josephus in his Antiquities, chapter 20, verses 197 through 203, circa AD 93 or 94. Unlike the Testimonium Flavianum, this passage is largely undisputed by scholars. It allows the dating of James's execution to AD 62, since Josephus places his death between the terms of two Roman procurators, Festus and Albinus. According to this account, the high priest Ananus had James stoned to death. The death of James is also reported by Hegesippus, Clement of Alexandria, the first Apocalypse of James, Gnostic text, and the Pseudo-Clementines. The case for the martyrdom of James is strengthened by the fact that there are Christian, Hegesippus, Clement of Alexandria, Jewish, Josephus, and Gnostic, First Apocalypse of James, sources that affirm its occurrence within a century and a half of the event, which suggests an early, widespread, and consistent tradition regarding the fate of James. 2. Claims that have moderate historical probability. A. Thomas. The traditional story is that Thomas traveled to India where he was speared to death. Although some Western scholars are skeptical, the Eastern Church has consistently held that Thomas ministered in India and died there as a martyr. There are records of travel from the Middle East into India during the 1st century, so there is no reason to doubt Thomas could have made the journey. Additional evidence comes from the Acts of Thomas, circa AD 200 to 220, which records the traditional story of his fate. Many write off this account as entirely fictional, but the mere fact that it contains historical figures such as Thomas, Gondophares, Gad, and possibly even Haben and Xanthippe, Masdai, and also the city of Andropolis, indicates that it is not entirely divorced from a historical memory. While there is not any written history in India prior to the arrival of the Portuguese in the 16th century, there certainly was a sense of history passed down orally through poems, songs, customs, and celebrations of the people. The St. Thomas Christians, for instance, are utterly convinced that their heritage, including the introduction of the Syriac or Chaldaic, East Syriac languages, traces back to the Apostle Thomas himself. The community has preserved many antiquities that testify to their traditions. B. Andrew. The earliest written record of the martyrdom of Andrew comes from the Acts of Andrew, circa AD 150 to 210. This text concludes with Andrew speaking directly to the cross of his crucifixion as if it were a living person, and then demanding the executioners kill him. Many later written accounts of Andrew's death exist, but they all appear to have originated with the Acts of Andrew. As a whole, the Acts of Andrew received a mixed reception in the early church, ranging from condemnation, Pope Innocent I, to adaptation and use for popular piety, Gregory of Tours. The Acts of Andrew is part of the first wave of apocryphal Acts, including the Acts of Peter, Paul, Thomas, and John. While these contain legendary accretion, they also preserve the most likely fate for their respective apostle, including a natural death for John. Although the writers of the various apocryphal Acts took creative license, they were bound by a known tradition. The same may also be true for the Acts of Andrew. Hippolytus on the 12, circa 3rd century, may possibly preserve an independent tradition of his fate when it describes Andrew as crucified, suspended on an olive tree at Petrae. But we cannot be sure. The Acts of Andrew clearly contains legendary embellishment, but there is some indication it may have been connected to a reliable tradition about the fate of Andrew. 3. Claims with an inconclusive historical record. It is difficult to know for sure what happened to the remaining apostles, excluding John. While we believe John died a natural death, there are leading conservative scholars who believe he died as a martyr. For instance, see Ben Witherington, The Martyrdom of the Zebedee Brothers, in Biblical Archaeological Review 33. For an in-depth analysis of the martyrdom of John, see Josh McDowell, The Fate of the Apostles. The evidence is late and filled with legendary accretion. The claim that Bartholomew was skinned alive, for instance, doesn't show up until about AD 500, and there are varying accounts that he died by drowning, beating, and crucifixion. Does that make each of these false? Not necessarily, but it makes it difficult to have much historical confidence in his actual fate. And the same is true with the other minor apostles. While there are no early accounts that any of the apostles recanted, we simply don't know how many of them were killed because of their testimony about Christ. C. Conclusion regarding the historical record. We have strong historical evidence that at least some of the apostles were martyred for their faith in the risen Christ, and significant, persistent traditions attest to their conviction that Jesus literally rose from the dead and appeared to them. We turn now to the apologetic significance of the apostles' martyrdom. 3. Common objections to the apologetic value of the apostles' martyrdoms. A. Others have died for their beliefs. 1. Objection. One of the most common responses to the deaths of the apostles is the claim that others have died for their beliefs. For instance, on September 11, 2001, 19 radical Muslims hijacked 4 planes and, killing themselves in the process, attacked and killed thousands of people. Is this evidence, then, for the truth of Islam? 2. Response. This objection misses a key difference between the deaths of the apostles and modern martyrs. We hesitate even to use the term martyr to refer to Muslim terrorists, or any terrorists for that matter. Christian martyrs accept suffering and death at the hands of others, whereas Muslim terrorists intentionally take the lives of others. Islamic terrorists expect their suffering to be brief and instant annihilation in some cases, and they expect to cause even further injury and suffering to those who do not actually die immediately. Modern martyrs die for what they sincerely believe is true, but their knowledge comes second-hand from others. For instance, Muslim terrorists who attacked the Twin Towers on 9/11 were not eyewitnesses of any miracles by Muhammad. In fact, they were not eyewitnesses of any events of the life of Muhammad. Rather, they lived over 13 centuries later. No doubt the Muslim radicals acted out of sincere belief, but their convictions were received second-hand at best from others. They did not know Muhammad personally, see him fulfill any prophecy, or witness him doing any miracles such as walking on water, healing the blind, or rising from the dead. There is a massive difference between willingly dying for the sake of the religious ideas accepted from the testimony of others, Muslim radicals, and willingly dying for the proclamation of a faith based upon one's own eyewitness account, apostles. The deaths of the 19 terrorists provide no more evidence for the truth of Islam than my death would provide for the truth of Christianity. My martyrdom would show I really believed it, but nothing more. In contrast to the beliefs of Buddhist monks and Muslim radicals and any other modern martyrs, including Christians, the beliefs of the apostles was not received second-hand, but from personal experience with the risen Jesus. Acts chapter 1 verses 21 and 22 and 1 Corinthians chapter 15 verses 5 through 8. They proclaimed what they had seen and heard with their own eyes and ears, not stories received from others. Acts chapter 1 verse 3 and chapter 2 verses 22 through 24. Peter not only claims that he was an eyewitness, but that the events took place in public and that his audience had full knowledge of them. The events were not done secretly in a corner. Buddhist monks and Muslim terrorists are certainly willing to suffer and die for a faith they received second-hand, but the apostles were willing to suffer and die for what they had seen with their own eyes. If Jesus had not risen from the grave and appeared to his apostles, they alone would have known the falsity of his claims, that he would be resurrected. In other words, if the resurrection did not happen, the apostles would have willingly suffered and died for something they knew was false. While people die for what they believe is true, it is a stretch to think all the apostles were willing to suffer and die for a claim they knew was false. The suffering and deaths of the apostles testify to the sincerity of their beliefs that they had seen the risen Jesus. B. They were not given the opportunity to recant. 1. Objection. Moss believes the lack of official records of the apostles being given the opportunity to recant and live undermines the validity of their testimony. This is the missing element, she claims, required to make the argument they died for Christ. 2. Response. She, Moss, is right that there is not a record of the apostles being offered the opportunity to recant, but they ministered in potentially caustic environments with full awareness of the possible consequences for their actions. See Acts chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 6 verse 8 through chapter 8 verse 3, and chapter 12 verses 1 through 5. The fact that their founding leader was a crucified criminal of the Roman Empire also certainly plays a part of their collective consciousness. Jesus even warned his disciples that the world would hate and even persecute them as it did him. John chapter 15 verses 18 through 25. Every time the apostles proclaimed the name of Christ then, they knowingly risked suffering and death. Even so, they continued to teach and preach the risen Jesus. Given their active proclamation of Christ and their full awareness of the cost of such proclamation, if some of the apostles died for their faith, they qualify under the traditional definition of martyr. 4. Conclusion. The willingness of the apostles to suffer and die for their faith does not prove the resurrection is true. For the larger resurrection argument, see chapter 10. But it does show the depth of the apostles' convictions. They were not liars. They did not invent the resurrection stories. As Blaise Pascal once said, I only believe histories whose witnesses are ready to be put to death. The apostles proclaimed the risen Jesus to skeptical and antagonistic audiences with full knowledge they would likely suffer and die for their beliefs. All the apostles suffered and were ready to be put to death, and we have good reason to believe some of them actually faced execution. There is no evidence they ever wavered. Their convictions were not based on second-hand testimony, but personal experience with the risen Jesus, whom they truly believed was the risen Messiah, banking their lives on it. It is difficult to imagine what more a group of ancient witnesses could have done to show greater depth of sincerity and commitment to the truth. Part 3. Evidence for the Old Testament. Chapter 14. The Old Testament and Ancient Near Eastern Influences. 1. Introduction. The similarities between ancient Near East (A&E) texts and the Old Testament are striking because the flow of the narratives often mirror one another. Did the biblical writer simply copy from A&E sources? Do these commonalities undermine the reliability of the Old Testament accounts? It would be dishonest to say that these resemblances are unimportant and they cannot be considered mere coincidence. We must ask ourselves, what is the relationship of these stories to one another, and how do we accurately account for the similarities? The fields of study surrounding the A&E and the Old Testament are very complex. They include, for instance, the study of historical records of empires and events, languages, linguistics and devices of language such as metaphor or idiom, comparative literature, literary genres such as narrative, law, proverb, letter, or poetry, and archaeological investigation. This chapter makes inquiries into the relationship between A&E literature, beliefs, and practices and the Old Testament, including a history of A&E studies and an introductory discussion of the range of approaches to this scholarship and the methodologies used to understand the relationship of the Old Testament to the A&E. Finally, this chapter compares examples of the various literary genres, creation accounts, origins of deity, flood accounts, and a selection of religious and cultural beliefs of the A&E with corresponding examples from the Old Testament. 2. History of Ancient Near Eastern Studies. Studies surrounding the A&E have their roots in the late 18th century. Despite their seemingly recent inception, these studies have greatly expanded our knowledge of history. The fields of study surrounding the A&E are rife with opportunity and are becoming increasingly specialized. The contributions of each field enhance our understanding of the A&E. A. The early years, 1798 to 1900. Before the late 18th and early 19th centuries, we had little knowledge of the A&E and the world of Old Testament Israel in general. Discoveries made in quite recent history, as compared with the millennia between modernity and the events themselves, have brought about an interesting dynamic in our current understanding of the Old Testament and in the recent history of interpretation. The viewpoints emanating from modern scholarship, especially those from recent archaeological discoveries, often differ from the traditional understandings of earlier church fathers who were influenced by Greek philosophy and Western concepts. 1. Discoveries in Egypt. During Napoleon's invasion of Egypt in 1798, he commissioned an expeditionary group to survey Egypt's ancient monuments. The discoveries they recorded and published in the early 19th century were paramount in propelling Western civilization into an era of discovery regarding A&E civilization. Napoleon's expedition uncovered the Valley of Kings, an important moment in Egyptian archaeology because it unearthed the royal tombs of the 18th to 20th dynasties. This proved to be especially interesting because the time frame of these dynasties was also known as the New Kingdom period, that ranged from 1550 to 1070 BC, and included the time frame in which many scholars believe the Hebrew exodus out of Egypt took place. John Currid, the Carl McMurray Professor of Old Testament at the Reformed Seminary, points out the extreme importance of this famous discovery. The most significant find of the Napoleonic excursion was the Rosetta Stone, 1799. It proved to be invaluable because it was the key to unlocking ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, a picture script unutilized for over 1,400 years. Dating to the time of King Ptolemy V, 204 to 180 BC, the Rosetta Stone is inscribed in 3 scripts: Demotic, an ancient Egyptian script used between the late Egyptian and Coptic languages, and first used by the Greek historian Herodotus; Greek, and hieroglyphs. The Greek proved to be a translation of the ancient Egyptian language on the stone. The linguistic study of the Rosetta Stone by the English physician Thomas Young, 1819, and the Frenchman Jean-François Champollion, 1822, marked the beginning of the scientific reading of hieroglyphs and the first step toward formulation of a system of ancient Egyptian grammar, the basis of modern Egyptology. Thus, the first true archaeological find in the Near East was one of the greatest and most critical discoveries in the history of the discipline. The ability to decipher hieroglyphs of ancient Egypt turned out to be the key that scholars had needed to open up the door to a much better understanding of Egypt's highly civilized culture of previous centuries. It also provided verification of certain Old Testament biblical accounts, including the invasion of Israel in the 10th century BC, as recorded in 1 Kings chapter 14 verses 25 and 26, and 2 Chronicles chapter 12 verses 2 through 4. 2. Discoveries in Mesopotamia. The early to mid-19th century also brought us abundant and fresh sources of archaeological data from the ancient Mesopotamian region, as highlighted by Israel Finkelstein and Neil Asher Silberman in their book, The Bible Unearthed. Beginning in the 1840s, scholarly representatives of England, France, and eventually the United States and Germany uncovered the cities, vast places, and cuneiform archives of the empires of Assyria and Babylonia. For the first time since the biblical period, the main monuments and cities of those powerful eastern empires were uncovered. Places like Nineveh and Babylon, previously known primarily from the Bible, were now seen to be the capitals of powerful and aggressive empires whose artists and scribes thoroughly documented the military campaigns and political events of their time. Thus, references to a number of important biblical kings were identified in Mesopotamian cuneiform archives: the Israelite kings Omri, Ahab, and Jehu, and the Judahite kings Hezekiah and Manasseh, among others. These outside references allowed scholars to see biblical history in a wider perspective and to synchronize the reigns of the biblical monarchs with the more complete dating systems of the ancient Near East. Slowly, the connections were made, and the regnal dates of the Israelite and Judahite kings, Assyrian and Babylonian rulers, and Egyptian pharaohs were set in order, giving quite precise dates for the first time. The discoveries within ancient Mesopotamia turned out to be even more relevant to the history of the Old Testament than those that were being found in Egypt, bearing as they did upon a longer and closer association between A&E and Old Testament cultures. 3. Origins of the Old Testament questioned. As creation and flood accounts of other cultures surfaced in the late 19th century, A&E scholars questioned whether the Hebrew writers of the Old Testament hadn't simply borrowed myths from other cultures and stripped them of their pagan elements and tailored those myths to fit their own beliefs. Scholars often concluded that the Old Testament had a purely human origin, that is, was solely and entirely the result of human activity, lacking any divine influence. The more that A&E texts with a correspondence to the Old Testament were discovered or translated, the more did critical scholars propose that the Old Testament borrowed from other A&E sources, and the more the chasm widened between the view of an Old Testament with only human origins and the view of an Old Testament with claims of divine inspiration. Friedrich Delitzsch, noted Assyriologist of the early 20th century, went so far as to say that the Old Testament was no book of Christian religion and should be excluded from Christian theology. He explained further, "How great the similarity between all things in Babel and Bible. Here as well as there the fondness for rendering speech and thought vivid by symbolical actions. I cite here merely the scapegoat which is chased away into the desert. Here, as well as there, the same world of constant wonders and signs, of perpetual revelations of the divinity, particularly through dreams, the same naive conceptions of the divinity. As in Babel the gods eat and drink and even retire to rest, so Yahweh goes walking in paradise in the cool of the evening, or takes delight in the smell of Noah's sacrifice. And just as in the Old Testament Yahweh speaks to Moses and Aaron and to all the prophets, so also in Babel the gods speak to men either directly or through the mouth of their priests and divinely inspired prophets and prophetesses." Delitzsch wasn't the only one who had his doubts about the origins of the Bible. A growing number of 19th century scholars charged the Old Testament writers with plagiarism of other A&E texts. In fact, many scholars still see remnants of A&E mythology hidden in the Old Testament today. However, nearly a century later, scholars are able to understand that, according to biblical scholar John Walton, Delitzsch's lectures were not motivated solely by a sense of scientific objectivity. In fact, questions have been raised about Delitzsch's motivation. He was known as a scholar with an anti-Semitic and anti-Christian bias, which may have influenced the haste and even naivete of the conclusions we find in his 2 lectures on Babel and Bible. B. The later years, 1900 to today. The early 20th century brought with it a continued flood of discoveries, including thousands of inscriptions and tablets from the Hittite city of Bagazkoi and the Royal Hittite Archives, allowing historians to gain insights into ancient Hittite history and culture that are still being pieced together today. Beginning around 1900, major advances in the linguistic studies of A&E texts and the greatly increasing amount of information make it nearly impossible for any scholar to keep abreast of all of the discoveries. No longer do some historians solely focus on Old Testament biblical history. Instead, they choose to specialize upon a precise topic while drawing upon a wide range of sources from individual cultures and languages. 1. Critical scholarship. Some contemporary scholars claim that the question of the relationship of the Old Testament and A&E civilizations has become less relevant. A high level of cynicism and suspicion is evident on the more skeptical side of modern scholarship when dealing with the Old Testament. One such example of this suspicion can be seen in Thomas Thompson's comments on the Old Testament. We have seen that the biblical chronologies are not grounded on historical memory, but are rather based on a very late theological schema that presupposes a very historical worldview. Those efforts to use the biblical narratives for a reconstruction of the history of the Near East in a manner comparable to the use of the archives at Mari and similar finds can justly be dismissed as fundamental, flawed in a fundamental way. Thompson here seems to take the stance of many who follow the higher criticism, arising in the 19th century, that critiques the formation of the Bible. The assumption is that writers of the Bible had no direct memory of the historical events they recorded. They are said to have set down a tradition and to impose the worldview of their own time as they wrote about much earlier times. Currid argues that these scholars hold that the history of Israel in the Old Testament is nothing more than a Judaic Iliad, Odyssey, or even Winnie the Pooh. 2. Balanced perspective. Thompson's statement, however, is not characteristic of the majority of scholars today. In fact, many critical scholars still see historical value extending back to David or Solomon. Walton suggests that challenges to Thompson's view have come from competent Assyriologists and Egyptologists such as K. A. Kitchen, D. J. Wiseman, A. R. Millard, K. L. Younger, and J. Hoffmeyer, who not only refute some of the charges leveled by skeptics, but also provide evidence of the Bible's reliability through their cultural and comparative studies. Walton elaborates. Scholars engaged in this work use their research to challenge the conclusions of critical scholarship and in the process to authenticate the biblical text. Such studies intend to exonerate the Old Testament and defend against spurious attacks on its integrity. Archaeological evidence relating to the Old Testament is highlighted in much greater depth in many other chapters of this book. This chapter's focus is the substance of the texts. 3. The Old Testament and Ancient Near Eastern Scholarship. This section concentrates on the varying perspectives within the field of Old Testament and Ancient Near Eastern scholarship, examining how these perspectives shape scholars' interpretations of what biblical authors write. In particular, the section examines the ways that biblical authors take well-known expressions and motifs from the A&E milieu and apply them to the person and work of Yahweh within the Old Testament while avoiding giving credence to the other gods of the ancient world. A continuum of viewpoints. There is a continuum of viewpoints as to how the Old Testament relates to the A&E. On one side of this continuum are those who assert or imply that the narratives and beliefs chronicled in the Old Testament are mere adaptations and retellings of the myths of other A&E cultures. Critical Old Testament scholars in this camp readily deny the existence of stark contrasts between the Old Testament and other texts of the A&E, claiming that a closer relationship exists between them than the evidence might reveal. On the other side of this spectrum are Old Testament scholars who, with strong and often unreasonable presuppositions of their own, generally dismiss any similarities between the Old Testament Israelites to the ancient Near Eastern civilizations. Many of these scholars oppose any study that looks at the full context and setting of the text in relation to its meaning. These individuals feel that comparative studies of these texts pose a potential threat to the doctrine of inspiration. Walton highlights the differences in these two camps. Critical scholars, those who view the Old Testament as a mere myth and latecomer in world literature, considered their opponents to be naive traditionalists. Confessional scholars, those seeking to fit Assyriology into their theological presuppositions, consider their opponents to be godless heretics. Between these two extremes, then, much is at stake for both camps. On the one hand, for critical scholars to accept the uniqueness of the Old Testament is to risk accepting its divine inspiration and giving up one's naturalistic presuppositions. On the other hand, for confessional scholars to deny similarities between Old Testament and other A&E texts risks misunderstanding the Old Testament's historical relationship to the surrounding cultures that no doubt influenced the composition of the Old Testament. Both of these extremes fail to interpret properly the evidence that is accumulated over the last 200 years relating to the Old Testament and the A&E. Cultural and comparative studies continue to illuminate the evidence and aid in painting a more accurate picture of the past that points to the historicity of the Old Testament, the uniqueness of Scripture, the divine influence of the text, and the lack of original contradictions. B. The evangelical scholar. Somewhere in the center of this continuum we find a number of Old Testament scholars honestly searching to discern the true meaning, context, and relationship of the various A&E and Old Testament texts. Recognizing both similarities and differences between these texts, conservative evangelical scholars' conclusions sometimes differ, but they all share some core commitments. 1. High view of Scripture. Evangelical Old Testament scholars remain unanimous in their high view of Scripture, even though extensive debate concerning the nature and extent of inerrancy continues. John Walton and D. Brent Sandy characterize a high view of Scripture in this way. Fundamentally, we believe that the Bible deserves the highest possible honor as the richest, deepest, most powerful book ever written. There are simply no contenders. It is a literary masterpiece, a magnum opus, a stellar performance. But there's more to the story. The ultimate importance of the Bible lies elsewhere. It is the inspired revelation of Almighty God, a heavenly treasure in a world of impoverished ideas, a sparkling mountain stream in the driest of deserts. Our point, however, is not to worship the Bible, we worship the God of the Bible. 2. Polemical theology, definition and potential use. Polemical theology, as defined by Currid, is the use of biblical writers of the thought forms and stories that were common in ancient Near Eastern culture, while filling them with radical new meaning. This angle of study seeks to protect orthodox theology by interpreting the biblical writers' use of A&E forms and details in order to refute polytheism. Therefore, these scholars underline the distinctions between the worldviews of the A&E and that of the Old Testament, especially within the Old Testament texts and concepts that exhibit the greatest similarities with those of the A&E. Currid explains what polemic theology reveals to us about the Old Testament, although we believe it is also used in historical scholarship as well. The primary purpose of polemical theology is to demonstrate emphatically and graphically the distinctions between the worldview of the Hebrews and the beliefs and practices of the rest of the ancient Near East. It helps to show that Hebrew thought is not a mere mouthpiece of other ancient Near Eastern cultures. The purpose of polemical theology is to demonstrate the essential distinctions between Hebrew thought and ancient Near Eastern beliefs and practices. 3. The use of polemics, an example. Polemical theology rejects any encroachment of false gods into Orthodox belief. There is an absolute intolerance of polytheism. Accordingly, polemical theology emphasizes the monotheistic nature of the Old Testament. However, not all scholars who accept the monotheism of the Old Testament feel that polemics are the sole avenue to demonstrate this. Many scholars agree that the biblical writers, while using elements of A&E beliefs and practices, do so to highlight divergence in thought and narrative, and therefore they demonstrate Scripture's uniqueness. While some scholars, like Walton, do not hold as strongly to polemical theology, Currid argues that many of the parallels between ancient Near Eastern literature and the Old Testament, from creation accounts to flood stories, may be properly and fully understood only through the right use of polemical theology. For example, several times within Exodus, chapter 3 verses 19 and 20, chapter 6 verse 1, chapter 13 verses 3 and 14 through 16, chapter 15 verses 6, 12, and 16, and chapter 32 verse 11, as well as Deuteronomy, chapter 3, verse 24, chapter 6, verse 21, chapter 9, verse 26, and chapter 26, verse 8, there are references to Yahweh's deliverance of His people with an outstretched arm or a mighty, strong hand. Similarly, within the texts of ancient Egypt, we see a consistent description of Pharaoh's power over his enemies being characterized by a strong hand and strong arm. K.A. Kitchen concludes that there appears to be here a deliberately adopted Egyptianism in Hebrew as a riposte to the ubiquitous pose of Pharaoh smiting his enemies and being endlessly entitled Lord of the Strong Arm, Neb Kopesh. Currid uses the same anti-Pharaoh example to illustrate how the Old Testament authors deliberately borrowed concepts and expressions from other A&E cultures. The biblical writers employ such borrowing for the purpose of taunting. The Hebrew authors use polemic to call into question the power of Pharaoh and to underscore the true might of Yahweh. 4. A caution regarding polemics. The Old Testament is full of theological polemics. However, like any other device, if you make polemics an undue focus of Old Testament scholarship, you may miss out on the rest that the text has to offer. D.A. Carson states that, while polemical theology is just about unavoidable in theory and should not, as a matter of faithfulness, be skirted, one worries about those who make it their specialism. In addition, Walton makes these observations regarding the improper use of polemics by the untrained individual. As was early evident in the field of biblical archaeology, many who would take upon themselves the mantle of apologist have not had the scholarly training to give them discernment for their task. Misinterpreted data, out-of-date or disproven arguments, haphazardly selected factoids, and neglect of information that would negate their point all characterize the special pleading that is too often obvious in this approach. Though lacking credibility, these polemical approaches can gain a wide following among a sometimes gullible public. This is not to label such writers as charlatans. They are zealots with a mission that in and of itself may be admirable. It is just that they are insufficiently schooled in the methods that would allow them to use properly the tools that they are exploiting. Of course, not all apologists are lacking scholarly credentials, nor does the apologist's task necessarily involve special pleading or distortion of the data. Walton's correct description of the dangers for those in the field of biblical archaeology apply to any untrained scholars who hold on tightly to strong presuppositions that elevate theological polemics to a supreme status above all other approaches. The warning, in fact, expands to apply in any case where an apologist's commitment to polemics outruns other considerations. This runs the risk of improperly discerning the cultural, historical, and geographical context of the Old Testament. C. Textual synthesis. Those who recognize a greater synthesis between the Old Testament and the texts of the A&E do not deny the importance of theological polemics, but instead focus heavily on the comparative studies of the texts in order to understand whether a particular motif, passage, or narrative within the Old Testament suggests a polemic or perhaps a simple element of commonality. That is not to say that either those who suggest a greater level of polemical theology or those who see a greater synthesis between the texts operate with a faulty hermeneutic, but that there are differences in some of their conclusions. Walton points out that a scholar can identify and understand some degree of synthesis or commonality by attention to elements of both the cultural content and the literary form of the texts. The range of this understanding can include behavior and belief within the culture, or the ways in which a culture is represented in art or literature. Within the literary category, areas for research include the larger issue of literary genre, the analysis of specific traditions and texts, and the use of individual metaphors, idioms, and words. Comparisons of the Old Testament with A&E texts reveal many similarities. However, rather than simply listing the similarities, comparative research allows us to classify nuances of relationship more precisely. While one may be tempted to write off the Old Testament's unique status as God's Word because of these similarities, Walton provides some reasoning as to why that should not be the case, especially when comparing texts written in the same genres. Occasionally, comparisons within genres, such as law, story, or poem, reveal very close similarities between the biblical and ancient Near Eastern literatures on the level of content. Such similarities do not negate the individuality of either. Even if the Hebrew Bible had the very same law or the very same proverb that was found in the ancient Near East, we may find uniqueness in how that law or proverb was understood, or how it was nuanced by the literary context in which it was incorporated. At other times, the Israelite version may not be noticeably different from the ancient Near Eastern example at any level. 1. An example. Cosmos Temple. Walton describes a striking example of textual synthesis between the Old Testament and A&E in that both think of and describe the cosmos as a temple. In Isaiah chapter 66 verse 1, the Lord indicates, "Heaven is my throne and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house you will build for me? Where will my resting place be?" This is not like the claim in Jeremiah chapter 10, where the human craftsmanship of the idols invalidates their role. God is not suggesting that a human temple is somehow sacrilegious and incompatible with his transcendence, but he is referring to the inadequacy of a human-made temple as being considered the true temple. Compare 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 27. It is only a microscale representation of the cosmic temple. Psalm 78, verse 69 communicates a similar idea when it indicates that the temple was built on the model of the cosmos. Ideas like these are also found in literature from Mesopotamia that compares temples to the heavens and the earth and gives them a cosmic location and function. It is evident, then, that Israel and their neighbors shared an ideology that understood the cosmos in temple terms and viewed the temple as a model of the cosmos, or as the cosmic temple. 2. A caution regarding textual synthesis. Scholars who subscribe to at least some level of textual synthesis understand that these instances are not a denial of the fundamental differences between the Old Testament and other A&E texts. However, without proper grounding in the hermeneutical process, the temptation can be to latch onto a particular standpoint and stretch the evidence. For example, some scholars attempt to read common A&E creation conflict into the Old Testament creation account, specifically into the Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, "The earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters." Some scholars argue that the word tehom, deep, directly relates to the goddess Tiamat found in the Enuma Elish. In that Babylonian creation account, the god Marduk combats her, kills her, and creates the universe from her body, afterward creating humans from the blood of another god. In speaking of the Genesis account and its relation to the Enuma Elish, Christine Hayes states, "The similarities here, Genesis, are immediately apparent. Our story opens with a temporal clause and a wind that sweeps over the chaotic water or deep, like the wind of Marduk released against the chaotic waters of Tiamat. The Hebrew word for deep is tehom, the Hebrew equivalent of Tiamat. Darkness was on the face of the deep without a definite article, and capitalized almost as if deep were a proper name." In response to the suggestion that the goddess Tiamat is directly equivalent to the deep tehom in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, John Bloom and C. John Collins state, "Many have come to acknowledge that the supposed parallel between Babylonian Tiamat and Hebrew tehom, the deep, is very unlikely. The linguistic details show that there is no way that Hebrew tehom can be a borrowing from Akkadian Tiamat. Likewise, without form and void, Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, is a phrase not for unruly and disorderly chaos, but for an unproductive and uninhabited place. Further, nothing in Genesis chapter 1 can be reasonably said to imply any kind of struggle on God's part. Psalm 33, verse 9, "For he spoke, and it came to be, he commanded, and it stood firm," is an excellent summary of the creation story. The danger in taking textual synthesis too far is to run the risk of dehistoricizing or even mythicizing the Old Testament. The task for scholarship that would both honor the Old Testament as the unique revelation of God and also recognize the similarities with A&E texts has been faced in a similar way even before the A&E discoveries of the past 2 centuries. Augustine, 354 to 430, who was deeply trained in the Greek and Roman scholarship of his day, asked rhetorically in On Christian Doctrine how to proceed in scriptural interpretation. He addressed topics that touch on those in Greco-Roman texts, and he encouraged biblical interpreters toward a cultural awareness that recognizes both the insights and the erroneous polytheistic views in texts that arose amidst polytheism. He pointed out, "Let every good and true Christian understand that wherever truth may be found, it belongs to his master, and while he recognizes and acknowledges the truth even in their religious literature, let him reject the figments of superstition." Augustine ends the chapter by quoting Romans chapter 1, verses 21 through 23, underlying his understanding that wherever a glimpse of truth appears, God has sovereignly permitted its presence, and it bears witness to him. 3. Scholarly middle ground. It is not easy to find middle ground between those who would hold to a greater level of polemical theology and those who propose a greater synthesis of the texts between the Old Testament and A&E. However, scholars at both ends of the spectrum recognize the importance of this middle ground. For example, Currid, who relies heavily on polemical theology, offers a very honest assessment. The relationship between the writings of the Old Testament and other ancient Near Eastern literature is a difficult, complicated, and much debated topic in the field of biblical studies today. To be frank, there is little consensus regarding exactly how the two relate to each other. There are extremes, to be sure. On the one hand, some believe that ancient Near Eastern studies have little to contribute to our understanding of the Old Testament and, in fact, constitute a danger to Scripture. On the other hand, there are some who would say that the Old Testament is not unique, but is merely another expression of ancient Near Eastern literature that is grounded in myth, legend, and folklore. Surely the truth lies somewhere between the two extremes. It is certainly undeniable that the historical, geographical, and cultural context of the Bible is the ancient Near East, and study of the era has much to add to our understanding of the Old Testament. But it is also true that the Old Testament worldview is unique in the ancient Near East, and this is immediately confirmed by its all-pervasive monotheism. It simply does not swallow ancient Near Eastern thought hook, line, and sinker. And so the question for modern minds in this regard is, what precisely is the relationship of the Old Testament to ancient Near Eastern literature? Walton proposes a greater synthesis between the Old Testament and A&E. Recognizing the spectrum of scholarship relating to the similarities and differences between A&E and Old Testament texts, he suggests that students undertake background and comparative study with 4 goals in mind to help us understand the Old Testament better. Students may study the history of the ancient Near East as a means of recovering knowledge of the events that shaped the lives of people in the ancient world. Students may study archaeology as a means of recovering the lifestyle reflected in the material culture of the ancient world. Students may study the literature of the ancient Near East as a means of penetrating the heart and soul of the people who inhabited the ancient world that Israel shared. Students may study the languages of the ancient Near East as a means of gaining additional insight into the semantics, lexicography, idioms, and metaphors used in Hebrew. Understanding the various subtleties that make up either end of the spectrum can assist in helping us to find the scholarly middle ground and perhaps the proper understanding of the relationship of the texts. 4. Comparison studies of the A&E and Old Testament. We will now compare the various literary genres, creation accounts, flood accounts, religious and cultural beliefs, and practices of the A&E and the Old Testament in order to understand more clearly the influences the A&E may have had on the Old Testament. A. Literary genres. 1. Importance of literary genre. In order to understand context and intent, we ought to evaluate the literary genre of Old Testament and A&E texts we study. Interestingly, while genre, such as prose, poetry, law, etc., was evaluated before the discovery of the various A&E texts, it was never considered important until the similarities between the A&E and Old Testament started becoming more apparent. Charles Halton points out this shift in scholarship. The study of genre came to the fore after the discovery of ancient Near Eastern texts that bear a remarkable similarity to the Bible. In the 19th century, the scholarly world was abuzz over newly discovered Babylonian creation accounts, Assyrian prophecies, and Sumerian king lists. Almost immediately, people began making comparisons between these texts and the themes and forms of sacred scripture. Yet before these discussions could develop too far, another conversation had to take place. What was needed was a conversation yielding a more complex understanding of genre, including the acknowledgement that a single text may include multiple genres and that ancient texts may be written in forms unfamiliar to us. 2. Comparing and contrasting genre. In order to bring about meaningful results by comparing A&E to Old Testament literature, we need to compare like genres. If the genres are not the same, similarities and differences within the texts tell us very little. Even though comparisons don't lose all meaning between different genres, such comparisons do not carry the same weight of those comparisons made in similar genres. 3. Scholarly debate about genre. As in many fields of study, the study of genre is not without its disagreements and varying opinions. Some scholars, like Hermann Gunkel, whom some consider to be the formative voice on genre study, have a very rigid conception of genre. On the basis of that strict definition, Gunkel concludes that every text is comprised of only one genre, and there can be no simultaneous multiplicity of genres for any given text. However, many scholars now believe that multiple genres can be present in a single text simultaneously, making an accurate analysis of the text that much more difficult. James Hoffmeyer highlights two potential dangers in conducting genre analysis as it relates to the book of Genesis. One of the dangers of doing genre analysis of a large piece of ancient literature, be it in the Hebrew Bible or Mesopotamian or Egyptian literature, is in imposing a single literary category on a work that is quite complex and made up of a variety of types of literature. Then, too, one mistake of modern scholarship is to press onto ancient literature modern literary categories that did not exist in the ancient world. However, the challenges of genre study should not hinder us from recognizing its importance. Old Testament scholar Ronald Geiss observes, "Unfortunately, many who study the Bible are unaware of genre as a critical step in interpretation. But in the last 2 decades, the context of literary forms has begun to be discussed in the scholarly literature. Even with this beginning, little has been written for a more general audience, and that is especially unfortunate. Ignorance of this level of context leads to some of the worst mistakes of interpretation. On the other hand, familiarity with this context provides a window through which we can greatly increase our understanding of what the biblical authors were trying to say." Clearly, differences in our understanding of genre influence how we view the relation of Old Testament texts to those of the A&E. Nonetheless, genre, though often ignored completely, is actually the level of context to which an interpreter should give the most attention. B. Creation accounts. Most A&E cultures provide a cosmogony, which is a story about the origin of the universe. We will now examine the A&E creation accounts from Mesopotamia and Egypt and seek to understand how the cosmogony of the Old Testament, specifically Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2, parallels them, differs from them, or employs their form and detail to offer polemic. 1. Mesopotamian creation accounts. Unlike the biblical account of creation, the Mesopotamian accounts have been shown to exhibit a greater abundance of sources and variations. Out of this abundance, the story of the Enuma Elish is most often compared to the Old Testament creation account. Most scholars believe the Enuma Elish, often referred to as the Babylonian creation account, was written near the end of the 2nd millennium BC. Walton offers a basic summary. One of the best known of the ancient texts, Enuma Elish, gets its title from the first words of the text, often translated, "when on high." This text, dated to the end of the 2nd millennium BC, is a hymn commemorating the elevation of Marduk to the head of the pantheon. It includes some of the most detailed information about divine conflict and about cosmology available from ancient Mesopotamia. The first tablet opens with a cosmogony-theogony and introduces Tiamat in conflict with the gods and the slaying of Apsu, interwoven with the account of Marduk's birth. The conflict escalates in Tablet 2 as Tiamat and the rebels threaten the gods. Marduk is finally selected as the champion of the gods with the understanding that if he wins, he will be elevated to the head of the pantheon. All the negotiations and preparations come to a climax in Tablet 4 as Marduk defeats Tiamat and lays out the cosmos using Tiamat's corpse. Establishing the functions of the cosmos continues into Tablet 6 and concludes with the creation of people from the blood of Tiamat's partner Kingu and the building of Babylon and a temple for Marduk. Tablet 7 draws the piece to a conclusion as the 50 names of Marduk are proclaimed to name his attributes, delineate his jurisdiction, and identify his prerogatives. 2. Egyptian creation accounts. Traditionally, the ancient Egyptian creation accounts have not been treated with the same attention and scrutiny as the Babylonian account of Enuma Elish. However, modern scholars have begun to turn their attention to these accounts and their relationship to the Old Testament. Currid provides a brief summary background on the various Egyptian creation accounts. There are a variety of accounts of how Re created the other gods who are personified in the various parts of creation. One account pictures him squatting on a primeval hillock, pondering and inventing names for various parts of his own body. As he named each part, a new god sprang into existence. Another legend portrays Re as violently expelling other gods from his own body, possibly by sneezing or spitting. A third myth describes him creating the gods Shu and Tefnut by an act of masturbation. These gods in turn gave birth to other gods. Re, however, is not the only god portrayed as creator in ancient Egypt. For example, the Memphite theology depicts Ptah as a potter creating the universe. In another text, the great hymn to Khnum, the god Khnum, is pictured as forming everything, man, gods, land animals, fish, and birds, on his potter's wheel. Because ancient Egypt produced multiple creation accounts, we need to take pieces from each individual story to understand their overall depiction of creation. When we put these various pieces of the Egyptian creation stories together and place them next to the Genesis account, as seen in the chart parallels between Egyptian and biblical creation accounts, the similarities are remarkable. Biblical scholars Johnny Miller and John Soden provide further insight about the Egyptian texts themselves. These documents represent a mixture of times and theologies, covering more than 2 millennia, many of them in tension with one another, a situation that did not seem to bother the Egyptians. A. Accounting for similarities. Scholars do not completely agree on how to account for the similarities between the creation accounts of the A&E and the Old Testament. In fact, many scholars presuppose a theological polemic, while others see a greater potential for borrowing by the Old Testament authors. Regardless of where a scholar comes down on this issue, there are indeed similarities, and we must honestly assess how we should accurately account for them. Historian and archaeologist Wilfred Lambert makes a strong point in relation to the similarities. Parallels to Genesis can indeed be sought and found there, Mesopotamia, but they can also be sought and found among the Canaanites, the ancient Egyptians, the Hurrians, the Hittites, and the early Greeks. When the parallels have been found, the question of dependence, if any, has to be approached with an open mind. Dependence, as noted here, refers to the thought that the Old Testament relies on and borrows directly from A&E sources. In addressing the nature of Egyptian influence on Old Testament writers, Hofmeyr observes, there are extremely few cases where direct borrowing of an Egyptian literary work, or for that matter any other Near Eastern literature, can be demonstrated. Most of the influences from Egypt come by way of diffusion of ideas and motifs, often by artistic objects. Miller and Soden offer their own conclusion in accounting for the similarities of Egyptian and Old Testament accounts. Put all the parallels between the creation accounts together, and we can see remarkable similarity. In considering the correspondences between the two sets of creation accounts, the magnitude of parallels cannot be mere chance. We dare not call this situation a freak of antiquity. There is clearly a correlation between Egyptian material and the biblical account. We would expect this if Israel did indeed have a history in Egypt, as the Old Testament claims. Understanding the biblical allusions to Egyptian mythology greatly enhances our understanding of the biblical text, including its theological perspective and the worldview that Moses portrays with his account. The biblical similarities with and allusions to Egyptian creation accounts, however, ultimately serve to highlight the theological differences between Moses and the Egyptians. Genesis 1 challenges the theological suppositions Israel had learned in Egypt and would subsequently face with new neighbors. In relating the creation account in Genesis to that in the Enuma Elish, Hofmeyr points out, in the past several decades, a number of Assyriologists who have studied the Babylonian creation story have rejected any possible connection, reliance, between Genesis and Enuma Elish. While this assessment by Hofmeyr directly calls out the Enuma Elish, there are scholars who would extend his comments to cover other A&E accounts. Assyriologist and biblical scholar Alexander Heidel proposes a helpful analogy to understand how we can accurately account for the similarities of the text. Since the Old Testament was intended also for the Gentile world, it is but natural that the biblical authors availed themselves of figures of speech and imagery with which also Israel's neighbors were familiar, or which were at least easily understandable to them. It may be added, however, that identical phraseology does not necessarily imply identical theology. B. Conclusion. The similarities between Mesopotamian, Egyptian, and Old Testament creation accounts are certainly significant, yet the differences are arguably even more profound. The depth and dignity of the Old Testament is unparalleled when compared with any other creation account from the A&E. 3. A comparison of pre-creation conditions. In both the Egyptian and Mesopotamian creation accounts, we observe that creation originated from a pre-existent cosmic matter, often viewed as primordial water that existed prior to the gods themselves. As it relates to the Old Testament account, some scholars propose that the Genesis narrative, like those of the A&E, also contains pre-creation conditions and does not imply creation ex nihilo, out of nothing. While this is a point of contention within Old Testament scholarship, a majority of evangelical scholars propose that Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 differs from A&E accounts precisely in its implication of creation ex nihilo. Walton, in assessing the opening verses of Genesis and the translation of the word bara, create, concludes that an accurate translation does not imply creation ex nihilo. He does, however, believe that his interpretation of Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 does not change the doctrine of ex nihilo as taught by Scripture. If we conclude that Genesis chapter 1 is not an account of material origins, we are not thereby suggesting that God is not responsible for material origins. I firmly believe that God is fully responsible for material origins, and that in fact material origins do involve at some point creation out of nothing. Some evangelical Old Testament scholars share Walton's view of the use of bara. However, it is not a majority opinion. Many other scholars, including Walter Kaiser, Collins, and Currid, submit that even though the verb bara does not automatically require the assumption that the creating is out of nothing, its use in Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 does in fact imply exactly that. Collins states, "The sentence of Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 taken as a whole does in fact imply creation from nothing. The heavens and the earth likely refers to everything in the material universe, and in the beginning tells us what time the author is speaking of. Hence, if God created everything at the beginning, then before the beginning, whatever that might mean, there was nothing. Therefore, Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 clearly implies, though it does not explicitly state, that God created from nothing and that the material universe has an absolute beginning." Similarly, in their study of creation ex nihilo, apologists William Lane Craig and Paul Copan conclude that several reinforcing features within Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 make it reasonable to accept an implicit understanding of creation ex nihilo. These features include 1. The uniqueness of the Genesis creation account in comparison to other A&E epics, 2. The literary elegance and the structural and grammatical necessity of the absolute sense in Genesis chapter 1 verse 1, 3. The uniqueness of bara, and 4. The creation of God by His Word alone. Hence, we see emerging a strong cumulative case for creation ex nihilo. In light of the entire fabric of Genesis chapter 1, creation out of nothing is the only proper inference to draw. No other conclusion can be properly secured. 4. A comparison of creative works. The methods by which the gods carried out creative acts, particularly in Mesopotamian traditions, often involved some sort of sexual procreation, unlike creation by spoken word as seen in the Old Testament. However, within some Egyptian creation accounts, particularly in Memphite theology, we see the god Ptah using spoken word as a means of creating. Bloom and Collins observe that this method of creation is certainly in line with the God of the Bible commanding, "Let there be," and is a step above the standard sexual procreation method of creation found elsewhere. They do not, however, understand this to point to a borrowing on the part of the Israelites in developing their own creation account. After all, the god Ptah in Egyptian creation accounts was self-created by a separating of the pre-existent primordial waters, as opposed to the uncreated God of the Old Testament. A lack of borrowing, however, does not negate the importance of this similarity in the two texts. Instead, this similarity helps to highlight how central proclamations were in both Israelite and Egyptian texts. Walton states, "Just as the gods of the ancient world set destinies in the cosmos by decree, so Yahweh established order and function by His spoken word." These A&E accounts all differed from the account we receive in Genesis chapter 1, where a sovereign, omnipotent, incomparable, and uncreated God creates through spoken word. 5. A comparison of the creation of mankind. Regarding the creation of mankind, Currid points out that God gave mankind privileged status over the created order, while in the Enuma Elish and other Mesopotamian myths, man is created in order to do the bidding of the gods. Old Testament scholar John Oswalt comments on the creation of mankind. To be sure, humanity is created last in the Babylonian account, Enuma Elish, as in the Bible, but here the similarity stops. In the Babylonian account, humanity is an afterthought, brought into being from a combination of dust and the blood of one of the chaos monsters in order to provide the gods with food and adulation. In the Bible, humanity is created last because it is the apex of all that has gone before, and because humans are to be given lordship over all the creation. To illustrate the reason behind man's creation by the gods, Alan Millard uses the Sumerian example of the creation of mankind by Enki and the mother goddess. The gods were tired of the work they had to do, tilling the ground and digging canals to grow the crops for their food. Enki had the idea of making a clay figure that the mother goddess would bring to birth. This was done, resulting in man. Ever since, man has had to work the ground in order to grow food for the gods and himself. Walton highlights the status of mankind within the biblical account. The order imposed through the creation narrative in Genesis chapter 1 sees people, rather than the gods, as the keystone in definition of order. The biblical text repeatedly offers the formula, "It was good," to describe the successful setting of each piece in its ordered place. The functions described are designed for the benefit of humans. This functional nuance of good in the biblical text is confirmed by a comparison of what is not good, that is, it is not good for man to be alone. Chapter 2, verse 18. The Old Testament not only differs from its A&E counterparts in the status of mankind in creation, but also in its portrayal of the human progenitors of the race, as Walton points out. The ancient Near East texts typically speak of human origins in collective terms, polygenesis. There is no indication of an original human pair that became progenitors of the entire human race, monogenesis. This is one of the distinctives of the Genesis account. This distinctive emphasizes the value of persons, reinforcing the biblical theme of God's love for His creatures. Instead of the A&E collective anonymity, the Old Testament presents a complementary pair, male and female, in a relationship of individual persons. 6. A comparison of the Creator. Without a doubt, the biggest difference between the Old Testament and A&E literature is the nature of the Creator. Currid compares God and the deities of the A&E as they directly relate to creation. The creation account of Genesis presents God as all-powerful, incomparable, and sovereign. He owes nothing to the agency of another. In addition, creation did not occur as the result of a contest or a struggle between gods, as it did in Mesopotamian myths. In the Enuma Elish myth, creation was a mere consequence of a war aimed at determining who would be the main god. In Genesis chapters 1 and 2, this is a question not even asked or worthy of consideration because there exists only one God and He is all-powerful. 7. A final thought on cosmogony. In highlighting the difference of the Old Testament from the cosmogony of the ancient Near East, the Robert F. and Patricia Ross Weiss Professor of Religious Studies at Yale University states that the first chapter of Genesis reflects the view that there is one supreme God who is creator and sovereign of the world. He simply exists. He appears to be incorporeal, and the realm of nature is subservient to him. He has no life story, mythology, and his will is absolute. This God creates through the simple expression of his will. Elohim said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Genesis chapter 1, verse 3. The deity expresses his will, and it comes to be. So different from ancient Near Eastern cosmogonies in which creation is always a form of procreation, the combination of male and female principles. Parallels between Enuma Elish and the biblical creation account. Enuma Elish, divine spirit and cosmic matter are coexistent and co-eternal. Genesis, divine spirit creates cosmic matter and exists independently of it. Enuma Elish, primeval chaos, Tiamat enveloped in darkness. Genesis, the earth is desolate and waste, with darkness covering the deep, Tehom. Enuma Elish, light emanating from the gods. Genesis, light created. Enuma Elish, the creation of the firmament. Genesis, the creation of the firmament. Enuma Elish, the creation of dry land. Genesis, the creation of dry land. Enuma Elish, the creation of the luminaries. Genesis, the creation of the luminaries. Enuma Elish, the creation of man. Genesis, the creation of man. Enuma Elish, the gods rest and celebrate. Genesis, God rests and sanctifies the seventh day. Parallels between Egyptian and biblical creation accounts. Egyptian sources: watery, unlimited, darkness, imperceptibility. Genesis: the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Chapter 1, verse 2. Egyptian sources: Atum or Ptah speaks creation into existence. Genesis: God creates by divine command. Chapter 1, verses 3, 6, 9, 11, 14, 15, 20, and 24. Egyptian sources: light created before the sun is in place. Genesis: light created before the sun is in place. Egyptian sources: the gods create by separating the waters to create an atmosphere. Genesis: God creates by separating the waters to create an atmosphere. Chapter 1, verses 6 and 7. Egyptian sources: initially in creation, the first little hillock of land, primordial mound, rises out of the water. Genesis: God creates by separating the land from the waters. Chapter 1, verse 9. Egyptian sources: creation of vegetation. Genesis: God creates plants. Chapter 1, verses 11 and 12. Egyptian sources: the sun rises on the first day. Genesis: God creates the sun, day 4, after the light, day 1. Chapter 1, verses 14 through 18. Egyptian sources: the gods create plants, fish, birds, and animal life. Genesis: God creates fish, birds, and animal life. Chapter 1, verses 20 through 25. Egyptian sources: the gods create man in their image formed out of clay. Genesis: God creates mankind in his image. Chapter 1, verses 26 through 28. Egyptian sources: Ptah rests after completing his work of creation. Memphite theology. Genesis: after completing creation, God rests. Chapter 2, verses 1 through 3. Egyptian sources: out of unlimited, imperceptible, dark waters, the God creates himself, including light, atmosphere, land, and luminaries in the heavens. The sun rises, followed by plants, creatures, and man, then he rests. Genesis: out of desolate, empty, dark waters, God creates light, atmosphere, land, plants, the luminaries in the heavens, creatures, and man, then he rests. Chapter 1, verse 2 through chapter 2, verse 3. Egyptian sources: the Creator God claims sovereign rule of state. Genesis: God as Creator claims sovereignty over all creation and so all nations. Chapter 1, verse 2 through chapter 2, verse 3. C. Flood accounts. This section compares the Old Testament story of the flood with the various flood accounts of the A&E. 1. Similarities in the flood accounts. Numerous accounts of flood stories exist within the ancient Near East and throughout the rest of the world. Anyone who makes an effort to study these texts finds parallels in the details, structure, and flow of these stories, as seen in the chart, a comparison of the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Old Testament. This chart shows that the Epic of Gilgamesh holds one of the largest numbers of flood details that are the same or similar to those in the Genesis account. George Smith, who discovered the Epic of Gilgamesh tablets in 1872, says this: "On reviewing the evidence, it is apparent that the events of the flood narrated in the Bible and the inscription are the same and occur in the same order. The similarities of the texts are also observed by Currid. Not only are many of the details parallel, but the structure and flow of the stories are the same. Such overwhelming similitude cannot be explained as a result of mere chance or simultaneous invention. How do we account for the many similarities between the biblical narrative of the flood and the other ancient Near Eastern stories? Clearly, there is a relationship, but the question is one of defining the nature of that connection." A comparison of the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Old Testament. Epic of Gilgamesh. Divine warning of doom, lines 20 to 26. Genesis, divine warning of doom, chapter 6, verses 12 and 13. Epic of Gilgamesh, command to build ship, lines 24 through 31. Genesis, command to build ark, chapter 6, verses 14 through 16. Epic of Gilgamesh, hero constructs ship, lines 54 through 76. Genesis, Noah builds ark, chapter 6, verse 22. Epic of Gilgamesh, Utnapishtim loads ark, including his relations and animals, lines 80 to 85. Genesis, Noah loads ark, including his family and animals, chapter 7, verses 1 through 5. Epic of Gilgamesh, the gods send torrential rains, lines 90 through 128. Genesis, Yahweh sends torrential rains, chapter 6, verse 17, and chapter 7, verses 1 through 12. Epic of Gilgamesh, the flood destroys humanity, line 133. Genesis, the flood destroys humanity, chapter 7, verses 21 and 22. Epic of Gilgamesh, the flood subsides, lines 129 through 132. Genesis, the flood abates, chapter 8, verses 1 through 3. Epic of Gilgamesh, the ship lands on Mount Nisir, lines 140 through 144. Genesis, the ark settles on Mount Ararat, chapter 8, verse 4. Epic of Gilgamesh, Utnapishtim sends forth birds, lines 146 through 154. Genesis, Noah sends forth birds, chapter 8, verses 6 through 12. Epic of Gilgamesh, sacrifice to the gods, lines 155 through 161. Genesis, sacrifice to Yahweh, chapter 8, verses 20 through 22. Epic of Gilgamesh, deities bless hero, line 194. Genesis, Yahweh blesses Noah, chapter 9, verse 1. 2. Do these similarities suggest a common source? There are three general positions Old Testament scholars adopt to explain the similarities in flood accounts. A. Common origin. As noted by Peter Enns in his book Inspiration and Incarnation, it seems entirely possible that the flood stories may simply have a common origin. As with Enuma Elish, one should not conclude that the biblical account is directly dependent on these flood stories. Still, the obvious similarities between them indicate a connection on some level. Perhaps one borrowed from the other, or perhaps all of the stories have older precursors. The second option is quite possible since, as mentioned above, there exists a Sumerian flood story that is considered older than either the Akkadian or biblical versions. B. Separate accounts from a common event. Currid proposes that the biblical account of the flood is perhaps a completely separate tradition that originates from the same historically known flood of the A&E. A common origin does not necessarily infer that one source has built off of another, but instead each account has delivered a completely different version of a common account. He writes, "If the biblical stories are true, one would be surprised not to find some reference to these truths in extra-biblical literature. And indeed, in ancient Near Eastern myth, we do see some kernels of historical truth. However, pagan authors vulgarized or bastardized those truths. They distorted fact by dressing it up with polytheism, magic, violence, and paganism. Fact became myth. From this angle, the common references would appear to support rather than deny the historicity of the biblical story. Some, including Currid, who take a more polemic approach, go so far as to say that the biblical story is designed to mock those of the A&E, while at the same time providing the true flood account. 3. Reasons for the flood. A. Ancient Near East reasons. The flood stories of the A&E are polytheistic and involve deities who closely reflect human characteristics. In the Epic of Atrahasis, the flood is a result of humans disturbing the sleep of the gods. In the Sumerian flood story of Ziusudra, an assembly of the gods decide they want to end the kingship of men. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the gods argue about the purpose of the flood and their action seems arbitrary. In highlighting the reason for the flood as understood within the Atrahasis epic, historian Norman Kahn explains the lack of forethought of the gods and petty reasoning. The author of the Atrahasis epic clearly thinks well of mankind, poorly of almost all the gods. This is not a story about sin and its consequences. The offense of human beings is simply that they multiply and, as a result, make too much noise for the gods' comfort. That such a slight and unwitting offense evokes such a lethal response is clue to the shortcomings of the gods. They are tyrants, and stupid tyrants at that. B. Old Testament reasons. Just like the biblical creation account, the biblical flood narrative is strictly monotheistic. The sovereign God of the Bible controls everything relating to the flood events, and neither answers to nor cowers before any other deity. We see in Genesis chapter 6 verses 5 through 7 that the reason for the flood is man's wickedness and sin. The Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intent of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And the Lord was sorry that he had made man on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart. So the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, creeping thing and birds of the air, for I am sorry that I have made them. Old Testament professor Kenneth Matthews notes, Genesis repeatedly attributes the flood to the wickedness of man and explains that the corruption of the earth has merited the response of a moral God. There is no flood story comparable to the moral stature of Genesis. Idell concludes, in the biblical story, the flood is sent by the one omnipotent God, who is just in all his dealings with the children of men, who punishes the impenitent sinner, even if it means the destruction of the world, but who saves the just with his powerful hand and in his own way. In Genesis, the deluge is clearly and unmistakably a moral judgment, a forceful illustration of divine justice meting out stern punishment to a faithless and perverse generation, but delivering the righteous. 4. A comparison of the deities responsible for the flood. Kahn exposes the frailty of the gods and their seeming regret with regard to the flood in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Everything was turned to darkness, the mountains disappeared under water, the people were all drowned. The pounding storm, the raging flood were like a war. The gods themselves were terrified, crouching and cowering like dogs and struggling to escape from the earth to the sky. Deprived of the offerings of food and drink on which they depended, they mourned the destruction of mankind. With burning lips and parched throats they sat, humbly weeping and sobbing, and the Mother Goddess reproached herself bitterly for having consented to the catastrophe that had destroyed her people. Hoffmeyer, writing of the gods responsible for the floods in the Mesopotamian texts, describes an almost comical nature or foolishness of the gods. At every turn in the Mesopotamian flood traditions, one can imagine the biblical authors having a good laugh as they read or heard these stories. While Israelites believed that their God, Yahweh, neither slumbers nor sleeps, Psalm 121 verse 4, the Babylonian gods in the flood tradition suffered from insomnia because of human noise. The bickering and intrigue among the pantheon must have struck the Hebrew writer and his audience as odd. Then, too, the fact that the gods were frightened by the very deluge they had ordained makes them look impotent and foolish compared with the portrayal of the Hebrew God who controlled his creation, bringing the flood as planned, and then causing a mighty wind, or his spirit, ruach, to push back the waters so that the land would dry out. Genesis chapter 8, verse 1. Like various Mesopotamian flood heroes, Noah made an offering after disembarking, and the Lord smelled the pleasing aroma, Genesis chapter 8, verse 21. But there is no comical depiction of God being hungry and thirsty, craving human sustenance and buzzing around the offering like a famished fly. Hoffmeyer concludes that the different presentations of deity in the Hebrew and Mesopotamian traditions could not be more striking. Genesis seems aware of the Babylonian versions, and while agreeing that there was a flood and ark and a survivor, the theological perspective is radically different and is consciously aimed at refuting the Babylonian worldview. 5. A comparison of the flood heroes. There seems to be an important difference between Noah and other A&E heroes, as Currid explains. Noah was chosen by Yahweh to construct an ark for survival because he found favor in the eyes of the Lord, Genesis chapter 6, verse 8. Noah was delivered because of his righteousness and God's grace. Atrahasis and the other pagan heroes of the flood saved themselves because of their bravery and human wisdom. The consequences of the flood within Mesopotamian narratives include the flood survivors' immortality. This is contrary to the Genesis account that highlights Noah's mortality and dismisses any notion of a divine nature or immortality within him. 6. A narrative comparison of the flood. In comparing the biblical account of the flood against the Mesopotamian accounts, renowned Old Testament scholar Bruce Waltke highlights the ways in which the biblical account stands apart from the others. The biblical narrative stands apart in significant ways, both in wisdom and in theology. For example, the dimensions of Noah's Ark are those of modern ships, but the Babylonian ship, though pitched within and without, is an unstable cube. Noah sensibly first releases the raven, which braves the storm, can feed on carrion, and can remain in flight much longer than the dove. He then releases the gentle, timid, and low-flying dove. The hero in the Babylonian parallel, however, sends in sequence a dove, a sparrow, and then a raven. The most radical difference in the two accounts is the Bible's investing the story with a covenant concept. In the Mesopotamian accounts, overpopulation or humanity's noise interrupts the sleep of the gods and provokes their wrath, and the hero's wisdom and bravery saves him. In the Bible, humanity's wickedness arouses God's anger, and Noah's righteousness, not his wisdom and bravery, motivates God to save him. The biblical narrative is calculated to place all wisdom on God and promote human trust and obedience to him. In the Mesopotamian account, the gods gather around the sacrifice like flies because they are hungry. In the biblical account, Noah's sacrifice assuages God's heart with regard to sin. Specifically highlighting the difference in sacrifice motif, Matthews states, "First, the Mesopotamian accounts are crude, polytheistic tales that depict selfish, deceptive deities embroiled in a dispute. The pagan ideology of the stories is seen, for instance, in the post-diluvian sacrifice by Utnapishtim that serves as food for the hungry deities who have gone without animal offerings during the flood. The gods smelled the sweet savor, the gods crowded like flies about the sacrificer." 7. A covenant polemic. Explaining the unique covenant concept found in the biblical account, Currid expands on Waltke's above comparison. One of the unique aspects of the Noahic flood narrative is the Lord's establishment of a covenant with Noah. As a physical sign of the reality of the covenantal relationship, Yahweh places the rainbow in the sky, my bow in the cloud, Genesis chapter 9, verses 12 and 13. The bow is like a billboard for all to see that God has made an enduring covenant with all living creatures. Some believe the rainbow, symbolizing a covenant between God and mankind, is a conscious polemic against pagan mythology that often used the bow to symbolize battle between gods or between gods and humans. Other scholars, including Herbert Wolff, understand the covenant rainbow in a slightly different light. Wolff states, "The Noahic covenant was an everlasting covenant made with Noah and his descendants. God promised that never again would he destroy the world with a flood, Genesis chapter 9, verses 8 through 11. As a sign of the covenant, God designated the rainbow as a reminder of his binding promise. Since the word for rainbow also means a war bow, kesheth, it has been suggested that a bow pointed toward the heavens constitutes a self-maledictory oath. Von Rad argues that the rainbow was a sign that God had laid aside his war bow, the judgment was over. 8. A comparison of genre. As we have seen, the style of writing in the A&E is important to understanding the literary goal. Genesis chapters 6 through 9, which encompasses the flood story, is written in the form of historical narrative and, according to Currid, clearly bears the markings of that genre. A most important grammatical marker in biblical Hebrew is a device called a wow consecutive plus imperfect, often simply translated as, "and it was." The device is the way in which a Hebrew writer presents events in a historical sequence. It appears commonly throughout Hebrew narrative, but rarely in other genres such as poetry. In Genesis chapter 6, verses 5 through 22, that device appears at least a dozen times. Also, in Hebrew narrative, the writers often employ a word that serves as a sign of the coming direct object. It is the word et. It almost never occurs in poetry, but it is a clear, distinctive marker of historical prose. The sign of the direct object appears at least 15 times in Genesis chapter 6, verses 5 through 22, and the style of writing used in the cosmological texts in the A&E is best described as mythic narrative. Currid concludes, "The Genesis writer is a radical monotheist. His presentation of the flood account not only relays the event in a historical manner, it also contains harsh and radical rebukes of the pagan myths." 9. A final thought on the flood. The similarities between the Old Testament and A&E flood accounts suggest a common origin, but the differences prove to be decisive. The available evidence proves nothing beyond the point that there is a genetic relationship between Genesis and the Babylonian versions. The skeleton is the same in both cases, but the flesh and blood, and above all the animating spirit, are different. It is here that we meet the most far-reaching divergencies between the Hebrew and the Mesopotamian stories. D. Origins of the gods. A theogony is an origin story or genealogy for a god or gods. In the various theogonies of the A&E, individual gods always had a beginning, no matter how supreme they were. 1. Ancient Near Eastern theogony versus the Old Testament. While theogonies differed between people groups in the A&E, each people group was clear that the gods were in fact created. Walton helps us understand the various accounts of how the gods of the A&E came into being. The mythology of both Mesopotamia and Egypt makes clear that the gods had origins. They exist in familial relationships, and there are generations of gods. When the texts speak of theogony, origins of the gods, they include a number of elements in the presentation. In Egyptian literature, it is most common to think of the earliest gods coming into being through bodily fluids, the creator gods spitting, sneezing, sweating, or masturbating, while the later deities are simply born to a previous generation of deity. In the Memphite theology, the gods are brought into being by Atum separating them from himself. One way that creation was expressed was by the mouth which pronounced the name of everything. Typically, the first gods created are primordial cosmic gods. Since the forces of nature are expressions and manifestations of the attributes of deities, cosmogony and theogony become intertwined as the natural world comes into being along with the gods who embody the various elements of the cosmos. In comparison, we can see that the Old Testament does not contain a view of theogony at all. The most obvious difference is seen in the absence of any theogony in Israel. The biblical text offers no indication that Israel considered Yahweh as having an origin, and there are no other gods to bring into existence either by procreation or separation. 2. A stark contrast. This lack of theogony highlights an obvious difference between the Old Testament and other ancient texts, and understanding the gravity of this difference allows us to see the foundation on which each culture derived its worldview. Hayes points out the stark contrast of what this means for the God of the Old Testament in comparison to the gods of A&E myth. The absence of theogony and mythology means the absence of a meta-divine or primordial realm from which the biblical God emerges. It also means the absence of the idea that this God is immanent in nature, natural substances, or phenomena. Therefore, the biblical God's powers and knowledge are not limited by the existence of any superior power or substance. Nature is not divine, the created world is not divine, it is not the physical manifestation of various deities. There is no intrinsic material connection between the deity and creation. The line of demarcation is clear. 3. The gods of the ancient Near East versus the God of the Old Testament. A. Gods of the A&E. In order to assess accurately the relationship between the A&E and Old Testament, we need to understand how these cultures characterize the deities that they worshipped. The characteristics of A&E deities reveal their close commonalities with humanity. 1. Immorality. Regarding the behavior of the A&E gods, Oswalt notes, the gods are untrustworthy, seeking their own ends rather than caring for their worshippers' ends. They are constantly fighting among each other, often over the most petty matters. They are fearful, especially of death, but they can do nothing lasting about their fears, for each of them, like the stars in their orbits, are fixed to a certain fate. They are limited both in knowledge and in power. Walton expands upon the human characteristics of these deities. What attributes did Yahweh not have that other deities possessed? This list would include those attributes that assumed a polytheistic system or human foibles, such as craftiness, lust, deception, sexuality, and a host of others. Many more items would be included on this list because the baser qualities came with the fact that the deities of the A&E were perceived in human terms. Quite often the characteristics attributed to a deity find their way into human society. Known as imitatio Dei, this doctrine highlighted the belief that man can and should be godlike in his conduct. Thus, if the god was told to do certain things, then the people were given license to do those same things. This, of course, often led to heinous acts on the part of the worshippers, particularly among those who worship the Canaanite god Baal. Although we have only Canaanite deities involved in incest and bestiality, there can be no doubt that Canaanite people engaged in these acts as well. In Canaanite society, if one had the power, one exercised it, first by coveting and then by putting these thoughts into action. Gordon and Rensburg also give examples of transvestism, ritual prostitution, and incest, in addition to bestiality and covetousness. Though we cannot know what percentage of the Canaanites would have partaken in these actions of the gods, we can be sure that many did because of the noble manner in which they were portrayed. 2. Petulance. Unlike the God of the Old Testament, the gods of the A&E were very easily offended, and the response to such offenses often led to an increase in giving, temple remodeling, treaties with neighboring peoples, etc. Such whims often resulted in rituals designed to appease the gods. One such ritual was the substitute king ritual. Markham Geller, in Ancient Babylonian Medicine, summarizes this ritual. A substitute king was appointed after an eclipse or unfavorable omen considered to be dangerous to the reigning king, and the ritual provided for the king to step down from his throne for a period of time, of up to 6 months, in favor of his substitute, who was later executed, thereby fulfilling the ominous prediction. 3. Natural characteristics. In speaking of the Sumerian gods in particular, Millard shows how natural forces often characterize the gods. The gods of the Sumerians were the powers of nature as revealed in the world. So the sun god was the sun and the power within it. Just as human activities are limited, so were the gods each restricted to their own sphere. The myths show the gods acting their own positions. They fight to hold their place against evil powers that want to break down their ordered way of life. They quarrel over their areas of influence. They engage in trickery and show every kind of human emotion and vice. B. The God of the Old Testament, Yahweh. In the Old Testament, Yahweh is not characterized with inherent human traits or those of nature, including sexuality. He also does not contain any traits that would be considered evil or negative. Of course, this results in far fewer characteristics than those of the gods of A&E, because Yahweh's traits are primarily limited to those consistent with a monotheistic worldview, interiority, moral character, and formal relationships. In describing the difference between the Old Testament's Yahweh and the gods of the ancient Near East, Gordon and Rensburg explain that Yahweh was never a specialized phenomenon of nature such as the sun. Yahweh is represented in the patriarchal narratives as being the supreme God who created heaven and earth, Genesis chapter 14, verse 22. As his name indicates, he is the one who calls into being, or the Creator. Daniel Block echoes, on the one hand, insofar as the gods of the nations outside Israel tolerated the worship of other divinities, even by their own people, their absolute status as national deities was diminished. On the other hand, in Israel, Yahweh's position was to be unchallenged. His intolerance of rivals was total, particularly in the minds of Orthodox Yahwists. However, the fact that he welcomed the worship of persons from outside the national group served as an additional limiting factor to his national deity status. While Yahweh had established a special covenant relationship with Israel, his true devotees proclaimed him simultaneously to be the universal God. E. Nature of humanity in the A&E versus Old Testament. 1. Humanity in the A&E. The role of humanity within the A&E can be seen clearly expressed within the art, history, and culture of recovered A&E artifacts, but our greatest understanding again comes from the numerous myths of the various cultures of the A&E. Addressing the Mesopotamian view of humanity in particular, Alan Wigerman recounts their understanding of the status of humanity. According to the myths, the great gods, organizing the world after the separation of heaven and earth, had the lesser gods dig rivers and canals and build their houses. The lesser gods rebelled, went on strike, and demanded to be relieved of their burden. The great gods consented to the creation of a substitute, man, to carry out these tasks, but also had one of the rebels killed to show their displeasure and discourage future rebels. Thus, the burden of the lesser gods was transferred to human beings. This subservient motif was used often within the A&E to understand the proper place of man in relation to the gods. The same motif was used to also explain death, justify the actions of the governing body, and set up a system by which society would operate. When humanity multiplied, death was decreed as its fate in order to keep the population in check, and kingship was lowered from heaven in order to coordinate his efforts. The ruler organized his subjects in a state whose only purpose was to provide the gods with whatever they desired and thus justify the continuation of human existence. The relationship between humanity and the gods of the A&E hinged upon how humanity fulfilled the needs of the gods. Regular care and maintenance was demanded of both the local temple deities and the family gods. Bloch summarizes the tasks necessary for taking care of the gods. In the ancient world, all formal and public worship revolved around the image. It marked the deity's presence and was the center of any ceremony involving the divine. The image would be awakened in the morning, washed, clothed, given 2 sumptuous meals each day while music was played in its presence, and put to bed at night. Thus worship involved primarily caring for the needs of the god through his image, thereby ensuring the continued presence of the deity in the image. Humanity relied upon the god's satisfaction, while the gods relied upon humanity for a life of leisure. This caused humanity anxiety, for no one knew whether his service warranted reward or long life. If humanity failed in serving the gods in a satisfactory manner, they were punished with adversity, disease, and even an early death. Social rejection of an individual was commonplace if one was a victim of any sort of misfortune, for misfortune was understood to be a result of being out of favor with the gods. 2. Humanity in the Old Testament. A. The image of God. The Old Testament shows a very different perspective on the role and importance of humanity. Unlike the myths, customs, and rituals of the A&E, which promotes a very low view of humanity, the Old Testament posits a very high view. This divergence among common A&E thought places man at the pinnacle of creation, made in the image of God with freedom and a sense of personhood. Being made in the image of God as opposed to the gods being made in the image of man brought great significance to the existence of humanity, as Oswalt points out. Part of the significance of the image of God in humans relates to the significance of personality that is found in the Old Testament. Whatever else the Bible tells us about God, it shows us a full-orbed person who is capable of interacting with his creation on any number of different levels. This is a person who laughs and cries, who roars and croons, who loves and hates, who is frustrated and triumphant, who shows us that personality is not something accidental to be downplayed as we seek the great commonalities of existence, but something at the very heart of existence itself. Genesis chapter 1 verses 26 through 28 highlights man being made in the image of God, and soon after being put into a position of responsibility over creation. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, and over the livestock, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God he created him, male and female he created them. And God blessed them, and God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, and over every living thing that moves on the earth." B. Implications of the image of God. The Old Testament's view of humanity being in the image and likeness of God has profound implications for our responsibility to and treatment of other people. The reason we are to love our neighbor as ourselves, Leviticus chapter 19 verse 18, and to care for widows and orphans, James chapter 1 verse 27, is because every human being has dignity and value as an image-bearer of God. Of course, being made in God's image also functions as a polemic of sorts. While the A&E kings and rulers were generally considered closer to the status of the gods, and often gods themselves, the Old Testament removes the distinction between rulers and the common man. While kings held an important position within the structure of society, they were still mere men sharing the same likeness as the lowest servants. F. Monotheism versus polytheism. At the most foundational level of the A&E and Old Testament texts, we observe the greatest distinction between the worldviews: monotheism. 1. The focus on monotheism in the Old Testament. There are only 3 major world religions that posit a singular God: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Interestingly enough, all three of these monotheistic religions were derived from the Old Testament, which maintains the only consistently monotheistic view of God in the A&E. Regarding the Israelites' unique worldview, Oswalt states, "Only once in the history of the world has a culture contrived to attain and maintain the idea of the absolute unity of deity. On every side of it, peoples far more brilliant than Israel were maintaining with vehemence the multiplicity of deity. Israel alone insisted on the oneness of God, even in the end to the death, if necessary." There are many Old Testament passages that reference monotheism, including, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one," Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. "Do we not all have one Father? Has not one God created us?" Malachi chapter 2, verse 10, New American Standard Bible. "I am God, and there is no other," Isaiah chapter 45, verse 22. Kahn claims that the biggest difference of all between Yahweh and other A&E gods is that Yahweh is no mere chief of the gods, he is the one and only God. 2. Old Testament monotheism was a unique worldview in the ancient Near East. The teachings and literature of the A&E cultures run contrary to the Old Testament teachings of monotheism. While at times dabbling in monotheistic ideas, these cultures never fully embraced monotheism, and so they reverted to polytheistic philosophies. All of the ancient Near Eastern cultures believed in a multitude of divine beings, and not one of these gods maintained a position of sovereignty over the rest. Paul Copan highlights the uniqueness of the monotheistic view of the Old Testament. The Jews introduced a robust monotheism. Rather than being just one God in a pantheon of others or just a regional deity, Yahweh was and is the only deity who matters. Indeed, he is the only one who exists. Along with this, the Jews introduced a new way to experience reality. There is a divine being who regularly, personally engages humans, whose choices really make a difference. 3. Old Testament polemics against polytheism. Oftentimes, people point to passages in the Old Testament that may imply the existence of other gods. Numbers chapter 21, verse 29, Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 19, Judges chapter 16, verses 23 and 24, etc. These verses, and many like them, seem to call into question the belief that the people of Israel were purely monotheistic from the start. However, it is always important to examine further evidence. Polytheistic practices were, in fact, not representative of the Israelite religion of the Old Testament. Rather, the Old Testament would call out such practices as foolishness. However, this does not automatically assume that the Israelite people always lived according to the teachings of the Old Testament. Some Old Testament scholars believe Exodus chapter 20, verse 3 shows this polemic in the first of the 10 Commandments, "You shall have no other gods before me." Alternatively, other scholars believe this verse shows that the Old Testament promotes henotheism, worship of one God even though others may exist. It is important to note that even though the author of Exodus was speaking against the worship of other gods, that does not mean he actually believed them to exist. Even though the author of Exodus did not have a robust Trinitarian view of God, he likely took the same approach as Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 8, verses 4 through 6. Therefore, concerning the eating of things offered to idols, we know that an idol is nothing in the world, and that there is no other God but one. For even if there are so-called gods, whether in heaven or on earth, as there are many gods and many lords, yet for us there is one God, the Father, of whom are all things, and we for him, and one Lord Jesus Christ, through whom are all things, and through whom we live. Regarding the identity of so-called gods in this discussion of idolatry, Paul clarifies in 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verses 19 and 20, "What am I saying then, that an idol is anything, or what is offered to idols is anything? Rather, that the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to demons and not to God, and I do not want you to have fellowship with demons." On the other hand, even if the author did believe other lower gods to exist, this does not necessarily detract from the monotheistic thrust of the Old Testament. Though often hotly debated in terms of its translation and intent, Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4 lays a strong claim to the fact that there is only one God. This does not show an inconsistency between the passages or a contradiction, but instead serves as an instance of polemical theology in order that the people of Israel would understand there is only one God. To worship another is nonsensical. G. Images. 1. Images in the ancient Near East. Among all the cultures of the ancient Near East, the various gods were represented by images and caricatures of the natural world in which they manifested their presence. In an effort to curb any sort of confusion on the matter of images, idols, it is important to point out that these images were not believed to be the actual deity, but a vessel in which they could manifest their presence. As explained by Walton, the deity's presence was marked by the image of the deity. In this way, the image mediated the worship from the people to the deity. We can conclude that the material image was animated by the divine essence. Therefore, it did not simply represent the deity, but it manifested its presence. We should not conclude, however, that the image was the deity. The deity was the reality that was embodied in the image. Because it was believed the gods manifested these images, great care was taken to make sure they were comfortable. Millard highlights the attentiveness required to look after a temple image. He states that each day the statue had to be washed, dressed, and fed. The clothes and food were supplied by the worshippers as offerings or drawn from the wealth of the temple. 2. The Old Testament's polemic on images. One of the greatest polemics of the Old Testament addresses the use of images in the worship and manifestation of gods. The Old Testament maintains an iconoclasm, which views the use of religious images as heretical. Much like its position of monotheism, the Old Testament is paramount to understanding the foundations of iconoclasm. 3 great world religions maintain the monotheistic worldview of the Old Testament. All have also needed to define a strong position on iconoclasm. Judaism has maintained it most consistently, and Islam has maintained it with great rigor, especially in sacred places, but in some eras and places, easing its restrictions for secular art. Christianity has known extended periods when icons became a great internal controversy, with the theology of the Incarnation influencing many Christians to accept icons as prompts to prayerful aspiration toward a holy life, unlike the A&E view of them as divinely animated. As Oswald points out, there is only one culture in the world where iconoclasm originated and was then maintained as a consistent principle. That vigor is clear in the Old Testament polemic against placing trust in them. They were to be seen as man-made, empty of spiritual power. Scripture openly mocks the A&E practices surrounding images. Isaiah chapter 46 verses 5 through 7 states, "To whom will you liken me, and make me equal, and compare me, that we may be alike? Those who lavish gold from the purse and weigh out silver in the scales, hire a goldsmith, and he makes it into a god. Then they fall down and worship. They lift it to their shoulders, they carry it, they set it in its place, and it stands there. It cannot move from its place. If one cries to it, it does not answer or save him from his trouble." English Standard Version. Walton delineates the polemic used by the Old Testament prophets to castigate the images and idols of its neighboring cultures. They criticize the idea that true deity could in any way be present in a humanly made image. They do not treat as credible the disclaimers of the craftsmen who ritually and symbolically return the image to the divine realm after its manufacture is complete. The rituals seek to accomplish just that, and the actual discussions found in Assyrian texts show that the Assyrians wrestled with these same issues. While the Mesopotamians attempt to resolve the problems cultically and thus justify the continued use of the image, the prophets see the obstacles as impassable and ridicule the attempts as they flaunt the superiority of Yahweh. Oswald adds, "On every side of Israel, opulent religious practices centering on images were taking place. Yet Israel's prophets represent the worship of idols as perhaps the most basic departure from Israel's ancient faith. They act as though the denial of idolatry was at the very heart of Israel's understanding of reality." 5. Concluding remarks. Though we have only scratched the surface of a comparative study of the A&E texts and the Old Testament, we have seen that the surface similarities between these texts are small compared to the radical worldview differences. These differences, however, do not justify abandoning all similarities, as recognizing similarities can help elucidate proper understanding of the Old Testament. The similarities in literary style or cultural imagery do not invalidate the truth claims of the Old Testament, but instead show a commonality within humanity that is evidenced in the literature of today. As Heidel suggests, The sacred writers took over figures of speech derived from foreign literature, just as certain of the classical writers of the Christian era patterned some of their finest literary productions after Greek and Roman masterpieces. Since the Old Testament was intended also for the Gentile world, it is but natural that the biblical authors availed themselves of figures of speech and imagery with which also Israel's neighbors were familiar, or which were at least easily understandable to them. Despite the claim by many critical scholars that the Old Testament is merely a retelling of ancient myths plagiarized from other cultures and adjusted to fit the Hebrew worldview, it is far more likely that the Old Testament is a unique text among A&E accounts. Chapter 15. Biblically Faithful Approaches to Genesis. 1. Introduction. Genesis chapter 1 inspires some of the most heated, sensitive, and yet important controversies within the whole Christian church today. Our understanding of Genesis chapter 1 has implications for how we understand the rest of Scripture, modern science, and the nature of the gospel itself. Young Christians indicate that the supposed conflict between Christianity and science is one of the main reasons many of them leave the church. It is critical, then, that Christians think through the proper interpretation of Genesis chapter 1 and what implications this has for the intersection of faith and science. Because of space limitations and the larger focus of this book, this chapter is limited to an inerrantist view of Scripture. By inerrant, we mean the position that the Bible is without error in everything that it affirms. This position is articulated more fully in the Chicago Statement on Scripture, 1978. Our goal in this chapter is not to settle the matter. Many scientific, philosophical, and theological issues related to this topic go beyond the scope of this chapter and book. Rather, we hope to portray various responsible approaches for inerrantist Christians in terms of how they interpret Genesis chapter 1. Unlike the historical resurrection, the interpretation of Genesis chapter 1 is a subject over which Bible-believing Christians can have disagreements. Because of space limitations and the centrality of the first chapter in Genesis to the overall biblical narrative, we limit our discussion to Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 through chapter 2 verse 4. A. Genesis chapter 1, Unique Account of Origins. Among the oldest known copies of Genesis is a fragment of a Dead Sea Scroll containing the description of the first 3 days of creation. This would have been copied from older scrolls, with the original document commonly attributed to Moses. While there is disagreement over the extent of Moses' authorship of Genesis, there is general agreement among conservative biblical scholars that he was the primary source behind it. As archaeologists have discovered other ancient Near East A&E texts, scholars have shown great interest in comparing and contrasting them with the Genesis text. A range of views exist concerning how these other A&E sources influence the Old Testament. Many Old Testament scholars see a stark contrast between other A&E accounts of creation and the Genesis account. An example is the Babylonian epic of creation, Enuma Elish. The god Marduk kills the goddess Tiamat, creates the universe from her body, and then creates humans from the blood of another god, Kingu. Old Testament scholar Kenneth J. Turner notes the following contrasts between Genesis chapter 1 and other A&E creation accounts. Monotheism versus polytheism, including the sun, moon, and sea as creations rather than gods, the agency of the divine word versus a divine power struggle, for example Marduk and Tiamat, structure and order versus chaos and accident, God as non-gendered versus A&E gods who are gendered, male or female, and sexually active, humanity as divine images versus slaves of the gods, God's rest versus perpetual restlessness of the A&E gods. The uniqueness of Genesis chapter 1 among the A&E creation accounts is primarily theological. Yahweh is vastly different from the other gods. Indeed, Genesis chapter 1 has been characterized as a polemic against the beliefs of Israel's pagan neighbors. B. What guidelines should we follow in interpreting Genesis chapter 1? 1. Respect the Hebrew text. Genesis was written in Hebrew, and a responsible interpretation requires a good understanding of the Hebrew text. Since most of us rely on Hebrew scholars to translate the text, we ought to select translations that both faithfully convey the message of the original text and show where the Hebrew is not so simple or obvious. In addition, the use of commentaries that shed light on the nuances of the Hebrew text, for example, the meaning of words, genre, verb tenses, literary devices, and the culture of the day, can be of considerable help in understanding the original meaning of a passage. 2. Recognize the unique literary genre of Genesis chapter 1. The books of the Bible and even passages within books are written in a variety of literary genres. Examples are historical narrative, for example, the books of Samuel and Kings, prophecy, for example, Isaiah, and letters, for example, Romans. A responsible interpretation of a passage requires the recognition of its literary genre. However, Genesis chapter 1 may not fit neatly into any of the genres recognized in the rest of Scripture. Old Testament scholar C. John Collins, after describing 4 possible ways of interpreting Genesis, argues that the author was talking about what he thought were actual events, using rhetorical and literary techniques to shape the reader's attitudes toward these events. This approach recognizes both the historical nature of the account, indicating that it is referring to real events in the past, as well as some measure of metaphorical language. The perspective of Collins is often considered a moderate view. However, it is important to recognize that even his view is debatable. Some argue that Genesis chapter 1 is entirely, or almost entirely, metaphorical, while others do not find any metaphorical language at all. 3. Respect the coherence and inerrancy of Scripture. There are many examples in Scripture where different perspectives are provided for specific events. For example, the creation of humans as described in Genesis chapter 1 is somewhat different from the account in Genesis chapter 2. Such differences are not contradictions, but instead give us a more complete understanding. Theologian and philosopher John Frame notes, "Similarly confused is the notion that accounts of the same event are contradictory unless they have exactly the same emphasis and perspective. God gave us 4 gospel documents that together give us a fuller picture of Jesus than any one of them could have. They are supplementary, not contradictory. The Bible contains no error, but many different perspectives on the truth." Along with apologist Norman Geisler and the Chicago Statement on Scripture, we place confidence in everything that it, the Bible, affirms, while recognizing these complex aspects of interpretation. C. Diversity of Christian interpretations. As far as we know, never in church history have we reached a universal consensus on how to interpret Genesis chapter 1. Christians have differed over 1. The genre of Genesis, 2. How to interpret the days of creation, 3. The purpose of the early chapters in Genesis, and 4. Other relevant interpretive factors. Theologians intending to take a responsible approach to Scripture have drawn different conclusions. We will first summarize the main interpretations that emerged from the early Church Fathers, and then consider the main interpretations within conservative Protestant churches today. D. Unity of truth. Christians have always believed that God reveals himself in 2 books, the book of Scripture and the book of nature. This conviction is rooted in the testimony of Scripture, Psalm 19 verses 1 through 4 and 7 and 8, and has been affirmed by historic Christian creeds. We know him by 2 means. First, by the creation, preservation, and government of the universe, which is before our eyes as a most elegant book, wherein all creatures, great and small, are as so many characters leading us to contemplate the invisible things of God, namely his power and divinity, as the Apostle Paul says, Romans chapter 1 verse 20, all things which are sufficient to convince men and leave them without excuse. Secondly, he makes himself more clearly fully known to us by his holy and divine word, that is to say, as far as is necessary for us to know in this life, to his glory and our salvation. Creeds of Christendom, the Belgic Confession, 1561. Thus, properly understanding the natural world requires the accurate integration of both of these books of God's revelation. We believe that both books are true when properly interpreted and integrated. We interpret the book of nature through the physical sciences and the book of Scripture through the discipline of theology. If we find apparent contradictions between the two books, we must go back and re-evaluate our science and/or our hermeneutics. Several interpretations of Genesis chapter 1 will be presented in this chapter. While they are not all mutually exclusive, it is important to remember that they cannot all be true. Perhaps even none of them is correct. But certainly two interpretations cannot both be correct unless those two are not mutually exclusive. Ultimately, our desire is that the body of Christ recognizes that well-meaning Christians can hold differing interpretations of Genesis chapter 1 and still remain within orthodoxy. 2. Patristic interpretations of Genesis chapter 1. A study of the early Church Fathers' writings reveals more than one interpretation of Genesis chapter 1. It is difficult to align the views of some of these fathers with modern interpretations, and some are cited in support of more than one modern interpretation. This section will review 3 different patristic interpretations presented in the approximate chronological order of their earliest proponents. A. Epoch Day View. Irenaeus, circa AD 120 or 140 to 200 or 203. In writing about the 6th day of creation, suggested that this day could have been a 1,000-year epoch. In commenting on God's warning to Adam in Genesis chapter 2 verse 17, "But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it you shall surely die," Irenaeus wrote, "Thus then, in the day that they did eat, in the same did they die, and became death's debtors, since it was one day of the creation. He, Adam, did not overstep the 1,000 years, but died within them, thus bearing out the sentence of his sin." Irenaeus concluded that based on the scriptural teaching that for God one day is as 1,000 years, Psalm 90 verse 4 and 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 8, and the fact that Adam lived for 930 years before dying, Genesis chapter 5 verse 5, the 6th day of creation was a 1,000-year epoch. Justin Martyr, circa AD 100 to 165, also suggested this in his dialogue with Trypho. Although it is not clear what they believed concerning the length of the other creation days, it is clear that they recognized that yom, the Hebrew word used for day in Genesis chapter 1, could be interpreted as an epoch or age. B. Allegorical figurative day view. Several early church fathers recognized a challenge in understanding the nature of the creation days. The sun, moon, and stars were not created until day 4, so the first 3 days could not have been normal calendar days in terms of the earth's movement in relation to those celestial bodies. Clement of Alexandria, circa AD 150 to 215, thought that the creation week communicated the order of creation. Concerning its timing, he stated, "And how could creation take place in time, seeing time was born along with things which exist?" Origen of Alexandria, circa AD 185 to 254, apparently did not think the creation days were to be taken as calendar days. He wrote, "And with regard to the creation, we have treated, to the best of our ability in our notes on Genesis, as well as in the foregoing pages, when we found fault with those who, taking the words in their apparent signification, said that the time of 6 days was occupied in the creation of the world." Augustine of Hippo, AD 354 to 430, in his book The City of God wrote, "As for these days, it is difficult, perhaps impossible to think, let alone to explain in words, what they mean." In his commentary, The Literal Meaning of Genesis, he argued that a creation day was not a typical calendar day. Even if it is a physical day of goodness knows what kind of light quite beyond our ken, or, as we have been arguing, a spiritual day in the harmonious unity of the angels' mutual companionship, it is certainly not such as the one we are familiar with here. Concerning the duration of the creation week, Augustine believed that God made all things together simultaneously. C. 24-hour view. Many church fathers held the 24-hour view of the creation days. Professor of Theology James Mook refers to them as literalists, meaning they specified that the 6 days of creation were each 24 hours long. He cites as examples Lactantius, circa AD 250 to 325, Victorinus, died AD 304, Ephraim the Syrian, circa AD 306 to 373, Basil of Caesarea, circa AD 329 to 379, and Ambrose of Milan, circa AD 338 to 397. An interesting emphasis in Basil's Hexameron is the contrast he made between the Genesis account and the Greek concepts of his day. For example, the belief that the universe was eternal and governed by chance. Concerning the age of the earth, he wrote, "You may know the epoch when the formation of this world began if, ascending into the past, you endeavor to discover the first day." This suggests that determining the age would not be straightforward, which was clearly less important to him than the need to refute pagan concepts of the universe being eternal. 3. Modern interpretations of Genesis chapter 1. Toward the end of the 18th century, two developments provided an impetus for more thinking and debate over the interpretation of Genesis chapter 1. The perceived indications of an ancient earth provided by the new discipline of geology, and archaeological discoveries of A&E civilizations and their records. As a result, over the following 2 centuries, additional interpretations of Genesis chapter 1 have been proposed. We have grouped these modern interpretations under 2 broad categories: concordist and non-concordist. The rationale for these categories is that they reflect 2 distinct presuppositions underlying modern interpretations. Concordism is the supposition that the biblical and non-biblical data on a given topic can and should be harmonized. On the other hand, non-concordism does not try to harmonize the biblical text with science because it doesn't believe the intent of the biblical writer was to address modern science. A. Concordist interpretations. These interpretations are driven by what some believe are remarkable agreements between the biblical text and modern science. Astronomer Robert Jastrow, for instance, has said such instances of concordance are significant. Astronomers now find they have painted themselves into a corner because they have proven by their own methods that the world began abruptly in an act of creation. That there are what I or anyone would call supernatural forces at work is now, I think, a scientifically proven fact. Zoologist Andrew Parker, professor at the Natural History Museum in London, was so struck with the agreement between the sequence of events in Genesis chapter 1 and the modern scientific understanding of these events that he wrote The Genesis Enigma, in which he describes this agreement and concludes, "Here then is the Genesis Enigma. The opening page of Genesis is scientifically accurate, but was written long before the science was known. How did the writer of this page come to write this creation account? I must admit, rather nervously as a scientist averse to entertaining such an idea, that the evidence that the writer of the opening page of the Bible was divinely inspired is strong. I have never before encountered such powerful, impartial evidence to suggest that the Bible is the product of divine inspiration." These are strong words coming from a scientist who does not profess to be a believer. Concordist interpretations fall into 2 categories based on views concerning the age of the Earth. Old Earth interpretations accept the mainstream scientific dating of 4.5 billion years. Young Earth interpretations claim that the Earth is 6,000 to 10,000 years old, based on the creation days of Genesis being literal 24-hour calendar days, and using the Genesis genealogies to estimate the date of the creation week. The lower age assumes no gaps in the Genesis genealogies. Other young Earth interpretations allow for gaps in the genealogies, but would only extend the age of the Earth by a few thousand years. The young Earth views, rather than harmonizing with mainstream science, believe that mainstream science has incorrectly concluded that the Earth is ancient and that the scientific evidence needs to be reconsidered. 1. Old Earth creationism. Old Earth creationism holds the belief that the universe is ancient, and when Scripture is properly understood, it matches up with the mainstream scientific conclusions. So, Old Earth creationism accepts standard scientific dating for the age of the universe. This does not mean, however, that Old Earth creationism necessarily embraces some form of evolution. An ancient Earth is necessary for evolution, but not sufficient. In other words, evolution requires an old Earth, But just because the Earth is old does not mean evolution is true. Just because someone believes in old Earth creationism doesn't mean they believe in neo-Darwinian evolution, although many in fact do. The different views within old Earth creationism are an attempt to reconcile the mainstream scientific position of an ancient Earth with Scripture. A. Gap view. This interpretation, popularized by the Scofield Reference Bible, holds that Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 describes the creation of a perfect universe and the earth, and that this was followed by an undefined period of rebellion, or gap, during which Satan was cast down to earth, destroying it and leaving it in the condition described in Genesis chapter 1 verse 2. This view posits that the gap between these two verses could have lasted millions of years, providing concordance with the mainstream scientific view of an old Earth. This view has grown out of favor with scholars in recent times because the grammatical construction of Genesis chapter 1 verse 2 makes the position's required translation, "and the earth became," difficult to justify. B. Day-age view. Proponents of this view maintain that the days of creation are long but finite periods of time, ages. They note that the Hebrew word for day, yom, has different meanings depending on the context in which it is used. One of those meanings is a long but finite time period, Genesis chapter 2 verse 4. Day-age proponents make several arguments in favor of this definition for the days of creation, including: the amount of activity in the sixth day implies the passage of more time than a calendar day. Adam's response to seeing Eve, this "at last" is, Genesis chapter 2 verse 23, English Standard Version, emphasis added, suggests a long time had elapsed between the time Adam began his work of naming the animals and the creation of Eve. These two arguments assume that the events of Genesis 2 occurred in the sixth day. The absence of an end to the seventh day implies that we are still in this day, the day of God's rest from creation. Day-age proponents appeal to the two-book principle discussed earlier in their acceptance of mainstream scientific dating to estimate the length of the creation days. C. Intermittent day view. Newman, Phillips, and Eckelman developed a modification of the day-age interpretation that maintains that the creation events described in Genesis took place over a long period of time, are subdivided into 6 parts, and each part is introduced by a literal day. This theory provides harmony between the interpretation of Yom as a literal calendar day and today's mainstream scientific view that the events described in Genesis chapter 1 must have occurred over long periods of time. D. Days of divine fiat view. Physicist Alan Hayward argues for a theory that suggests that Genesis does not intend us to take the 6 days of creation as the days on which God did the actual work. Instead, they could be the days in which God issued his creative commands, or fiats as they are usually called. He notes that the narrative of Genesis chapter 1 is punctuated with parenthetical statements describing the outworking of the fiats, which were uttered on 6 presumably literal and consecutive days, whereas the actual time taken for the outworking of creation can be estimated by modern scientific methods. 2. Young Earth creationism. A. 24-hour view. Proponents of this view claim that the most natural reading of Genesis chapter 1 is to interpret the Hebrew word for day, yom, as a literal calendar day or 24-hour day. They point out that the fourth commandment, 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, Exodus chapter 20 verse 9, is accompanied with an explanation of God's creative work over 6 days, followed by a Sabbath day. God gave no modifiers or extenuating qualifiers in the text to indicate anything other than a normal day. Young Earth creationists make several arguments in favor of their understanding of Genesis chapter 1, including: evening came and then morning seems to indicate a literal day, Genesis chapter 1 verse 13, Holman Christian Standard Bible. Sabbath rest, Exodus chapter 20 verse 11, seems to imply 6 literal days of work during the creation week. The sun was created on day 4, but there was life on day 3, Genesis chapter 1 verses 11 through 13. Life cannot exist for long periods without sunlight, and so the days were not long ages. If the earth were old, then there would have been death and decay before sin, and yet the Bible says death is an enemy, 1 Corinthians chapter 15 verse 54. How could there be death and decay in God's original good creation? Implicit in this view is a young age for the earth and universe. Young earth creationism is not opposed to scientific inquiry, but argues that mainstream science has been biased towards an ancient earth and universe by naturalistic presuppositions. Instead, young earth creationism insists that the biblical record of 6 24-hour creation days must be the lens through which all scientific evidence is viewed. 1. Harmonizing a young earth with the geological record. Efforts to harmonize the geologic record with the book of Genesis go back several centuries. Many early geologists attempted to use the flood to explain the geologic record, including William Buckland, 1784 to 1856, who held the first faculty position in geology at Oxford University. While Buckland and other geologists eventually decided that the flood could not explain all features of the geologic record, flood geology was revived by the writings of Seventh-day Adventist George McCready Price, 1870 to 1963. An even wider interest in flood geology was sparked by the publication of The Genesis Flood by theologian John Whitcomb and engineer Henry Morris, who developed the case that the worldwide flood of Genesis chapters 6 through 8 can explain the Earth's geological and fossil data. While most serious young Earth creationists do not follow all of the Whitcomb-Morris explanations, the global flood as an explanation of geological data is still important to young Earth creationist models. An example is the model of paleontologist Kurt Wise, who suggests a possible mechanism for the flood from the theory of plate tectonics. 2. Harmonizing a young universe with distant starlight. Young Earth creationism generally holds that the whole universe is as young as the Earth. Different approaches have been taken to explain a young universe in light of the mainstream scientific view that some starlight has been traveling for billions of years. Astronomer Danny Faulkner has summarized the merits of 7 different approaches and proposed an 8th. One of the approaches he discusses is based on a model using general relativistic effects to get light to reach the Earth very quickly. This is the approach proposed by physicist D. Russell Humphreys and has some similarities with the theory proposed by physicist Gerald Schroeder, who reconciles the 6 calendar days of creation with a 15-billion-year-old universe using time dilation in an expanding universe. 3. Questioning the dating techniques and results of mainstream science. Young Earth creationists have questioned the reliability and assumptions of many popular dating techniques used by the mainstream scientific community that seem to support an ancient universe and Earth. Young Earth creationism argues there is much counter-evidence pointing to a young Earth. B. Mature creation view. This view agrees with the calendar day interpretation that the creation days are normal 24-hour days. However, this view is not so much concerned with countering the mainstream views in geology and astronomy of an ancient Earth and universe. Rather, it attempts to harmonize these views with the biblical record of 6 24-hour days. To do this, proponents of this view hold that God created the universe and all that is in it with the appearance of age. While some contend that this would amount to deception, geologist Kurt Wise disagrees with this charge, citing several examples from Scripture where Jesus performed miracles that created an apparent but non-existent history. These include the creation of fish and bread when feeding the 5,000 and 4,000, and the creation of wine from water at the wedding in Cana. B. Non-concordist interpretations. The principle motivating non-concordist interpretations is to understand both authorial intent and how the original A&E audience would have interpreted the text, bearing in mind that the worldview of the original audience was very different from modern worldviews. Non-concordist interpretations are generally not concerned with finding harmony between the Bible and current scientific theories of origins. 1. Framework view. In this interpretation, the 7-day account of creation is considered to be a figurative framework describing real history. There are many variations of this interpretation. Some accept some degree of chronology. The framework consists of 2 parallel triads, days 1 through 3 and days 4 through 6, followed by a Sabbath day. The first triad addresses the creation of 3 kingdoms: light on day 1, sky and surface water on day 2, seas, dry land, and vegetation on day 3. The second triad addresses the kings who rule the kingdoms: luminaries on day 4, sea and winged creatures on day 5, land, animals, and humans on day 6. There are other examples in Genesis chapters 1 and 2 of this non-sequential feature, temporal recapitulation, the twofold account of the creation of man, Genesis chapter 1 verses 26 through 28, and Genesis chapter 2 verses 7 and 21 through 25, and the twofold account of Adam's placement in Eden, Genesis chapter 2 verses 8 and 15. The sabbatical symbolism in the creation week is also used elsewhere in Scripture, for example, the 70 weeks of Daniel and Matthew's genealogy of Christ. This view maintains there are two registers of creation, the upper invisible and the lower visible. There are several analogies between the two registers. For example, the creation week belongs to the upper, while there is a lower-level parallel in the earthly week. The complete 7-day framework is a metaphorical appropriation of lower register language denoting an upper register temporal reality. Regarding concordist interpretations, Lee Irons and Meredith Klein comment, while we agree that concord between the Bible and science is achievable in principle, the engine driving the interpretive train should not be the experimental testability of a particular interpretation, but rather how well it exegetically harmonizes with the whole Bible. 2. Analogical days view. C. John Collins developed this interpretation using a literary theological method that focuses on details of the Hebrew text and the literary devices used by the author, and applies contemporary discourse analysis to determine authorial intent. He describes this view as the analogical days position, namely, the days are God's work days, their length is neither specified nor important, and not everything in the account needs to be taken as historically sequential. Collins notes that this view has historical precursors, for example, Herman Bavinck and William Shedd. He writes, Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 describes the initial creation of all things some unspecified time before the first day begins in chapter 1 verse 3, and it is possible that parts of the days overlap and that events on a particular day may be grouped for logical rather than chronological reasons. Collins concludes that Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 through chapter 2 verse 3 is not a scientific account. I would claim that it lays the foundation for all good science and philosophy by telling us that the world came from a good and wise Creator. 3. Functional cosmic temple view. Old Testament scholar John Walton presents this interpretation in The Lost World of Genesis 1 and in the more scholarly Genesis chapter 1 as Ancient Cosmology. He argues that the use of the verb bara in describing God's creative activity refers to the creation of function rather than material. The days of creation are considered sequential calendar days, but are not given as the period of time over which the material cosmos came into existence, but the period of time devoted to the inauguration of the functions of the cosmic temple, and perhaps also its annual reenactment. The key functions necessary for life were created during the first 3 days, the basis for time on day 1, periods of light, the basis for weather on day 2, water cycle, and the basis for food on day 3, land and vegetation. The functionaries associated with these functions were created on the next 3 days, celestial functionaries on day 4, sea and winged creatures on day 5, and land, animals, and humans on day 6. Walton argues from an A&E perspective that divine rest is in a temple and that the 7th day, the day of rest, represents God taking up his dwelling in the functioning cosmic temple. Though all of the functions are anthropocentric, meeting the needs of humanity, the cosmic temple is theocentric, with God's presence serving as the defining element of existence. The central feature of this interpretation is functional ontology rather than material ontology. Walton specifically denies scientific concordism, writing, "We gain nothing by bringing God's revelation into accordance with today's science." 4. Historical creationism view. In his book Genesis Unbound, Old Testament scholar John Sailhamer presents an interpretation of Genesis that he terms historical creationism. He contends that this view of the Genesis creation account can be traced back to a way of reading Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2 that flourished before the rise of science and its use in biblical interpretation. Central to this view is a proper translation of the Hebrew word eretz, typically translated earth or land, which first appears in Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 as part of the phrase heavens and earth. Sailhamer argues that this phrase is a merism, a figure of speech used to denote something with a phrase including several of its traits, expressing the concept of the entire universe. When eretz is used alone, as in the rest of Genesis chapter 1, it should be translated land. Sailhamer makes the case that in the context of the Pentateuch, this should be understood as the land where Eden was located, and that this is the same as the land promised to Abraham. Thus, Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 refers to the creation of the universe and all that is in it, while Genesis chapter 1 verse 2 through chapter 2 verse 4 describes God's work of preparing the land that would eventually be promised to Abraham and his descendants. Concerning the overall Genesis account, Sailhamer writes, "The biblical location of the land with respect to the city of Babylon in the east indicates that throughout these narratives the author has in mind the promised land." In summary, historical creationism maintains that God created the universe during an indeterminate period of time before the actual reckoning of a sequence of time began. In Genesis chapter 1, the period which follows the beginning is a single 7-day week, which itself is followed by a vast history of humanity, leading ultimately to Abraham and the people of Israel. 5. Days of Revelation View. P.J. Wiseman has argued that the Genesis chapter 1 creation account is a series of statements to man about what God had done in the ages past. It is a record of the 6 days occupied by God in revealing to man the story of creation. The days are not to be understood in this view as a list of time periods in which God accomplished the acts of creation. 4. Hallmarks of faithful interpretations. The various interpretations of Genesis chapter 1 described in this chapter adhere in general to the guidelines of faithful interpretation described in this chapter's introduction, specifically respecting the Hebrew text and the coherence and inerrancy of Scripture. The Presbyterian Church in America commissioned a study of several interpretations of the creation account, including all of the views discussed in this chapter except the functional cosmic temple interpretation, which was published after the study was conducted. We agree with this study's second recommendation that concluded, "Such diversity as covered in this report is acceptable as long as the full historicity of the creation account is accepted." The authors of the study recognized that Bible-believing Christians will disagree on how Genesis chapter 1 is to be interpreted, in particular as it relates to the age of the earth. This is not an essential issue that should divide Christians. As stated earlier, properly understanding creation requires an accurate integration of the book of Scripture and the book of nature. Chapter 16. Archaeology and the Old Testament. 1. Definition. Biblical archaeology is defined as the investigation of ancient material cultures with a view to illuminating the cultural milieus of biblical narratives. 2. Understanding the relationship between archaeology and the Bible. A. Archaeology is a soft science. By its nature, archaeology is a soft science employing harder sciences in its analysis, disciplines such as chemistry, physics, geology, zoology, and botany. Still, conclusions drawn on the basis of mostly mute artifacts and related data are, by nature, interpretations. Rarely do analyses of archaeological data support a single interpretation or conclusion. Ideally, there is an attempt to sift carefully through data sets and logically weigh evidences for or against a range of possible interpretations. But this does not always happen as it should. Occasionally, the preconceptions and biases of researchers complicate the process. Conventional wisdom, even one's world view, can slant an interpretation in a particular direction. On the one hand, then, those tending toward an anti-biblical bias adopt interpretations of archaeological data that disprove the Bible. On the other hand, scholars who favor the historical credibility of Scripture most often reach conclusions that support the Bible's claims. Yet both anti- and pro-Bible scholars are drawing from a range of reasonable interpretations. In the final analysis, we seek an objective interpretation that best corresponds to and adequately explains the material data discovered in any given excavation. After all, truth is that which corresponds to reality. B. Is biblical archaeology dead? A significant volume of material deriving from ancient Near Eastern (A&E) studies and archaeology intersects with the study of the Hebrew Scriptures. As interpreted by scholars, some of it tends to corroborate elements of biblical history, while some of it does not. This notwithstanding, one thing is certain: the euphoric sentiment, "the Bible is confirmed by every turn of the spade," formerly attributed to mid-20th century scholars like Nelson Gluck, William F. Albright, Miller Burroughs, G. Ernest Wright, Merrill Unger, Joseph Free, and Mitchell DeHood, is no longer held by the vast majority of the archaeological community. In most archaeological circles, biblical archaeology itself is considered loathsome and to be avoided if at all possible. The death of biblical archaeology is commonly celebrated. A very effective illustration of the differences between the outmoded mid-20th century biblical archaeology and the early 21st century world of A&E archaeology can be found by comparing the Archaeology and Biblical Criticism chapter in previous editions of this book with the one in this newly revised and updated version. While some things remain the same, such as hard artifacts like Sennacherib's prism, which describes the invasion of Israel and the siege of Jerusalem by Assyrian forces, other things must change in light of more recent research, such as the former interpretations by Giovanni Pettinato of the Ebla tablets. In the 1970s, Pettinato believed that the Ebla tablets contained the names of various biblical cities and personal names which, if true, would lend support to the early chapters of Genesis. It is now widely recognized that Pettinato misunderstood the texts. By the year 2000, the majority of his original conclusion had been rejected. The Ebla tablets' connection to the Bible was a false alarm. So many advancements in archaeological science have been made in the past 25 years, and the pace has accelerated since 1999, that invoking the views and conclusions of past scholars in support of the biblical text is highly suspect. From a Christian apologetics perspective, then, making a case for the historical credibility of the Bible must now focus on more recent methodologies, data, and discoveries, being careful to utilize pre-1999 material only after a meticulous reanalysis in the light of more advanced technologies and current knowledge. C. Errors of 19th and 20th century archaeology. This chapter offers the most recent scholarship, emphasizing the proper relationship between archaeology and biblical studies. 21st century biblical scholars, including biblical archaeologists and apologists, must avoid the errors of the 19th and 20th centuries. Biblical archaeology of the past, however, that of Albright, Wright, Free, and their contemporaries, was not entirely without merit. Far from it. There remain many valid viewpoints and discoveries that corroborate the biblical text in remarkable ways. Even so, clarifying the proper relationship between biblical text and archaeological science begins by shifting away from words such as prove and proof in favor of terms like consistent with, corroborate, and commensurate with. Both biblical and archaeological scholarship must go where the evidence leads. When archaeology elucidates a biblical passage, it does so because the world of the Bible is the same world that produced the material excavated by the archaeologist. The reverse can also happen when a biblical text provides a historical framework for an archaeological find. This is a relationship that should be encouraged, not discouraged. D. The new face of archaeology. While the most influential A&E archaeologists are not people of faith who regard the Hebrew Scriptures, the Torah in particular, as worthwhile history, and while the focus of A&E archaeology no longer aims to prove the historicity of biblical narratives, the new archaeological era, with its ever-emerging technologies and more advanced research paradigms, is still poised to illuminate the biblical text as never before, and is already doing so. Responsible archaeology uses every available resource to gain insight into the past. For example, sites such as Sodom, Heshbon, Aroer, Dibon, Nebo, Bethany beyond Jordan, Jerusalem, Hazor, Megiddo, Lachish, Gath, and many others are principally identified because they appear in biblical narratives with enough embedded geographical data to aid in locating them. E. Correct methodology. Rigorous scholarship can either confirm links between biblical locations and archaeological sites or deny them. But bias should not force us to avoid evidence. We must instead establish clear principles, methods, and criteria, and then follow the evidence wherever it leads. This is the strict method of good science, and biblical archaeology must adhere to it. It is not intellectually appropriate to categorically ignore the Bible as a valuable source when formulating a historical framework or a parameter for identifying geographical sites. The Bible remains one of the best extant historical and geographical sources from the ancient Near East. That is why certain archaeological excavations receive more attention than others. This is perfectly reasonable. In all archaeological endeavors, the fair goal is objectivity. Indeed, sites with no clear biblical connection are also important for determining the history of the region. Archaeological importance should never be equated solely with its potential value to corroborate the biblical account. F. Fact and faith, wrestling with objectivity versus subjectivity in biblical archaeology. Why is it critical to address the Bible's historical authenticity? Part of the answer is that an evidence-based apologetic for the Bible's historicity inherits the discipline's own history described above. Scholars have been in strong disagreement over interpreting the sometimes limited data and have at times rejected conclusions that formerly were celebrated. The degree of confidence in the potential value of discoveries has varied. Therefore, from an evidential apologetic angle, this question insists upon careful attention to the preconceptions and methods that enter into the research. Any defense of biblical credibility in the historical arena must offer evidence that a reasonable mind would accept as a plausible demonstration of the facts in the case. Apologetics sifts the factual evidence. It does not operate in blind faith. In reality, faith is best understood as being built upon fact that is understood to have adequate grounds for its acceptance. Establishing whether the interpretation of a fact is reasonable is precisely the task of archaeology. Anselm's famous motto, "Faith seeking understanding," applies in this search for historical evidence, just as it does in philosophical argument. 3. Supernatural history in the A&E, Ancient Near East. A. History and the divine. The historian might say, how can we wrap our history writing around an act of God? Secular historians and archaeologists alike, not to mention a majority of philosophers and scientists, avoid mixing divine causalities into their work. But even when people of faith write history, they have ways of stroking readers' skepticism by weaving in threads of rationalism, suggesting, for example, that miracles like world of A&E archaeology can be found by comparing the Archaeology and Biblical Criticism chapter in previous editions of this book with the one in this newly revised and updated version. While some things remain the same, such as hard artifacts like Sennacherib's prism, which describes the invasion of Israel and the siege of Jerusalem by Assyrian forces, other things must change in light of more recent research, such as the former interpretations by Giovanni Pettinato of the Ebla tablets. In the 1970s, Pettinato believed that the Ebla tablets contained the names of various biblical cities and personal names which, if true, would lend support to the early chapters of Genesis. It is now widely recognized that Pettinato misunderstood the texts. By the year 2000, the majority of his original conclusion had been rejected. The Ebla tablets' connection to the Bible was a false alarm. So many advancements in archaeological science have been made in the past 25 years, and the pace has accelerated since 1999, that invoking the views and conclusions of past scholars in support of the biblical text is highly suspect. From a Christian apologetics perspective, then, making a case for the historical credibility of the Bible must now focus on more recent methodologies, data, and discoveries, being careful to utilize pre-1999 material only after a meticulous reanalysis in the light of more advanced technologies and current knowledge. C. Errors of 19th and 20th century archaeology. This chapter offers the most recent scholarship, emphasizing the proper relationship between archaeology and biblical studies. 21st-century biblical scholars, including biblical archaeologists and apologists, must avoid the errors of the 19th and 20th centuries. Biblical archaeology of the past, however, that of Albright, Wright, Free, and their contemporaries, was not entirely without merit. Far from it. There remain many valid viewpoints and discoveries that corroborate the biblical text in remarkable ways. Even so, clarifying the proper relationship between biblical text and archaeological science begins by shifting away from words such as prove and proof in favor of terms like consistent with, corroborate, and commensurate with. Both biblical and archaeological scholarship must go where the evidence leads. When archaeology elucidates a biblical passage, it does so because the world of the Bible is the same world that produced the material excavated by the archaeologist. The reverse can also happen when a biblical text provides a historical framework for an archaeological find. This is a relationship that should be encouraged, not discouraged. D. The new face of archaeology. While the most influential A&E archaeologists are not people of faith who regard the Hebrew Scriptures, the Torah in particular, as worthwhile history, and while the focus of A&E archaeology no longer aims to prove the historicity of biblical narratives, the new archaeological era, with its ever-emerging technologies and more advanced research paradigms, is still poised to illuminate the biblical text as never before, and is already doing so. Responsible archaeology uses every available resource to gain insight into the past. For example, sites such as Sodom, Heshbon, Auror, Dibon, Nebo, Bethany beyond Jordan, Jerusalem, Hazor, Megiddo, Lachish, Gath, and many others are principally identified because they appear in biblical narratives with enough embedded geographical data to aid in locating them. E. Correct methodology. Rigorous scholarship can either confirm links between biblical locations and archaeological sites or deny them. But bias should not force us to avoid evidence. We must instead establish clear principles, methods, and criteria, and then follow the evidence wherever it leads. This is the strict method of good science, and biblical archaeology must adhere to it. It is not intellectually appropriate to categorically ignore the Bible as a valuable source when formulating a historical framework or a parameter for identifying geographical sites. The Bible remains one of the best extant historical and geographical sources from the ancient Near East. That is why certain archaeological excavations receive more attention than others. This is perfectly reasonable. In all archaeological endeavors, the fair goal is objectivity. Indeed, sites with no clear biblical connection are also important for determining the history of the region. Archaeological importance should never be equated solely with its potential value to corroborate the biblical account. F. Fact and faith, wrestling with objectivity versus subjectivity in biblical archaeology. Why is it critical to address the Bible's historical authenticity? Part of the answer is that an evidence-based apologetic for the Bible's historicity inherits the discipline's own history described above. Scholars have been in strong disagreement over interpreting the sometimes limited data and have at times rejected conclusions that formerly were celebrated. The degree of confidence in the potential value of discoveries has varied. Therefore, from an evidential apologetic angle, this question insists upon careful attention to the preconceptions and methods that enter into the research. Any defense of biblical credibility in the historical arena must offer evidence that a reasonable mind would accept as a plausible demonstration of the facts in the case. Apologetics sifts the factual evidence. It does not operate in blind faith. In reality, faith is best understood as being built upon fact that is understood to have adequate grounds for its acceptance. Establishing whether the interpretation of a fact is reasonable is precisely the task of archaeology. Anselm's famous motto, "Faith seeking understanding," applies in this search for historical evidence, just as it does in philosophical argument. 3. Supernatural history in the A&E, Ancient Near East. A. History and the divine. The historian might say, how can we wrap our history writing around an act of God? Secular historians and archaeologists alike, not to mention a majority of philosophers and scientists, avoid mixing divine causalities into their work. But even when people of faith write history, they have ways of stroking readers' skepticism by weaving in threads of rationalism, suggesting, for example, that miracles like the fleeing Israelites crossing the Red Sea, or Reed Sea, as some scholars suggest, involved a convergence of natural phenomena. One professor said to me, Josh, that the Red Sea was only 12 inches deep. I was facetious in my response. Oh, so the entire Egyptian army drowned in 12 inches of water? Merely mentioning that God could have used wind and simple physics to part the water introduces a comfort level for accepting what is, by all definitions, a miracle. But if God does exist, then would he not have a fundamental power and freedom to intervene in the processes of the nature that he created? B. Logic and reason. The tendency of historians to avoid the supernatural is understandable. Certainly, logic and reason should prevail when writing about the past, but one must exercise care in what passes for logic and reason. For example, if God exists and is the creator of all and is actively involved in his universe, then it would make no sense to write him out of his own story. In formulating histories involving the ancient Near East, all too often scholars who deny the supernatural can be illogical and unreasonable in their exclusion of biblical material, not only by dismissing the divine element, but also by denying historicity to people and events, even certain cities, towns, and geographical locations found in biblical texts. For example, not only do many disallow Moses' interface with Yahweh, but they also reject the existence of Moses himself, a rather strange modus operandi when one considers just how A&E history is composed in general. Stephen Collins, an archaeologist and director of 11 excavation seasons at Tal el-Hammam, Sodom, in Jordan, speaks to the point. This kind of categorical dismissal of the historical character of the biblical narratives is, from a historiographical perspective, sheer nonsense. Such anti-biblical bias is clearly exposed when we realize how our understanding of history is pieced together from extant ancient Near Eastern records. Renowned Egyptologist, A&E scholar, and professor emeritus at the University of Liverpool, Kenneth A. Kitchen, speaks to the same issue. Assyrian campaign reports contain a large amount of good first-hand information. Yet, at intervals, the Assyrian kings also attribute this or that success to the overwhelming splendor of their god Assur, or of this terrible weapon. In his campaign against Hezekiah of Judah and allies in 701, Sennacherib did just this, trusting in Assur my lord. That he did so has no bearing whatsoever on the historicity of his main account, successively conquering Phoenicia, then Joppa and Ekron and Lachish. The approach that Kitchen uses in response to Sennacherib's reference to Assur my lord, an attitude of reserve regarding an artifact's or a document's stated supernatural orientation, combined with a careful analysis of the event it reports, is what we would like to see when archaeologists deal with biblical material. Collins adds, often when historians and archaeologists approach biblical stories, key characters, Abraham, Joseph, Moses, Joshua, and the accomplishments attributed to them are called fictional, non-historical, or mythical simply because of their relationship to Yahweh. C. Anti-supernatural bias and its effects. By impugning the historical integrity of the Bible, liberal scholars are compelled by their anti-supernatural biases to assign late Iron Age, post-1000 BC, dates for the origin of biblical stories. In doing so, they frequently multiply their errors. One good example of this, though there are scores of them, is the use of selective comparisons. This happens when pieces of biblical narrative are purposefully laid alongside cultural contexts considerably later in date than the time frame demanded by reasonable biblical chronologies. Egyptologist James K. Hoffmeyer observes the inherent weakness of J. Van Seter's comparison of the Israelite crossing of the Jordan River during flood stage with the much later Neo-Assyrian, circa 8th century BC, accounts of Sargon II and Ashurbanipal's crossing of the Tigris and Euphrates during the spring high water season. Hoffmeyer counters, Van Seter's treatment of this matter fails on 2 points. First, the spring of the year was the traditional time for kings to go to war in Israel, compare 2 Samuel chapter 11 verse 2, as well as in Mesopotamia. Spring is also when the rivers, the Jordan as well as the Tigris and Euphrates, are at their highest levels because of melting snow from the mountains to the north. Secondly, the seemingly miraculous crossing of raging rivers by a king is well attested in earlier Near Eastern sources, such as Hattusili I, circa 1650 BC, and Sargon the Great, circa 2371 to 2316 BC. Consequently, there is no basis for Van Cieter's assertion. The river crossing in Joshua chapter 3 by Israel's forces accurately reflects the seasonal realities of military life in the Near East throughout the 3 millennia BC. One must recognize that presuppositions and biases exist in the scholarly world. Not infrequently, these predilections create blind spots and gaps in research and publication that are often difficult to identify. Because the anti-Bible bias is so strong in current academia, an adherence to facts and reasonably interpreted data is critical. One also has to be able to allow for changes in thought when better methods and new data point in a different direction. On balance, the 21st century world of archaeology demonstrates the historical authenticity of the biblical record in ways never imagined in the Albrightian old days. Albright lived from 1891 to 1971. We have excellent reasons to trust the historical quality of the Old Testament. While God will not turn up on the blade of a trowel, Albright's conception of history provides a framework of true narrative representation that must not be ignored in the composition of ancient history. The historicity of the Bible does not need to be propped up by false evidence. Proper scientific archaeology is consistent with biblical history, and the archaeological pendulum is swinging back toward confirmation of the historical authenticity of the Bible. Christian apologists and Bible students are well advised to keep up with the pace of discovery in the legitimate archaeological arena. 4. Biblical archaeology after its heyday in 1885 to 1985. A new day for biblical archaeology. It is a new day for biblical archaeology, one in which the Bible does not get a pass simply because it is fashionable or self-serving to do so. It is an environment in which every link between the Bible and archaeology is rigorously scrutinized and challenged. But within scientific disciplines, as well as in biblical apologetics, this is how it should be. Joseph Holden and Norman Geisler of Veritas Evangelical Seminary recognize the importance of a proper scientific foundation for biblical archaeology. Archaeology has its limitations. Although it deals with artifacts, features, measurements, and tangible data, archaeology also involves many interpretive judgments and probabilities. Any interpretations and conclusions must be considered in light of human fallibility and the sparse nature of the data itself. This is compounded by the fact that only a small amount of the evidence has survived and can be either isolated or disconnected from its in situ environment. Floods, fires, warfare, natural deterioration, burial, temperature, political climate, and time have all collaborated to make the discovery of biblical artifacts difficult. Therefore, archaeology cannot be classified as an exact science, but neither can any empirical science for that matter. Despite its limitations, archaeology is governed by generally accepted principles and methods as a forensic science, and is a valuable tool in uncovering the past. Therefore, archaeology has become an indispensable discipline in the historian's tool belt to unearth data supporting the historical reliability of the Bible beyond a reasonable doubt. B. A pendulum swing in archaeology. The new order in biblical archaeology offers a wealth of solid data from the ancient Near East, supported by better logic, critical thinking, superior methods, more rigorous scholarship, and an active opposition mounting challenges all along the way. Iron sharpens iron. Holden and Geisler recognize the benefits of this swing of the archaeological pendulum back in favor of Christian apologetics. In the 21st century, the previous century's debate over the historical reliability of the Bible has taken on a new face and has gained fresh momentum in light of recent discoveries unearthed through archaeological excavation of the Holy Land. Many of these findings relate either directly or indirectly to the people, places, events, customs, and beliefs recorded in the Bible. As a result, the assertion by critical scholars that the Bible's historical descriptions are a product of human invention can no longer be maintained without facing strong counterarguments. 5. 21st century resurgence of biblical archaeology. A. The present and future of biblical archaeology. Conservative scholars today have taken up the challenge to reinterpret old data and introduce new data from across the spectrum of ancient Near Eastern studies. This includes archaeology corroborating the historical authenticity of Old Testament narratives. This material is even demonstrating the historical character of the Genesis patriarchal narratives, as we describe in chapter 18. The crux of the matter is data interpretation and this question: is there reasonable correspondence and/or consistency between the biblical text and the archaeological data? K.A. Kitchen emphasizes that the two are compatible. The Sinai Covenant, all three versions, Deuteronomy included, has to have originated within a close set period, 1400 to 1200, likewise other features. The phenomena of the United Monarchy fit well into what we know of the period and of ancient royal usages. The primeval proto-history embodies early popular tradition going very far back and is set in an early format. Thus we have a consistent level of good, fact-based correlations right through from circa 2000 BC, with earlier roots, down to 400 BC. In terms of general reliability, the Old Testament comes out remarkably well, so long as its writings and writers are treated fairly and even-handedly in line with independent data open to all. B. A dialogical approach. An example of Collins's dialogical approach to archaeology and the Bible is most helpful. I have observed that scholars on both extremes of what I often call the Bible believometer have adopted structurally similar but opposite approaches. Minimalists, to the extent possible, do not allow the Bible to intersect with their archaeology. Maximalists, those who accept the biblical account even if no archaeological data exists, as far as possible throw out archaeological conclusions that challenge traditional interpretations of biblical texts, allowing only data that harmonize with their textual preconceptions. If both sides are willing to admit that no scholars are infallible or in possession of all the facts, then we can view points of correspondence or lack thereof between text and tell with better objectivity. In short, we need to talk, and we need to do so without thinking that we individually must come away with a victory for our own point of view. Has archaeology gone too far in throwing out the Bible? Yes. But have some scholars gone too far in throwing out archaeology? Yes. Cullen's solution is to approach the subject of the Bible and archaeology dialogically. First, each side must give up the idea that those on the opposite end are fringe lunatics. We may never agree completely, but at the very least we need to understand and respect how others arrived at their positions. Archaeologists on the minimalist side should recognize the worldviews and biases that permeate their thinking. Archaeologists on the maximalist side should do the same. Second, a pragmatic suggestion for archaeological purposes: maximalists lay aside categorical rejection of the Bible at the level of history and geography. Minimalists disconnect biblical history and geography from theology. Both sides need to think scientifically in terms of observation, degrees of correspondence between biblical and ancient Near Eastern history, and the incorporation of new or better evidence. Third, think geographically. Is anyone actually going to deny the importance of biblical texts in terms of geography? My long-running dialogue with the late Anson Rainey taught me a lot about this process. He was always willing to concede points when they were valid, and he could not reasonably overturn them. Although we were miles apart on the subject of biblical historicity, we were on the same page when it came to the fact that ancient writers, regardless of their culture of origin, did not create fictitious geographies. Whether their stories were fact or fiction, they were layered over real-world landscapes. To ignore biblical geography would be nonsensical. Biblical texts are, at the geographical level, the product of ancient observers who lived on that terrain. They deserve our respect and careful attention. Fourth, be open to cause and effect relationships between biblical and ancient history when reasonable observations from numerous datasets, including the biblical text, converge. When levels of correspondence rise to statistically meaningful levels, do not ignore them merely because they contradict previously accepted ideas. Fifth, let both archaeology and the biblical text participate in the dialogue. Both have something to say. C. The resurgence of biblical archaeology. Speaking of modern developments in biblical archaeology, Collins notes, It is hard to understand how any scholar, regardless of pet theories about textual origins, could toss the Bible out of the repertoire of archaeological tools. Seriously, eliminate an ancient text full of geographical and historical clues from the archaeological process? Because of what? Because Yahweh enacted a covenant with Abraham? Because Moses had face-to-face conversations with Yahweh? Because the Israelites told stories that cast a less than flattering light on their often enemy neighbors? Really? On this basis we shall eliminate most everything we know about the ancient Near East? Archaeology cut loose from religiously loaded texts? Good luck with that. One of the leaders of this resurgence of respect for the Bible as an archaeologically significant source is Kenneth A. Kitchen, whom we quoted earlier in this chapter. His propensity for logic and heavy documentation demonstrate convincingly that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob authentically belong to the Middle Bronze Age, circa 1950 to 1540 BC, and could not have originated in the imaginations of late Iron Age Judahite priests as the proponents of Old Testament higher criticism maintain. Kitchen further confirms that cultural elements found in the stories of Moses and Joshua match those of the late Bronze Age. We discuss the evidence for the existence of the Old Testament patriarchs, the Exodus, the conquest, and other key Old Testament events and figures in chapters to come. For now, it seems fitting to end this chapter with a quote from Kitchen, who aptly sums up how the resurgence in ancient Near Eastern archaeology coincides with Old Testament history. The theories current in Old Testament studies, however brilliantly conceived and elaborated, were mainly established in a vacuum with little or no reference to the ancient Near East, and initially too often in accordance with a priori philosophical and literary principles. It is solely because the data from the ancient Near East coincide so much better with the existing observable structure of Old Testament history, literature, and religion than with the theoretical reconstructions that we are compelled, as happens in ancient Oriental studies, to question or even to abandon such theories regardless of their popularity. Facts, not votes, determine the truth. Chapter 17. The Historical Adam. 1. Introduction. The overarching theme running through all 66 books of the Bible is the story of God's creative work, of humanity's rebellion against God, and of God's work to redeem fallen humanity. Adam is a central figure in the Genesis account of creation and of humanity's rebellion, and the Church has historically viewed him as a real person. This view has come under criticism in recent years. This criticism raises questions about the interpretation of the biblical narrative concerning Adam and of Christian doctrines that depend on this narrative. A. The debate over Adam. While doubts about Adam's historicity are hardly surprising in a secular society that largely rejects the authority of the Bible, it has surprised some to see debate about this issue occur among Bible-believing Christians. The debate is captured in the book Four Views on the Historical Adam, where the following four positions are presented and defended. 1. No historical Adam, theistic evolution, evolutionary creation view. Professor of Science and Religion Dennis Lemereau argues that Adam never existed, but his story remains a vital but incidental ancient vessel that transports inerrant spiritual truths. Only humans are created in the image of God. Only humans have fallen into sin, and our Creator judges us for our sinfulness. 2. A historical Adam, archetypal creation view. Professor of Old Testament John Walton asserts that Adam and Eve are historical figures, real people in a real past. Nevertheless, I am persuaded that the biblical text is more interested in them as archetypal figures who represent all of humanity. If this is true, Adam and Eve also may or may not be the first humans or the parents of the entire human race. Such an archetypal focus is theologically viable and is well represented in the ancient Near East. 3. A historical Adam, Old Earth creation view. Professor of Old Testament C. John Collins argues that the best way to account for the biblical presentation of human life is to understand that Adam and Eve were both real persons at the headwaters of humankind. In other words, he believes Adam and Eve really existed and that the fall was both moral and historical. If there originally were more human beings than Adam and Eve, claims Collins, then they were a single tribe of closely related members. Nevertheless, Adam and Eve were historical figures. As far as how we should interpret Scripture, Collins says that the nature of the biblical material should keep us from being too literalistic in our reading of Adam and Eve, leaving room for an earth that is not young, but that the biblical material, along with good critical thinking, provides certain freedoms and limitations for connecting the Bible's creation account to a scientific and historical account of human origins. 4. A historical Adam, young earth creation view. Professor of Old Testament William Barrick states, Adam's historicity is foundational to a number of biblical doctrines and is related to the inspiration and inerrancy of Scripture. The biblical account represents Adam as a single individual rather than an archetype or the product of biological evolution, and a number of New Testament texts rely on Adam's historicity. 3 questions are at the heart of this debate. 1. Was Adam a historical person? 2. Was Adam the first human and, with Eve, father of all humanity? 3. Was Adam created via an evolutionary process, or was he a de novo creation, created as a new, fully formed being? In this chapter, we examine answers to these questions from Scripture and from the book of nature. In regard to the various interpretations of these 2 books, we note key distinctions distinguishing among the 4 views of Adam outlined above. B. The theological significance of historical Adam. The name Adam is from the Hebrew Adam, a word that can mean humanity, male and female collectively, as for example in Genesis chapter 1 verse 27 and Genesis chapter 5 verse 2, man, for example in Genesis chapter 2 verse 7, or a proper name, for example in Genesis chapter 5 verse 1a. When used with a definite article, it is never a proper name. Without the definite article, it can be Adam or humanity. The creation of Adam in Genesis chapter 1 verses 26 and 27 describes the creation of humanity in general, while the accounts in Genesis chapter 2 verse 7 and chapter 2 verses 21 and 22 refer to the creation of 2 individuals, a man and a woman. These individuals are subsequently identified as Adam and Eve, Genesis chapter 2 verse 20 and chapter 3 verse 20. Theologians from patristic to modern times have recognized the importance of Adam to Christian doctrine, in particular the doctrines of man, sin, and salvation. 1. The doctrine of man. The creation of humanity, described in Genesis chapter 1 verses 26 and 27, emphasizes the unique status of humans as God's image bearers. Theologians have interpreted the image of God in different ways. According to one view, humans resemble God in some way. According to another, humans are God's representatives on earth. A third view holds that humans, like God, are relational beings. John Collins has argued that these 3 views are not mutually exclusive and notes 5 characteristics of God taken from the creation account evident in humans: displaying intelligence, using language, appreciating aesthetic and moral goodness, relating, and following a cycle of work and rest. Some of these characteristics are important criteria for identifying the evidence of human behavior in the archaeological record. Humanity's shared status as image-bearers of God acts as the basis for 2 hallmarks of the Christian doctrine of man: the equality and the value of all human beings. For instance, the historical understanding that Adam and Eve are the parents of all humanity, implied in Adam's naming his wife the mother of all living, Genesis chapter 3 verse 20, means that all humans are members of the same family, emphasizing the equality of all humans. The young earth creationist and most old earth creationist views of Adam and Eve hold to the historical understanding, and the archetypal view leaves it as a possibility. The theistic evolutionary creation view is that God ordained and sustained a teleological process of evolution that led ultimately to the creation of humanity, who bear His image. While theistic evolutionary creation ultimately rejects the atheist view of man's origin as a chance event, that view does believe that God used Darwinian evolutionary processes to create humanity, processes that appear to be blind and undirected. Even some atheists question the ability of naturalistic evolution to account for mankind's origin. 2. The doctrine of sin. Theologian Wayne Grudem has defined sin as any failure to conform to the moral law of God in act, attitude, or nature. Genesis chapter 3 describes the events leading up to the first sin. Adam and Eve chose to disobey God's command not to eat fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, resulting in God's curse on them and on the ground, and their expulsion from the Garden of Eden. Their alienation from God was followed by alienation between humans, as epitomized by Cain's murder of Abel, Genesis chapter 4 verses 1 through 16, and the murderous behavior of Cain's descendants, Genesis chapter 4 verses 23 and 24. This alienation, reflected in the universally shared sense of loss and yearning for justice and a better world, has characterized human experience and history since Adam's sin. This led G.K. Chesterton to observe, "Original sin is the only part of Christian theology which can really be proved." Grudem uses the phrase inherited sin rather than original sin to make clear the biblical teaching that all humans inherit sin from Adam. There are two aspects of this inheritance. First, because Adam represented all of humanity in Eden, all humans are counted guilty with him. Second, all humans inherit a sinful nature from Adam. This sinful nature is manifest in our thoughts, actions, and relationships. When discussing divorce, Jesus described one of sin's effects as hardness of heart, Matthew chapter 19 verse 8, English Standard Version. The reality of our shared sinful nature was highlighted dramatically in the trial of Adolf Eichmann, a chief architect of the Holocaust. After recognizing that Eichmann appeared to be a normal person and that all of us have the potential to be just as evil, an Auschwitz survivor collapsed when testifying against him. Because of Adam's central role in the first sin, the historicity of Adam is important to the doctrine of sin. The inheritance of Adam's guilt and sinful nature has been the position of Christians for centuries. The young earth creationist, old earth creationist, and archetypal views of Adam agree with this position, although there are different explanations for how this nature is passed from generation to generation. The theistic evolutionary creation view, which generally denies a historical Adam, states, original sin was manifested mysteriously and gradually over countless many generations during the evolutionary processes leading to men and women. Theistic evolutionary creation physicist Carl Giberson comments, "In the conclusion to Saving the Original Sinner, I argue that a deep and meaningful concept of sin as an intrinsic part of human nature is a natural implication of our evolutionary origins. If we understand sin as a pathological selfishness, which I think captures it nicely, we can easily see how it was produced by natural selection." Giberson maintains that humans did not willfully rebel against God, but rather we acquired our sinful tendencies through evolution, leading him to call Darwinism an acid that destroys belief in the fall, Christ as second Adam, and the origins of sin. The view, then, that human moral sense reflects the image of God, with that image having been marred as a consequence of Adam's historical act of disobedience, is the view the Church has largely held since the beginning, and the one we find to be the most compelling account of the biblical record. 3. The doctrine of salvation. In explaining the doctrine of salvation, the Apostle Paul identified Adam as the man responsible for sin entering the world. He then identified Jesus as the last Adam, 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 45, who bore the penalty of the first Adam's sin and made possible the forgiveness of sins, as well as the eternal life lost as a result of Adam's sin. Romans chapter 5, verses 12 through 21, and 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verses 20 through 22 and 44 through 49. In writing that sin entered the world through one man, and that the consequences of this sin have been borne by one man, it seems clear that Paul, in making a supremely important theological statement, was referring to persons he considered to be historical. However, while all Christians recognize that Jesus was historical, the theistic evolutionary creation view generally denies the historical Adam. A theistic evolutionary creation explanation for this is explored in 2e below. 2. The evidence from the Bible and Jewish texts for Adam and his family. A. The Genesis record. The man whose creation is described in Genesis chapter 2 verse 7 is identified as Adam several times in Genesis chapters 2 through 5. The creation of humanity described in Genesis chapter 1 verses 26 and 27 does not use this proper name, and theologians differ on the relationship between these two creation accounts. John Collins argues that the traditional interpretation, Genesis chapter 2 elaborates the creation of humanity described in Genesis chapter 1, is supported by the fact that Jesus in Matthew chapter 19 verses 3 through 9 combines Genesis chapter 1 verse 27 with Genesis chapter 2 verse 24 in his teaching on marriage. The young earth creationist and old earth creationist views follow the traditional interpretation, understanding that Genesis chapter 2 teaches the de novo creation of Adam and Eve as deliberate, miraculous acts. While some interpret the description of these miracles literally, others argue that God could have used an evolved homonym as the basis for the creation of Adam. Theologian John Stott comments on this as follows. Adam, then, was a special creation of God, whether God formed him literally from the dust of the ground and then breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, Genesis chapter 2 verse 7 New International Version, or whether this is the biblical way of saying that he was created out of an already existing hominid. The vital truth we cannot surrender is that, though our bodies are related to the primates, we ourselves in our fundamental identity are related to God. In presenting the theological evolutionary creation interpretation of Genesis chapters 1 and 2, Denis Lamoureux makes the case that the two accounts come from two different sources and are complementary. While agreeing that Genesis chapter 2 describes de novo creation, he does not consider it to be a historical event. In fact, he questions the historicity of the first 11 chapters of Genesis, writing, "Real history in the Bible begins roughly around Genesis chapter 12 with Abraham." In presenting the archetypal view, John Walton proposes a third interpretation. The second account is not detailing the sixth day, but identifying a sequel scenario, that is, recounting events that potentially and arguably could have occurred long after the first account. Adam and Eve would not necessarily be envisioned as the first human beings, but would be elect individuals drawn out of the human population and given a particular representative role in sacred space. Biologist Dennis Alexander has suggested an evolutionary model incorporating the archetype concept. God, in His grace, chose a couple of Neolithic farmers in the Near East, or maybe a community of farmers to whom He chose to reveal Himself in a special way. This first couple or community have been termed Homo divinus, corresponding to the Adam and Eve of the Genesis account. Adam is therefore viewed as the federal head of the whole of humanity alive at that time. Under this view, Adam and Eve were not specially created by God and were not the progenitors of the human race. Genesis chapter 3 gives the sad account of Adam and Eve's disobedience and of God's pronouncement of the consequences of their disobedience. The interpretation of these events by the different views of Adam was discussed under 1b2. Genesis chapter 4 describes the birth of Adam and Eve's sons Cain, Abel, and Seth, and of Abel's murder by his brother Cain. This chapter also describes some of Cain and Seth's immediate descendants. John Walton discusses an issue that has raised questions for centuries, the apparent reference to other humans living at the same time as Adam and Eve. He notes, "From Genesis chapter 4 verses 14 and 17, we could reasonably deduce that there are other people around. In fact, that may be the easiest reading." The traditional interpretation is that these people are other descendants of Adam and Eve, but this is not stated explicitly in Scripture. Walton suggests that they are not Adamites. Collins has reviewed a few proposals to account for non-Adamites present at the time of Genesis chapter 4. These include the Neolithic farmer model of Dennis Alexander mentioned earlier, as well as the thinking of Old Testament scholar Derek Kidner and of C.S. Lewis. In discussing these possible scenarios, Collins notes that any account including polygenesis, humans other than Adam and Eve at the beginning of mankind, must envision these humans as a single tribe. Adam would then be the chieftain of this tribe, preferably produced before the others, and Eve would be his wife. This tribe fell under the leadership of Adam and Eve. This follows from the notion of solidarity in a representative. Genesis chapter 5 gives the genealogy of Adam's descendants through Seth and notes that he had other children. There is also a comment that Seth was a son in Adam's own likeness after his image, Genesis chapter 5 verse 3, This echoes the words used in Genesis chapter 5 verse 1 to describe God's creation of Adam in his own likeness, and implies that the image of God in Adam, though marred by sin, was passed on to his descendants. B. Biblical genealogies. Adam is included in 3 biblical genealogies. Adam's family tree through Seth, Genesis chapter 5 verse 1, also mentioned in Jude verse 14. The family tree of David and Israel, 1 Chronicles chapter 1 verse 1. The family tree of Jesus, Luke chapter 3 verse 38. Adam's inclusion in the family trees of David and Jesus, both of whom are clearly portrayed as historical figures, provides strong evidence that the biblical authors believed in a historical Adam. Yet in defending his position of no historical Adam, Lamoureux argues that biblical genealogies were written to provide theological truth, not a 21st century understanding of genealogy. However, he does not make a convincing case against the historicity of people included in these genealogies. C. Second Temple literature. The Second Temple period refers to the time between the rebuilding of the temple after the Babylonian exile, circa 516 BC, and the destruction of the temple by the Romans in AD 70. A study of literature from this period provides insight into the cognitive environment of the New Testament writers. In presenting a review of this literature, John Collins focused on the Apocrypha and the writings of the Jewish historian Josephus, 37 to circa 100 AD, as being within the mainstream of Jewish thought. Josephus calls Adam the first man made from the earth. References to Adam in the Apocrypha describe him as a real person. For example, "Thou madest Adam and gavest him Eve his wife as a helper and support. From them the race of mankind has sprung. Thou didst say, It is not good that the man should be alone. Let us make a helper for him like himself." Collins concludes, "In the period that bridges the Old Testament and the New, the Jewish authors most representative of the mainstream consistently treat Adam and Eve as actual people at the head of the human race." D. Teachings of Jesus. In response to a question from the Pharisees about divorce, Jesus cites the marriage union of the man and woman in Genesis chapter 2 verse 24, Matthew chapter 19 verses 3 through 12, and Mark chapter 10 verses 2 through 12. In his warnings to the Pharisees, he mentions Adam and Eve's son, righteous Abel, Matthew chapter 23 verse 35. These passages seem to imply that Jesus thought of Adam and Eve and their family as real people. Denis Lamoureux, who denies a historical Adam, explains that Jesus accommodated by using ancient science in his teaching. Lamoureux also cites history as an accommodation used by Paul. However, it is difficult to see how the hermeneutical assumption of accommodation is consistent with Lamoureux's use of inerrancy to describe spiritual truths carried by a vital though incidental individual, precisely because the New Testament is making theological claims based on the historicity of Adam himself. E. Teachings of Paul. Paul's descriptions of Adam's sin in the passages from Romans chapter 5 and 1 Corinthians chapter 15 cited in section 1b3 seem to demonstrate he believed Adam was the historical father of all humanity. Old Testament scholar Tremper Longman expresses a dissenting view from this traditional understanding. He cites New Testament scholar James Dunn to argue that Paul's analogy of Jesus as the last Adam does not require that Jesus, an indisputably historical figure, be compared with a historical figure. As Dunn points out, such literary historical analogies are known from the time of Paul. Denis Lamoureux admits that the passages from Romans chapter 5 and 1 Corinthians chapter 15 are a challenge to the theistic evolutionary creation view of historical Adam. In response, he argues that in this and other passages, Paul communicated inerrant theological truth through the incidental and erroneous ancient history and science of his day. In other passages, Paul mentions Eve's participation in Adam's sin and refers to both Adam and Eve as historical people when giving pastoral instructions to Timothy. Alluding to Genesis chapter 2 verses 21 and 22, where Eve is made from Adam's side, Paul endorses the special creation of Eve, saying she was created from man, 1 Corinthians chapter 11 verses 8 and 9, New International Version, and 1 Timothy chapter 2 verses 13 and 14. This language would seem to preclude an evolutionary view of Eve's origins. When he addressed the Greek philosophers in Athens, Paul taught that God had made from one man every nation of mankind to live on all the face of the earth. Acts chapter 17, verse 26, English Standard Version. F. Other biblical references to Adam and his family. Other references to Adam and his family in Scripture are often used to indicate that the biblical authors believed they were real people. Some examples are listed below. Isaiah may have been referring to Adam when writing, "Your first father sinned," Isaiah chapter 43, verse 27. Hosea, in preaching about Israel, declared, "But like Adam, they transgressed the covenant," Hosea chapter 6, verse 7, English Standard Version. There is disagreement over whether this refers to the historical Adam, human beings in general, or a location. Job, in proclaiming his own righteousness, contrasted himself with Adam, who covered his transgressions, Job chapter 31, verse 33, New American Standard Bible. There is disagreement over the interpretation of this text as well. In the New Testament, Abel is cited as an example of faith in contrast with Cain, Hebrews chapter 11, verse 4, who is cited as a murderer, 1 John chapter 3, verse 12. G. Conclusions. The evidence from the Old Testament, from Second Temple literature, and from the New Testament seems to indicate firmly that the biblical authors viewed Adam as a real person. In addition to affirming the historical Adam, the scriptural evidence seems to support the traditional view that Adam and Eve were the first humans, specially created by God, and that the entire human race descended from their offspring. However, John Walton has argued from Genesis that there may have been other humans present at the time of Adam and Eve. He argues that Adam and Eve were archetypes who represent all of humanity, not necessarily specially created by God, and may or may not have been the biological parents of all humanity. For a possible resolution to this uncertainty, we will now explore evidence from the book of nature and search for an answer to the question of whether Adam and Eve were de novo creations. 3. The evidence from science for Adam and his family. A. Genetic evidence. One of the more popular genres on American television is the crime drama. Through this medium of entertainment, the use of DNA evidence for identifying criminals has become a technique familiar to most people. While DNA profiling to resolve criminal cases, paternity suits, etc. is done using sections of DNA, the sequencing of the full human genome by the Human Genome Project provides much more than a genetic fingerprint. The Human Genome Project was announced by President Clinton in June 2000, with the first draft published in 2001 and the project completed in 2003. It provides the full sequence of the 3.2 billion base pairs, letters making up the genetic code, in human DNA, opening the door for molecular anthropology, the search for links between ancient and modern human populations around the world. These links are established by determining differences in sequences between individuals. These differences are attributed to mutations that have taken place over time. Genetic information that has been uncovered in the past few decades has shed considerable light on human origins. Primate genomes that have been sequenced include those of the chimpanzee, 2005, macaque, 2007, orangutan, 2011, gorilla, 2012, bonobo, 2012, and gibbon, 2014. Evolutionary biologists compare the human genome with those of the primates to build evolutionary relationships. Skeptics of Darwinism maintain that genetic similarities between humans and other species are better understood as the result of common design rather than common ancestry. We examine this evidence below. 1. Genetic diversity. One technique for studying human ancestry is to compare the base pair sequences of a specified segment of DNA between individuals from different people groups. Such comparisons show that human beings display much less genetic diversity than any other species. For example, several recent studies report a much more extensive genetic diversity for chimpanzees, bonobos, gorillas, and orangutans than for people. The human similarity is observed worldwide regardless of race or ethnicity. The limited geographical range of the great ape species, contrasted to the widespread geographical distribution and extensive biological variation of humans, makes this observation impressive. Molecular anthropologists pose what they sometimes call the Garden of Eden hypothesis to explain the limited genetic diversity. This model maintains that humanity had a recent origin in a single location, and the original population size must have been quite small. Molecular anthropologists observe the greatest genetic diversity among African populations and conclude that these groups must be the oldest. Comparisons using much longer data sequences from the Human Genome Project confirm the very limited genetic diversity among human populations, as well as the conclusion that the African population groups are the oldest. 2. Mitochondrial Eve. One of the most widely used techniques in molecular anthropology is the study of DNA taken from cell mitochondria, the organelles where energy-storing molecules are produced. Since mitochondrial DNA is inherited only from our mothers, molecular anthropologists can use it to trace humanity's maternal line. A landmark study carried out on samples of mitochondrial DNA from 147 people from 5 geographic populations was reported in 1987. The study's authors concluded that all of the mitochondrial DNA stemmed from one woman who lived in Africa roughly 200,000 years ago. Additional studies conducted over subsequent years confirmed the conclusion that humanity can trace its maternal lineage back to a single ancestral mitochondrial DNA sequence, one woman in a single location, probably East Africa. The science community named her Mitochondrial Eve. The Mitochondrial Eve hypothesis does not necessarily mean that this hypothetical mother was the first human or the only human alive in her time. Rather, from an evolutionary view, it means that her mitochondrial DNA is the only lineage not to become extinct and is now ubiquitous throughout the entire human race. Nonetheless, this viewpoint is compatible with the view that there was an original mother and father who were the first parents of the entire human race. One of the original study's authors clarified, "She wasn't the literal mother of us all, just the female from whom all our mitochondrial DNA derives." The evidence from mitochondrial DNA led to the out-of-Africa model of human origins, in which all humans share a common African ancestor. While there was resistance to this model of human origins by those who held to the multi-regional model, in which humans evolved from different hominin populations around the world, the out-of-Africa model has since gained widespread acceptance. 3. Y chromosomal atom. Most of the DNA in the human cell is in our chromosomes. Humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes, with one pair being the sex chromosomes. Males have one X and one Y sex chromosome, while females have 2 X chromosomes. Since Y chromosomal DNA passes from father to son, molecular anthropologists study it to trace humanity's paternal line. One of the advantages of Y chromosomal data compared with mitochondrial DNA is a longer DNA sequence, providing more opportunity to detect mutations. A number of studies carried out on Y chromosomal DNA from men representing different races and regions of the world have been reported in the literature. The consensus of these studies is that humanity can trace its paternal lineage to a single man in a single location in Africa, the same time and place where mitochondrial Eve lived. The science community has named him Y chromosomal atom. Like mitochondrial Eve, the Y chromosomal atom hypothesis does not necessarily mean that this hypothetical father was the first human or the only human alive in his time. Rather, it means that his Y chromosomal lineage is the only example of such a lineage not to become extinct and is now ubiquitous throughout the entire human race. Nonetheless, this viewpoint is compatible with the view that there was an original mother and father who were the first parents of the entire human race. 4. Genetic evidence for the first humans. The findings of molecular anthropology outlined above point to the recent origin of humanity, within the last 200,000 years, from a single location, probably East Africa, with a single ancestral mitochondrial DNA sequence, mitochondrial Eve, and a single ancestral paternal DNA sequence, Y chromosomal atom. While the evidence of a single female ancestral sequence and a single male ancestral sequence seems to be consistent with the biblical account of Adam and Eve as the parents of all humanity, evolutionary biologists do not think that there was an original pair. Instead, they believe that humans evolved from an earlier hominin population composed of thousands of individuals. As a result of a postulated population collapse, humans passed through a genetic bottleneck, with the ancestral sequences being from one of the females and one of the males. Evolutionary biologists use a variety of mathematical models based upon population genetics to estimate the size of the genetic bottleneck. The resulting estimates are dependent on a number of factors. A 2014 study noted a range in the literature of 1,000 to 10,000 for the archaic population size. Dennis Alexander cites 3 studies with a range of 9,000 to 12,500 for the founder population that was the ancestor of all modern humans. Biologists Dennis Venema and Daryl Falk, writing from a Christian perspective, reviewed the findings of 3 different methods of genetic analysis to estimate the size of the human genetic bottleneck. All 3 methods concluded that the original population size was several thousand. Venema and Falk believe that all humanity is descended from a small ancestral population, but reject the claim that humanity is descended from an original pair. One possible way to harmonize this with Scripture is to accept the possibility discussed in 2a that other humans were present at the time of Adam and Eve, as argued by the archetypal view. The theistic evolutionary creation view generally follows mainstream science while denying a historical Adam. The population genetics models that claim humans descend from a population of thousands of individuals rather than an initial pair are based upon a number of assumptions. The standard and often unstated assumptions behind these models include that common descent really occurred and there was no time where God specially or instantly created humans, whether 2 humans or many, with a wide range of genetic diversity. That random processes are the only causes of genetic change over time, that is, that there is a constant rate at which mutations accumulate over time. Possible other factors like hotspot mutations, differential selection, or intelligent design could undermine this key assumption. Even under a Darwinian view, if natural selection acted strongly upon certain alleles over the course of evolution, then that could also challenge this assumption. That there was random breeding between individuals in the population. That there was no migration in or out of the population. That there was a relatively constant population size. Each of these assumptions of this model is simply that, an assumption. But if any of the assumptions are not valid, the model fails. Indeed, while evolutionary biologists believe that humanity has descended from an archaic population size of several thousand, some scientists disagree that the biblical claim of an ancestral pair has been disproved by genetics. Biologist Ann Geiger, for example, made a detailed critique of evolutionary biologist Francisco Ayala's challenge to the concept of an original human pair using the genetic variation in one of the human leukocyte antigen (HLA) genes, the highly variable DRB1 gene. His analysis led him to conclude that the minimum size of the initial ancestral human population was 4,000, with a long-term average effective population of 100,000. Geiger showed that the outcome of his analysis is very sensitive to the assumptions made, and concluded, Adam and Eve have not been disproven by science, and those who claim otherwise are misrepresenting the scientific evidence. She has noted that a follow-up study using sequence data from the entire DRB1 gene found only 4 versions of the gene at the time of our assumed last common ancestor with chimpanzees. Since an ancestral pair can carry 4 versions of one gene, she contends the data suggest the possibility of an ancestral pair. Geiger is on a team developing a population genetics model based on the assumption of an ancestral pair with created diversity. This team argues that such a model seems to explain modern genetic diversity as well as, if not better than, models based on the assumption of common descent. Biochemist Fazali Rana also disagrees that genetics disproves the biblical claim of an ancestral pair. With astronomer Hugh Ross, Rana has given several reasons to question the mainstream consensus. There is evidence that the models used to estimate the original population size do not agree with experimental observation. They cite 3 field studies with large mammals, sheep, horses, and whales, to make the point that when an original population size was known, the genetic diversity after several generations was greater than predicted by the models. The sheep study had an ideal scenario: 2 sheep introduced on a remote island and the population studied for 46 years. Dennis Venema has provided a counter-argument to the sheep study. There are questions as to whether the fundamental assumptions in the models are correct. They cite several papers questioning these assumptions, including one showing That variation in the rate of mutation rather than in population size is the main explanation for variations in mitochondrial DNA diversity observed among bird species. Evidence from conservation biology challenges the concept of recovery from a population collapse. They cite examples of fieldwork and theoretical work to make this point. The young Earth creationist and some old Earth creationist views agree with the arguments challenging the mainstream consensus and see the evidence of mitochondrial Eve and Y-chromosomal Adam as consistent with the biblical view of an ancestral pair. They think that evolutionary models are based upon assumptions that would likely not hold true under a naturalistic scenario of human origins, and certainly would not hold true if humans were specially created by God. 5. Genetic evidence and human origins. Most evolutionary scientists maintain that the human genome is full of non-functional junk DNA that we share with other mammals, such as apes and mice. They argue that this shared non-functional DNA can only be explained if the junk arose when random mutations blindly produced useless genetic mutations in an organism that became the common ancestor of many modern species, passing its junk DNA on to its descendants. Francis Collins, NIH director and formerly head of the Human Genome Project, promotes this view when he argues that human DNA provides strong evidence that we share common ancestry with other mammals. Even more compelling evidence for a common ancestor comes from the study of what are known as ancient repetitive elements, AREs. These arise from jumping genes which are capable of copying and inserting themselves in various other locations in the genome, usually without any functional consequences. Mammalian genomes are littered with such AREs, with roughly 45% of the human genome made up of such genetic flotsam and jetsam. Of course, some might argue that these are actually functional elements placed there by the Creator for a good reason, and our discounting of them as junk DNA just betrays our current level of ignorance. The caveat that Collins expressed turns out to have been prescient. 6 years after the publication of The Language of God, the ENCODE project published their findings to date, stating their data enabled them to assign biochemical functions for 80% of the genome, in particular outside of the well-studied protein coding regions. While these findings have been controversial and have not shaken the basic evolutionary paradigm, in January 2015, Francis Collins revealed just how far the consensus has moved. At a healthcare conference in San Francisco, Collins was asked about junk DNA. He said, "We don't use that term anymore. It was pretty much a case of hubris to imagine that we could dispense with any part of the genome, as if we knew enough to say it wasn't functional." He concluded that most of what had been considered junk DNA turns out to be doing stuff. The growing consensus in molecular biology is that non-coding DNA is not junk, severely undercutting junk-based arguments for human-ape common ancestry. Even though the term junk DNA is falling out of favor, the presence in the human genome of pseudogenes, genes that appear to have lost their function, is considered by evolutionary biologists to be strong evidence for common descent. Dennis Alexander considers them to be valuable genetic fossils for tracking our own evolutionary history. Evolutionary biologists compare the location of these fossils in the human genome with their location in the genomes of our purported ancestors to develop this history. In response, Darwin skeptics point out that many pseudogenes are already known to exhibit evidence of function. The ENCODE project reported that more than 800 pseudogenes in the human genome show evidence of function. Another scientific paper observes that pseudogene regulation is widespread in eukaryotes. We are just beginning to develop biochemical techniques for studying the functions of pseudogenes, and evolutionary assumptions that pseudogenes are junk may be hindering our ability to discover their true functions. As one paper in Annual Review of Genetics notes, pseudogenes that have been suitably investigated often exhibit functional roles. Geiger points out that the similarity in DNA sequences between species leads one to expect functionality, and that we are likely to continue to discover functions in pseudogenes. If pseudogenes are in fact functional, they might point to common design rather than common descent. Another line of evidence for human evolution comes from a particular comparison of the human and chimpanzee genomes. Human chromosome 2 is very similar to a proposed fusion of chimpanzee chromosomes 2A and 2B. Evolutionary biologists argued that this fusion event is strong evidence for a shared ancestry for humans and chimps. In response, Rana and Ross point out, while it is not unusual for chromosomes to fuse, they will almost never fuse with intact chromosomes because of telomeres. These structures, in addition to providing stability, are designed to prevent chromosomes from undergoing fusion with chromosome fragments. They suggest that the unlikely nature of these events could be taken as evidence for the creator's role in engineering or designing the fusion. Moreover, the supposed fusion site is greatly lacking in repetitive DNA that should have been present if two chromosomes were fused end to end. But even if the fusion is real, because it is found only in our human lineage, at most this fusion evidence can only show that a fusion event took place somewhere along the human line. It cannot determine whether our lineage leads back to a common ancestor shared with apes. 6. Where and when did the first humans live? As described earlier, molecular anthropologists have found the greatest human genetic diversity to be among African populations, leading them to conclude that humanity originated in Africa, most likely East Africa. They continue to use DNA from different populations to determine how humanity populated the Earth. National Geographic's Genographic Project, launched in 2005, invites the public to participate in this study by contributing DNA for analysis. The project website includes a map of human migration routes based on DNA evidence. This evidence is consistent with the biblical account of humanity originating at one location, although the biblical account suggests a Middle Eastern location. However, as discussed in 3C1, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and much of the Red Sea were dry near the end of the last ice age, facilitating human migration from the Middle East to East Africa. For instance, following banishment from the Garden of Eden, and vice versa. Hence, genetic evidence pointing to an East African location for human origins is not inconsistent with a Middle Eastern location for Eden. Using estimates of mutation rates, molecular anthropologists can turn differences in DNA sequences into molecular clocks. Rana and Ross have reviewed the results of recent studies carried out to estimate independently the molecular clock ages of Y chromosomal Adam and mitochondrial Eve. Scientists have calibrated the mitochondrial DNA clock using DNA from human remains that were dated using carbon-14 methods. The validity of this calibration was demonstrated with mitochondrial DNA recovered from a human femur estimated to be 45,000 plus or minus 2,000 years old by carbon-14 dating. Molecular clock dating of the mitochondrial DNA yielded an age of 49,000 plus or minus 17,000 years. While the error bar on the molecular clock age is significant, the agreement is nevertheless impressive. The current estimates for Adam are based on larger portions of the Y chromosome than in earlier studies, as well as the use of rare Y chromosome variants. A study published in 2013 concluded that the time to the most recent common ancestor of the Y chromosome was 120,000 to 156,000 years, and to that of mitochondrial DNA was 99,000 to 148,000 years. Proponents of the young Earth creation and old Earth creation views of Adam see this independent determination of comparable ages through the maternal and paternal DNA lines as consistent with the traditional biblical account of an ancestral pair, although young Earth creationists would consider these ages to be overestimated. B. Paleontological evidence. Most of us have seen the standard March of Progress diagram depicting a sequence of primates beginning with a hunchback ape and ending with an upright walking modern human. This iconic diagram summarizes the message that humans evolved. While this is accepted by the theistic evolutionary creationist view of Adam and some proponents of the archetypal view, the old Earth creationist and young Earth creationist views believe that God intervened supernaturally in some manner in Adam's origin. All views must address the paleontological evidence for the first humans. Paleoanthropologists have been attempting to construct an evolutionary history for humans since Darwin's time. As recently as 1981, John Reeder, author of Missing Links, wrote, "The entire hominid collection known today would barely cover a billiard table." However, that collection has grown significantly since 1981. While each new find is encouraging to proponents of evolution, the relationships between hominin fossils are not always clear, and paleoanthropologists continue to revise their thinking on the postulated pathway to humans. But evolutionary pathways are unclear. A 2015 review of human evolution by two leading paleoanthropologists admitted the dearth of unambiguous evidence for ancestor-descendant lineages, and states, the evolutionary sequence for the majority of homonym lineages is unknown. Most homonym taxa, particularly early hominins, have no obvious ancestors, and in most cases, ancestor-descendant sequences, fossil time series, cannot be reliably constructed. There are several reviews of the paleontological data from a Christian perspective. Lamoureux provides a theistic evolutionary creationist view. Alexander provides an evolutionary archetypal view. Rana and Ross provide an old Earth creationist view, including a focus on the most recent finds. Martin Lubenow provides a young Earth creationist view. William Stone summarizes the scientific consensus in 2011 regarding the hominin species. The traditional evolutionary view is that Homo habilis evolved from one of the species in the Australopithecus genus. This genus includes the gracile forms Africanus and Afarensis, which includes the famous Lucy, and the robust forms, sometimes classified as a separate genus, Paranthropus. The Homo genus also includes different forms, such as Homo erectus, the Neanderthals, and modern humans that are classified as Homo sapiens sapiens. However, a number of paleoanthropologists dispute that Homo habilis could serve as such a link, with many arguing that it does not even belong in the genus Homo due to its Australopith-like traits, and noting that unambiguous Homo remains from about 2 million years ago predate habilis in the fossil record. The oldest fossil remains of what appear to be anatomically modern humans are claimed to be those found in the Kibish Formation in the lower Omo Valley in southern Ethiopia. The argon-argon dating of a layer below the fossil find gave an older age limit of 198,000 plus 14,000 years. Dating of a layer above the find gave a younger age limit of 104,000 plus 7,000 years. Both the location of these fossils, as well as the date range of strata above and below the fossil find, are reasonably consistent with the conclusions of molecular anthropology regarding the location and estimated age of the earliest humans. Other ancient fossil remains of anatomically modern humans have been reported in Africa and the Middle East. The estimated age of these remains range from 70,000 to 130,000 years. Caution must be exercised in the interpretation of ancient human fossils, as the appearance of anatomical similarity to modern humans is not necessarily indicative of modern human behavior. After reviewing the paleoanthropological evidence of the Australopithecus and Homo genera, Stone concludes that the discontinuity between the two suggests that it is the dividing line between non-humans and humans, and proposes to place Adam at the root of the genus Homo. Indeed, a number of paleoanthropologists have admitted a distinct gap in the fossil record between human-like members of our genus, Homo, and ape-like species such as the Australopithecines. As the great evolutionary biologist Ernst Mayr stated, the earliest fossils of Homo are separated from Australopithecus by a large, unbridged gap. Likewise, 3 Harvard paleoanthropologists admitted, we lack many details about exactly how, when, and where the transition occurred from Australopithecus to Homo. This poses a severe challenge to the standard evolutionary view generally endorsed by the theological evolutionary creationist camp, that humans evolved from the ape-like Australopithecines. Proponents of the old Earth creationist and young Earth creationist views point to the discontinuities in the hominin human fossil record as evidence of God's miraculous intervention in Adam's origin. Most old Earth creationist views put this at the root of Homo sapiens, since it is closest to the origin of modern human physical capability, as well as the use of symbolism and appreciation of aesthetic goodness. The young Earth creationist view rejects the mainstream ages given for the fossil record in general. C. Archaeological evidence. 1. The Garden of Eden. As noted in Chapter 16, there are currently no archaeological data for the Garden of Eden. However, scholars have attempted to deduce its location from the evidence in the biblical account, which names 4 rivers associated with the river flowing through Eden. 2 of those rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, are presumed to be the same as those known to us today, as is the location of the country, Assyria, identified with the Tigris. The identity of the other 2 is less certain. 1. The Pishon is said to wind through the land of Havilah, where there is gold, aromatic resin, and onyx. The other is the Gihon, said to flow around the land of Cush. Many different locations for these rivers and of Eden have been proposed. Astronomer Hugh Ross has made a suggestion informed by satellite imagery. The details here point in the direction of the Hejaz, a mountainous region in the west-central part of Saudi Arabia. This 6,000-foot range contains the only known source of workable gold in the region. The land of Kush has long been identified with Ethiopia and the Horn of Africa. Given that the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and much of the Red Sea were dry near the end of the last ice age, some 50,000 to 15,000 years ago, Kush would have included the mountains in Arabia's southwestern corner. Satellite imagery reveals the dry beds of two major rivers that once flowed from west-central and southwestern Arabia into the Persian Gulf region. Ross notes that the one location where these two rivers could come together with the Tigris and Euphrates is in the Persian Gulf region. Archaeological finds on the northern coast of the Arabian Peninsula and on islands in the Persian Gulf, notably the island of Al-Bahrain, are associated with the ancient kingdom of Dilmun. Interestingly, A&E literature refers to the land of Dilmun as an ancient paradise reminiscent of Eden. Earliest evidence of modern human behavior. As mentioned in 1b1, aspects of the image of God in humans include displaying intelligence, using language, and appreciating aesthetic goodness. Archaeological evidence of such behavior appears to have arisen suddenly. Anthropologist Christopher Stringer has written about this sudden appearance. For millennia upon millennia, Homo sapiens had been churning out the same forms of stone utensils. But about 40,000 years ago, a perceptible shift in our handiwork took place. Throughout the Old World, toolkits leapt in sophistication with the appearance of Upper Paleolithic-style implements. Signs of the use of ropes, bone spear points, fishhooks, and harpoons emerge, along with the sudden manifestations of sculptures, paintings, and musical instruments. We also find evidence of the first long-distance exchange of stones and beads, objects made of mammal bones and ivory, antlers, marine and freshwater shells, fossil coral, limestone, schist, steatite, jet, lignite, hematite, and pyrite were manufactured. Materials were chosen with extraordinary care. Some originated hundreds of miles from their point of manufacture. It is an extraordinary catalogue of achievements that seem to have come about virtually from nowhere, though obviously they did have a source. The question is, what was it? While Stringer evaluates the evidence within an evolutionary paradigm, the sudden appearance is consistent with the old Earth creationist and young Earth creationist views that God intervened supernaturally in the origin of humanity. The recent discovery of ancient cave paintings in Indonesia, dated to 40,000 years ago, adds to the list of evidence. The announcement states, "The discovery of 40,000-year-old cave paintings at opposite ends of the globe suggests that the ability to create representational art had its origins further back in time in Africa, before modern humans spread across the rest of the world." In surveying the most recent finds, Rana and Ross note that archaeologists have discovered evidence in Africa of modern human behavior older than 40,000 years. Nevertheless, the socio-cultural Big Bang of 40,000 years ago fits well with the sudden appearance of modern humans. Quite a few archaeologists have acknowledged a sudden explosion of modern human-like behavior in the archaeological record around this time. This is consistent with an old Earth creationist viewpoint. 3. Earliest evidence of human civilization. The traditional cradle of civilization is in Mesopotamia, where, according to standard dating, the Neolithic Revolution began around 12,000 years ago. One feature of this revolution was organized agricultural activity, including farming and animal domestication. While the timing of this revolution is significantly more recent than the evidence of modern human behavior discussed above, recent discoveries have revealed earlier dates for agricultural activity. This includes evidence of small-scale trial cultivation 23,000 years ago on the shore of the Sea of Galilee, and grain processing more than 32,000 years ago in Italy. These discoveries place the development of organized agriculture before the Neolithic Revolution and closer to the earliest evidence for modern human behavior. 4. Literary and linguistic evidence for Adam and his family. Evolutionary biologists have faced great difficulty in trying to explain the origin of human language in evolutionary terms. A 2014 paper co-authored by leading evolutionary paleoanthropologists admits that we have essentially no explanation of how and why our linguistic computations and representations evolved and, The origins and evolution of our linguistic capacity remain as mysterious as ever, since studies of non-human animals provide virtually no relevant parallels to human linguistic communication, and none to the underlying biological capacity. Under a biblical view, however, one would expect humans to have a distinct form of communication not seen among lower animals. A biblical view also makes it reasonable to expect that stories concerning our ancient ancestors would persist in cultures around the world. These stories would have been preserved as oral traditions until systems of writing were developed. A. Cuneiform tablets. The Sumerian civilization in southern Mesopotamia, circa 3500 to 2000 BC, is credited with developing the world's first written language. The oldest written Sumerian records date to 3100 BC. The system of writing used was a pictographic type of cuneiform, which gradually changed to conventionalized linear drawings. These were pressed into soft clay tablets with the edge of a stylus, giving it a characteristic wedge-shaped appearance. Cuneiform was adopted for use in other languages, for example Akkadian and Babylonian. Archaeologists have uncovered thousands of cuneiform tablets in the Middle East. Many of these have been studied and translated by scholars around the world, enabling them to gain great insight into A&E beliefs about origins. Collins has described how 3 texts from ancient Mesopotamia demonstrate some parallels with Genesis chapters 1 through 11. B. Chinese characters. There is written evidence for the first humans from a civilization far from Mesopotamia, ancient China. Modern Chinese can trace its roots to inscriptions that have been found on oracle bones dating back to the 2nd millennium BC. Chinese has remained a pictograph-based language since that time, although the characters have changed over the centuries. The characters used today have been grouped into 6 categories. As described, for example, by Cheng Keitong, 2 of these categories are pictographs and ideographs. Pictographs depict objects, while ideographs convey abstract ideas and are composed of 2 or more pictographs. A study of ideographs reveals some of the stories that inspired the ancient people who developed them. Tong demonstrates how several ideographs show clear consistency with the Genesis account of Adam and Eve and their disobedience in the Garden of Eden. The 3 examples listed below are formed using these pictographs: mouth, tree, and female. The symbol shu, meaning to restrain, is represented by a mouth superimposed over a tree. This correlates to the first restraint placed on Adam, namely the prohibition from eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The symbol lan, meaning to covet, is represented by 2 trees on top with a female on the bottom. The use of 2 trees correlates with the 2 key trees in the Garden of Eden, the tree of knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life. The female correlates with Eve, the first human to covet something forbidden, fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Tong notes, the composition of this character is even more interesting when one recalls that in ancient China, women had no place in society. Yet the ancient Chinese chose to use the character for woman rather than the one for man. This shows that the ancient Chinese had some knowledge of the story of the first act of disobedience against God. Finally, the symbol meaning death shows the death is associated with 2 mouths eating from a tree. This correlates with Adam and Eve's disobedience, for which they suffered the promised consequence of death. The fact that these 3 characters have ancient forms demonstrates that they were formulated long before the first Christian missionaries visited China, generally considered to be Nestorians in AD 635. While Tong has acknowledged that Chinese calligraphy scholars do not necessarily agree with his interpretations, he argues that one of the artifacts from the Sanjingdui civilization discovered near Chengdu, Sichuan province, a bronze tree dated to 1600 BC, supports his view that the ancient Chinese had some knowledge of the events from the Garden of Eden. The tree includes fruit, knives protruding from the branches as if to guard the fruit, a feminine hand reaching to the tree, and a serpent. 5. Conclusions. The straightforward way of reading the Bible is that Adam was a historical person. It also seems clear that Scripture teaches that all humanity descended from Adam and Eve, although some believe they were archetypes and not necessarily the biological parents of all humans. Within the last 30 years, scientific evidence for Adam has emerged from the study of human genetics. The once dominant multi-regional model of human origins has been replaced with a model of humans spreading around the world from a small founding population in one location, possibly East Africa. The identification of single ancestral maternal and paternal DNA sequences, while not proof of an ancestral pair, is evidence one would expect from the biblical account of origins. What's more, data from the DRB1 gene suggests the possibility of an ancestral pair. Paleontology and archaeology reveal at least 3 discontinuities in human history: the abrupt appearance of the genus Homo about 2 million years ago, the appearance of anatomically modern humans at around 130,000 BC, and the appearance of physical capability underwriting modern human behavior at around 40,000 BC. Physicist John Bloom argues that the 2 recent abrupt discontinuities are evidence against a smooth naturalistic transition and for the special creation of humanity. Finally, Scripture, the book of nature, including genetic, paleontological, and archaeological evidence, and linguistic evidence, join together to present a cumulative case for the historicity of Adam. Chapter 18. The Historicity of the Patriarchs. Timeline: Early Bronze Age, 3000 to 2100 BC. Middle Bronze Age, 2100 to 1550 BC. Late Bronze Age, 1550 to 1200 BC. Iron Age 1, 1200 to 650 BC. Iron Age 2, 650 to 150 BC. 1. Introduction: The Problem of the Patriarchs. Many current Old Testament scholars would say that the stories regarding the patriarchs found in Genesis do not record accurate history. They reach this conclusion in part because up to this point no direct archaeological or extra-biblical evidence has been discovered to prove absolutely that the patriarchs, such as Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob, actually existed. Yet even without the walled settlements that usually draw the attention of archaeology, the biblical record of the patriarchs' nomadic life can be confidently investigated and compared with what is known of customs and artifacts from their historical era. A. The Problem of the Patriarchs Explained. Influential scholar Thomas Thompson writes, "On the basis of what we know of Palestinian history of the 2nd millennium BC, and of what we understand about the formation of the literary traditions of Genesis, it must be concluded that any such historicity as is commonly spoken of in both scholarly and popular works about the patriarchs of Genesis is hardly possible and totally improbable." Similarly, John Van Seters states, "The conclusions to this study regarding the Abrahamic tradition lie in 2 principal areas: the dating of the tradition and the nature of its literary development. There is no unambiguous evidence that points to a great antiquity for this tradition." However, Kenneth A. Kitchen, professor emeritus at the University of Liverpool, draws upon his extensive research into the history, archaeology, and literature of Egypt and of the Eastern Mediterranean to declare that the patriarchs were not a glorified later mirage. He writes, "It should be clear finally that the main features of the patriarchal narratives either fit specifically into the first half of the 2nd millennium or are consistent with such a dating." B. Changing views on the historicity of the patriarchs. Christians in general believe the historicity of Abraham based on the teachings of Jesus, John chapter 8 verses 31 through 59, and Paul, Romans chapter 4, and Galatians chapter 4 verses 21 through 31, both of whom built the strength of their arguments in large measure by appealing to Abraham as a person of historical significance. Currently, however, conservative scholars who conclude that the Bible records accurate history are in the minority. But the current consensus against the historicity of the patriarchs is a relatively new development. While evangelical scholars are now a small minority in the archaeological community, their views regarding the historicity of the patriarchs were once considered mainstream. 1. The maximalist viewpoint. The maximalist viewpoint captures the conservative perspective, affirming that a biblical history of Israel corresponds with a real history of Israel. In the middle of the 20th century, a majority of historians believed that recent archaeological discoveries, such as the Mari archives, provided data that supported the general claims of the biblical stories. These discoveries would place the patriarchs approximately in the middle of the Bronze Age period, 2000 to 1500 BC. The most influential maximalist scholar of the last century is William F. Albright. He writes in The Archaeology of Palestine and the Bible, "Discovery after discovery has established the accuracy of innumerable details and has brought increased recognition of the value of the Bible as a source of history." Again, Albright writes in The Archaeology and Religion of Israel, "There can be no doubt that archaeology has confirmed the substantial historicity of the Old Testament tradition." 2. The minimalist viewpoint. The minimalist viewpoint gained popularity in the 1970s with Thomas Thompson's The Historicity of the Patriarchal Narratives and John Van Cedar's Abraham in History and Tradition. These two books dramatically changed the interpretation of the patriarchal narratives and Israel's past. Thompson starts his book by noting that nearly all accept the general claim that the historicity of the biblical traditions about the patriarchs has been substantiated by the archaeological and historical research of the last half-century. He goes on to argue against these claims, and his book has had a significant impact on scholarly perspectives of Abraham's existence. Van Cedars attempted to reassess the sources for the patriarchal traditions from the early second millennium by arguing that they fit more naturally into a first millennium setting. He concludes, thus far the conclusion reached is that the tradition as it stands reflects only a rather late date of composition and gives no hint by its content of any great antiquity in terms of biblical history. 2. Investigating the patriarchal narratives. A. Developing a historical framework. Because of both the lack of direct historical evidence outside of the Bible and literary questions raised within the text itself, most scholars no longer accept the historicity of the Genesis narratives. In order to make a reasonable argument for the historicity of the patriarchs, then, both challenges need to be addressed, making it necessary to investigate the cultural environment in which these details are located to interpret the stories more carefully. B. The ancient world of the patriarchs. The patriarchal stories are set in three regions of the ancient Near East: Mesopotamia, Ur, Canaan, and Egypt. Understanding these ancient cultures allows for examination of the details in order to analyze the reliability of the Genesis narratives. 1. Mesopotamia. Abraham was called to be the father of the chosen nation while living with his father Terah in Ur. Genesis chapter 11 verses 27 through 32. Ur was a famous Sumerian city located by the Euphrates River, about 150 miles northwest of the present coast of the Persian Gulf in modern Iraq. Leading Old Testament scholar Eugene Merrill reports, Sargon, 2340 to 2284 BCE, has created the Semite-dominated Akkadian Empire at Agade, nearly 200 miles northwest of Ur. Abram was almost certainly bilingual, commanding both the Sumerian and Akkadian languages. Merrill also reports the cultural and religious significance of Ur. The principal deity worshipped at Ur was the Sumerian moon god Nannar, known in Akkadian by the name Sin. It is certain that Abram and his family were faithful devotees of Sin and his coterie of fellow deities, for Joshua chapter 24 verse 2 speaks of them as having served other gods beyond the river. Moreover, some scholars identify the name Terah as a form of the Hebrew word Yariach, moon, so that his very name may testify to his religious orientation. Merrill is assuming Abram was an idolater. Joshua chapter 24 verse 2 says Terah served other gods but leaves Abram's status prior to his calling unknown. Historian and A&E specialist Amelie Kurt notes that within Mesopotamian culture, they lived and worked in family groups. Nowhere in this case are the workers landless, propertyless, kinless serfs or helots. This fits well with the patriarchal family accounts in Genesis. Merrill explains a possible migration of Abraham and his family during this time when he writes, perhaps the political and cultural upheavals caused by the Gudi conquest played some role. 2. Canaan. Kitchen quotes Oppenheim's observation that there seem to have been very few periods in the history of the region when, as in the Old Babylonian period, a private person could move around freely. Merrill writes, Abram would have become conversant in the Amorite Semitic dialect spoken there and would have imbibed the more nomadic lifestyle that he encountered later in Canaan. By this time, the Amorites not only occupied the major cities of northwest Mesopotamia, but also had begun to expand, primarily for commercial reasons, to the southeast and southwest. Kitchen describes the movement of pastoralists, who were sheep or cattle farmers of Western Asiatic or Semitic lineage during this time. From Larsa in the east to Amuru in the west, the wanderings of segments of the Mare Yamina cover all but the extremities of the journeyings of Terah and Abraham from Ur to Canaan. Kitchen concludes, in later times, late second, early first millennium, the general movement of steppe tribes into agricultural areas tended to be more or less from northwest to southeast, so far as Mesopotamia was concerned. But in the second millennium, this northwest to southwest drift is not the sole current of movement, despite erroneous claims to the contrary. Van Seters believed that Abraham's move from Haran to Palestine is problematic because there was no sociological or historical reason to suggest that nomads migrated from Haran to Palestine. To respond directly to Van Seters' objection, Kitchen quotes Jean Robert Cupper from his work Nomads, in which Cupper concludes, "It is in this constant flux and reflux of people on the move that one may fittingly situate the migration of Abraham, going back up from Ur to Haran, his true homeland." 3. Egypt. Kitchen reports that the 19th Egyptian dynasty built a new residence in the area of Pi Ramesses that was only used until 1130 BC. He concludes that visits by an Abraham or a Jacob to a pharaoh in the East Delta Palace are only feasible in Egyptian terms within circa 1970 to 1540 if they are not turned into contemporaries of Moses. James K. Hoffmeyer notes that the pharaohs of the early second millennium period also built a series of forts to limit and control Asiatic visitors from Canaan. It has been well known for decades, however, that there were Semites in the Delta starting after the collapse of the Old Kingdom, circa 2190, and reaching a zenith during the Hyksos or Second Intermediate period, circa 1700 to 1550 BC, and on into the New Kingdom, 1550 to 1069 BC. 4. Conclusion regarding the patriarch's cultural setting. This brief overview reveals that these ancient cultures' political, economic, social, and religious characteristics are reflected in Scripture. This backdrop is necessary for the biblical narratives to be understood and properly placed in a specific setting and time period. 3. The evidence for the patriarchs. The following are the key questions for us as we investigate the historical evidence for the existence of the patriarchs. What are the proposed time frames for the patriarchs? What is this based on? Why is this important for Bible-believing Christians? The authors of A Biblical History of Israel write, passages outside the book of Genesis, however, appear to allow us to situate the patriarchs in real time, at least if we believe that the whole Bible gives accurate, though perhaps at times approximate, chronological indicators, and suggests that Abraham was born in the middle of the 22nd century BC. The evidence is as follows. 1 Kings chapter 6 verse 1 states that Solomon began the temple construction 480 years after the Israelites left Egypt. This year is Solomon's fourth year as king, and if we follow Tila, that date would be 966 BC. A straight reading of this passage places the Exodus in the middle of the 15th century. Furthermore, Exodus chapter 12 verse 40 asserts that the children of God sojourned in Egypt 430 years. Finally, we may arrive at the length of time from Abraham's birth to Jacob's descent into Egypt by adding the 100 years of Genesis chapter 21 verse 5, the age of Abraham when Isaac was born, to the 60 years of Genesis chapter 25 verse 26, the age of Isaac when Jacob was born, to the 130 years of Genesis chapter 47 verse 9, the age of Jacob when he first arrived in Egypt, to reach a period of 290 years. So, beginning with 966 BC, a number of scholars add the 480 of 1 Kings chapter 6 verse 1 to the 430 years of the Egyptian sojourn to the 290 years of the patriarchal period to end up with a birth date for Abraham in 2166 BC, which then leads to a date of 2091 BC for his arrival in Palestine. Compare Genesis chapter 12 verse 4. The authors go on to say that this formula is not as neat as it first appears because there are some textual variations and the numbers appear to be rounded. However, the dating provided from the Hebrew text does provide a solid biblical foundation to begin to assess the patriarchal narratives in relation to a specific time period's sociological and cultural features. As Ian Provan, V. Phillips Long, and Tremper Longman state, much of the debate depends on whether We believe that the whole Bible gives accurate, though perhaps at times approximate, chronological indicators. Can we give a specific date for the life of Abraham beyond a shadow of a doubt? The answer is no. Can we have confidence from the overlapping story developed from biblical texts, sociological indicators, and ancient Near Eastern evidences that Abraham likely lived near the end of the 3rd century BC? The answer would have to be that it is not only possible, but probable. After raising some challenges to the dating theory outlined above, Proven, Long, and Longman write, in sum, many earlier arguments trying to show that patriarchal customs were peculiarly related to the time period of the 2nd millennium have been effectively disputed. This notion, however, far from demonstrates that the patriarchal narratives overall are at odds with a picture of the period as we know it from ancient Near Eastern sources, even if we must take account for a certain degree of anachronism in the presentation. This research and historical analysis provides a reasonable basis to believe that the Abraham recorded in Genesis lived in the 22nd century BC. Because of the lack of explicit, direct archaeological evidence for Abraham and the other patriarchs, the debate revolves around whether the features of the biblical narrative accurately reflect the archaeological evidence regarding the customs and conditions of the time periods during which the patriarchs purportedly lived. We can demonstrate that the biblical narratives display an extraordinary level of accuracy in relation to archaeological evidence as presented below. This provides good evidence that the patriarchs of Genesis were real people in history, not the figments of a later writer's imagination. A. Nomadic and settled civilizations. 1. The challenge. Van Seters argues the accounts of the patriarchs cannot be credible because their narratives record nomadic lifestyles in the same place as settled agricultural communities. His solution is that the stories of the patriarchs more effectively belong to the 1st millennium rather than in the late 3rd or early 2nd millennium setting. Van Seters writes, there is nothing in the presentation of the nomadic patriarchs which is inappropriate to the portrayal of nomadic life in the period of the late Judean monarchy or exilic periods, but much that speaks against the choice of an earlier period. 2. The Mari Archives. The discovery of the Mari Archives revealed the existence of a unique community of Amorites, the Binu Yamina tribal coalition. These archives contain nearly 25,000 documents discovered in the ancient city of Mari, modern-day Tel Hariri, on the present-day border of Syria and Iraq. In particular, the Mari documents have detailed how a powerful king named Zimri Lim simultaneously ruled over both an Amorite tribal state, the Similites, and an urban empire. The tribal culture shares proximity in space, language, and chronology with ancient Israel. Because of these similarities, cultural features may have been transmitted, borrowed, or influenced between the Amorite Mari tribes and early Israel. Biblical scholar and Assyriologist Daniel Fleming writes, because Zimri Lim maintained both his identity as a tribal king and active ties with the mobile pastoralist component of his tribal people, the letters from his administration must be treated as a secure source of information regarding both tribal organization and pastoralist subsistence during this period. Zimri Lim even created a new administration for the Mari kingdom with 2 entirely separate hierarchies, one for districts defined by their settled populations and ruled by governors called sapitums, and the other for his own Binu Simal tribespeople, who could be ruled from the back country without registration by towns. 3. Conclusion regarding nomadic and settled civilizations. It seems entirely plausible for the patriarchal background to be rooted in northern Syria communal origins. The existence of both pastoral and settled communities seems to have occurred in the very area from where Abraham is said to have migrated. Fleming concludes by describing Zimri Lim as a king who retains his tribal and pastoralist connections at the same time as he embraces the achievements of urban civilization. B. Laws and covenant customs. 1. Slave prices. John Collins challenges rejecting the patriarchal stories on the basis of discrepancies within the text. One specific example is whether it was the Ishmaelites, Genesis chapter 39, verse 1, or Midianites, Genesis chapter 37, verse 36, who sold Joseph into Egypt. Collins writes, this argument would not apply to the contradiction as to whether he was sold by the Midianites or Ishmaelites. It may be that the Midianites are introduced secondarily by an editor who wanted to excuse the brothers of the charge of selling Joseph into slavery, which was a crime liable to the death penalty according to Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 7. The confusion over the names of the buyers could be solved in a number of ways. What is not challenged is the recorded price of 20 shekels of silver for this transaction, which is a significant time marker in dating the events within these stories. The price of slaves inflated over time, and there is historically credible information about slave prices at any given time in history. The price recorded for the sale of a slave would be a way of fixing the patriarchal stories to a specific era in time, just as one could use prices for gasoline or a gallon of milk to fix it to a recent time period. All of the prices mentioned match the going rate at a specific place and time. Records of slave prices derived from law codes throughout the ancient Near East corroborate the prices recorded in Genesis, Exodus, and 2 Kings from the time of Joseph until the divided kingdom. Genesis chapter 37 verses 27 and 28. Joseph is sold by his brothers for 20 shekels of silver. The Code of Hammurabi, 1760 BC, sets the price at 20 shekels in sections 116, 214, and 252. This dating fits within the Middle Bronze period. Slave prices increased from 10 to 120 shekels over a 2,000-year period. According to Exodus chapter 21 verse 32, 30 shekels was a standard price, but Leviticus chapter 27 verses 3 through 7 gives a scale of from 3 to 50 shekels according to age and sex, with a provision for an appeal to the priest in case of uncertainty. Leviticus chapter 27 verse 8. 20 shekels is the price set for a young man, Leviticus chapter 27 verse 5, and this corresponds with the sum paid for Joseph, Genesis chapter 37 verse 28. Later recorded data in 2 Maccabees chapter 8 verse 11 fixes the average slave price as 90 for a talent, that is 40 shekels each. The ransom of an entire talent for a single man, 1 Kings chapter 20 verse 39, means that unusual value, far more than that of a slave, was set on this particular captive. The parallel evidence of treaty structure and slave prices show that details of the patriarchal narratives fit within an earlier time frame than the first millennium. These details are important because had these stories originated at a later date, many of these particulars would have been impossible to replicate consistently. Kitchen concludes, thus, our biblical figures in each case closely correspond to the relevant averages for their periods: 20 shekels for Joseph in the early 2nd millennium, 30 shekels under Moses in the later 2nd millennium, 50 shekels for Assyria under Menahem in the 8th century. 2. Covenant forms. Excavations at Mari and Tel Lilon in northern Syria have unearthed many tablets that contain a specific type of covenant protocol unique to the early 2nd millennium BC. A. Objections. Van Seters argues that the Abrahamic narratives were shaped much later during the time of exile to give the Israelites a sense of identity. If Van Seters is correct, the credibility of the patriarchal narratives decreases because the origin of the stories, or at the very least their purpose, comes into question. In light of these claims, and in order to explain the similarities in covenant forms between the earlier covenants given to Abraham and the later covenant structure in the exile, Van Seters asserts that the similarity should be explained as follows. The promises to the fathers, when viewed in terms of the history of their form and in a comparison with both the pre-exilic theology of Deuteronomy and the concerns of the exilic prophets, can best be understood as a response to the needs of the late exilic period. The whole orientation is similar to that of Deutero-Isaiah, and it was at this time that the Abrahamic tradition was taken up and given its present basic shape as the fundamental unifying identity for the people of Israel on the threshold of restoration. Van Seters' references to the period of exile reflect his belief that the patriarchal covenants, including God's promises, employ a form that matches the concerns, hopes, and outlook of the later chapters in Isaiah. For our discussion of the challenge his thinking poses regarding the composition of the Pentateuch and the prophets, please see chapters 23 and 24. B. Response. Kitchen reports that covenants discovered at Mari and Tel Lilon, dating from 2000 to 1500 BC, contain 5 elements. 1. Witnesses, a deity. 2. Oath. 3. Stipulations. 4. Ceremony. 5. Curse. This format mirrors Genesis chapter 21 verses 23 through 31, chapter 26, verses 29 through 31, and chapter 31, verses 51 through 54. They contain the same 5 elements. They are in roughly the same order. Taking the biblical data at face value, the format of the treaties found in northern Syria situates the Genesis covenants in the Middle Bronze Age and not in a later period. This is especially evident when the structure of Second Millennium treaties, discussed above, is compared with later Assyrian treaties from the First Millennium. 3. Sister-wife laws reflected from Nuzi tablets. Observations regarding cultural parallels to the patriarchal stories supports a common argument used by maximalists for locating the existence of the patriarchs in a certain era. A common example is when Abraham pretends that his wife is his sister in order to be safe in a foreign land. Genesis chapter 12 verse 13 and chapter 20 verse 2. It has been proposed that these patriarchal accounts can be correlated to Hurrian marriage customs found in the Nuzi texts, in which a wife was also adopted by her husband as a sister to gain superior status. A. Objections. Van Seters summarizes the difficulty scholars have with applying the Nuzi texts so directly to the patriarchal situations. First, some parallels have been proposed between the biblical story and the Nuzi texts. These were based on a serious misunderstanding of the cuneiform sources. Secondly, some parallel customs are common to both the 2nd and 1st millennia BC, and so are completely indecisive for the dating of the traditions. Thirdly, there may be some elements of the story, such as the remarks of Laban's daughters, that actually seem to reflect more closely the situation expressed in the texts of the mid-1st millennium BC. B. Response. In response to these criticisms, Eugene Merrill says, "The most reasonable position is that the Nuzi tablets reflect customs that were not initiated there, but had already been prevalent for centuries. Indeed, customs similar to those at Nuzi are attested from many earlier sites, and these continue to be helpful in understanding the patriarchal way of life." Merrill concludes, "There is nothing that necessitates a date later than that required by biblical considerations, nor do these incidents appear as unique events without contemporary analogs." C. Western Semitic name types. 1. Significance of name types. Thompson says, the discussion about names similar to those of the patriarchs, which would have been found in extra-biblical sources, is the most important single issue in the debate over historicity. Further, Thompson goes on to make the argument that the name Abram is a West Semitic name of quite common sort and can be expected to appear wherever we find names from West Semitic peoples. The name is not to be dated to any specific period. The names of people and places also serve a parallel line of evidence. Just as you can identify the era or cultural setting of a picture from the style or shape of an automobile or the style of clothing that is worn, names are usually a dead giveaway of something belonging to a specific era. The names and spellings of the patriarchal characters also best reflect a certain geographical area and specific time. 2. A review of name types in the patriarchal narratives. Abraham's relatives, such as his great-grandfather Serug, his grandfather Nahor, and his father Terah, all have names that have been confirmed in documents and reports as coming from the Euphrates-Habor region of Upper Mesopotamia from the time period of the early 2nd millennium. Kitchen writes, "One important fact to notice is that these names are above all personal names, the kinds used by individuals. They are not tribal or clan names, despite misguided attempts by some biblicists to have it so. Patriarchal names with IY prefixes such as Yitzhak, Yaakov, Yosef, and Yishmael all belong to the Northwest Semitic language group of the Amorite population of the early 2nd millennium BC and are common in the Mari archives dating from this same time period. Ancient historian and Assyriologist I.J. Gelb conducted a survey of more than 6,000 ancient Amorite names throughout history. The results showed that these IY names in the early 2nd millennium account for about 55% of all the names structured with this Semitic pattern. Kitchen continues, "In the late Bronze Age, up to 500 years later, at Ugarit, only 30 and 25% of the initial IY names are of this type in the alphabetic and syllabic texts respectively, a colossal drop by half of 55%. In the Iron Age, it gets worse. There are only 12% of all the known IY names, less than half of the previous figures. The evidence indicates that the popularity and consistency of the patriarchal name type and structure fit most comfortably in the early 2nd millennium BC, rather than at a later time period where minimalist scholars would attempt to place these traditions." D. Archaeology. 1. Fort of Abraham. Currently, the only possible non-biblical written reference to Abraham is found in Egyptian records. Kitchen writes, "No external first-hand source of Moses' time or earlier explicitly mentions Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, or the latter sons. The only suggested extra-biblical mention of Abraham is in the topographical list of Shawshank I, Shishak of Egypt in 925, giving what may be read as the enclosure of Abram, which is fairly widely accepted." Responding to this finding, Thompson says, "It is possible that this inscription contains the name Abram as a place name, but this cannot be said with complete confidence. The existence of such a place name in 10th century Palestine could be important for biblical interpretation." The significance of this name can be seen in the following possibility, as Roland Hendel reveals. When a government builds fortifications, it is natural to name them for illustrious or national heroes. Abraham of biblical fame surely fits the bill. It is significant that a building referred to in Egyptian records at this time is linked to the name of the patriarch. While not a concrete conclusion, this marker supports the plausibility for a historical and biblical Abraham. 2. Haran. Haran, also spelled with 2 R's, is an ancient city in northern Syria that has no direct interest to biblical writers outside of Genesis. Within Genesis, it is a significant location for the patriarchs. Genesis chapter 12 verse 5 defines Haran as Abraham's point of departure for the Promised Land and as Jacob's destination when he flees to his mother's family. Genesis chapter 27 verse 43, chapter 28 verse 10, and chapter 29 verse 14. Yet controversy exists over the likelihood of the city's association with the patriarchs. Van Seters assigns the writing of the patriarchal stories to the Neo-Babylonian period, 626 to 539 BC, and dates references to Ur and Haran to that later period. Fleming observes that a writer of the patriarchal accounts, if working during the monotheistic Jewish monarchy, would be unlikely to associate the patriarchs with Haran because of its pagan gods, but Fleming does note other reasons, tribal and linguistic, for the link to Haran. A. Van Seters' position. Van Seters' thesis in Abraham in History and Tradition is that the Israelite tradition of the patriarchs better fits in the first millennium BC. Van Seters summarizes his argument in saying, "The reference to Ur of the Chaldees and its association with Haran and a route to the west reflect the political circumstances of the Neo-Babylonian period. The place names in Palestine are those which have a special place in the history of the monarchy." B. Fleming's position. However, Fleming provides several answers to objections raised in regard to associating Abraham with Haran. Haran had a long-standing tradition of worshiping the moon god. This would make the city an unlikely choice for Abraham's home, as Israel's religious emphasis in the first millennium was monotheistic. Mari documents describe a sacrifice to the moon god in the temple of Haran. Azditakim and the kings of Zalmakum with the chiefs and elders of the Ammonites have slain the ass together in the Sin temple of Haran. Remarkably, Haran was the cultic center for the Binu Yamina coalition mentioned earlier. Fleming argues, "It appears then that both the existence of a tribe named Benjamin and the attachment of Israel's ancestor to Haran are not simply ancient Amorite, but are specifically features of the Ammonite tribal people who are known from the second millennium texts in Mari." Fleming also notes, "The Genesis tribal split and Amorite tribal pair share a remarkably similar set of assumptions. Both traditions use the language of right and left hands, a pair defined by the human body, for tribal pastoralists who are allotting pasture lands. This language of the left and right is similar to the language used by Abraham and Lot in dividing the pasture land." Genesis chapter 13, verses 7 through 12. Fleming's conclusion regarding Haran is that, without a compelling political or population link to Haran, for which we have no evidence, an ideology of ethnic identification with this far northern town makes no sense. Yet some of the information he provides seems to offer ethnic and linguistic evidence for a link with Haran. C. Summary. The pastoral descriptions of Abraham and his family reflect an origin that is possibly rooted in northern Syrian, Amorite ancestry. The relationship between the Binu Yamina and the specific Israelite tribe of Benjamin is an intriguing connection. The fact that the wandering outback tribes of the Binu Yamina were referred to as the Ibram, which has a possible relation to the Hebrew name as applied to Abraham, is significant. The division of grazing land using the terms left and right hand along with the Haran origin tradition is significant. Taken together, the evidence seems to point to the reality of a person, conceivably Abraham, who had Bino-Yamina tribal connections in his ancestral background. Fleming argues, "My selection of comparative evidence from Mari is limited and depends especially on the presence of Haran and Benjamin in the biblical tradition, joined to the new realization that Mari's Bino-Yamina was a huge tribal coalition whose range brought some of them remarkably close to Palestine, even in the early second millennium. I argue that these two names would not appear in the ancestor traditions of Genesis unless some component of the Israelite population had roots among the Ammonite tribal peoples of Syria." 3. Ancient cities in Abraham's journey. Thompson asserts that archaeological efforts to discover the sites reported in the Genesis accounts have not proved conclusive. He says, "Returning to the question of the historical background of the patriarchal narratives, it can be seen that the methods used by those who have sought the background in the early part of the second millennium are wholly inadequate to dealing with a period from which the historical materials are so limited and so chronologically and geographically scattered." A. Beersheba. Van Seters reports a lack of settlement in Beersheba before the Iron Age, 1200 to 650 BC, an observation that agrees with Thompson's caution about the scarcity of archaeological material dating from the early second millennium. Recent archaeological excavation at Beersheba reveals that there was no settlement before the Iron Age. Merrill gives several alternative explanations for the lack of Bronze Age archaeological evidence at the sites reported to have been inhabited by the patriarchs. Archaeological evidence suggests that Beersheba was not founded until well after the Middle Bronze period, and so it is likely that Abraham and his family did not occupy the area in a permanent way, but only as a pilgrimage shrine and campsite in their seasonal migrations. B. Shechem. Regarding Shechem, Merrill writes, "Most scholars agree that Shechem was founded at about this time, circa 1910 BC, but it is unlikely that it bore his name in Jacob's day. Without a doubt, it was named for the son of Hamor, chapter 33, verse 19, the head of the clan that lived in the area. But his name would almost certainly not have been given within the lifetime of Shechem himself. Moreover, it is possible that the clause, Jacob arrived safely in peace at the city of Shechem, chapter 33, verse 18, should be understood as Jacob arrived at Shalem, that is, at the city of Shechem. This would mean that the city of Jacob's time was called Shalem and later renamed Shechem in honor of the young man of the biblical story. C. Sodom and Gomorrah. The miraculous destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah is often given as evidence against the reliability of the Genesis narratives. Thomas Thompson again questions the patriarchal stories when he says, "Not only was the settlement of the Transjordan not abandoned any time during the Bronze Age, but there is no evidence that the EB4-MB1 sites were destroyed at a single time." Merrill reports that the Ebla inscriptions likely mention Sodom and Gomorrah. Since those documents are no later than 2500 BC, it means that these two cities were not destroyed before that point in time. Merrill also points out excavations at Bab Edra and other sites on and near the El Lisan Peninsula at the southeast end of the Dead Sea have revealed the remains of at least 5 ancient urban complexes, the latest of which is apparently earlier than 2000 BC. Merrill concludes, "It is impossible to be dogmatic on this main point in light of the absence of extra-biblical literary attestation from these sites, but clearly the patriarchal history does seem to have more corroboration on this point than ever before." 4. Joseph in Egypt. Israel Finkelstein and Neil Silberman write, "One thing is certain. The basic situation described in the Exodus saga, the phenomenon of immigrants coming down to Egypt from Canaan and settling in the eastern border regions of the Delta, is abundantly verified in the archaeological finds and historical texts." Finkelstein and Silberman conclude by asking 2 key questions. First, who were these Semitic immigrants? And second, how does the date of their sojourn in Egypt square with biblical chronology? The second question is to be answered in a succeeding chapter. However, the first question is relevant to the investigation into the reliability of the patriarchal narratives. James K. Hoffmeyer states that we shouldn't be surprised at the lack of evidence for immigrating pastoralists in Egypt, given the situation. He says, "One normally does not expect pastoralists to leave much evidence of their presence other than burials, given the short duration of their visits and movements." and presently archaeologists and anthropologists are unable to distinguish the various ethnicities of pastoral groups from the Semitic world when they leave their traces in Egypt. This means that Hebrews, Shasu, or Amu cannot be differentiated archaeologically. Old Testament scholar Bill Arnold concludes, although many Egyptian elements in the Joseph narrative may be denied or contested in their individual particulars, the cumulative weight of the evidence affirms that the picture portrayed in the Joseph narrative is compatible with what is known from Egyptian history, and that the body of evidence suggests that the main points of the Joseph narrative are plausible. E. Alleged anachronisms in the patriarchal narratives. In their discussion of alleged anachronisms in the Genesis narratives, Finkelstein and Silberman state, so the combination of camels, Arabian goods, Philistines, as well as other places and nations mentioned in the patriarchal stories in Genesis are highly significant. All the clues point to a time of composition many centuries after the time in which the Bible reports the lives of the patriarchs took place. These and other anachronisms suggest an intense period of writing the patriarchal narratives in the 8th and 7th centuries BCE. 1. Camels. Finkelstein and Silberman present the supposed challenge posed by the presence of camels in the Genesis narratives. We know through archaeological research that camels were not domesticated as beasts of burden earlier than the late 2nd millennium and were not widely used in that capacity in the ancient Near East until well after 1000 BCE. And in even more telling detail, the camel caravan carrying gum, balm, and myrrh in the Joseph story reveals an obvious familiarity with the main products of the lucrative Arabian trade that flourished under the supervision of the Assyrian Empire in the 8th to 7th centuries BCE. Kitchen responds that there is remarkably little presence of camels in the patriarchal narratives. They are listed as the last and least of both Abraham and Jacob's possessions. Genesis chapter 12 verse 16, chapter 30 verse 43, and chapter 32 verses 7 and 15, and were used solely for long-distance desert traveling to Haran and back. Genesis chapter 24 verses 10 through 64, and chapter 31 verses 17 and 34. It is also recorded that the Midianites used them for their desert travels. After the Exodus, camels are mentioned among Pharaoh's transport animals, Exodus chapter 9 verse 3, and on the list of creatures not to be eaten, Leviticus chapter 11 verse 4 and Deuteronomy chapter 14 verse 7. Kitchen also adds that several archaeological references to camels from the early 2nd millennium exist, from Egypt, through Canaan, to as far as northern Syria. Kitchen concludes, the camel was for long a marginal beast in most of the historic ancient Near East, including Egypt, but it was not wholly unknown or anachronistic before or during 2000 to 1100. 2. Philistines. A second problem raised with the early dating of the Genesis text is the existence of the Philistines in the land. Finkelstein and Silberman write, then there is the issue of the Philistines. We hear of them in connection with Isaac's encounter with Abimelech, king of the Philistines, at the city of Gerar. Genesis chapter 26 verse 1. The Philistines, a group of migrants from the Aegean or eastern Mediterranean, had not established their settlements along the coastal plain of Canaan until some time after 1200 BCE. Merrill recognizes these issues when he says, of greater historical interest and difficulty is the identification of Abimelech as a Philistine. Genesis chapter 21 verses 32 and 34, compare chapter 26 verse 1. It is generally assumed that this identification is anachronistic at best because the Philistines, as part of the Sea Peoples migration, did not enter and subdue lower coastal Canaan until 1200 BC or later. Moreover, the name Abimelech is Semitic and not Philistine. And yet, the problem of the presence of the Philistines in Canaan nearly a millennium before the arrival of the Sea Peoples is perplexing but not insoluble. He goes on to provide possible solutions. The name Abimelech means, my father is king, and could well be a title rather than a personal name. He also notes that different rulers of the same place did in fact have the same name. Merrill concludes, the later arrival of the Sea Peoples could have augmented the Philistines already living in the land. This hypothesis, in addition to supporting the historicity of the patriarchal encounters with early Philistines, also accounts for Israel's decision not to take the way of the sea en route to Canaan from Egypt, though it was shorter, Exodus chapter 13 verse 17, for it would have meant certain and disastrous opposition from the Philistines. Kitchen also suggests that the term Philistine could have been an editorial update where Some earlier and obsolete term would have been replaced with a newer, more familiar term. 4. Conclusion. Biblical theologian John Goldingay concludes, "All of this points to the conclusion that Israel's ancestors known to us in the Genesis accounts were real individuals, living during a period of time only imprecisely understood but likely in the Bronze Age, and at some distance from the authors of the biblical texts. The extra-biblical evidence does not demand the historicity of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but it certainly allows it in accord with the biblical data. Israel understood these accounts to be fundamentally factual, and with that factuality the patriarchal narratives have sense but not reference." Theologian Victor P. Hamilton, acknowledging the historicity of Abraham, summarizes the situation thus, "There are no references to Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob in any other inscriptions that are contemporary with any writing of the Old Testament. Names like those of the patriarchs do appear in cuneiform literature, but nobody suggests that any of these are the patriarchs themselves. Thus our knowledge of Abraham and his family is limited to the Old Testament. Of course, this limitation in itself does not cast a cloud of doubt over Abraham's existence." Old Testament scholar and archaeological expert Kenneth Kitchen concludes, "We are compelled once and for all to throw out Wellhausen's bold claim that the patriarchs were merely a glorified mirage of or from the Hebrew monarchy period. For such a view there is not a particle of supporting factual evidence, and the whole of the foregoing indicative background material is solidly against it. It should be clear finally that the main features of the patriarchal narratives either fit specifically into the first half of the second millennium or are consistent with such a dating." Chapter 19. The Historicity of the Exodus. 1. Introduction. A. The importance of the Exodus. No doubt the exodus of the Israelites from Egypt is one of the most important historical events for both the Jewish and Christian faiths. That central experience of rescue for the helpless out of a desperate condition has been recognized as a key example of God's love in making salvation, wholeness, healing, and restoration available. Theology is connected to these historical events. The Old Testament testifies to God saving His people from the oppression of the Egyptian Pharaoh. The Bible says God did this as an act of mercy toward His people. "I have surely seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt, and have heard their cry because of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrows. So I have come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up from that land to a good and large land, to a land flowing with milk and honey." Exodus chapter 3, verses 7 and 8. The saving power of God, as shown in the event of the Exodus, is woven throughout the Bible and ancient Israelite beliefs and practices, and it is presented as historical fact. James Hoffmeyer stresses the importance of the ancient acceptance of the fact of the Exodus. The priests, prophets, psalmists, people of Israel, and foreigners believed these events occurred, and consequently they celebrated festivals, sang songs, dated events, and observed laws that assumed that Yahweh's salvation from Egypt was authentic. Old Testament scholar and biblical theologian Eugene Merrill explains the pre-Christian importance of the Exodus to ancient Jews and draws a connection to Jesus. The Exodus is the most significant historical and theological event of the Old Testament because it marks God's mightiest act in behalf of His people, one that brought them from slavery to freedom, from fragmentation to solidarity, from a people of promise, the Hebrews, to a nation of fulfillment, Israel. To the Exodus, the book of Genesis provides an introduction and justification, and from the Exodus flows all subsequent Old Testament revelation, a record that serves the Exodus as inspired commentary and detailed exposition. In the final analysis, the Exodus became a type of the Exodus achieved by Jesus Christ for people of faith. Thus, it is a meaningful event for the Church as well as for Israel. As Merrill observes, the Exodus and Jesus Christ's provision of salvation are connected as type and fulfillment, and both are real events that reveal theology. Although modern critics, especially since the 19th century, have suggested that biblical stories merely present comforting symbolic ideas, believers for over 1,500 years linked history and theological insight. Christopher Hall shares the declaration of Diodore of Tarsus, 4th century, that our understanding of Scripture never sets aside its historical starting point. Similarly, Augustine in On Christian Doctrine emphasizes the layered truth of Scripture, counseling believers to study both the Old Testament words themselves, because they name real things, and also the meanings that the Old Testament words reveal. In the early 1300s, Dante wrote to his patron to explain how the Divine Comedy presented the work of God in Christ. He cites Psalm 114, verses 1 and 2, which connects the historical Exodus with the theological understanding of God's holy presence among His people. Dante states that the Exodus, the departure from Egypt, is the historical record of saving rescue, which allows us to understand a redemption wrought by Christ from the grief and misery of sin to the state of grace, and teaches us to hope in the liberty of eternal glory. B. Questioning the Exodus. Throughout most of Jewish and Christian history, the Exodus as a literal event has not been questioned. However, in contemporary scholarship, especially among archaeologists whose theology tends toward liberalism, the historicity of the Exodus has been doubted or even disbelieved entirely. Israel Finkelstein and Neil Silberman believe archaeology has disproven the possibility that the Exodus events happened as they are relayed in the Old Testament. Unfortunately for those seeking a historical Exodus, the sites mentioned in the Exodus narrative, were unoccupied precisely at the time they reportedly played a role in the events of the wandering of the children of Israel in the wilderness. The saga of Israel's exodus from Egypt is neither historical truth nor literary fiction. To pin this biblical image down to a single date is to betray the story's deepest meaning. Passover proves to be not a single event, but a continuing experience of national resistance against the powers that be. William Ward charitably suggests the writers of the Exodus narrative actually believed what they wrote, even if it wasn't fully true. There is no Egyptian evidence that offers direct testimony to the Exodus as described in the Old Testament. There are hints here and there to indicate that something like an Exodus could have happened, though on a vastly smaller scale. But there is not a word in a text or an archaeological artifact that lends credence to the biblical narrative as it now stands. Egypt remains silent, as it always has. From the Egyptian viewpoint, the Old Testament narrative records a series of earth-shaking episodes that never happened. They believed that a sea was rolled back, that the sun stopped in the heavens one day, that cities fell before the trumpet's blast. This is the way history was written in those days. You recorded what you believed had happened, not necessarily what you could prove had happened. Volkmar Fritz adds quite bluntly, the biblical story of a long stay in Egypt is fiction. C. Standard of evidence. We discover that often a different standard of evidence is applied to the Bible as opposed to other ancient manuscripts. Leading archaeologist and Old Testament scholar James K. Hoffmeyer explains the double standard. The reason is straightforward. There is a general skepticism toward the Bible as a reliable source for history. If it were not still Scripture to Jews and Christians, the Bible probably would not be treated in such a condescending and dismissive manner. Because of this hermeneutic of suspicion, the Bible is not treated as a historical source unless there is external corroborating archaeological or historical, textual evidence. In the case of the Israelite sojourn and Exodus, no direct, clearly identifiable support has come to light in Egypt. In this chapter, we present and evaluate the latest evidence for the historicity of the Exodus. At the outset, we must say the extra-biblical evidence is far from overwhelming. We have no smoking gun providing clear, solid evidence that Israel lived in Egypt and Moses led the Hebrews out of the country. Biblical theologian John Sailhamer acknowledges the lack of clear Egyptian evidence while downplaying its significance. No Egyptian records describe the Exodus. One would not expect such an account. The primary purpose of Egyptian records at that period was to cast Pharaoh in a positive light, and the events of the biblical narratives would do anything but that. While this lack of clear evidence doesn't mean it didn't happen, the available evidence deserves an honest appraisal. Hoffmeyer explains the challenge of archaeological data. As a field archaeologist myself, I am keenly aware of how little has actually survived from the ancient past, owing to natural forces such as moisture in many forms, deflation, and earthquakes, as well as human impact in the form of later occupation in ancient times, reusing earlier building materials, human destruction, war and burning, and modern development, urban and agricultural. Realistic expectations about what archaeology can and cannot do for biblical studies must always be kept in mind. It is not academic backpedaling for a Christian to manage expectations about what may or may not be discovered from the time of the Exodus. The lack of an unambiguous extra-biblical reference does not rule out the fact, or at least plausibility, of the Exodus as an historical event. Therefore, in this chapter we attempt to show the Old Testament Exodus story is plausible, even if seemingly improbable. 2. The historical nature of the biblical account. First, we consider the biblical account of the Exodus. Why should we pay attention to this evidence when so many are quick to ignore it? Why should we not focus solely on extra-biblical evidence? We do not overlook it because the biblical account presents us with very valuable evidence for our study, and responsible investigation begins with openness to all potentially significant details. A. Old Testament. A more thorough treatment of the trustworthiness of the Old Testament in general appears in Chapter 4. However, we should discuss a few main points here. At the very least, the Bible presents the Exodus as a historical event. First, a straightforward reading of the details in the book of Exodus leads a reader to recognize the text is being presented as an authentically historical account, not mythology. The narrative tells us of specific people, for example Moses and Aaron, including their genealogy in chapter 6, verses 14 through 27, places, for example Egypt, Goshen, Pithom, Ramses, Midian, and the Nile, and events, for example the plagues, Israelite slavery. Second, the Exodus is treated as historical throughout the Old Testament. We should note that the Bible is not a single source. It is actually multiple sources, all maintaining the authenticity of the Exodus tradition. Any historian knows the likelihood of the authenticity of an event increases as independent sources that verify it are discovered. As Hoffmeyer notes, in addition to the testimony in the Pentateuch, all 5 books place the Hebrews in Egypt or refer back to the sojourn respectively. Aspects and details of the Exodus and wilderness stories are used in a multiplicity of ways in the books of Joshua, Judges, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings, Psalms, and in the prophets. Often simple, passing allusions are given, indicating that the audience needed no further elaboration. With this overwhelming evidence within the Bible regarding the Egyptian sojourn, Exodus, and wilderness episodes, evidence coming from a variety of types of literature and used in a host of different ways, it is methodologically inadvisable at best to treat the Bible as a single witness to history, requiring corroboration before the Egypt-Sinai reports can be taken as authentic. To summarize, the Old Testament contains many independent sources that all present the Exodus as historical. Finally, Yahweh is known and presented as trustworthy specifically because he brought his people up out of Egypt. This theme appears in Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Judges, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings, 1st and 2nd Chronicles, Nehemiah, Psalms, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, Hosea, Amos, and Micah. The Passover is not only instituted as a national and perpetual celebration, but participants are told to tell their children it is celebrated because of what the Lord did for me when I came up from Egypt, Exodus chapter 13, verse 8. And celebrating it properly was so important that someone who did it wrong was to be cut off from Israel, Exodus chapter 12, verses 15 and 19. None of this supports the idea that the biblical presentation of the Exodus should be understood as a myth in the sense of imagined fable or invented folklore. B. New Testament. In Chapter 3, we make the case for the reliability of the New Testament in general. Here, we simply list examples of how the New Testament presents the Exodus as a literal event. Stephen's sermon in Acts chapter 7 clearly recounts the fact that Israel was literally led out of the wilderness. Acts chapter 13 verse 17 describes a sermon Paul gave in Antioch in which he declares God exalted the people when they dwelt as strangers in the land of Egypt, and with an uplifted arm he brought them out of it. The writer of Hebrews encourages readers not to rebel like those in the wilderness in Hebrews chapter 3 verse 16. For who, having heard, rebelled? Indeed, was it not all who came out of Egypt, led by Moses? Jude verse 5 attributes divinity to Jesus by giving him credit as the one who saved the people out of the land of Egypt. Jesus authenticated the Exodus tradition by placing such a high value on the trustworthiness of the law and the prophets for their prophetic witness of him. John chapter 5 verses 45 through 47 and Luke chapter 24 verse 27. The Exodus account appears throughout the Bible. The history of Israel is dated from the Passover, just as the United States is dated from the Declaration of Independence. 3. Moses. Any Moses other than the one described in the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Bible, is a modern invention and can be given any set of characteristics the researcher or filmmaker imagines or wishes Moses to have. For example, the 2014 film Exodus, Gods and Kings stars Christian Bale as Moses. In the film, Moses is portrayed as an Egyptian military general who is eloquent, unlike the biblical description of Moses as slow of speech and slow of tongue, Exodus chapter 4 verse 10. In the 1998 DreamWorks animated film The Prince of Egypt, Moses is not reunited with his mother, and as an adult he accidentally kills the Egyptian instead of murdering him. If there was no historical Moses, then these modern works would challenge nothing. Artists would be simply taking a mythical character and making him their own. However, if there was no historical Moses, then we would most likely have no historical Exodus, so the stakes are high. The challenge in proving there was a historical Moses is that we have no extra-biblical evidence clearly proving he existed. Therefore, our task is to show that it is plausible that the Moses portrayed in the Pentateuch could have lived in that historical context. Rather than imagining a hypothetical Moses, we shall deal with the text itself and see if Moses, as he is presented in the Pentateuch, is plausible. A. Moses' birth. Exodus describes Moses as a descendant of the people who came into Egypt with Jacob or Israel, that is, he was an Israelite. Although he grew up in Pharaoh's court, Moses' own Hebrew mother raised him. Therefore, we can reasonably assume he would have been made familiar with Israel's arrival in Egypt and its subsequent history. We can also assume he would have been taught Hebrew by his birth mother or nanny. 1. Was the birth narrative copied? A. Similarities. Some familiar with Moses' birth story claim it is copied from the ancient Akkadian legend of Sargon. If this is true, it might support the case against the historicity of Moses. To be sure, there are similarities. Sargon, the mighty king, king of Agade, am I. My mother was a changeling, my father I knew not. The brothers of my father loved the hills. My city is Azupiranu, which is situated on the banks of the Euphrates. My changeling mother conceived me. In secret she bore me. She set me in a basket of rushes. With bitumen she sealed my lid. She cast me into the river which rose not over me. The river bore me up and carried me to Aki, the drawer of water. Aki, the drawer of water, lifted me out as he dipped his ewer. Aki, the drawer of water, took me as his son and reared me. Sargon's mother puts him in a basket and places him in the water where he is saved, and someone other than his mother adopts him as a son. These similarities are clear. B. Differences. However, there are also significant differences. There are many ancient texts that feature the exposed child motif, where a child is placed in a small vessel, set upon waters, then rescued. With respect to the exposed child motif, Moses and Sargon fall into different and distinct categories. Sargon was abandoned because of embarrassment. Moses was not abandoned. Rather, to prevent certain execution, he was purposefully placed where someone could find and rescue him. Many scholars highlight the distinctly Hebrew and Egyptian linguistic patterns in the Exodus account, which counter the theory that the story was borrowed from the Akkadian account. It seems that the Egyptian setting of the story is itself responsible for the Egyptian pericope. Furthermore, it seems unlikely that a scribe during the late Judean monarchy or the exilic period or later would have been familiar with these Egyptian terms. And even within the exposed child motif, there is a significant difference between Moses' birth account and the others, including the Sargon account, as Charlie Trim notes. The birth narrative of Moses and his failure to act as an effective military hero is a broken form of the exposed infant form. The narrator employed the genre not to glorify Moses, but to reverse the story and show how Moses was not to become a military leader or a king. C. Common motif. Hoffmeyer acknowledges there are many ancient accounts of children set adrift in water, but he believes it may be because of an actual practice of commending problem births to providence. In the end, the reason for the multitude of stories from across the Near East and Mediterranean of casting a child into the waters is that it may reflect the ancient practice of committing an unwanted child, or one needing protection, into the hands of providence. A modern parallel would be leaving a baby on the steps of an orphanage or at the door of a church. Proven, Long, and Longman agree. In both cultures, the idea behind the basket on the water is the commission of the child into the care of the deity who controls the waters, in the case of Exodus, Yahweh himself, the ancient equivalent to the modern practice of leaving an unwanted child on the threshold of a house or hospital. D. Conclusion. Despite the similarity of the accounts, there is no strong evidence that Moses' birth narrative is borrowed. 2. Archaeological evidence. There are burial baskets on display in the Cairo Museum that date to the Bronze Age. These would perhaps be similar to what Moses' mother would have used to place him in the Nile River. B. His life at court. According to Exodus, Moses was raised in the royal court as the Pharaoh's daughter's son. It was common practice from at least Thutmose III, 1457 to 1425 BC, to raise foreign children in the Pharaoh's court. The royal court raised children of conquered and allied countries to serve the royal court. Such children were steeped in Egyptian language, culture, religion, and loyalty. Whether they remained serving the court or returned to their own country, they would be more Egyptian than not. There is evidence of sons of Syro-Canaanite kings in the Pharaoh's courts and a Semitically named vizier titled Child of the Nursery. Children of the nursery received a formal education in the language and writing of Egypt. An extant letter from the 13th century thanks Pharaoh for sending foreigners to be taught and trained to serve the harem. It was common for Semites, Hurrians, and others of foreign birth to serve as cupbearers, foremen, scribes, generals, etc. Moses would simply be one among many. According to Exodus, Moses was so Egyptianized that when he fled from Pharaoh he was mistaken for an Egyptian. They said, "An Egyptian delivered us from the hand of the shepherds, and he also drew enough water for us and watered the flock." Exodus chapter 2, verse 19. The overall portrait of a foreign child taken to court by a princess, raised, educated, and otherwise prepared to serve the Pharaoh is consistent with the emerging information. C. Moses as anti-hero. If the story of Moses is fiction, then he is presented in an unusual way. Instead of presenting him solely as an ethical, strong leader, the book of Exodus portrays a cowardly murderer with a speech impediment. 1. The fleeing felon. The Pentateuch describes Moses' flight to Midian to prevent reprisal by the Pharaoh for murdering an Egyptian. There are similarities in Moses' account and numerous accounts of political figures fleeing one jurisdiction to another. However, Moses was a fugitive, not a political refugee. Exodus does not record his requesting asylum or divulging why he came to Midian. The Pentateuch admits its central figure was a murderer. It neither aggrandizes nor justifies Moses' actions. Instead, it indicates Moses knew the act was wrong and attempted to cover it up. He looked this way and that way, and when he saw no one, he killed the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. Exodus chapter 2, verse 12. 2. Hesitation. Thereafter Moses served his wife's father as a shepherd until Yahweh appeared to him. One of the most interesting aspects of the burning bush account is Moses' response. He does not act the hero and say, "Here I am, send me." Instead, 13 times he says, "O my Lord, please send someone else." For example, Exodus chapter 4, verse 13, English Standard Version. It is not until the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses that Moses acquiesces, Exodus chapter 4, verse 14. Though not necessarily a reflection of his cowardice, it's important to note the account does not tell us that Moses leads the Hebrews out of Egypt by his bravery or strength. Instead, it is Yahweh who does it. 3. Speech impediment. One of the reasons Moses gives when asking God to send someone else is his apparent speech impediment. But Moses said to the Lord, O my Lord, I am not eloquent, neither before nor since you have spoken to your servant, but I am slow of speech and of tongue. Exodus chapter 4, verse 10. This does not appear to be something that would be included unless it was true. 4. Significance of Moses as antihero. Moses does not exhibit characteristics of the typically invented hero. The initial portrait of Moses is as the son of a slave, an adopted child, a person with anger management issues, a murderer, and an outlaw with a speech impediment. Normally, declarations against interest are regarded as having a high degree of credibility because of the presumption that people do not make up lies in order to hurt themselves. They lie to help themselves. Whether these first chapters of Exodus are biography or autobiography, or even legend, they certainly do not herald his future as prophet, priest, and leader. D. Naming conventions. Much has been written about the name Moses. Some strongly contend it is Hebrew, others that it is Egyptian. If it is associated with the Hebrew verb to draw out, it has a Hebrew etymology. If the Egyptian princess gave her adopted Semitic child a name using the Egyptian verb meaning to give birth, associated with many well-known Egyptian names, including Thutmose and Ramesses, the name is clearly Egyptian. The biblical text indicates a Hebrew folk etymology associated with an Egyptian name. Thus, Hebrew, Egyptian, Egyptian with Hebrew connotation, all are consistent with the Pentateuchal account. E. Conclusion regarding Moses' historicity. We see nothing in the indirect evidence that rules out the plausibility of a historical Moses, specifically as he is presented in the Pentateuch. As Kenneth Kitchen writes, as for the role of a Moses, there is no factual evidence to exclude such a person at this period, or his having played the roles implied in Exodus to Deuteronomy. A large amount of inconclusive discussion by biblical scholars, in almost 200 years, has established next to nothing with any surety. As for the plausibility that we have a reliable record of Moses' life contained in the Pentateuch, Proven, Long, and Longman continue, it is not unreasonable, then, to think that written tradition as well as oral tradition could have existed in the time of Moses and could have transmitted to subsequent generations from that time as the primary Israel tradition that we find reflected in the Pentateuch. Additionally, according to Baruch Halpern, the story of Moses growing up in the court mirrors the practice of Egyptian kings raising the children of their Semitic vassals as hostages in the court. In other words, it is possible and consistent with what modern scholarship knows concerning scribal traditions of ancient Egypt for the Moses described in the Pentateuch to record what it says he recorded. 4. Archaeological and textual evidence. As stated at the beginning of this chapter, no single piece of extra-biblical evidence serves as a smoking gun proving the Exodus happened. The lack of any specific evidence is one of the main reasons cited by skeptical scholars for disbelief in the historicity of the Exodus. Baruch Halpern bluntly states, the actual evidence concerning the Exodus resembles the evidence for the unicorn. We have replicas, even cuddly reproductions, but we never seem to lay our hands on the real thing. However, significant evidence points to the plausibility of the Exodus as the historical event that is detailed in the Old Testament. A. Loanwords. A loanword is a word that has been borrowed from another language. If it can be shown that there are a significant number of Egyptian loanwords in the Exodus and wilderness accounts, especially when compared with the rest of the Hebrew Old Testament and other ancient Northwest Semitic texts, then that would provide evidence for the authenticity of the texts that make up those accounts. Benjamin Noonan has noted there are 27 different Egyptian loanwords in the Exodus and wilderness narratives, that is, Exodus to Numbers, compared with just 51 in the rest of the Hebrew Old Testament. Noonan has also analyzed several Northwest Semitic languages and texts and concludes they generally lack Egyptian terminology, demonstrating that the high proportions of Egyptian loanwords in the Exodus and wilderness narratives are atypical of Northwest Semitic and almost certainly due to a particular historical circumstance that gave rise to the borrowing of so many Egyptian words. In addition, Noonan's analysis shows at least some of the loanwords in the Exodus and wilderness accounts are borrowed from the Late Bronze Age. Noonan sees a simple and logical explanation for this data. Just as one concludes that the sudden increase of French loanwords in the English language circa AD 1050 to 1400 reflects some particular circumstance in history, so one should conclude that a high concentration of Egyptian loanwords in the Exodus and wilderness traditions reflects some particular historical circumstance. Given the observation that at least some of the Egyptian loanwords in the Exodus and wilderness narratives were borrowed during the Late Bronze Age, it is likely that the events of these narratives took place during the Late Bronze Age, just as one would expect if they represent authentic history. B. Israel in Egypt. As was stated earlier, we should not expect to find historical, literary, or archaeological proof for Israel living in Egypt. Environmental factors make preservation of ancient written materials from the Nile Delta unlikely. Additionally, Egyptians might never have written about the Hebrews. Richard Freund has studied ancient Egypt for many years and has become convinced that they, Egyptians, like the Stalinist regime of the former Soviet Union, were concerned with controlling the information flow, had an overarching perspective on their cumulative history, and were indeed experts on public relations. I cannot imagine that they would have advertised in their written or pictorial history their need to enslave anyone to create the marvelous institutions of Egypt. In addition, as with many other peoples in antiquity, the recorded history of the Egyptians was the history of elite indigenous Egyptians, excluding any foreigners or peoples that may have populated Egypt in any particular period. Since we do not anticipate finding direct evidence of the Hebrews in Egypt, Hoffmeyer describes what we can expect to find. No serious archaeologist thinks that direct archaeological evidence will be found that can verify the historicity of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, or that the latter and his clan moved to Egypt. The question rather is, does evidence exist from Egyptian sources to demonstrate that Egypt was a place where pastoralists, sheep or cattle farmers, come for refuge from droughts to preserve their flocks and livelihood? Could it be that the portrayal of the Hebrews emigrating to Egypt is reflective of a broader pattern? Here, the data from Egypt make it very clear that pastoralists from the southern Levant, Transjordan, and Sinai regularly came to Egypt under such circumstances. There are two categories of evidence for pastoralists in Egypt, textual and archaeological. 1. Textual evidence. Hoffmeyer details 3 clear references to pastoralists, specifically sheep or cattle farmers of Western Asiatic or Semitic lineage, being present in Egypt. A. The wisdom of Merikare. The wisdom of Merikare from the first intermediate period, circa 2181 to circa 2055 BC, features King Meribre Kheti lamenting the presence of troublesome Asiatics. It says, "Now speaking about these foreigners, as for the miserable Asiatic, wretched is the place where he is, lacking in water. Food causes his feet to roam about." B. The prophecies of Neferti. The Prophecies of Neferti, written approximately 1990 to 1960 BC, is written to criticize the current government of the realm on the one hand, and to legitimize the monarchy of Amenemhet I on the other. He was concerned about what was happening in the land, calling to mind the state of the East with the Asiatics traveling in their strength, upsetting those who were harvesting and grabbing the taxes assigned for the time of plowing. All good things have passed away. The land is burdened with misfortune because of those looking for food. Asiatics roaming the land. Foes have arisen in the east. Asiatics have descended into Egypt. The Asiatics will fall to his slaughter. One will build the walls of the ruler to prevent Asiatics from descending to Egypt. They will beg for water in the customary manner in order to let their herds drink. C. The story of Sinuhe. The story of Sinuhe, written sometime in the mid-20th century BC, narrates how an Egyptian court official named Sinuhe flees Egypt for political reasons. Then I made my way northward. I reached the walls of the ruler, which were made to repel the Asiatics and to crush the sandfarers. I crouched in a bush for fear of being seen by the guard on duty upon the wall. D. Beni Hassan. The famous Beni Hassan scene and inscriptions offer a report of 37 Asiatics brought to Egypt for commercial reasons. They are brought to Egypt by Abi Shah, an obviously Semitic name. E. Summary of textual evidence. Not only do these texts reflect the very real presence of Semites in Egypt, but also that they posed a problem in the land. Pastoralists, sometimes with permission and other times without it, were regularly trying to enter Egypt to graze and water sheep. 2. Archaeological evidence. A surprising amount of archaeological evidence for pastoralists in Egypt has been uncovered. Biblical scholar Carol Myers describes how clear and widely accepted it is. Information about intermittent movements by Asiatics into Egypt is plentiful for nearly all periods of Egyptian history, from the 4th millennium onward. However, in the second half of the 2nd millennium BCE, when Egypt exercised hegemonic control of Syria-Palestine, substantial numbers of people from Western Asia found themselves in Egypt. Many were brought there as slaves, captured by Egypt's frequent military expeditions into the southern Levant and beyond. A. The Memphis and Karnak stele. Among the proofs for significant Semitic movement to Egypt is the Memphis and Karnak stele of Amenhotep II, which describes many of the king's athletic and military achievements, including carrying more than 100,000 Asiatics back to Egypt, though the numbers may be hyperbolic. B. Pottery and weapons. Hoffmeyer gives some more specific archaeological evidence that helps to confirm what is found in the textual evidence. In the Wadi Tumilat, the sites of Tel el Maskuta and Tel el Retabeh have yielded signs of Middle Bronze Age Syro-Canaanite presence, including burials with pottery and weapons from the Levant. In the East Nile Delta, Tel el Yehudiyeh was the first site to yield the presence of settling Asiatics. 19th century excavations conducted by Edward Naville and then Flinders Petrie produced what appears to have been a Middle Bronze era defense system. Syro-Canaanite remains from the Second Intermediate Period have been discovered at other Nile Delta sites, such as Inshus, Tel Farasha, and Tel el-Kebir, but the most important site is Tel el-Daba. This latter site has been investigated by Manfred Bietok of the University of Vienna regularly since 1966, and it is the long-sought capital of the Hyksos, Avaris, mentioned in Josephus's quotation of Manetho. Avaris was a major urban center with Levantine-type tombs, pottery, and architecture. The Hyksos were a Semitic people who entered Egypt around 1750 BC and established significant political and military power based in Avaris. The Hyksos were expelled from Egypt in circa 1570 BC, though their reign shows there were Semitic people in Egypt for many years. Though there is no clear archaeological link, the Hebrews could have been living alongside or under the rule of the Hyksos. Walter Kaiser attempts to make a connection and says the Hebrews could have been left behind when the Hyksos were expelled because, as objects of Hyksos oppression, they would have been seen as a separate people. C. Ancient script. In 1999, writing was discovered in Egypt that is likely the earliest known piece of alphabetic writing. Carved in the cliffs of soft stone, the writing in a Semitic script with Egyptian influences has been dated to somewhere between 1900 and 1800 BC, 2 or 3 centuries earlier than previously recognized uses of a nascent alphabet. The first experiments with alphabet thus appeared to be the work of Semitic people living deep in Egypt, not in their homelands in the Syria-Palestine region, as had been thought. Scholars who affirm the historicity of the Exodus generally fall into one of two camps regarding when the Exodus actually happened: early 15th century BC or late 13th century BC. We discuss this in more detail later in the chapter, but we must note here that this ancient script reflects the fact that Semitic people were living in Egypt long before either the late or early dates for the Exodus. D. Ramses. The Bible mentions several Egyptian cities in its Exodus narratives in Exodus and Numbers. Many of these cities have been discovered with a high degree of confidence by archaeologists, and there is evidence of Asiatics living in at least one of them, Ramses. Those who hold to the late date for the Exodus see this as highly significant. Exodus chapter 1 verse 11 says Ramses or Ramesses was a city that the Israelites helped to build while slaves in Egypt, and Exodus chapter 12 verse 37 and Numbers chapter 33 verse 5 say this was the first city the Hebrews left during the Exodus. After much archaeological back and forth, widely accepted today is the belief that Ramesses is located at Kantir, Tel el-Dabah, about 17 miles southwest of Tanis. Excavations of the site in the last 25 years have confirmed that identification. William Hallow and William Simpson conclude, the non-Egyptian pottery and grave goods are identical to those of the Middle Bronze Age in Palestine. Archaeologically, it is as if the site were actually in Palestine. Hoffmeyer concurs. The domestic and religious architecture, burial traditions, ceramics, and bronzes all show strong connections to the Levant, lands in and around the eastern Mediterranean, although there was increased Egyptianization of the pottery as time went on. E. Summary of archaeological evidence. While this archaeological evidence shows that pastoralists lived in Egypt, that doesn't mean we can clearly tell which were Hebrew and which were not, or even if any of them were Hebrew at all. There were many different nomadic populations, and sorting them out may be impossible. However, our goal has been to show that Israelites living in Egypt is plausible, and we have found that these inscriptions and details from archaeological digs show people like those described in the book of Exodus did in fact live in Egypt. C. The plagues. Exodus chapters 7 through 12 details the 10 plagues Yahweh brought upon Egypt that resulted in the exodus of the Hebrews from the land. These plagues involved animals, pests, and natural wonders. Is the story, as detailed in Exodus, reliable? Modern scholars have sought to explain the account of the plagues in a variety of ways. 1. Literary creation. Some, including John Van Seters, believe the plague accounts are the literary creation of a later author. Consequently, there is no mystery about the form and history of the plagues tradition. The Yahwist created it by expanding the very general statements in Deuteronomy about God's judgments upon Egypt in order to construct a prophetic narrative in which the judgments were a series of curses separately invoked and enacted until the final judgment led to the people's release. In other words, the plagues narrative is a literary creation by the Yahwist that made use of the varied traditions of Hebrew prophecy, both the legends and the classical prophets, as well as the common Near Eastern and biblical curse tradition. There is no primary and secondary material, no ancient oral tradition behind the text. The plagues narrative did not exist as a specific tradition before the Yahwist's work and is, therefore, no older than the exilic period. For a response to this claim by Van Seters, please see Chapter 4 on the transmission of the Old Testament and Chapter 23 on the composition of the Pentateuch. 2. Natural causes. Other scholars believe a naturalistic phenomenon might have been behind the plagues. While not discounting a supernatural cause, Hoffmeyer believes what is known about Egypt makes it reasonable to conclude that God could have timed the occurrence of natural disasters to cause at least some of the plagues. Some have theorized that the first plague, in which the Nile turns blood red, is associated with the presence of microscopic flagellates in the water that account for the color. This phenomenon is associated with the annual inundation of the Nile that begins in August, crests in September, and ends in October. These microbes consume large amounts of oxygen from the water, which results in fish dying and causes a rank smell, rendering the water undrinkable as described in the Bible, Exodus chapter 7 verse 21. If indeed a contaminated annual flood marked the beginning of the plagues, which would have begun in the period of August to October, and since the Passover is observed in the period of March through April, that is 7 to 9 months later, the 9th plague, 3 days of darkness, might have been caused by a severe dust storm or kamsin. Such dust storms can still blanket Egypt for days at a time during the months of March and April. They even darken the sun, and fine dust covers everything. This scenario for the 9th plague certainly fits the description that it was a darkness to be felt, Exodus chapter 10 verse 21. By using the forces of nature against Egypt, the God of Israel demonstrated his superiority over the gods of Egypt and over Pharaoh, who was responsible for maintaining cosmic order in the land. Some parallels have been found between the Exodus account of the plagues and the ancient Ippur papyrus. There are two compelling parallels worth mentioning. Parallel number 1. The Exodus account of Moses pouring water from the Nile on the ground and the river turning to blood, Exodus chapter 4 verse 9 and chapter 7 verses 20 and 21, compared to Ippur. Behold, Egypt has fallen to the pouring water, and he who poured water on the ground seizes the mighty in misery. The river is blood. As you drink of it, you lose your humanity and thirst for water. Parallel number 2. The Exodus account of darkness covering the land, Exodus chapter 10 verse 22, compared to Ippur. Those who had shelter are now in the dark of the storm. The whole of the delta cannot be seen. The Ippur papyrus is widely believed to have been written long before the early or late dates for the Exodus, likely between 2134 and 2040 BC. Therefore, most Egyptologists do not believe it describes the historical Exodus. However, even scholars skeptical of both the Exodus account and the relevance of the Ippur papyrus to it admit similarities in the descriptions. Times of significant plagues were not completely unknown in ancient Egypt. With this background information, it makes sense that at least some of the plagues could have been of the kind described in Exodus. 3. Death of the firstborn. Coming from the perspective of an early date for the Exodus, John Sailhamer believes there is a clue that the deaths of a large number of men in Egypt happened during the reign of Amenhotep II, Amenophis II. In the reign of Amenophis II, Thutmosis' successor, however, Egyptian military power seems to have suffered a considerable setback. This pharaoh launched only 2 military campaigns in his life. During his reign, Egypt's borders receded from the Euphrates River to well within the confines of the land of Canaan. The significance of such a drastic reversal of military power may well have been the effect of the events of the Exodus, particularly the loss of a large portion of the Egyptian strike force in the waters of the Red Sea. Another possible indication of the events of the Exodus can be seen in a curious inscription set up in front of the famous Sphinx. In the inscription, Thutmosis IV, the son and successor of Amenophis II, tells of a promise made to him by the Sphinx. In a dream as a young man, the Sphinx promised to give the kingship to Thutmosis IV, suggesting that Thutmosis IV did not have a natural claim to the throne. He had to appeal to a divine promise. Perhaps Thutmosis IV was not the heir apparent because of the death of an elder brother. If that were the case, it would accord well with the biblical account of the death of the firstborn son of the Pharaoh of the Exodus. D. The Exodus. Even if we are able to show it is plausible that Israelites lived in Egypt and several disasters happened, a further question about the Exodus of the Hebrews is this: do the details of the Israelite departure from Egypt, such as the sheer number of people leaving at once and the route that they follow, point to a possible event? 1. Number. The sheer number of people reported in the biblical account may make it seem impossible for such a massive migration to have occurred. Indeed, there is a solid argument to be made after examining archaeological and ancient textual evidence that the large numbers used in many places in the Bible, including the Exodus account, are merely hyperbole. If these large numbers are hyperbolic, designed merely to reinforce the dramatic scope of the amazing actions of God, then this mass migration could have happened. Our understanding would then be that the biblical account presents a historical event, while at the same time, for emphasis, it uses a literary device for the large number. Here is another example using this dramatic hyperbole. When the Israelites sing that as news of the Exodus spreads, all the inhabitants of Canaan have melted away, they are still as stone, their description dramatizes the fear of those who might become a threat to them. Exodus chapter 15, verses 15 and 16. With this interpretation, then, there is still a reasonable basis to believe the Hebrews did migrate en masse out of Egypt. However, there are some who take the large numbers in the Exodus account at face value, believing that such a massive exodus is not possible. Richard Freund sees plausibility for the biblical exodus because of his research of modern migrations. If we uncritically look at the sheer numbers, 603,550 men plus their wives and children, this would be millions of people leaving in a single event. What makes it so difficult for scholars and casual readers is the fact that this number of exiles would represent a large percentage of the entire Egyptian population of the time. It just seems too large to be possible. Of course, today we look at the nearly 12 million Mexicans who have come in small bands and waves over the border of the United States, many illegally, and see that the number, while large, is not unprecedented. In the most recent conflicts in the Middle East in the past half-century, millions of refugees moved from one part of the Middle East to another in waves. In the 1980s to 1990s, millions of Russian Jews left the former Soviet Union in what was described as an exodus. Yet even in modern Egyptian history, it is now accepted that the Hyksos, the rulers of Egypt for almost 2 centuries in antiquity, made a mass exodus from Egypt, although there is little scientific evidence to support this exodus. So why is the Hyksos exodus more palatable than the Israelite exodus? I think it is because there are no Hyksos to use this event in the modern period, but the Israelite event may be viewed as having modern implications. These recent and contemporary mass migrations add credibility to the numbers recorded in Exodus. In addition, Freund's final sentence, in which he compares the possible agenda that may exist for modern historians in regard to Israelites, because people of that name continue to complicate modern politics, while the Hyksos do not exist as a contemporary rival, reminds us yet again that underlying presuppositions silently shape many arguments. 2. Root. Archaeologists almost universally believe a city discovered at Kantir is ancient Pi-Ramses. This ancient royal residence would correspond to the biblical Ramses. If so, then this would mean Israel began the exodus from this city. From here, the most natural route seems like it would have been to head north via an already established road to Canaan. If one were traveling out of the northeast Nile Delta from the area of Pi-Ramses and Avaris, that would be the route to take to get to Canaan. The road actually began at this point in the Nile Delta. Known as the Ways of Horus in Egyptian texts, this route has long been called the military highway that stretched across North Sinai to Gaza, the entryway to Canaan. But Israel did not take this most obvious route. Exodus chapter 13 verse 17 says, "When Pharaoh let the people go, God did not lead them by the way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near." English Standard Version. Hoffmeyer connects the way of the land of the Philistines with this northern route. Instead, Exodus chapter 12 verse 37 and Numbers chapter 33 verse 5 say the Hebrews left Ramses and camped at Succoth. Most archaeologists believe ancient Succoth has been located at Tel El Maskuta, southeast of Kantir, or at least in the general area around it. The reason God led Israel southeast instead of by the expected northern route is explained in Exodus chapter 13 verse 17. For God said, "Lest the people change their minds when they see war and return to Egypt." English Standard Version. Archaeological discoveries have shown fortifications that lead researchers to conclude that following the northern road to Canaan would have indeed subjected Israel to war, which confirms the Exodus account of why they avoided it. 5. Dating the Exodus. A. The challenge. Some scholars who believe the Exodus tradition is authentic argue for a 15th century BC date or early date. Others, who also believe the Exodus really happened, argue for a 13th century BC date or late date. While both camps believe the Exodus actually happened, their methodologies differ, resulting in 2 different conclusions about when it happened. The time gap is significant, yet each camp has solid evidence upon which to base its conclusion. However, as we will see, this is an intramural debate that has limited impact on the most important aspect of our study. B. The case for an early date. In 1 Kings chapter 6 verse 1 we read, "In the 480th year after the people of Israel came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month, he began to build the house of the Lord." English Standard Version. Merrill writes, "The Exodus occurred 480 years before the laying of the foundations of Solomon's temple. Solomon undertook the project in his 4th year, 966 BC, And so the Exodus, according to normal hermeneutics and the objective appropriation of the chronological data of the narrative, took place in 1446. Proven, Long, and Longman provide an additional biblical reference which appears to provide support for the early date. This date seems to be generally supported by the reference in Judges chapter 11 verse 26 to the 300 years before the time of Jephthah that the Israelites controlled the Transjordan region, now, in Jephthah's time, disputed by the Ammonites, and the dating is unproblematic in respect of other details of biblical chronology. Kaiser sees Judges chapter 11 verse 26 as evidence that corroborates the information in 1 Kings chapter 6 verse 1. Thus the case for the early date is not so weak as it has often been made out to be. It has some very strong claims to be considered as fully legitimate as any of its contenders have enjoyed in the past. An archaeological find supporting an early date is the Merneptah stele, discovered in 1896 by Flinders Petrie. This monument details victories of the Egyptian pharaoh Merneptah over forces in Libya and Canaan, and includes the phrase, "Israel is laid waste." The Merneptah stele is dated approximately 1210 BC. Ralph Hawkins explains the challenge for harmonizing the stele with the late date. This new data appeared to require that Israel had already been settled there, Canaan, by the end of the 13th century BCE. Placing Israel in Canaan this early in the reign of Merneptah raised obstacles for his having been the pharaoh of the Exodus. Israel obviously could not have left Egypt in the first year of Merneptah's reign, wandered in the wilderness for 40 years, and then appeared in Canaan as a settled ethnic group in his 5th year. The radical reduction of the duration of the wilderness wandering that this would require presented an insurmountable obstacle for evangelicals. The 1446 date appears to be the result of a straightforward reading of the biblical text with some math thrown in. However, even Merrill, who holds to the early date, acknowledges, but for a variety of reasons, this date is almost universally rejected in favor of a date sometime in the 13th century, generally about 1260. C. The case for a late date. Why the widespread rejection of the early date? First, the biblical evidence. Exodus chapter 1 verse 11 reads, "Therefore they set taskmasters over them to afflict them with their burdens, and they built for Pharaoh supply cities, Pithom and Ramses." Hoffmeyer explains the significance of this passage for the dating of the Exodus. It is generally accepted that this Hebrew name is the writing for the Egyptian royal name Ramses. Only Ramses II, 1279 to 1213 BC, built a city in the northeast delta that he named after himself. Pi-Ramses means house or domain of Ramses. For some, the reference to the city in Exodus chapter 1 verse 11 points to the reign of Ramses as the period of the Exodus and the 40-year sojourn in Sinai. Kitchen concludes confidently, thus the occurrence of Ramses is an early 13th, 12th century marker in the Exodus tradition, and that fact must be accepted. Other scholars see weaknesses in the conclusion. Kaiser writes, "If the name Ramses is an allusion to Pharaoh Ramses II of the later 19th dynasty who reigned from 1290 to 1224 BC, or 1279 to 1213, then Israel could not have left Egypt in the 15th century, 1440 BC. However, it must be acknowledged that the name Ramses appears in the Joseph story in Genesis chapter 47 verse 11 to describe the region in the Nile Delta where Jacob and his sons settled. No one dates the settlement of this area by Jacob and his sons to the 13th century BC, therefore Ramses is either a name being used retrospectively, just as later and better-known names are applied to locales that originally bore other names. For example, we often refer to regions in America by their present state names in discussing events that took place when Native Americans were the only inhabitants, or the name Ramses has a prior history to the pharaohs of the 19th dynasty. If either theory is true for Genesis chapter 47 verse 11, then it could also be true for Exodus chapter 1 verse 11. The naming of the store city of Ramses is widely accepted as solid evidence by those who hold to a late date. How then should the 1 Kings reference to the 480th year, pointing toward an early date, be understood? In order to harmonize the conflict between the findings of the Merneptah stele and dating of the building of Pi-Ramses with a literal reading of the biblical text, some scholars began re-examining the biblical material to see whether it required an early reading. John Bright sees the 480 figure of 1 Kings chapter 6 verse 1 as referring to generations, not literal years. Since, however, 40 is a well-known round number, often for a generation, as the 40 years of wilderness wandering, it is likely that this 480 years is itself a round number for 12 generations. Actually, a generation from birth of father to birth of son is likely to be nearer 25 years, which would give us some 300 years rather than 480, and a date for the Exodus in the mid-13th century. Hawkins argues scholars have not uniformly concluded that 480 years is even what the Bible actually presents. A literal reading of the numbers could produce a duration of 515 years from the Exodus to the beginning of construction on the temple. D.I. Block reaches an aggregate total of 593 years, and James Hoffmeyer tabulates 633 years. There was apparently confusion about the duration from the Exodus to the beginning of construction on Solomon's temple in the ancient world as well. The Septuagint, the ancient Greek Old Testament, records 440 years instead of 480, 1 Kings chapter 6 verse 1. Josephus, the ancient Jewish historian, gives two different numbers for the period. In his Antiquities, he reports the duration as covering 592 years, and in Against Appian he recounts it as 612 years. Surely the authors of the Septuagint were concerned to give the scriptural length of the period from the Exodus to the founding of the temple, and surely Josephus did not want to be regarded as unreliable in his reporting. Hawkins does not eliminate the possibility of the 480-year span, which is necessary for the early date, but attempts to show it's not totally unambiguous. As to the reference in Judges chapter 11 verse 26, where Jephthah gives a boastful challenge to the Ammonite king by summarizing his people's history in Canaan, Kitchen colorfully but confidently dismisses this verse as not attempting to present historical truth. Brave fellow that he was, Jephthah was a roughneck, an outcast. What we have is nothing more than the report of a brave but ignorant man's bold bluster in favor of his people, not a mathematically precise chronological datum. So it can offer us no practical help. In addition to the biblical evidence, archaeological evidence points to the late date. The Amarna letters were discovered in 1887, around 200 miles south of Cairo. The site was the capital of Egypt during the reign of Pharaoh Amenophis IV in the 14th century BC. The collection consists of letters from Canaanite leaders to the Egyptian pharaoh. It is important to note that in more than 300 letters from several different leaders, there is no clear mention of Israel. Though this is an argument from silence, it is not unreasonable to assume if Israel was a significant presence in Canaan in the 1300s, that some of these leaders would have mentioned them. D. Conclusion regarding the date of the Exodus. Hoffmeyer expresses the importance of remembering not to be preoccupied with when the Exodus occurred, while the real issue being debated is whether it happened at all. The arguments presented above show a conservative evangelical can certainly hold to either an early or late date. However, we must effectively show critics why we believe that there was a historical Exodus regardless of when it happened. Without its central meaning, an account in real history of God's loving awareness of His people and His saving action on their behalf, much of the Bible also comes under attack. 6. Concluding remarks. As stated at the beginning of this chapter, we have not proven concretely that Moses existed, that Israel lived in Egypt, or that this group of Hebrews fled from Pharaoh. We have shown, however, that the historicity of the biblical narrative is plausible. It is likely a man such as Moses existed, a people such as Israel lived in Egypt, and these people left Egypt via the route detailed in the Bible. In fact, even without the extra biblical evidence, there is enough contained in the Bible to make the story believable. John Bright notes the biblical data alone should be enough to clearly establish the presence of Israel in Egypt. Although there is no direct witness in Egyptian records to Israel's presence in Egypt, the biblical tradition a priori demands belief. It is not the sort of tradition any people would invent. Here is no heroic epic of migration, but the recollection of shameful servitude from which only the power of God brought deliverance. Proven, Long, and Longman believe this is one reason why we can believe the biblical account has been transmitted accurately. Indeed, a clear indication of this retention is that the biblical tradition has as one of its central emphases, and though unflattering, it governs both Israelite religion and ethics, that Israel was in the beginning a slave people in Egypt. This does not look like the kind of tradition that a people invents about itself. If it didn't happen, why tell such a humiliating story? Nobody else in Near Eastern antiquity descended to that kind of tale of community beginnings. Baruch Halpern states, "There is something behind the Israelite tradition, and this is true of the peasant revolt school or the conquest theory, and even the so-called archaeological approach to the conquest. The problem is that you wind up with Israel with an Exodus tradition, a tradition of having been in bondage in Egypt." Even critical scholar William Deaver concedes, "I do think that behind the literary tradition there must indeed be some sort of genuine historical memory, but it is unfortunately not accessible either to the text scholar or to the archaeologist." In addition, scholar Anthony Frendo insists, Israel must have somehow, at least partially, come from outside Canaan in view of the multiple texts in the Old Testament which point in this direction. Why should the Old Testament authors have made this up? Should we not try harder to understand our texts in connection with the results of good archaeology rather than superficially to dismiss the former? Moreover, if the Exodus happened, someone like Moses had to lead it. Kitchen, one of the world's leading Egyptologists, says plainly, "In short, to explain what exists in our Hebrew texts, we need a Hebrew leader who had had an experience of life at the Egyptian court, including knowledge of treaty-type documents and their format, as well as of traditional Semitic legal social usage more familiar to his own folk." In other words, somebody distressingly like that old hero of biblical tradition, Moses, is badly needed to make sense of the situation as we have it, or somebody in his position of the same or another name. Finally, we conclude our discussion in agreement with Alan Millard of the University of Liverpool. The history of religions, literary criticism, and other forms of study applied to the Hebrew books has led to a variety of hypotheses about the story. On one view, a small group escaped from Egypt and joined related tribes in Canaan, or a separate group, the Kenites, who worshipped Yahweh at Sinai, introduced their religion to tribes in Canaan and converted them. Or a variety of folk stories have been woven together with little or no historical basis, or there was no Exodus and the whole is a pious fiction. Lacking any trace of Joseph, Moses, or Israelites in Egypt, many have concluded they were never there. Yet no pharaoh would boast of the loss of his labor force on a monument, and administrative records on papyrus, leather, or wooden tablets, which might have registered such events, would perish rapidly in the delta's damp soil. It is equally unlikely that a camping crowd would leave recognizable remains from a semi-nomadic life in the Sinai wilderness and in Transjordan. The absence of evidence is not, therefore, evidence of absence. Chapter 20. The Historicity of the Conquest. 1. Introduction. The biblical accounts in Joshua and Judges tell the story of how, after the Exodus from Egypt, the Israelites came to possess the promised land of Canaan. Naturally, much of modern archaeology in the area has focused on finding biblical sites and confirming Bible narratives, as the Bible is the primary source of information about this area during the Late Bronze Age, circa 1550 to 1200 BC. A. Early scholarship. Early scholars excavating the Holy Land in the late 19th and early 20th century AD found what they believed was strong support for a number of biblical sites. In the 1930s and 1940s, archaeological surveys led by William F. Albright, the early pioneer of biblical archaeology, confirmed a number of sites with evidence of destruction dating to the 13th century BC, leading him to write, "The progress of excavation and of philological interpretation of inscriptions has made it absolutely certain, in the writer's judgment, that the principal phase of the conquest must be dated in the second half of the 13th century." B. Later scholarship. Later studies with more advanced research and dating techniques have called some of these earlier conclusions into question. Excavations have found more modest populations and fewer sites of epic destruction than expected. These findings have led some scholars, who expected to find a heavily populated Canaan and areas of widespread destruction during this era, to question the historical accuracy of biblical conquest accounts and the rise of Israel as a people. This skeptical view is explained by Canaanite scholar and professor of Jewish history at Tel Aviv University, Nadav Naaman, who concluded that the biblical account is not supported by the new archaeological surveys and excavations which indicate that the hill country was sparsely inhabited in the Late Bronze Age, and that no military power prevented pastoral groups from penetrating it and settling in its large uninhabited areas. Naaman goes on to state, "It is commonly accepted today that the majority of the conquest stories in the book of Joshua are devoid of historical reality." C. The emergence of Israel. Yet it is clear that during this period a unified Israel did in fact emerge. That Israel did eventually exist as a community of some sort in Palestine is taken for granted by most historians of ancient Israel. Furthermore, most historians believe that the meaningful genesis of this community in Palestine took place in the Late Bronze and Early Iron Ages, circa 1200. Tracing the history of Israel has a number of complications. As Lawson Stone, professor of the Old Testament at Asbury Theological Seminary, states, a comprehensive proposal would need to explain not only how an ethnic group calling itself Israel came to claim possession of Canaan and evolve into a monarchic state that would last for centuries, but also how it ultimately produced the Hebrew Scriptures and birthed 3 world religions. While no comprehensive theory currently explains all the data and nuances, an analysis of the major theories along with a review of the available information at hand can begin to fill in some of the picture of how Israel developed. As we shall discover by examining the evidence, Israel emerged as a people who occupied the land of Canaan during this period, laying the societal groundwork conducive to the subsequent development of a ruling monarchy. In this chapter, we explore how the biblical account of this process aligns with modern archaeological research and what that archaeological research shows us about the development of the people of Israel. 2. Challenges in determining the historicity of Joshua and Judges. A. Writing did not emerge in Israel until the 10th century BC. The study of Canaan during the Late Bronze Age is complicated by the lack of written records. The Egyptians kept written records prior to and during this period. However, their influence in this area was declining and little is reported. Writings have been discovered from the Canaanite city-states in this region from the Middle Bronze Age, a period prior to the conquest, circa 1500, such as the Amarna letters from the 14th century BC. However, with the urban decline of the area and movement to a more pastoral society, the art of writing was lost in this area during the Late Bronze and Early Iron Ages. This leads Naaman to conclude that the development of Israel and the conquest of Canaan occurred in prehistory. It was only in the 8th to 7th centuries BCE that Israel entered into the realm of history, when literacy spread in the kingdom of Israel and Judah, and the earliest works of the history of Israel were composed. The conquest period should be included in the prehistory of Israel. The immense problems involved with the historical investigation of the conquest narratives are the direct result of this literary situation. Ralph K. Hawkins, Associate Professor of Religious Studies at Averett University with a Ph.D. in Near Eastern Archaeology, describes as a dark age these Late Bronze and Early Iron Ages when population, urban centers, and Egyptian influence all went into decline. By the time that historical data begins to become available again, in about the 10th century BCE, the eastern Mediterranean world had undergone a great deal of change. The inhabitants of the region differed from those who had inhabited it 200 to 300 years earlier, and the two periods are separated by a dark age, making it difficult to determine how the transition occurred. While the lack of written records is problematic, it is not unusual. Naaman concludes, the line between prehistory and history is demarcated by the availability of written sources, not by the actual settlement process. There are many peoples who settled in their countries for hundreds of years and established states and institutions, but left no records, so that their history is entirely obscure. Scholars commonly affirm that the events of the conquest and formation of Israel would have occurred sometime in the Late Bronze Age, Early Iron Age, between 1450 and 1100 BC. However, this history was preserved through oral tradition until the story was put into written form a few hundred years later. This gap between the conquest events and the development of written histories has led to some skepticism of the biblical account, and Naaman believes we must treat it with caution and may question the historical reliability of many of its details. In the absence of an extra-biblical written history, the historical accuracy of Bible as it relates to the conquest of Canaan and development of the Israelite people must be pieced together from the Bible itself, a small sample of external writings, and archaeological evidence. We examine each of these streams of evidence, keeping in mind the comments of Alan R. Millard, professor of Hebrew and ancient Semitic languages at the University of Liverpool. Two principal sources of information are available for exploring the early history of Israel: the written records and the archaeological remains. Each is subject to interpretation, and each has yielded many different interpretations. B. The primary purpose of the biblical accounts. Some of the controversies surrounding the accuracy of the biblical accounts can be attributed to their interpretation, or often misinterpretation. It is best to start with an understanding of what the Bible specifically says and how we perceive its message through our modern-day expectations. Stories of the conquest fire up the imagination. It isn't difficult to imagine a massive conquering army marching through Holy Land, leaving Canaanite destruction in its wake. But a more thorough reading shows that the biblical texts themselves reveal a more complex account of Israel's arrival in Canaan than usually is admitted. It shows that the standard picture often is a caricature. So what was the purpose of these early accounts of Israel? While historical in nature, the primary purpose of Joshua and Judges was not to capture a dispassionate record of events similar to a modern-day history book. The modern use of textbooks and reference works may lead us to expect that any record of historical events necessarily was written primarily to document precise facts, sequences, or causes. But this assumption about the writing of history arose only in the 19th century and may misdirect our attention or mislead us to the wrong conclusions. As Hawkins states, Joshua is historical in nature, however, it utilizes its historical material primarily for the purpose of preaching, not for writing an exhaustive secular history that explains Israel's appearance in the land of Canaan, with all its sociological, domestic, economic, and agricultural details. Hawkins continues, "The author of the book of Joshua is not trying to write a comprehensive secular history of the process by which Israel entered into the land. He does not discuss what kinds of villages they established, when they entered the land, how they ordered their domestic lives, what kinds of pottery they used, what sort of house structure they used, or any of these other kinds of details. These are the kinds of facts, however, for which historians and archaeologists are searching in the gaps, and their absence from the book of Joshua suggests that the historiographer's interests were other than producing a scientific historical reconstruction of the appearance of Israel in Canaan." Hawkins concludes that in Joshua, activities are religious in nature, not military. Battles are recounted in the book of Joshua, but compared to the overall mass of religious events recorded, they are few in number. In fact, the book of Joshua only describes 3 cities as having been burned: Jericho, Ai, and Hazor. This undermines the position of skeptics who claim that the lack of archaeological evidence for widespread destruction detracts from the credibility of the biblical accounts. C. Late Bronze Age, Early Iron Age Overview of Canaan. In the Old Testament, the land of Canaan is also referred to as the Promised Land. In general, the geographical term denotes the traditional boundaries of the Promised Land, from a line between the southern tip of the Dead Sea to the Brook of Egypt, that is, the Wadi al-Arish, to as far north as the city of Dan. As named in the Bible, the occupants of Canaan are diverse, including Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, Jebusites, and, of course, Canaanites. The term Canaanites can refer to a particular people group as well as to the collective population of Canaan prior to and during the conquest. The period of Israel's emergence from 1500 to 1200 BC was marked by great upheaval in the entire Mediterranean region, which historians have termed the catastrophe or the Great Collapse. Naaman found indications that the transition from Middle Bronze Age III to Late Bronze Age II was marked by a drastic decline in the population. While scholars propose a number of potential elements explaining the collapse, historians nevertheless agree that famine played a prominent role. The Mesopotamian documents indicate that an enormous population displacement was taking place as a result of the destruction of the urban culture in vast areas of Hither Asia. According to Naaman, famine played an important role in the large-scale migrations of late 13th to 12th centuries BCE. Documents from Hattusha, Ugarit, and Egypt indicate severe food shortage in the closing decades of the Hittite Empire, culminating in a disastrous famine. Further evidence of drought and severe famine in the 11th century appears in Assyrian and Babylonian sources. Remarkable in these documents is the concentration of natural catastrophes that caused severe food shortages, obliging pastoral groups to obtain food supplies by raids on the settled areas. Hawkins sums up the region-wide impact of this turmoil. The great states lost much of their power and some disappeared completely. The level of economic activity sharply declined. As a result, culture declined, and there is little in the way of building remains, art, or even texts to illuminate this period. There was minimal urbanization during this period, and many people either lived in villages or migrated with their herds. New arrivals gained political power, including the Libyans in Egypt, Arameans in Syria and Mesopotamia, Persians in western Iran, Philistines and Israelites in Palestine, and others. In the midst of these changes, the Israelites emerged as a people. Many of the large urban centers we visualize from traditional interpretations of the Bible were more likely groups of nomads and less fortified cities. As respected archaeologist Kathleen Kenyon reports, there is no firm evidence of urban occupation around Edom, Moab, and Ammon until about the 9th century BC, and an even later date might eventually emerge. Naaman sees this lack of population as evidence against the biblical accounts. However, as Kenyon points out, the Exodus group under Moses was therefore not diverted by urban-based kingdoms, but they could equally well have been blocked by a strong tribal nomadic group. The archaeological evidence for towns in Transjordan is therefore irrelevant. While we want to look for historical clues in the places, activities, and events of the Bible, extra care must be taken not to fill in the gaps with modern prejudices or expansive assumptions. For example, sites like Jericho and Ai were referred to as cities. However, in that era, a city could have been a large settlement, a smaller outpost, or even a tent village or military encampment. When a city was referred to as great, it could have meant strategic importance or military presence, not necessarily size. It is important, therefore, not to set expectations based upon our current perceptions, but attempt to understand what the writer was trying to say. D. The earliest origins of Israel. The first extra-biblical reference to Israel is the Merneptah stele, an Egyptian monument that speaks of battle victories. The inscription is a victory hymn which describes Pharaoh Merneptah's conquests, including the first historical reference to Israel. In the Merneptah stele, Israel is included among a list of peoples who were conquered around 1210 BC. Most readers infer from this that in Merneptah's perception, Israel is present in Canaan, identifiable as a people, not associated with urban centers, and not in sufficient control of the land, or at least not in control long enough to have rated a geographic determinative. Interestingly, in addition to listing them among the conquests, Pharaoh made a point to add that their seed is not, indicating that the Israelites were annihilated. Thus, among all the peoples and towns of Canaan, Merneptah felt it necessary to affirm that he had totally annihilated one particular people group, the one named Israel. One can only speculate why the pharaoh felt compelled to report publicly in this monumental inscription that he had annihilated Israel. There are two other potential references to Israel that appear in Egypt during this period. One is from a fragmentary inscription from a column base from the period of Ramses II. According to Stone, the fragment features captive lists in which Ashkelon and Canaan are followed by a broken name ring, which can plausibly be restored as Israel once the archaizing spelling tendencies of such inscriptions is accounted for. Lastly, notice should be taken of two captive lists found on column bases at the Soleb Temple of Amenhotep III, 1390 to 1352, and a copy at the Amara West Temple of Ramses II. Both identify one captive group as YHW in the land of Shasu. While the name YHW might be a place name, it represents exactly the way the Hebrew divine name would appear in hieroglyphic. Stone concludes, if these connections stand, then allusions to Israel or Yahweh may be pushed back at least to the time of Ramses II, if not much earlier, to the pre-Amarna period, prior to 1350 BC. Clearly, during the Late Bronze Age and Early Iron Age, the land of Canaan underwent a fundamental change with the decline of urban centers and shift to a more pastoral society. Against this backdrop, we look at three different theories of how the Israelites came to possess the Promised Land. 3. Theories of the Israelite settlement in Canaan. A. Conquest theory. 1. History of the conquest theory. The traditional view of the conquest is of Joshua and a large Israelite army marching through and conquering Canaan in a single campaign, leaving a large swath of destruction in its wake. The conquest model is built on the idea that the settlement of the Israelite tribes in the land of Canaan was a process that was undertaken primarily through violent warfare. It has conventionally been thought of as following the biblical account most closely. This was the prevalent model through much of the 20th century and was strongly supported by Albright. His theory essentially followed the biblical story of the Pentateuch and Joshua, which he believed was based on underlying history. After having left Egypt in an Exodus event, the Israelites migrated through the desert and ultimately invaded Canaan from the east. Albright believed that the invading Israelites were ethnically and religiously distinct from the indigenous populations of Canaan. This theory has been questioned more recently as archaeological excavations have failed to find large settlements throughout certain areas of Canaan during the proposed conquest periods. Sites traditionally identified at Jericho and Ai have posed problems because little hard evidence has been found that these sites were occupied during the time of the conquest. This absence of conclusive archaeological evidence has led some scholars to conjecture that much of the conquest story is myth. Naaman proposes instead that the author borrowed the military outlines from concrete events that had taken place in the history of Israel. 2. Actual level of destruction defined. In his book, Who Were the Early Israelites and Where Did They Come From?, William Deaver, Professor Emeritus of Near Eastern Archaeology and Anthropology at the University of Arizona in Tucson, points to 31 different sites west of the Jordan River that were called out in the Book of Joshua, their proposed locations, and the current archaeological findings at those sites. Based upon his analysis of the lack of population and destruction, he concludes that we now must confront many ugly facts that kill the elegant theories regarding Israelite settlement in Canaan west of the Jordan River. But have we interpreted Joshua correctly? The conquest model implies a large invasion force marching through the land, destroying cities in its wake. But a careful reading of Joshua actually points to a more modest military campaign. Indeed, Joshua does claim that cities were taken and kings killed, but only 3 cities, Jericho, Ai, and Hazor, are specifically claimed to have been burned. Charts listing destruction layers suffer from the same kind of simplistic reading of the data that undermined the conquest theory. So, an archaeologist looking for many sites of massive destruction would be sorely disappointed. In fact, it would make sense to avoid the wholesale destruction of most cities, because an incoming people could make use of existing buildings for themselves, just as the Israelites would take advantage of the produce of Canaan once they had crossed the Jordan. That doesn't mean the Israelites could necessarily have taken the land without some military action, however. Many scholars hold that the early Israelites were involved in warfare, even if there is dispute about the extent and location of the campaigns. As Megan Bishop Moore and Brad E. Kell state in their book Biblical History and Israel's Past, a variety of scholars, conservative and mainstream, hold on to the possibility that early Israel was involved in military action and that part of its identity was formed by joint warfare. The archaeological evidence discussed here is part of the basis for these assumptions, but the biblical memory of Israel as a military entity early on seems to be equally compelling to scholars. It is also important to note that the first extra-biblical record of Israel, the Mernephtha Stele, is also a war text. Stone points out, Despite current scholarly prejudice against conquest models, it is difficult to imagine any people group establishing a claim over Canaan, the scene of constant military clashes for the entire LBA, Late Bronze Age, without any acts of warfare against the urban centers that controlled Canaan on behalf of Egypt. How could a group's putative annihilation merit notice in the inscription of an Egyptian pharaoh, Merneptah, if this group posed no formidable threat? In fact, urban destruction wrought by unforeseen barbarian groups conspicuously characterizes the end of the LBA throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Stone goes on to argue that extra-biblical sources describe these late Bronze Age clashes in rather stylized, heroic terms. The rhetoric of extreme destruction and annihilation of all life likely reflects the fixed idioms of ancient military jargon. K. Lawson Younger, Jr., both in a monograph and in a focus study, has pointed out the pervasive use of a very stilted and stereotypical military language that should not be pressed in all its literal detail. In essence, any decisive victory finds expression in the most extreme language of annihilation, even if followed almost immediately by statements of the tributes to be levied on the presumed dead population. Most of the urban centers destroyed in the LBA seem to have been abandoned before their final capture and destruction. To make archaeological traces of near-apocalyptic destruction the standard for demonstrating the historicity of the Joshua narratives is to misunderstand the texts from their literary, theological, and historical perspectives. The massive population decline and disrepair of the cities would have made the Israelites' military campaigns much easier. As Naaman points out, the almost total lack of new fortification projects in late Bronze Canaan was the direct result of the shortage of human resources. We may recall that nomads were liable for public works, at least in return for food and salary. Thus, the lack of fortification works supports the claim of a drastic reduction in the overall population of Canaan, including the nomadic sector during the Late Bronze Age. Instead of conquest and annihilation, Joshua's campaigns seem to have served a more strategic military and security function. Conquest is not a term used in the biblical narrative, but rather is of modern manufacture. If the objective of the military action was to kill the city rulers, thus breaking up Egypt's administration of Canaan and possibly preventing reprisals from those cities at Egypt's behest, then it is impressive that most of the cities engaged form two belts, one to the south and one to the north of the main area of Israelite settlement, in which no fighting is reported. The battles reported in Joshua could be seen as two campaigns aimed primarily at neutralizing the ability of the city rulers to act against the new settlers. Certainly the book of Joshua reports the opposition to Israelite presence. Compare chapter 5 verse 1, chapter 9 verse 1, chapter 10 verses 1 through 5, and chapter 11 verses 1 through 5 and 19. The two campaigns in effect created a ring of fire or firewall protecting the new hill country settlements. With the destruction of Jericho and Ai, and with the alliance with Gibeon, these campaigns gave Israel control over important segments of the highway network in Canaan. 3. Purpose of the military stories in Joshua. It is also important to understand that the primary purpose of including these military campaigns in the Bible was not to laud Israelite military might, but to show God's faithfulness. David Merling has recently made the case that the few accounts of military victories in the book of Joshua have a special function, which is to serve as confirmation events. These events testify to what God could and would do if Israel were faithful to the covenant and if they carried through with the conquest of Canaan. When reviewing the archaeological evidence, it is also important to remember that the conquest of Canaan was only partially complete. Several biblical references, including Joshua chapter 13 verse 1 and Judges chapter 2 verses 2 and 3, make it clear that many lands remained unconquered and foreign peoples remained. Clearly, some warfare would have been required to take strategic areas of Canaan, but, outside of a few specific examples, this warfare would not have necessitated the widespread destruction that would leave a significant archaeological footprint. So the conquest model, while containing elements of truth both biblically and archaeologically, ultimately fails as a complete theory because of its absolute reliance on the military element in the establishment of Israel. The ultimate process was much more complex, as we see in the two other theories. B. Peaceful infiltration model. 1. History of the peaceful infiltration model. The second theory of Israel's development doesn't involve military conflict, but points to the migration and settlement of nomadic tribes in Canaan. This model is summarized by Professor William Deaver, Distinguished Professor of Near Eastern Archaeology at Lycoming College in Pennsylvania. In the 1920s and 1930s, leading German biblical scholars such as Albrecht Alt and Martin Noth put forward what soon became known as the peaceful infiltration model. It comprised two elements. The first was the biblical tradition of Israel's ancestors as mobile, tent-dwelling shepherds, as recalled vividly in the Genesis narratives. The second was modern ethnographic studies of the sedentarization of Middle Eastern pastoral nomads, which documented that for millennia tribal peoples in this part of the world had migrated over long distances, but that many had eventually settled down to become peasant farmers or townspeople. According to the peaceful infiltration model, those who settled the highlands of Canaan or western Palestine in the 13th to 12th centuries BC had originally been nomadic tribespeoples of the semi-arid regions of Transjordan. Crossing the Jordan River on their annual trek in search of pasture and water, some of them had stayed on longer and longer each season in the cooler, well-watered, fertile hill country. Eventually they settled there and emerged in the light of written history as the biblical Israelites. As Alt states, the outward details of the immigration of the Israelites into Palestine were completely different. This was no single movement completed in a relatively short time. It was in fact a series of movements by single tribes and bands, which may well have lasted for several centuries, and in the majority of cases they did not proceed by force of arms, so that although the accounts of individual military victories over older towns may well be correct, they insulated themselves into thinly populated or even totally unpopulated districts where there was no chance of serious opposition. This pattern of invasion led to what Alt described as an incomplete settlement that led to several groups whose lands were separated from one another by chains of non-Israelite townships. Alt's theory extends to the time beyond the book of Joshua and describes the type of behavior we would expect during the time of Judges. Alt further hypothesized that a second stage of settlement occurred late in the Iron Age I, in which the Israelites undertook military action in order to expand their territory. In this stage, which corresponds with the descriptions in the book of Judges, individual tribes waged battles over the land. As the settlements increased in number, occasional battles broke out between the new Israelites and the Canaanites. As the cities declined and the Egyptian Empire lost its grip on Canaan, the Israelite settlers gradually became the dominant force in the land. 2. Archaeological evidence for external settlers. Archaeology continues to find new settlements from this era, supporting the likely influx of new populations, lending support to the theory that the Israelites came from outside Canaan and providing substantiation to portions of the peaceful infiltration model. The renowned historical geographer Anson Rainey writes, "Everyone agrees that there is an amazing proliferation of small village sites in the hill country areas during this period. One of the most recent analyses and summaries notes that in the 12th to 11th centuries BCE, there were approximately 600 more sites than in the preceding 13th century, over 300 of those new sites in the hill country. Areas that had been largely unsettled in the late Bronze Age were now filled with small, usually unwalled sites in the Iron Age I. There are, however, a number of drawbacks to the peaceful infiltration model. As Hawkins notes, the peaceful infiltration model was based on 19th century concepts of nomadism that are now known to be wrong. Ethnographic studies have revealed that nomadism was not some kind of intermediate stage in evolutionary development at all. Deaver concurs. We now know that Bedouin typically are not land-hungry hordes. They do not usually infiltrate or settle of their own initiative. The vast difference between this theory and the biblical accounts poses another issue, according to Hawkins. The peaceful infiltration theory fails to explain why the Hebrews composed the stories of the Exodus conquest if their origins were the result of a peaceful evolutionary process. If the Israelites entered the land in a gradual process that occurred peacefully over several centuries, why does the Hebrew Bible tell such a different story of the origins of Israel? It is important to note, however, that the Bible points to some level of peaceful infiltration. According to the biblical account, the conquest of Canaan and the driving out of the existing Canaanites was never completed. For example, the Lord said to Joshua, "You are now very old, and there are still very large areas of land to be taken over." Joshua chapter 13, verse 1b, New International Version. Also, at the time of Joshua's death, an angel of the Lord spoke to the Israelites about disobeying God's command. God had told them, "You shall not make a covenant with the people of this land, but you shall break down their altars, yet you have disobeyed me." Judges chapter 2, verse 2, New International Version. These statements are in harmony with archaeological evidence that at least some of the people who came into the land settled peacefully among the native Canaanite population, which was likely absorbed into Israel. This inclusion of the native Canaanites in Israelite culture is highlighted in several biblical stories recounted by Stone. The book of Joshua surprisingly includes a number of stories implying that many in Israel derived from Canaan. The programmatic position of the Rahab story at the beginning of the Joshua narrative, and the way the terminology used in her confession of faith, Joshua chapter 2 verses 9 through 11, reappears with a different outcome in the reports of how the kings of Canaan were conspiring against Israel. Compare chapter 5 verse 1, chapter 9 verses 1 through 3, chapter 10 verses 1 through 5, and chapter 11 verses 1 through 5. All this highlights the thematic importance of Rahab's inclusion in Israel. Later, biblical tradition names her in genealogical lists and identifies her as an ancestor of David and ultimately of Jesus. The story of the Gibeonite deception clearly describes the entry of an indigenous Canaanite group into the ranks of Israel, Joshua chapter 9. Foreigners or sojourners, along with native-born Israelites, made up Israel in the ceremony at Gerizim and Ebal, and thus indicate not just presence but also some status in the covenant community. Inclusion in a ritual community implies a degree of social acceptance. By the same token, the final speech at Shechem in Joshua chapter 24 contrasts with Joshua's "well done, mission accomplished" speech in Joshua chapter 23 by challenging the hearers to enter into covenant with Yahweh, to serve Yahweh, and warning them to put away foreign gods from their midst. Given the severity with which any deviation from the covenant was punished in the book, the only persons who might be in possession of non-Israelite cultic images would be elements of the Canaanite population who have affiliated with Israel, but have not been fully assimilated or identified as Israel. The book of Joshua thus begins with the assimilation of a Canaanite prostitute and ends with a mass Ellis Island type of swearing-in ceremony in which many non-Israelites enter the covenant. 3. Assimilation of Canaanites into Israel. According to the biblical stories, some assimilation of the indigenous Canaanite population did occur. Therefore, archaeological evidence for some elements of the peaceful infiltration theory lends credence to the biblical accounts. It is also historically plausible that this process would have occurred over a number of centuries, as laid out in the book of Judges. Naaman points to the evidence of a slow decline in the Canaanite urban culture as damaging to the credibility of the Bible. Late Bronze urban culture was gradually destroyed in a process that lasted for more than a century. However, this objection appears to come from a misinterpretation of the Joshua narrative. An incomplete conquest combined with a gradual encroachment from sparsely populated areas into urban areas, characterized by ongoing skirmishes as outlined in the book of Judges, is very similar to the scenario that Naaman lays out. Naaman also states that archaeological surveys show that the lack of population rendered large-scale military action unnecessary. He goes on to conclude, the Iron Age I settlement process in the hill country is hardly illuminated by the biblical conquest tradition. While the book of Joshua does include several strategic military battles that would have been necessary to secure the land, it does not expressly state that all land had to be taken by conquest. Just as with news reports today, the writer likely would have reported the spectacular battles that confirmed God's deliverance instead of focusing on the mundane elements of settling sparsely inhabited areas. In fact, it is logical that many would settle in predominantly uninhabited areas when available and able to sustain their way of life. And in fact, some of the tribes did. Numbers chapter 32 and Joshua chapter 13. Hawkins confirms the gradual process of Israel's ascendancy. As the cities declined and the Egyptian Empire lost its grip on Canaan, the Israelite settlers gradually become the dominant force in the land. As the Israelite population continued to grow, They naturally started coming into conflict with other peoples and would band together under the judges for protection until they ultimately developed the monarchy. C. Social Revolution Peasant Revolt Model. The social revolution theory postulates that the Israelites came from Canaanites who rejected their Canaanite society and moved out of the cities to form counter-communities. George Mendenhall, who compared the cultures and concluded that the Israel society and its rules must have been formed as a rejection to the Canaanite culture, set this theory forth. Early Israelite tradition everywhere presupposes Canaanite culture as a contrast or as the origin of certain features. The very insistence of early Israelite law upon a single norm or procedure to be binding upon every person, the amazingly tender concern for the slave which in effect made slavery a voluntary status, and for the non-citizen, presupposes a violent rejection of the highly stratified society of late Bronze Canaan. It can be summed up in the observation that Canaan is consistently presented as the polar opposite to that which early Yahwism represented. This is best understood under the assumption that the earliest Israelites actually had been under the domination of the Canaanite cities and had successfully withdrawn. Scholars have articulated a number of criticisms of the social revolution model. Ralph Hawkins points out, it has been argued that the social revolution model goes too far beyond the evidence, particularly in the application of Marxist ideology to the emergence of early Israel. Hawkins also points out that there is no archaeological evidence that a peasant revolt occurred. His biggest criticism of the model, however, is based on its wide variance from biblical accounts. He contends that the social revolution model fails to offer a sufficient explanation for why the Hebrew Bible gives an account at such variance with a reconstruction of the theory. If an element of the Canaanite society had either peacefully withdrawn from the cities or violently revolted against their Canaanite overlords, would not this group have also felt that their experience was one of salvation brought about by Yahweh? Why would it not have been included in the biblical account? The social revolution model is also not supported by recent demographic studies. Lawrence Steger, professor of the archaeology of Israel at Harvard University, states, this extraordinary increase in population in the Iron Age I cannot be explained only by natural population growth of the few late Bronze Age city-states in this region. There must have been a major influx of people into the highlands in the 12th and 11th centuries BCE. Finally, the social revolution model does not account for the religious development of the Israelite society. As Millard notes, the worship of Israel's God was hardly a new phenomenon in the 9th century. Its earlier history should be investigated. Those who see the roots of Israel in a peasants' revolt are forced to suggest some movement of people who brought the new beliefs into the land. D. Summary of settlement theories. Most experts now agree that a Canaanite social revolution does not provide a satisfying primary portrait of the rise of Israel. Even so, some disenfranchised Canaanites could have ultimately joined the Hebrew nation. However, given the population trends and other causes for the decline of the regional urban populations, this theory has largely been dismissed. One important point to note is that all three theories rely heavily on religion as the cause for the rise of Israel. All three models, conquest, peasant revolt, and peaceful infiltration, involve religion in their explanation for Israel, and thus posited explanations for Israel that can be called ideological. While there may be differences of opinion as to the actual mechanics of the rise of Israel, it is difficult to dispute one of the primary reasons was for the worship of God. The rise of the Israelite nation was complex and likely influenced by several factors. It is inconceivable that Israel emerged without some armed conflict, so elements of the conquest model are important in understanding how they came to possess the land. Demographic studies and analyses of religious influence clearly indicate that the core of the Israelite nation likely came from outside Canaan. However, it is also clear both from biblical accounts and archaeological evidence that some Canaanites were adopted into Israel. 4. Development of the Israelite culture. A. Material differences. Much has been made of the lack of physical differences in the sites from the period of Canaanite occupation compared to the time when Israel was emerging. For example, Moore and Kell point out that Escapees from Egypt would presumably bring pottery making and other material culture traditions from there, but no Egyptian influence was seen on the Iron Age village pottery, house forms, or other artifacts. Writing in 2008, Millard notes, "This perspective is reflected in a current display in the British Museum, which qualifies Israelites in parentheses as pastoral Canaanites. In this way, an opinion currently propagated with great vigor receives wide publicity." A closer look indicates that dramatic differences should not be expected. As Stone explains, the ancestors of the Israelite nation lived in Canaan for centuries prior to the Egyptian sojourn. Indeed, New Kingdom Egypt deported a great many farmers and tradesmen from Canaan to Egypt, and to the Egyptians no significant difference between Canaanites and the ancestors of Israel would be discernible. They would speak the same language, share the same physical features, and likely share much material culture. Moreover, as practitioners of mixed agriculture and pastoralism, many cultural affinities would link the Israelites and Canaanite peasantry. So, in Israelite settlements, we should not expect to see the kind of distinct material culture that characterizes the early Philistine sites. If the Israelites had left Egypt with only what they could carry, they would have needed to use the tools and homes found in the area after the Exodus. Millard points out that the biblical account is indeed compatible with the archaeological evidence for little change in material culture. The biblical texts make it plain that the Israelites did not have a distinctive material culture of their own. Israel was expected to occupy Canaan, destroying the previous inhabitants and the religious items they used in worship of the gods. Otherwise, she was to take over their homes and all their equipment. Evidence for Israelites living in Canaanite towns with a late Bronze Age culture continued would not be visible in the material remains. This distinction between the Israelites and the Canaanites and other nations was to lie in their behavior and attitudes to God and to other people, rather than in their houses, their tableware, their dress, or their language. Millard also observes, how might the archaeological record indicate the presence of Israelites as occupants of existing towns or new settlements in this period? Archaeologists have located the sites of scores of small villages across the central hill country of the Promised Land, notably in the areas of Ephraim and Manasseh, but also further south. Many of these were new settlements in the 12th and 11th centuries BC, and many of them existed for only a short time. B. Religious differences. As one would expect, the development of the Israelite nation displayed more changes in religious culture than in material culture. These changes are congruent with the major theories of the conquest of Canaan, which cite religion as the underlying basis for the formation of Israel as a people. Several key markers can be found in the transitioning religious practices, starting with the abrupt abandonment of the earlier worship sites. As Naaman finds, the fact that all late Bronze Age I outdoor temples on both sides of the Jordan disappeared in late Bronze Age II, Tel Katan, Tel El Hayat, Shiloh, and possibly Tel Mavorach, is remarkable. Millard reaches a similar conclusion. One change that appears to be very significant is the abandonment of the shrines in the towns of the late Bronze Age. Scholars cannot identify a single site in which worship continued from the late Bronze Age well into the Iron Age. Millard further notes how the dramatically abrupt abandonment of shrines in this era supports the entry of the Israelites. An end to the sanctity of a place surely signals a major change in the beliefs of the populace. Remarkably, during the Iron Age in Palestine, the range of sacred places that had existed in the previous era ceased. If the Canaanites actually moved from the towns into the hill country villages, would they have abandoned the worship of the divinities to which they had been attached when they lived in their cities? This seems unlikely. It is hard to suppose that a new faith would have been accepted almost universally in those villages and at the same time. The cessation of worship at the late Bronze Age sites, the absence of clear cultic installations in the hill villages, and the rise of the worship of the God of Israel may be pointers to the entry into Canaan of large numbers of a new population, the Israelites. Another interesting marker for the transition from Canaanite culture to the Israelites relates to the Jewish prohibition of pork. Archaeology has found that these new settlers into Canaan did not raise pigs in keeping with the Jewish law. According to Rainey, one striking aspect has emerged from the analysis of animal bones in the early Iron Age. The hill country people did not have pigs. In contrast, the Philistines at Ekron did have pigs, and pig bones are also typical of the older Canaanite sites in the coastal plain areas. It cannot be argued that the hill country areas were unsuitable for raising pigs, since quite the opposite is true. If the new settlers of the Iron Age I had come from the lowlands, where pigs were domesticated and utilized, why did they not continue that tradition? C. Conclusions regarding Israelite culture. The Israelites came from the same region, shared the same lifestyle, and likely lived among the Canaanites prior to the enslavement in Egypt. It is therefore reasonable to assume that the material culture they left behind would not vary significantly from that of the Canaanites living in the area. Archaeological remains do, however, point to the changing religious practices that occurred as the Israelites settled in the area. The unprecedented abandonment of Canaanite religious sites and the rise of practices consistent with biblical law strongly suggest the influx of a large number of Israelites who came to dominate the region. 5. Key sites and current findings. Next, we consider the archaeological evidence surrounding the destruction claims in the book of Joshua. There are several challenges when conducting surveys of the late Bronze Age sites in this area. First, the lack of written records means that the dates and locations of many sites must be determined by secondary methods, such as Egyptian records, biblical descriptions, pottery shards, dated Egyptian scarabs, and even local tradition. There can be disagreement over which excavation matches which biblical city. Second, as Albright points out, site names can migrate or refer to a large area. It is quite true that names are much less motile than traditions, yet names of countries and districts often make remarkable shifts. For example, Syria, and names of towns and villages are frequently displaced over a considerable local area. For example, Jericho. Third, erosion, development, and treasure seekers have taken a toll on many sites over the thousands of intervening years. Finally, we have to recognize that any site or evidence not found is an argument from silence, capable of yielding only provisional conclusions until methods are discovered that can adequately assess all past activities in the area. While modern archaeology techniques and more extensive excavations are improving our ability to date sites, it is still common for the occupation dates around sites to be revised a number of times as new items are uncovered and more is learned about items found at a site. In any endeavor where you don't know what you don't know, conclusions should always be treated as the best theory from the most educated minds based upon the available evidence. They should always carry the caveat that new theories, different minds, and additional evidence may later call a currently accepted theory into question. A. Jericho. 1. Excavation history and strategic importance. Of the stories of the Israelite settlement of the Holy Land, none is more dramatic than the battle at Jericho. The primary account, provided in Joshua chapter 6, tells how God delivered the city into the Israelites' hands. Jericho was closed tight, but God would tear down the walls if the Israelites followed his instructions. This story emphasizes God's leadership of Israel and demonstrates the blessings they would receive for obedience. The battle is described in Joshua chapter 6, verse 20. So the people shouted, and the trumpets were blown. As soon as the people heard the sound of the trumpet, the people shouted a great shout, and the wall fell down flat, so that the people went up into the city, every man straight before him, and they captured the city. English Standard Version. Verse 24 describes how the Israelites ultimately razed the city. They burned the city with fire and everything in it. Only the silver and gold and the vessels of bronze and of iron they put into the treasury of the house of the Lord. English Standard Version. From a geographic perspective, it is logical that the Israelites would have needed to make the capture of Jericho a priority. According to Bryant Wood, Jericho was certainly of strategic importance during this time. Its abundant water supply, favorable climate, and geographic location made it a key site in ancient Canaan. Anyone who wished to conquer the central hill country from the east, as the Bible describes Joshua and the Israelites doing, would first need to secure Jericho. The ruins of Jericho are generally believed to be a large mound at the oasis of Tel es Sultan. Multiple settlements have been at Tel es Sultan, and the dating of the occupations and destructions has been revised with each subsequent excavation. The first excavation of this site, with a sounding in 1867, and the first scientific excavations at Tel es Sultan were carried out from 1907 to 1909, and again in 1911 under the direction of Ernst Sellen and Karl Watzinger. Watzinger's original dating of the site was consistent with the biblical story. However, he later revised his views and concluded the outer revetment had been destroyed in about 1600 BCE, and the walls dated to the 3rd millennium BCE. The next excavation was conducted from 1930 to 1936 by John Garstang. He proposed a date of 1250 to 1200 BC for the fall of Jericho and the end of Main City 4, the city supposedly destroyed by Joshua, to the mid-14th century. This led him to the conclusion that the destruction of the fourth city corresponds in all material particulars with the biblical narrative of the fall of Jericho before the Israelites under Joshua. This finding was challenged by the most famous and influential excavation of Jericho, conducted by Dame Kathleen Kenyon from 1952 to 1958. Most of the currently accepted dating is based upon her research. By the time she started digging in the 1950s, excavation techniques had improved considerably. Kenyon's excavation showed that there were no less than 17 buildings and rebuildings of the city wall during the 800 years or so of the early Bronze Age. Kenyon recounts the subsequent settlements up until the 16th century. The walled town was succeeded by a camping settlement and then an unwalled village of the early Bronze, Middle Bronze period that represents the incursion of the semi-nomadic Amorites. A walled town was re-established in the succeeding Middle Bronze Age, probably circa 1900 BC. In the 18th century, a new system of fortification was introduced in which a great artificial bank was piled up, for the most part on the crest of the pre-existing mound. These Middle Bronze Age defenses lasted from the 18th century to about the middle of the 16th century. Dating the occupation and destruction of Jericho. Kenyon's early dating of the destruction at Jericho does not match dates traditionally given for the Exodus and conquest. However, she does note that the Middle Bronze Age walls could have survived sufficiently to be repaired for use in the Late Bronze Age towns, but since so much of the Middle Bronze Age defenses have disappeared, it is absolutely certain that nothing at all of walls of the later town, to the period of which the entry into Palestine must belong, can survive. Archaeology will thus never be able to provide visual evidence of the walls that fell down in front of the attacking Israelites. In addition to the dating of the destruction, there is a question as to whether the site was even occupied during the Late Bronze Age. Kenyon believes that the best opportunity to date occupation at the site comes from the burial tombs originally excavated by Professor Garstang in the 1930s. A few of these Middle Bronze Age tombs were opened and reused in the Late Bronze Age. However, the dating of the Mycenaean vessels found in the tombs led Kenyon to state that, while dating cannot be precisely made, they cannot be dated any later than 1300 BC. Kenyon did conclude that the excavations had produced enough evidence that there was a Late Bronze Age town and to give some slight evidence of the date at which it was destroyed. From one small area at the edge of the destroyed remains of the Middle Bronze occupation, Kenyon discovered the stone foundations of a single wall. This wall was so close to the modern surface that only about a square meter of the contemporary floor survived, with elsewhere the modern surface cutting down into it. The one juglet surviving on its surface, lying by a small clay oven, and a limited amount of Late Bronze Age pottery beneath the floor suggests that the building is late 14th century in date. A Late Bronze Age occupation of the site is thus proved, but the excavations within the town provide little detail. According to Hawkins, she admitted the possibility, however, that a yet later Late Bronze Age town may have been even more completely washed away than that which so meagerly survives. Kenyon stressed repeatedly in numerous publications the extensive damage that erosion had done at Tel es Sultan. 3. New analysis of archaeological data. Kenyon's raw data and final report, however, were not published until after her death. Wood explains. Kenyon died in 1978 without living to see the final publication of her excavation of the Tell. Her conclusions were reported only in a popular book published the year before she completed her fieldwork, in a series of preliminary reports, and in scattered articles. The detailed evidence, however, was never supplied. The raw data became available in 1982 and 1983, and analysis has raised some questions about her dating methods. Some 30 years after her excavation of the site, indeed 12 years after Kenyon's death, the detailed evidence has now become available in the final report. So it is time for a new look. After his review and analysis of Kenyon's research, Wood concluded that Kenyon based her dating on the absence of popular imported pottery from the later Bronze Age, which may have led to incorrect conclusions. To understand how Kenyon reached her conclusion, we must piece together scattered statements in various writings. When we do this, it becomes clear that Kenyon based her opinion almost exclusively on the absence of pottery imported from Cyprus and common to the late Bronze I period, circa 1550 to 1400 BCE. This imported Cypriot ware had been previously found mainly in some Megiddo tomb groups, and Kenyon used this pottery to construct her ceramic typology for the late Bronze I period. Although she also mentions certain local pottery types used in this period, it is obvious she paid little attention to these common domestic forms since they appear regularly in the final phases of City 4. Wood goes on to explain the challenges posed by this type of analysis. Dating habitation levels at Jericho on the absence of exotic imported wares, which were found primarily in tombs in large urban centers, is methodologically unsound and indeed unacceptable. A careful examination of the Jericho excavation reports as a whole, moreover, makes it clear that both Garstang and Kenyon dug in a poor quarter of the city where they found only humble domestic dwellings. Why then would anyone expect to find exotic imported ceramics in this type of cultural milieu? To make matters worse, Kenyon based her conclusions on a very limited excavation area, 2 26-foot by 26-foot squares. An argument from silence is always problematic, but Kenyon's argument is especially poorly founded. She based her dating on the fact that she failed to find expensive imported pottery in a small excavation area in an impoverished part of a city located far from major trade routes. When comparing Kenyon's expectations with some of the pottery Garstang found in the 1930s, examples of likely late Bronze Age pottery appear. It just was not recognized during Kenyon's time and was not located in the area of her excavations. Wood explains. Ironically, Garstang found a considerable quantity of pottery decorated with red and black paint, which appears to be imported Cypriot bichrome ware, the type of pottery Kenyon was looking for and did not find. Cypriot bichrome ware is one of the major diagnostic indicators for occupation in the late Bronze I period. At the time of Garstang's excavation, the significance of this type of pottery was not recognized, so it was simply published along with all the other decorated pottery without being singled out for special notice. As fate would have it, Kenyon, who well knew the link of such ware to the late Bronze Age, conducted her dig too far north of the eroded runoff to find any bichrome ware. Had she dug further south, or had she been aware of Garstang's finds, the debate over the date of Jericho's fall could have taken a very different course. Kenyon might have dated Jericho's demise to about 1400 BCE, as Garstang did, and not to about 1550 BC, the end of the Middle Bronze Age. Wood believes the destruction of the site should be dated to the late Bronze Age. In addition to the pottery evidence, Egyptian scarabs found at the site point to the fact that the cemetery at Jericho was used up until the end of the late Bronze Age. Scarabs are small Egyptian amulets shaped like a beetle with an inscription, sometimes the name of a pharaoh, on the bottom. In his excavation of the cemetery northwest of the city, Garstang recovered a continuous series of Egyptian scarabs extending from the 18th century BCE, the 13th dynasty, to the early 14th century BCE, the 18th dynasty. The 18th dynasty scarabs include 4 royal name scarabs, one of Hatshepsut, circa 1503 to 1483 BCE, one of Thutmose III, circa 1504 to 1450 BCE, and 2 of Amenhotep III, circa 1386 to 1349 BCE, as well as a seal of Thutmose III. The continuous nature of the scarab series suggests that the cemetery was in active use up to the end of the late Bronze I period. In addition to signs of occupation during the late Bronze Age, there are other archaeological finds at the site that parallel the biblical narrative. David Graves, assistant professor at Liberty University, points out, The siege of Jericho was short, as the grain stored in the city was not consumed. Charred grain indicate they did not have time to consume the grain and reveals a short siege as described in the biblical narrative. Contrary to what was customary, the grain was not plundered to feed their armies or taken by the citizens, but in accordance to God's command, Joshua was to burn the grain. Joshua chapter 6, verses 1, 17, and 18. This discovery is unique in archaeology, given the high value of grain in ancient culture. It would be like taking a bank and burning the money. Finally, Wood notes that the carbon dating on charcoal from the site has produced mixed results, showing dates from 1600 BC to 1347 BC. Carbon-14 dates are consistently 100 to 150 years earlier than historical dates, so the carbon dating could potentially support claims of occupation and destruction during the Late Bronze Age. 4. Jericho as a military outpost. Another possible solution is that Jericho could have been a military outpost or fort. In this case, it is unlikely that significant archaeological remains of the occupation would be discovered. Stone points out that it is highly unlikely the area would have been completely deserted for hundreds of years. Given the strategically vital nature of the site, with its spring and ready control of important highways and the Jordan River crossing, the idea that Tel es-Sultan sat uninhabited for centuries after 1550 BCE is almost inconceivable. Richard Hess, professor of Old Testament and Semitic languages at Denver Seminary, believes, based on linguistic evidence from Scripture, that at the time of the conquest, Jericho was most likely a fort. He also points out that Tel es-Sultan and the biblical Jericho were likely small sites. The biblical picture suggests that Jericho was small enough that the Israelites could march around it 7 times in one day and then have sufficient energy to fight a battle against it. Based upon troop sizes mentioned in the Amarna letters from the Late Bronze Age, it would not seem preposterous if the number of men defending Jericho was 100 or fewer. Hess also points out that aside from Rahab and her family, no other non-military personnel are mentioned. The text refers to Rahab with her family. She is involved with the inn. However, no other non-combatants are singled out. All of this coincides with the portrait of a small and militarized center. So how does this interpretation match the reference in Joshua chapter 6, verse 21, where they destroyed with the sword every living thing in the city, men and women, young and old, cattle, sheep, and donkeys, New Century Version? Hess explains this reference is literally translated as from man and unto woman, and from other references, appears to be stereotypical for describing all the inhabitants of a town or region, without predisposing the reader to assume anything further about their ages or even their genders. It is synonymous with all, everyone. 5. Conclusion. The most recent analysis of archaeological data points to a late Bronze Age occupation and destruction of this site. Pottery and burial artifacts support a destruction of the city around 1400 BC. Evidence hints at habitation of the site throughout the Late Bronze Age into the mid-1200s. However, extensive erosion at the site over the past 3,000 years has made finding significant archaeological evidence of this habitation impossible. B. Ai. After the destruction of Jericho, the Bible tells us that Joshua's army moved on to Ai. After a failed campaign against the city, attributed to disobedience from the Israelites, the Lord instructed Joshua to take the city. In keeping with the Lord's commands, Joshua burned Ai and made it forever a heap of ruins, as it is to this day. Joshua chapter 8, verse 28, English Standard Version. While the site at Jericho shows signs of habitation and destruction during the Late Bronze Age, Et Tel, the site generally associated with Ai, does not. The most recent excavations of this site, conducted by Joseph Callaway from 1964 to 1970, found no archaeological record of habitation of the site between 2400 and 1230 BC, which encompasses the most likely time frames for the Israelite invasion. This excavation has led Callaway to conclude that Ai is simply an embarrassment to every view of the conquest that takes the biblical and archaeological evidence seriously. Kenyon concurs that, on the whole, the probability is that there is no historicity in the story of the attack on Ai. A number of different locations had been suggested for Ai, but the excavations and writings of William Albright convinced the scientific community that ancient Ai was located at the modern-day site of El Tel. Albright's 1924 article, for all intents and purposes, set the identification of Et Tel as Ai in concrete. His basis was that it is the only Canaanite ruin in the vicinity meeting the topographic requirements of being east of Baitan, Genesis chapter 12 verse 8 and chapter 13 verse 3, Joshua chapter 7 verse 2 and chapter 8 verse 9, and in the vicinity of Baitan, Joshua chapter 8 verse 17 and chapter 12 verse 9. Most scholars have accepted the identification as certain to the extent that if one wishes to look up Et Tel in an archaeological dictionary or encyclopedia, one must look under Ai. Since Et Tel does not fit the requirements of a city inhabited during the period of the conquest, two alternative explanations have been explored in recent years. Some scholars believe the site at Et Tel may be misidentified with Ai, while others propose that Ai of the Late Bronze Age may have been represented by a less permanent settlement or a military encampment. Two alternate sites have been proposed for Ai. David Livingston has excavated the site at Khirbet Nisya, which he proposes is a more viable alternative, while Bryant Wood and Scott Stripling have proposed the site at Khirbet El Makatir as a better match. The chart below shows the geographical and archaeological comparisons of Et Tel and Khirbet El Makatir and how they align with the biblical references in Joshua. It is important to note that identification of Ai depends in part on the identification and location of the city of Bethel. Albright identifies Bethel as the site at Baitan, while Wood and Stripling identify Baitan as the city of Beth Aven, with Bethel actually located at El Birah. Based upon their analysis, Wood and Stripling point out that Khirbet El Makatir is a much better match for the biblical description of Ai. In addition to being a good match geographically, archaeological evidence at Khirbet El Makatir also supports the possibility that this is the site of the city of Ai. Evidence shows that Khirbet El Makatir was occupied during the Late Bronze Age, circa 1500 to 1400 BC, as revealed by the discovery of pottery and a rare Egyptian scarab from that period. Using a statistical analysis approach, Peter Briggs of Trinity Southwest University analyzed the three sites and concluded, only Khirbet El Makatir satisfies all 14 parameters of the critical screen, thus providing conclusive evidence that the conquest of Ai narrative is a true narrative representative and that Khirbet El Makatir is the site of the fortress of Ai conquered by Joshua. In addition, Briggs reports finds at the site including late Bronze Age pottery suited to a small military outpost, including large commercial-grade pithoi for the storage of grains, water, and olive oil, and commonware for cooking and table service. This evidence for Ai being located at Khirbet El Makatir is compelling. However, even if Ai should be located at Et Tel, Richard Hawkins proposes that there could have been a less permanent settlement. Could it be that Et Tel is the correct location of biblical Ai, that its current occupants live among the ruins of the Middle Bronze Age city, and that they experienced a sort of scaled-down conquest? Then it could cohere with a 13th century BCE Israelite emergence with a scaled-down level of military engagement. C. Hazor. The destruction of Hazor during the conquest period by the Israelites is generally accepted. John Monson, Associate Professor of Old Testament and Semitic Languages at Trinity International University, describes the destruction. Hazor's archaeological excavations have yielded late Bronze Age finds that correlate with the Book of Joshua very well. The site has destruction layers that fit both the early and late dates of the Exodus conquest. Monson also notes that Hebrew University professor Amnon Ben Tor, who has been excavating Hazor since the 1990s, contends that the Israelites were most likely the people who ransacked this large city. D. Greek texts supporting Israel's military campaign. Anthony J. Frendo in Palestine Exploration Quarterly has called attention to Greek texts that explicitly attest to the tradition that early Israel emerged on the basis of military operations led by Joshua son of Nun. These texts, in the form of two inscribed columns, provide extra-biblical attestation to the belief that the emergence of Israel had a military component. According to Frendo, this proof is provided by Procopius of Caesarea, a Greek historian of the 6th century A.D., who was an assessor and counselor of Belisarius, the great general of the Eastern Emperor Justinian. In his 8-volume work, Histories of the Wars of Justinian, Procopius refers to the Canaanites who had built a fortress at Tigris in Numidia. More interestingly, he mentions the fact that they had left 2 columns inscribed in the Phoenician language, wherein they claimed that they had fled from Joshua the son of Nun. In Book 4, Chapter 10, verses 21 and 22 of this historical work, Procopius writes, "They, the Canaanites of the Old Testament, also built a fortress in Numidia, where now is the city called Tigissus. In that place are 2 columns made of white stone near by the great spring, having Phoenician letters cut in them, which say in the Phoenician tongue, 'We are they who fled from before the face of Joshua the robber, son of Nun.'" Frendo notes that Procopius was basically a reliable historian, and it was virtually certain that Procopius did see the 2 above-mentioned inscribed columns. This first-hand reference by a noted historian provides strong attestation to an Israelite military campaign led by Joshua. 6. Conclusion. When we put the archaeological and sociological findings in context with what the Bible actually claims, we start to see a fuller picture of how Israel came to possess the Promised Land, in which they afterwards developed a monarchy, a picture that can be harmonized with the findings in the area. This scenario is summed up well by James Hoffmeyer, professor of Old Testament and Ancient Near Eastern History and Archaeology at Trinity International University. When Joshua is viewed as a piece of Near Eastern military writing, and its literary character is properly understood, the idea of a group of tribes coming to Canaan, using some military force, partially taking a number of cities and areas over a period of some years, destroying, burning just 3 cities, and coexisting alongside the Canaanites and other ethnic groups for a period of time before the beginnings of a monarchy, does not require blind faith. Chapter 21. The Historicity of the United Monarchy. 1. Introduction. This chapter focuses on the period known as the United Monarchy, approximately 1050 to 930 BC, when a single monarch ruled all the tribes of Israel, first under Saul, then under David, and finally under Solomon. Because the history of the United Monarchy involves David and the special relationship God established with him, this topic has special religious significance for Christians. For it was with David that God established a covenant in which he promised a descendant who would sit on David's throne forever. That descendant was Christ, and it is through Christ that God brought the new covenant. Whether or not one accepts the religious aspect of the biblical story, the reigns of Saul, David, and Solomon have long been accepted as historical. Consequently, when archaeologists went to the Holy Land to look for ancient cities and civilizations, they used the Bible as a guide. This initially proved very successful in locating many ancient sites and validating the biblical narrative. However, in the 1970s, skeptics known as minimalists maintained that only a small core of biblical stories were true, claiming that problems with previous archaeological evidence called for alternative explanations. Just as it seemed that this challenge could be met by continued archaeological examination, a new set of skeptics arose in the 1990s, led by Israel Finkelstein, who explained the archaeological finds by shifting the accepted dates of those finds forward a century. While this shift appears relatively minor, its advocates are well aware that it undercuts the biblical story. Instead of the story of the glory of the United Monarchy, it puts the spotlight on the northern kingdom of the Omride dynasty as the real first prosperous state of early Israel. Still, other minimalists contend that there is no historical truth to the Bible at all, claiming that the Deuteronomic, 6th century BC writers invented the history of the United Monarchy for political reasons. They assert that we do not have evidence for the existence of kings named Saul, David, or Solomon, nor do we have evidence for any temple at Jerusalem in this early period. This chapter addresses the evidence for the existence of the United Monarchy. Traditional dating places the reign of David in the 10th century before Christ. Even though the remains of civilizations of that ancient time are limited, we have a surprising wealth of evidence. However, outside of Scripture, we find only fragments of the overall picture. While we would be glad for an excavation to come upon a throne with an inscription stating, King David ruled from here, that is unrealistic. Instead, we have many individual pieces of evidence which, when taken together, present a very compelling picture. 2. The cumulative case for the united monarchy. Many scholars and historians believe that the united monarchy began around 1050 BC with the reign of Saul, who ruled Israel for 42 years. 1 Samuel chapter 13 verse 1, compare Acts chapter 13 verse 21. The length of Saul's reign is unknown. Translators conjecture 42 years, though the correct reading of the Hebrew is uncertain. David and Solomon each reigned 40 years, 2 Samuel chapter 5 verse 4, and 1 Kings chapter 11 verse 42. After Solomon's death, the kingdom began a period of divided rule, when Jeroboam rebelled against the rule of Rehoboam, son of Solomon. The period of the united monarchy, then, occurred roughly between 1050 and 930 BC. The Bible tells us it was a time of great prosperity, with major construction occurring during David's rule and increasing dramatically with Solomon. We build our case by considering evidence that supports the biblical account. First, we provide background evidence to show that, prior to the time of the united monarchy, a substantial civilization existed in the land of Israel, that is, a foundational civilization matching the biblical story of the time of the Judges, which dispels critics' contention that the area was a sparsely populated agrarian society without the necessary infrastructure for the establishment of a kingdom. We then provide direct archaeological evidence for the existence of the united monarchy, which links to the biblical story, as well as indirect evidence of a robust economic environment that supports the accounts found in Scripture. Finally, we show a great deal of evidence from the period immediately following the united monarchy that corroborates the existence of the Davidic line of kings. We consider other evidence that demonstrates the existence of an organizational structure best explained by a strong central government from the time of the united monarchy. The evidence shows a flourishing Israelite culture, the building blocks for the Israelite kingdom. The united monarchy unified the Israelite peoples and provided a period of great construction and commerce. With the division of the kingdom, the two remaining kingdoms looked back to the united monarchy as a source of legitimacy and heritage. We provide an early documentary view into the history of Israel. Each piece of evidence supports the biblical account, and the strength of the remaining story increases. We also must make sure we don't overly rely upon any one archaeological find. As Nadav Naiman, professor of Jewish history at Tel Aviv University, puts it, like the written sources, the results of the archaeological excavations are open to different, sometimes even contradictory interpretations. The archaeological literature is replete with controversies on an endless number of issues, including stratigraphy and pottery typology, the function of the excavated buildings and artifacts, settlement hierarchy, population estimate, among many others. Moreover, all the evidence must be taken in context. When we do this, we find that our research unveils an overall picture that supports the historicity of the united monarchy. 3. The evidence for Israel prior to the united monarchy. The Bible tells us that the period of the united monarchy was preceded by a multi-century period of rule by judges, lasting from the death of Joshua until Saul was made king. The period of the judges was marked by repeated conflicts in which Israel was led by judges raised up by God. There is debate regarding the exact length of the time of judges. 1 Kings chapter 6 verse 1 mentions the 480th year after the Israelites came out of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign, New International Version. If you remove Saul and David's reign and the time in the wilderness and Joshua's conquest, you arrive at approximately 350 years. Outside the Bible, the best evidence for the existence of a strong civilization in the land of Israel during the time of the Book of Judges comes from two archaeological finds in Egypt. The Amarna tablets provide details of the cultural environment just prior to the arrival of the Israelites, and the Merneptah stele provides evidence of a confederation of peoples already known as Israel, capable of resisting an external army. A. The Amarna tablets. While critics contend that the land of Israel was a sparsely populated agrarian area that could not have been home for a kingdom such as described in the Bible, archaeological evidence presents a different picture. In the late 1800s, at the site of the capital of the Pharaoh Akhenaten, a large number of clay tablets were found that document correspondence between the Egyptian royal court and representatives in foreign cities of Canaan. This correspondence is best known as the Amarna tablets because El Amarna is the modern name for the site where they were discovered. The picture presented in the tablets of the population of Canaan was of thriving kingdoms centered in Jerusalem and Shechem. Indeed, the Amarna letters include 7 long letters from the king of Jerusalem, which contain descriptions of visits with Egyptian officials, the sending of a tribute caravan back to Egypt, and complaints about territorial conflicts with adjacent kings. The picture arising from these letters suggests a kingdom of substantial strength, with Jerusalem as its capital city, enjoying a solid economy and dominating a territory that spread east of the foot of the central mountain range. This picture contrasts with the archaeological evidence, which shows a much more sparsely populated, moribund society. The difference between the archaeological evidence and extant documentation can be explained several ways. First, ancient cities that have a long period of continuous occupation are a challenge for archaeologists. Archaeological evidence may be damaged or destroyed when decaying structures are renovated or removed. Additionally, this area presents a problem because the bedrock is found at a relatively shallow depth. This inhibits the accumulation of debris and contributes to mixing of artifacts between the built-up strata. A truer picture of the area is derived when one can validate the archaeological data with available documentary evidence. Not only do the Amarna letters provide background information for the population of the area the Israelites would soon occupy, but the letters also show the difficulty of over-reliance on archaeological evidence, especially in difficult environments. While the Amarna letters let us correct the archaeology from the Middle Bronze Age, we lack the corrective of a contemporaneous archive for the period of the United Monarchy. As noted by Naaman, the picture we get from the Amarna letters of 2 rulers of city-states, Jerusalem and Shechem, who wielded considerable influence over developments throughout the country, has little support in the archaeological findings. We need to keep this in mind as we consider the rest of the evidence. The skepticism for the United Monarchy is fueled by the sparsity of archaeological evidence. Yet if we apply that skepticism to the period documented by the Amarna letters, the same scarcity of evidence would mean we would never have suspected that Egypt dominated all of Canaan in the time of the 18th dynasty. B. The Merneptah Stele. Egyptian pharaohs regularly documented their wars at the temple in Thebes. In about 1210 BC, the pharaoh Merneptah erected a stele documenting his victory over foes in the land of Canaan. Discovered in the late 1800s, this stele, now widely known as the Merneptah Stele, provides the first external mention of Israel. Leading Near Eastern archaeologist William G. Deaver notes, "All scholars would agree that the date is fixed within a margin of less than 5 years by astronomical reckoning. That the reading Israel is certain, that Israel is followed by the Egyptian plural gentilic or determinative sign for peoples rather than a kingdom, city-state, or the like, and must therefore designate some ethnic group, and that this entity, whatever it is, was distinct in the minds of the Egyptians from Canaanites, Hurrians, Shasu-Bedouin, or other groups in Canaan well known to Egyptian intelligence and mentioned in this and other Egyptian texts." We see then that during the time of the judges, a people distinct from the other peoples of the Canaanite region were capable of putting up an army to fight the Egyptians. Additionally, in the structure of the inscriptions on this site and how they reference other encounters, scholars are able to infer that Israel was a significant socio-ethnic entity that needed to be reckoned with. Certainly, Israel was no less significant than Ashkelon and Giza, 2 of the more important city-states in Palestine. 4. Direct archaeological evidence for the United Kingdom. Archaeology has produced several types of direct evidence for the United Kingdom. The first type comes from structures and inscriptions that represent tangible physical confirmation of the existence of the government or structures. Another type of evidence shows that activity was occurring that can be reasonably linked to the existence of the prosperity attributed to the United Monarchy. Finally, evidence of thriving culture and commerce arising in adjacent territories can support the increase of activity in United Israel. A. Excavations in Jerusalem. In the initial stages of the United Monarchy, Saul ruled from his capital of Gibeah, 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 34. Subsequently, David ruled at Hebron for his first 7 years, then transferred his capital to Jerusalem, 2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 5. Therefore, it would be reasonable to expect to discover the most evidence for the United Monarchy in Jerusalem. However, significant problems exist with archaeological findings in Jerusalem, particularly a sparsity of findings corresponding to the time period of the United Monarchy. In fact, much of the skeptical criticism of the biblical history of the United Monarchy arises from the lack of evidence found in Jerusalem. Critics assert that, as David's capital city and the subject of much of the Davidic story, Jerusalem should contain much more archaeological evidence of an advanced settlement. They contend the Jerusalem of the 10th century BC was either not settled or a very small village of no significance, hardly the setting described in the Bible or the one that we see described in the Amarna letters. Yet when we investigate more closely, we do not find this critique convincing. In fact, there has indeed been a great deal of evidence uncovered, much of it recently, that demonstrates a significant settlement in Jerusalem. However, much of this evidence is dismissed by skeptics who discount the reports from Scripture and label as unscientific those who advocate for their use in reconstructing the period. When evaluating archaeological evidence that seems to support the Bible, they demonstrate their own bias by assuming the biblical stories are fiction. Moreover, when we note the sparsity of archaeological evidence within Jerusalem, we should take into account specific difficulties unique to this city, a problem that is inherent to cities continuously occupied in antiquity. First, the area of Jerusalem's public buildings is under the Temple Mount and cannot be examined. The most important area for investigation, and the one to which the biblical histories of David and Solomon mainly refer, remains terra incognita. Second, there is an uninterrupted continuity of settlement in the Ophel Hill from the 10th to the early 6th century BCE. As is well known, conquest, destruction, and desolation leave distinct marks that archaeologists can easily expose. Uninterrupted continuity of settlement, on the other hand, leaves only a few remains of the earlier building activity. No wonder, then, that the remains of the 10th to 9th centuries city was discovered mainly in fills or building fragments, and that the city destroyed in 587 or 586 is the best known. Third, the old city of Jerusalem, built on terraces and bedrock, was settled for thousands of years, each new city erecting its foundations on bedrock and destroying what was underneath. The old buildings were utterly destroyed by later building activity, their stones robbed and reused. This difficulty is most acute when dealing with the search for the Solomonic Temple. Critics argue that there has been no evidence found of that temple. While this is true, if it were to be found, it would most likely be beneath the current Temple Mount, where no archaeological excavation is allowed. As with all critical assessments, we cannot require more evidence than can reasonably be expected to be found. Some level of common sense must be used in analyzing the situation. Archaeologist Amihai Mazar notes the most practical observation about the lack of archaeological evidence from the Solomonic Temple. The temple and palace that Solomon supposedly built should be found, if anywhere, below the present Temple Mount, where no excavations are possible. If the biblical account is taken as reliable, Solomon's Jerusalem would be a city of 12 hectares with monumental buildings and a temple. Should Solomon be removed from history, who then would have been responsible for the construction of the Jerusalem temple? There is no doubt that such a temple stood on the Temple Mount prior to the Babylonian conquest of the city, but we lack any textual hint for an alternative to Solomon as the builder. 1. The Palace of King David in Jerusalem. Eilat Mazar, perhaps the most experienced modern archaeologist in Jerusalem, has been participating in or leading excavations there for the last 30 years. Excavations have uncovered a great deal of evidence that suggests the location of the royal palace in Jerusalem. These include several stone structures, inscriptions, and pottery. A. The large stone structure. In February 2005, new excavations by Eilat Mazar were begun at the summit just south of the Temple Mount. The digging quickly uncovered remnants of a massive stone structure whose walls were dated to the time of the United Monarchy. Mazar has suggested that this find is linked to the remnants of David's royal palace. Critics have charged that her dating was incorrect and that the walls were actually from different periods. However, since then she has uncovered numerous local pottery shards that can be dated to about 1000 BC, supporting her initial hypothesis. With the report of this additional evidence, other archaeologists are increasingly supporting her conclusions. For instance, Avraham Faust, professor of archaeology at Bar-Ilan University, asserts, "The results of Eilat Mazar's second season have resolved, in my view, the issue of the date of the structure in an almost final manner. As we shall presently see, it is clearly an Iron Age structure, that is, from the biblical period, not the Hellenistic period, or in case not all of the walls belong to the same building, there was at least a large early Iron Age structure here. Although it is possible that some of the walls do not belong to this building, most of them do. It is immaterial if some of them do not." Several subsequent excavations supported Mazar's findings. First was the discovery of an imported clay juglet from Cyprus. She was able to date this vessel to the 10th to 9th centuries BCE, Iron Age 2A, providing a nice confirmation of our dating of the local pottery to the same date. Further excavation in the structure uncovered a bulla, a seal for official correspondence. On this bulla, archaeologists were able to discern the name Yehuchal, which would correspond with the royal minister Jehucal from the pre-exilic court of King Zedekiah. Though we can't be certain that the bulla refers to the same person mentioned in Scripture, paleographic dating places it in the appropriate time frame. This discovery adds credence to the determination that this was a part of the royal palace in Jerusalem, and that the Davidic royal palace continued to be used by the Davidic royal line until its destruction by Nebuchadnezzar. B. The stepped stone structure. Adjacent to the large stone structure is a steep terraced stone structure that has been known since early 20th century excavations. While many explanations for the structure have been postulated, the excavations of Mazar provide a link to the United Monarchy. It was established that stepped stone structure was actually integral to the large stone structure and acted as a retainer for it. It was most probably constructed between the 12th and 9th centuries BCE. It is thus legitimate to conclude that the building was either constructed or continued to be in use during the 10th century, the alleged time of David and Solomon. Regardless of the purpose ascribed to this structure, when taken together with the large stone structure, we now have evidence of a magnitude of construction that is far beyond any comparable building project anywhere in ancient Israel until the early 9th century BC. That evidence alone can be considered a clear indication that Jerusalem was much more than a small village. In fact, it contained the largest known structure of the time in the region, and thus could easily serve as a power base for a central authority. 2. Signs of advanced culture. In an advanced ancient culture with a centralized government, there should be other evidence of activities that arise as stability increases and commerce occurs. Indeed, we find just such evidence in analyzing settlement patterns, literacy, and commerce in Jerusalem. A. The center of political activity, a statistical inference. The indications that Jerusalem was the center of the kingdom of the United Monarchy go beyond simple archaeological finds. Avi Ofer did an extensive study of 334 dated settlements of the highlands of Judea. He used a statistical analysis tool known as rank size analysis to compare occurrences of pottery shards found across the dated period in relation to the size of the settlements excavated in the Judean highlands. This tool revealed relationships between sites, and by mapping them he was able to see which site was dominant in a region and should be therefore the capital. For the highlands of Judah, the first time a site clearly indicated a capital ranking was in Iron Age 2A around 1000 BCE. Furthermore, Jerusalem evidently continued to exert influence after this period. From his analysis, Ofer was able to conclude that the socio-economic and political structure of Judah at that period is that of a well-integrated unit, most probably a kingdom, most probably subject to the site of Jerusalem. B. Fish bones and other signs of commerce. Excavations near the spring located in ancient Jerusalem resulted in the discovery of a rock-cut pool that had been part of the ancient water system and then abandoned. It was later filled over in the late 8th century to allow construction of a house upon the fill. The debris used for the fill seems to have been from scrap that was adjacent to the area, found to be about 3 meters deep and comprising about 250 cubic meters. Sorting of the material in the fill occurred in 2005 and 2006, and the results are very revealing of the activities in Jerusalem. While the fill occurred in the late 8th century, the debris was older, and in fact the pottery found here seems to belong to the early 8th century and perhaps even to the late 9th century. Thus we get a good picture of the period just adjacent to the United Monarchy. The debris included approximately 10 seals and scarabs, some broken and thus cancelled, and fragments of over 170 clay bullae, none bearing markings in a local language. Instead, those that were marked bore signs from Egypt or Samaria or Phoenicia. Additionally, a significant quantity of fish remains were found among the debris. From the almost 8,000 identifiable skeletal fish parts, more than 90% were from saltwater fish. In reviewing these findings, Naiman concludes, this accidental find makes it possible to re-evaluate the society, economy, and culture of Jerusalem in the 9th century BCE. The importation of a large amount of fish from the Mediterranean and the Nile testifies that a network of commerce with the coast of Philistia was already developed at that time. The papyrus imprints on the bullae indicate extensive writing, though it may have been used only by the royal palace and the elite. The many different designs on the bullae, each representing the seal's owner, show that seals were used by many court officials and private citizens. The absence of writing on the seal impressions shows that the fashion of inscribing the owner's name on a seal was introduced later, in the second half of the 8th century BCE. The sealed artifacts must have been commercial commodities or taxes brought to the court from the surrounding districts. We can thus deduce that Jerusalem experienced a period of great, far-reaching commerce. Combining all the evidence from Jerusalem leads Naiman to conclude that Jerusalem must have been a governing center of a kingdom in the 10th century BCE. B. General building activity in the United Monarchy. A period of united monarchy as described in Scripture would have resulted in great prosperity and growth for the Kingdom of Israel and the surrounding region. The building activities, commerce, security, and stability that extended out from the central government would have positively affected the region. We see evidence of the United Monarchy reflected in finds as diverse as mining activities, the production of honey, and increasing literacy. 1. Mining activity in the Jordan Rift Valley. Most early archaeological work in the Near East affirmed that the copper mining activity found in the Jordan Rift Valley confirmed the Solomonic activity of the United Monarchy. This view changed in the 1960s as new archaeological theory contended that mining evidence in the southern areas occurred much earlier than the United Monarchy period, while the works in the mines of the northern area appeared to have occurred during a much later period. Much of this new dating was based on pottery found within the mine area. However, several more recent studies using more accurate radiocarbon dating have challenged this assumption and re-established the timeline for the operation of these mines concurrent with the period of the United Monarchy. A. Fainan mines. The Fainan mines in the northern Rift Valley were the first of the Rift Valley mines to be dated through the large-scale use of radiocarbon dating. The study found that there was unambiguous carbon-14 AMS dating evidence presented here for industrial-scale metal production at Ken during the 10th and 9th centuries BCE. This new dating re-established the traditional timeline and showed that assumption of large-scale 7th century BCE copper production in Fainan is no longer tenable. B. Timna mines. New evidence for the United Monarchy has also been found at the Timna mines. There, the new minimalist view had asserted that the date of operation of these mines was significantly before the United Monarchy. Based on pottery dating, minimalists asserted that the Timna mines must have been in operation under Egyptian oversight. An initial small set of radiocarbon samples seemed to confirm their assumptions. However, following Fainan, recent and more precise radiocarbon dating that leveraged a large 21-sample set has caused rethinking of the minimalist view. Results from this large-scale sample reset the dating of Timna back to the same time frame represented in Feinan, that is, to the traditional time of the United Monarchy. Archaeologists posit a couple of reasons that the results from pottery and small-scale samples were erroneous. First, they conjectured that the radiocarbon samples were obtained from charcoal samples and were probably biased by the old wood effect which, as demonstrated above, can render the age up to 160 years older than the actual smelting operation. They then explained the variance from the pottery fragment dating was due to the fact that there was intermixing of the layers in the excavations and the pottery identification and stratigraphic discernment of the Araba expedition were confused. Significantly, in reviewing the overall mining operations of the Jordan Rift Valley, archaeologists have concluded that there was a social unity between the two regions during the Iron Age, that is, the same social groups inhabited both regions and operated the copper extraction systems simultaneously and under the same general production system and organization management. Though the archaeologists have avoided reaching conclusions from the dating and organizational studies, it should be obvious that a large-scale and regionally defined mining operation supports a well-defined social structure. That this was in the period of the United Monarchy is hardly coincidental. This fits neatly into our cumulative case for the United Monarchy. 2. Beehives at Tel Rehov. Large-scale commerce occurs when there is a strong regional government and is absent when commerce is more localized and large production would outpace available demand. The discovery, then, of a massive production of honey at Tel Rehov adds to our cumulative case. A large-scale apiary, bee farm, is a complex undertaking to support, as is distributing the vast amount of honey generated. At Tel Rehov, the beehives discovered are estimated to have supported at least 1 million bees. Archaeologists have concluded that, based on the ceramic evidence and carbon-14 dates, the apiary at Tel Rehov was in use during the latter part of the United Monarchy and/or during the initial period of the Northern Kingdom of Israel, prior to the Omride dynasty. The organized establishment and efficient operation of the Rehov apiary, as well as its related cultic practices, indicate that there had been a robust central authority that was able to conduct such a specialized industry and to force the populace to tolerate a huge number of bees in the center of their town. 3. Signs of literacy. Literacy is considered a hallmark of an advanced ancient civilization. Critics have long claimed that literacy in Israel at the time of the United Monarchy was virtually non-existent. Without literacy, it is very difficult to establish and develop an advanced civilization. Further, without written documentation, biblical history would have been maintained only in oral tales, distorted over time and not written down until the post-exilic period. So the discovery of meaningful literacy near the time of the United Monarchy would provide significant weight to the biblical account and our cumulative case. In the last several decades, a number of inscriptions from the period of the United Monarchy have been found. The rate of discovery of new texts occurs so frequently that between an accounting published in 2009 that half a dozen Judahite texts from 10th century BCE are now known, and the 2014 release of a study on the Tel Rehov inscriptions, the list related by archaeologists grew to 13 10th century inscriptions and 12 9th century ones. In addition to the growth in the number of known inscriptions, there are several other rebuttals to the skeptics' claim that Israel lacked literacy and was not an advanced nation at the time of the United Monarchy. First, when comparing the number of known inscriptions from the disputed 10th century BC to the 9th century, when all agree that states run by royal dynasties existed in both Judah and Israel, there is no large discrepancy. The number of inscriptions from the uncontroversial period is also small and, in fact, is no larger than the number of inscriptions dating to the 10th century BCE. Thus, the quantitative aspect of literacy cannot serve as a reliable criterion for determining whether or not there was a state in Israel during the 10th century BCE. Additionally, when we analyze the writing, we see that much of it is dedicated not to the formal areas of temple or royal writing, but to everyday tasks such as accounting for commerce or marking up imported goods. While temple or royal scribal activity might be very limited, from this everyday routine writing, it can be surmised that there was a larger body of writing on perishable materials such as papyri that have not been preserved. In the following sections, we explore additional evidence of literacy in Israel during the United Monarchy period. A. Tel Zayit. In July 2005, archaeologists discovered an inscription on the side of an ancient building in Tel Zayit. Because of its well-defined archaeological context, archaeologists concluded that the writing must date no later than the mid-10th century BCE. B. Tel Rehov. A cache of storage jars at the Tel Rehov excavation revealed a number of inscriptions with references to the name Nimshi, a name also recorded in the Bible for the clan or father of King Jehu, 1 Kings chapter 19, verse 16, New International Version. As we see elsewhere, the frequency of names used in a given culture can be linked to certain time periods. Therefore, while it is nearly impossible to establish that it is a biblical person who is named in the inscriptions, we can often make a probable link because of the evidence. Archaeologists have speculated that the link at least establishes the central role of the Nimshi clan as an elite one at Tel Rehov and the Beth Shean Valley, which would appear to be where Jehu came from. C. Jerusalem. The lack of writing from the time of a united kingdom fosters much of the skepticism about Jerusalem being the center of such a kingdom. Increasingly, however, inscriptions are being found outside of Jerusalem, including inscriptions with foreign writing that were obviously imported into the area, but very few provide evidence of literacy in the city. So it was of great importance when, in 2012, a new inscription on pottery shards was discovered during excavations in Jerusalem at the Ophel, the part of the eastern hill that is located between the city and the Temple Mount. This inscription has been dated to the second half of the 10th century BC, which makes it the oldest Hebrew inscription found in Jerusalem by several centuries. The inscription is limited but seems to refer to a container of wine.